Love Me Dead by Sara Clancy. The church's stained glass windows caught the evening sunlight, transforming it to bars of color that cut across the aisle and fell down upon the mourners. Alice could barely lift her feet as she walked down the aisle. The soles of her wedges scraped against the thin carpet, creating a slight rasping sound that echoed within the hushed silence. Her floral blue dress drew attention and scorn. Alone in her room, wearing the dress John had loved so much had seemed like a good idea, a respectful final gesture of the devotion she had felt for her boyfriend. Ex-boyfriend, she corrected herself. You broke up with him the day before he took his life. Feeling the eyes upon her now, she couldn't stop her cheeks blushing with shame. I should have worn black. John's parents sat in the front row, their eyes burning with hatred as they tracked Alice's progress to John's coffin. Even in the colored light, the sea of flowers lay in stark contrast to the onyx wood. Lacquered and polished, the siding reflected her approach like a mirror, forcing her to confront her raw guilt. Half of the casket was still open for viewing. As she neared, she got her first glimpse of John's body. Layers of makeup had made a valiant attempt to chase off the effects of death, but the caked foundation left him looking like a caricature of himself, a poorly constructed doll that had never had the breath of life within him. Nothing felt real as she came to stand beside the casket. Tears choked her with an iron grip. She fought past them to whisper, I'm so sorry, John. I had to. I never thought you'd do this. With trembling fingers, she slipped the silver promise ring he had given her off of her finger. 1,000 memories cluttered her mind, bringing forth a flood of tears and a broken sob. She gently placed it against his chest. Goodbye. I love you. A hand clamped around her wrist, the tight grip smearing foundation against her skin as she tried to pull away. Her heart lurched into her throat as she was dragged down, deeper into the casket, closer to John's body. His eyes bore into her, milky and glazed with death. Fighting against the glue that sealed his lips together, his skin ripped apart and a rancid stench flowed out. The smell made her gag as he brought her closer still. They wouldn't let me love you in life, Alice. So I'll love you in death. One vicious tug and she lost her footing. His distorted, rage-filled face consumed her vision as she fell into the depths, wrapped in the unrelenting grip of the dead. Alice jerked upright, a strangled scream tearing out of her throat, and her sweat-drenched bedsheets coiled around her limbs. The harder she fought, the tighter it became, leaving her shredding the fabric with desperate nails. Her fight threw off her center, and she dropped hard onto her bedroom floor. Before her mind could clear, her mother was beside her, cradling her close to her chest. Soothing words eased Alice's rampaging heartbeat. It was just another dream, honey. You're safe. You're okay. Alice swallowed thickly, letting her mother's words sink into her mind and take root. The ring around Alice's finger caught the morning light, drawing her attention as she rested heavily against her mother. I'm okay, Alice whispered, but John isn't. Oh, honey, not this again. I've never had night terrors like this. I think it's a sign from John. Her mother huffed a sigh but didn't try to interrupt. It was clear she was hoping Alice would let the conversation peter out. Pulling back, she met the older woman's gaze. He can't rest in peace, Mom. So he's tormenting you? Her sharp snort didn't cover the muttered addition. Sounds like something he would do. Alice frowned and shot to her feet. The intention had been for the movement to seem determined and strong, but the quake in her legs left her half dropping back onto her bed. Don't start, Mom. He wasn't a good boy, Alice. That's why we had you end the relationship." Hot tears burned the back of her eyes. "And he killed himself because of that. Because of what I did to him. You are not responsible for his actions." Choking down the lump in her throat, Alice forced a bitter smile. "He couldn't live without me. He loved me too much." The conversation had played out between them too many times for either one to be eager to have it again. Heaving an almost dismissive sigh, the older woman balled up the forgotten bedsheets and heaped them onto the bed. "That's not love, honey. Now get ready for school. I let you sleep in far too long." Alice felt hollow watching her mother leave the room. Fiddling with her ring, Alice drifted to her window, her damp nightgown clinging to her legs with every step. She sunk down into her window seat and watched the street below. Months had crept by since John had died, and the world had moved on without him. The last of the autumn leaves had fallen and become lost under the first snows. Today, a few neighbors had decided to get a head start on their Christmas decorating. Across the street, Mr. Butterman was draping garlands of fairy lights across his gutters, while simultaneously arguing with his wife over where the inflatable Santa should be placed. It ended with Mrs. Butterman throwing a snowball at him. "She has a good arm for a 70-year-old. Watching the two senior citizens wage a rather awkward snowball fight, Alice couldn't fight back the thought. That could have been us. She twisted the ring around her finger, guilt gnawing at her insides like a feral beast. If I had only been strong enough. If I had just told my parents no, made them understand how much you loved me. If you had only loved a little less." The chirp of her phone made her fingers pause. With a bit of fumbling, she managed to snag the buzzing phone off of her bedside table without getting up. An icy chill crept through the thin material of her nightgown as she leaned against the window glass and fumbled with the buttons. The world fell away when the sender's name flashed across the screen. "John?" The message was a simple line of text, but in her panic, she needed to read it 3 times to make any sense of it. "Look what I did for you." The phone rattled free of shaking hands to topple onto the wood floors. "And that's how you break a phone." Alice jumped at her older sister's sudden appearance. She hadn't even noticed the girl enter, let alone cross the room to begin rooting through her closet. Lee pulled back, holding Alice's red knitted turtleneck sweater above her head, like a prize. "I can borrow this, right? Hey, what's going on with your face?" Alice could only point to her phone. Lee cocked an eyebrow, crossed the room, and retrieved it. Anger blazed within her eyes as she read the message. "That sick son of a bitch!" Lee's thumbs flew across the keys. "What are you doing?" Alice asked. "What are you telling John?" Shock sent Lee rocking back on her heels. "John? John's dead, Alice. Dead and buried, and all the more likable for it." It took a second for Alice to find her voice. "How can you be so cruel?" "What? I'm supposed to ignore everything he did because his attempts to manipulate you went wrong?" Before Alice could say anything, Lee was on the bench seat beside her, taking up the space John had claimed so often. "Al, it's been months. The time for respect the dead has passed. We're now in the era of brutal honesty. John never meant to kill himself. He was just trying to make you feel sorry for him, so you'd go running back to him like you always did. And like the idiot he was, he cut a bit too deep." Alice shook her head, bile rising up to burn the back of her throat. "When did you become so hateful?" "The exact second John hit you with his belt. You remember that, right?" "That was an accident." The twisted idea struck him. He took off his belt, he wrapped the end around his hand to make sure he had a good grip, and then he hit you. Lee cocked her head to the side. That's not an accident, sis. That's a series of decisions. He didn't mean to do it. It was just one moment in time, a few seconds out of his life. Yeah, you've given me the sales pitch before. I didn't buy it then, and I'm not buying it now. John was a waste of oxygen, just like his dad. Alice's brow furrowed. His dad? You're going to defend him too? Seriously? What kind of degenerate texts a teenager this? John sent that. Lee's anger dissipated into deep sorrow. Al, she breathed. You do know that he's dead, right? He was embalmed and buried more than a month ago. There's no coming back from that. I know, but... She let the sentence fall. The dead don't text. But it says it's from his phone. And who has his phone? Every molecule of air left her on one sharp sigh. Oh, God, I'm an idiot. No, you're not. You're just naive. Is that any better? Stupid is for life, but you can always outgrow naivety. Lee shrugged. All you gotta do is see the truth for what it is. With a final flourish, her sister sent off her reply. Alice didn't have the stomach or the heart to read it. I know you're hurting, and I'm sorry for that. I am. But you need to start facing reality. Alice locked her eyes onto her lap as she nodded. All right, Al, that's enough tough love for today. I'm borrowing your sweater, and you need to get your butt into gear. Lee left as swiftly and silently as she had arrived. Alice felt the weight of her absence. It took a moment for Alice to gather her senses enough to get herself off of the bench seat and numbly go through her morning routine. Ever since John's death, food had lost all taste and enjoyment, so breakfast had become something not worth the inconvenience. The farewells were a whirlwind, and in what felt like only a few moments, she was waddling her way down the icy walkway to Lee's car. The morning passed by as all the others before it had. It was the same people in the same classrooms, hearing about the same subjects that she was sure to fail. She felt disconnected from it all. None of it seemed real. She was a talentless actor, begrudgingly playing out the terrible script of a cheap movie. The only upside was that she was actually hungry when the lunch period came around. Yanking open the dented door of her locker, she jerked back in surprise. A small velvet bag dangled from a crimson ribbon attached to the inner roof, with a folded piece of paper taped about halfway down the strip. Alice glanced around. People streamed through the corridor, but none paid her the least bit of attention. Curious, she fumbled to peel the note from the sticky tape that attached it to the ribbon. Her attempt shook the bag free, and it smacked against the metal bottom of the locker with a small but solid thud. Carefully, she pried open the drawstrings of the bag and tipped out its contents. A heart-shaped ring box bounced against the palm of her hand. She used her thumb to push the small latch, and the lid sprang up. Even if the huge cubic zirconia that topped the silver band could convince anyone that it was a diamond, it was far too large to look anything other than tacky. She couldn't think of a single person who would mistake it for being her taste. Turning her attention to the letter, she opened it. Her stomach plummeted into her feet. The letters were sloppy, with the pen almost shredding through the paper at points, but it wasn't enough to keep her from recognizing the handwriting. John. Alice traced the letters with a trembling fingertip, expecting them to change upon the contact and prove that this was another dream. The ink smeared against her thumb. She jerked her hand back, staring at the bruise-like smudge that covered her skin. It clicked a moment later. Wet ink. He just wrote this. Spinning around, she studied the hall again, rapidly searching each face that passed by. In her panic, they all bled together, a churning sea of flesh and eyes that looked right through her. The air seemed to thicken around her, forcing her to pant for every breath. John was here. The thought weakened her knees, and she slumped back against the row of lockers. Alice squeezed her eyes closed and clutched her hand to her pounding heart. Forcing down a deep breath brought her back to her senses. When she opened her eyes, the hall was empty, with 1,000 conversations drifting to her from the distant cafeteria. Her fingers ached from clenching her hands for so long. Loosening her grip made the paper crinkle. She had forgotten that she was holding it. Swallowing until the lump of tears worked its way down her throat, Alice read the note for the first time. They can't keep us apart now. You weren't my bride in life. You'll be my bride in death. Throwing the ring and letter into the depths of her locker, she slammed the door shut. Staring at the metal door didn't take the words from her mind. Al? Alice yelped as she spun around. Lee, you have to stop creeping up on me like that. I walked down a hallway in plain view, repeatedly calling your name. Lee wiggled her hands in the air. Where exactly does creeping fit into that scenario? Alice couldn't find the words to reply. Her head spun when Lee gripped her shoulder and jerked her around. Hey, what's wrong? My locker. It was all she could say, and it left Lee as confused as would be expected. Alice forced a smile. It's nothing. Show me anyway. Reluctantly, Alice gave in to her sister and forced open the locker door again, clinging to the hope that she had imagined the whole thing. The ribbon twisted in the manufactured breeze, a small little twist that seemed to mock her optimism. As quickly as possible, she snatched up the ring and letter and bundled them into her sister's hand, pausing long enough to arch an eyebrow. Lee studied the ring, then thumbed open the note. Meeting Alice's eyes over the slip of paper, Lee asked, I say we go kick that old man's ass, or at least throw something through one of his windows. This wasn't John's father, Alice insisted. Who else would it be? No one else cares that John's dead. Alice flinched at the comment, but didn't let it derail the conversation. That's John's handwriting. Lee's eyebrows crept up to her forehead. Okay, I'm throwing out the disclaimer that everything I say is meant as a supportive sister. Understood? Good. Let's break this down. You think John clawed his way out of his grave? It's possible. I once saw this YouTube video that proved that you could do it. Well, not to contradict such a reliable source, and again, supportive sister speaking, were they dead? Even if we roll with the theory that he's a zombie, he wouldn't have the upper body strength to pull that off. That's his handwriting, Lee. A tidal wave of red-hot stress left her hands trembling and her voice shrill. He's the only one I've told my locker combination to. Lee weathered the outburst before giving a simple nod. All right, I'll go check. Huh? I'll swing by his grave and check on things. When? Now. My next class is history. I wasn't going to pay attention anyway. Lee shoved the letter and ring into her jeans pocket before poking Alice in the chest. Here's our deal. If everything is the way it should be, you'll listen to my theory and come with me to the police after school. The police? An emotionally broken, middle-aged narcissist is harassing a teenaged girl. That's stalking. And you're going to report it this time. This time? The question took a lot of the fight out of Lee, and she heaved a sigh. You honestly never saw John for what he was, did did you? He loved me. Another sigh. The point is, if the grave is just a grave, we're going to the cops. Cool? Alice thought for a moment. Okay, but I'm coming with you. To check, I mean. Little Miss Goody Two-Shoes skipping class? Mom would throw a fit. I'm coming with you, or there's no deal. Cool? Lee shrugged one shoulder and lifted her hand. Cool. In their childhood, Lee had insisted that pinky swearing wasn't binding. High fives, however, locked it down like a bank vault. The habit had continued to this day. Their hands clapped, and the deal was done. Pausing only to retrieve their jackets, they hurried through the empty halls and out into the snow. There wasn't a whole lot of town, so even though Lee cranked the car's heat, the chill still lingered by the time they passed the cemetery gates. The gravel path poked up from under a drifting layer of snow. A blanket of white covered the rolling hills and clung to the tips of the headstones. It was easy to see who had been visited recently, not just by the stray trails of footsteps, but by the vibrant flowers that stood out like beacons upon the ivory world. John's grave was in the back of the cemetery, over the last ridge and under the shade of a weeping willow tree. Alice was surprised when Lee wordlessly took the path to the hill, getting them as close as possible to his plot and minimizing their walk. You remember where he's buried? Lee shrugged one shoulder. It was a memorable day. Frost and gravel crunched under the car's wheels as Lee pulled up close to a low snowbank. Lee didn't take a moment for thought or introspection. She pushed her door open the instant the engine cut off, leaving Alice to scramble after her. Winter had transformed the world beyond the ridge into a delicate land of glistening ice. The once swinging tendrils of weeping willows were now locked as crystal stalactites that caught the noonday light. It was a makeshift tomb that blocked John's grave from view and forced the girls to approach. The temperature dropped with every step. They were both shivering by the time they reached the tree. Their search for a gap large enough to slip through took them to the far side of the willow. Light scattered upon it, hiding the ice crystals, creating small bars that sliced through the lingering shadows. The walls had captured a frosted mist. It churned at their entrance, lapping against their knees and keeping the ground from sight. With the thick tree trunk before them, it was impossible to see his actual grave without venturing closer. Keeping her feet firmly planted, Alice reached out blindly and took her sister's hand. See? Lee forced a triumphant smile and waved her free arm out. The ground's got to be frozen solid. How's a zombie gonna dig their way out of that? Can we go to the cops now? Maybe he came back before the first snow. Lee squeezed Alice's hand. The reassuring gesture was welcomed and helped dull the hurt she felt at Lee's exaggerated eye roll. Fine. Come on. The first sharp jerk on her arm made Alice stumble forward. Lee didn't wait for her to regain her footing and dragged her around the trunk, bringing the back of John's gravestone into view. Frost coated the dull gray stone to make it sparkle where the light played against it. Lee stopped beside the gravestone and, after a pause, kicked viciously at the lingering fog. There! The white haze parted to reveal the hole gouged into the earth. A stray beam of light ghosted across the shredded lining and polished wood of the destroyed coffin. No way, Lee whispered. Alice fought to keep her hold on Lee, but her sister managed to pry herself free and scramble into the pit. Lee, get out of there! We have to go! This cannot be happening! Lee! Alice watched nervously as her sister thrust her arm into the damaged remains and began to grope around blindly. He's not here! I told you that! Alice wrapped her arms tight around her stomach. I told you! Holding up one hand, Lee shook her head. No, I got it. His dad did this. What? He must have. You can't get out of this ground without a backhoe or something. Look at this place. There are no breaks. The ice is perfect. How could he get heavy machinery in here without leaving any trace? He did it before the tree froze. Duh. The only reason you can't see in here is because the willow is frozen. Don't you think the caretaker would have noticed this, or all the damage the backhoe would have left getting here? Why can't you believe me? Because your theory is zombies. You sound insane. Yeah, maybe. She tightened her grip on herself and lifted her chin. But I'm right. Lee's gaze remained locked on the casket. There has to be a logical explanation for this. I'm all ears. Silence consumed them. The cold ravaged Alice's skin and left her aching. It didn't take long for it to sweep into her lungs, flood her blood, and leave her shivering. The fog crept back into the hole despite Lee's attempts to keep it out. Steadily, as she failed to find the answers she was desperately searching for, Lee's panic began to rise. Watching it unfold eroded what little resentment still lingered inside of Alice. It's freezing here. Let's go. Lee didn't look at her. I haven't figured this out yet. But the police might be able to. Alice held up her hands in mock defense. This is not me agreeing with you. This is me admitting that zombie might be a bit of a stretch. Just a bit? Either way, this, she gestured loosely to the grave, has got to be a crime. We need to report this to someone. And your stalker. Sure. Lee's long-suffering sigh slipped past her lips as coiling steam. Can I ask you one question? Just one? Lee scowled. I'm serious. All right. Alice felt suddenly nervous as Lee paused to climb out of the open grave. Would you ever let anyone else treat you the way John did? John? Because I'm terrified that you would. God, Al! I cried with happiness when I heard he was dead, because I thought you were finally free of the sick hold he had on you. He loved me. Lee laughed bitterly. Listen to me, because I'm not going to sugarcoat it any more. Stop! Lee paused as if testing to see if Alice would try to interrupt. I am terrified that someone, someday, is going to kill you. Because they will. You get that, right? People like John don't self-actualize. They don't wake up one day and think, hey, maybe I shouldn't beat my girlfriend. They only get worse. The tears that lined Lee's eyes silenced Alice's brain, leaving her to only weakly parrot what she had said before. No, he didn't love you, Al. Bone-deep exhaustion flooded each of Lee's words. Clearly not expecting a reply, Lee reclaimed Alice's hand and led her back to the car. Neither of them spoke another word until they entered the police station. At first, the officer that manned the reception desk had been more concerned with them being out of school. Lee's passionate response soon shifted his focus. He studied the letter and text in turn and assured them that they'd send someone to check out the cemetery. Much to Lee's horror, they didn't have enough evidence to arrest John's father. All they could warrant was a visit and a stern warning, that and placing their street on a patrol route. Alice left with a direct number for the station house and promised to call in any further contact immediately. Instead of returning to school, the sisters set themselves up in a fast food restaurant and spent the rest of the day surrounded by a constant stream of kids' parties. They had each devoured what felt like their own body weight in pizza before evening arrived. Then they waited a little longer, just to be sure that their parents would be home. The moment they pulled into the driveway, the front door was flung open, the the space filled with both their father and mother. "What do you think happened?" Alice whispered. The sisters looked to each other before they both gave in to their spike of fear and rushed to meet their parents. "Where have the two of you been?" Their father didn't wait for a response. "Your teacher called. You were skipping again? Do you forget that you're on probation? One more strike and they're expelling you." Once more the sisters glanced at each other. "They don't know I was with her," Alice realized. Their mother sharply zipped up her winter coat. "I managed to talk Mrs. Morgan out of raising the alarm just yet, but she wants to talk to all three of us right now." Lee tried to argue, but was swiftly cut off by both parents as they started for the car. "I can't leave you alone," Lee said. "It's okay," Alice forced a smile. "You go." "Alice!" Their father bellowed over the roar of the car's engine coming to life. "Lee, get in this car right now!" "It's okay. You'll only be an hour or so. I'll lock everything up and keep all the lights on. We can tell them what's going on. You know Mrs. Morgan won't care. She's been trying to get you kicked out for months." "But—" "One more strike and you won't be graduating," Alice argued. "Besides, the police would have talked to John's dad by now. That would be enough to get him to leave me alone." "Lee!" her father yelled. "And I'm telling them on the way over. Well, the second they let me get a word in." A blaring horn made Lee glance to the car before locking her gaze with Alice. "Lock everything." "I will. Now hurry up." Lee pulled her into a crushing hug, told Alice once more to be careful, and rushed to meet their fuming parents. "They're not calming down for at least an hour," Alice thought as she waved them goodbye. "They're going to be gone longer than an hour." Both of her parents were as good as deaf until they got their say. Alice tried to leave that thought behind as she retreated into the house. Moving restlessly around the house, she checked and rechecked every window and lock. Instead of soothing her paranoia, it fed it, and she found herself locking all the doors to minimize the area she had to worry about. Eventually, even the living room felt like too much space, and she decided to relocate to her bedroom. A chill coursed down her spine as she passed by the front door. It brought her to a sudden stop in the middle of the foyer. The temperature dropped. The door captured her eyes, drawing her closer. Her feet shuffled against the floorboards as she reluctantly edged closer. The door itself was cold to the touch as she braced her hands against it and leaned in, bringing her eyes to the peephole. The glass distorted the world outside, making it budge out like a fishbowl. Flurries drifted through the darkened night. Mr. Butterman's decorations splashed strips of color over the black ice that coated the road. She was just about to pull away when the world blackened. Her first thought had been that Mr. Butterman's power must have gone off, but there was still a niggling thought that made her flick on the porch light. John's decaying face filled the limited vision of the peephole. Bone poked out through the rotted, blackened flesh. A milky film coated his eye, and his hair had fallen out in matted clumps. "Let me in, Alice. It's time to come with me." Death rattled within his voice, distorting it into a painful croak. She still recognized it instantly. "John! It's really John!" "Alice, I know you're there. Open the door." Panic and shock battled for supremacy in her mind, leaving her frozen in place, staring at her dead ex-boyfriend on her porch. "Alice." The sing-song tone he used to speak her name resurrected 100 long-buried memories. Nothing good had ever followed that tone. "I came back for you, and this is how you thank me?" Come on now. Open the door. It's time to go. Swallowing thickly, she found her voice. It came out broken and soft, but it was there. No. What was that? Go away, John. Not without my bride. Tears burned Alice's eyes. Her nails clawed into the door, and she buckled forward. I'm not your bride. I love you. I do. But this is too much. I can't. I died for you, Alice. I'm sorry. The first strike against the wood made her leap back with a choked scream. I died for you! John raged, and the door rattled on its hinges. The wood splintered, and the handle rattled violently. You killed me, Alice! The crack that ran through the door deepened, allowing the door to heave like a breathing beast. John's decrepit hand slipped through the gap. Alice couldn't fathom his strength, and she didn't notice he was groping at the deadbolt until the broken door was flung open. John filled the threshold. Frost curled in around him, invading the house in writhing tendrils. Holding her gaze, John's fingers worked his belt free of its loop. You're coming with me, Alice. You owe me this. She rapidly shook her head, unable to breathe. You killed me! The leather cracked as he pulled it free. Alice ran. John's screams followed her, a deep bellow that cut her to the core. She could hear him following her, but didn't dare to look behind. The locked doors within her house corralled her. John slammed his fists into the walls, the doors, the brittle leather of his belt releasing a familiar rasp as he whipped it through the air. Alice sprinted through the laundry room to find the inner garage door. The latch clicked open at the first turn, a chilling reminder that it would open just as easily for John. He roared and bore down upon her when he realized that she was making her way to an exit. Alice hurled herself through the door. With both hands, she grabbed the shelf of odds and ends that her father kept by the door. It took her full body weight to bring it down with a resounding crash. The metal frame blocked the door, while paint cans spilled out over the concrete floor. John attacked the door with renewed fury. The metal rattled as the wood shattered. You did this to me! Alice moved for the electric door release and swore. The tangle of metal blocked her path. You killed me! Alice spun, searching for something to help her, but finding nothing. Leave me alone! You owe me! How could you do this to me? I never meant to hurt you. I loved you. And you're going to show it. The calm in his tone sent ice into her veins. He's going to kill me. The door bucked, and the metal shelving skirted a few inches. Moving on instinct, Alice ran to the gardening equipment that hung on the wall. She grabbed an axe and raced back to the door. She squeezed between the wall and the fallen shelving on the far side of the door, just beyond the reach of the door if he managed to fling it open. When he does, she corrected herself, he's going to kill me. She tightened her grip on the axe handle and drew in a deep breath. Suddenly the room felt as cold and lonely as a grave. Go away! You owe me, Alice. You killed me! The metal framing flung across the room with an impossible force. The door crashed back against the wall, and Alice swung. The blade of the axe cracked through his ribs, releasing a flood of blackened, rancid goo. He tumbled forward when she wrenched the axe free and swung again. With all of her strength behind it, the axe drove into him once more. A gurgling noise escaped. Spilled paint caught his foot, and he fell. Whatever had brought him back Whatever had given him his strength seeped from him now as he gasped for air. Alice looked down at him as she pulled the axe free again. Film-covered eyes met hers, and he reached out, bones cutting through his rotten flesh. "Now I've killed you," Alice whispered. "Do you see the difference?" She put every ounce of power she had into the final blow. The axe slipped through his decaying neck like it was kindling, sticking into the concrete floor and sending a painful tremor coursing up her arms to explode within her shoulder joints. The pain brought her down to her knees. John didn't move. He was nothing more than a corpse. Sinking further to the ground, Alice tried not to think of all that lay before her, of the choices she had to make, of explaining or hiding what had happened, and all the consequences that would follow. For now she simply cried, not mourning the person beside her, but the man he never was. Lucky by A.I. Nasser. Today is your lucky day. The man standing behind the makeshift kiosk gave me a toothless smile as he waved the golden ticket in front of my nose. His disheveled hair framed the neon orange sunglasses that had slid slightly down his nose, and the twin blues that gazed at me from over them reminded me of the skies back home just before a really bad storm. "No one ever gets one of these," he cried out, stepping back. I watched the ticket disappear into his battered jeans before he disappeared beneath his wooden display board, only to reappear a few seconds later with an old tin lunchbox. The image of the Ninja Turtles fighting off Shredder was faded, and rust was scattered across the faces of Leonardo and Donatello. "You're a lucky guy." I certainly didn't feel lucky. The only reason I had stopped at the shady kiosk was that I was feeling anything but lucky. I had just been laid off, budget cuts, they explained, and had caught my wife sleeping with the next-door neighbor, which was my fault, really. I wasn't supposed to be home yet. So I decided to walk. I had no idea where to go or what I was going to do, but it seemed like the only logical option. Besides, I had the rest of the afternoon off, so what the hell? The bar down at Server Street seemed like a promising idea, and so did the river. Maybe the gun shop at Berg Drive, even. Which was why I was here, standing on an empty street, barely any cars driving by, the park only a few blocks away, and my mind in the clouds, which was probably why the kiosk had caught my attention. "Turn your life around," the sign had said. And the toothless smile. I was drawn to both like a moth to a flame. "Ah, here it is." The man pulled out an envelope and retrieved a pen from his breast pocket. "Name?" "Kurt Barron." "Social Security number?" "That's all right." I was in pain, furious even, but I wasn't stupid. "I doubt you need that." The man pointed his pen at me and clicked his tongue, winking at me from behind the neon sunglasses. "You're a smart man, Mr. Barron. You're going to get the most of this. I guarantee it." He handed me the envelope, my name scribbled in terrible cursive and barely readable, and folded his arms across his chest. It was heavy, and I wondered if maybe this was a bad idea after all. I imagined walking into Joe's diner, ordering a cup of coffee, and then opening the envelope just to have my brains blown across the windows. Now, you open that on your own time, okay? The man said, not exactly easing my discomfort. And when you do, I know you'll thank me for it. You still haven't told me how much this all costs, I said. All I did was play the cards. You found the Queen of Hearts, my friend, and that is rare. The man chuckled and shook his head as if I had accomplished some extravagant feat. And if I hadn't? No harm done, he chuckled. You just lose. So, what do you get from it? Ah! He held up a finger and waved it at me. Don't you worry about that. When the time comes, I'll come calling. All right. I frowned and nodded. I held up the envelope and shook it. Thanks, I guess. He waved me away with both hands and laughed. Thank me later, he said, and I'll be here if you ever want to take a chance and play again. That envelope, I'd play you 12 times more for it. I shrugged, dropped the envelope into my briefcase, the one I wouldn't need anymore, and thanked him again. Eggs and bacon sounded like a great idea right now. You gonna open that? I looked up at the waitress as she tapped her pencil across her pad and smacked her gum, standing over me like a scowling mother, waiting for her child to show her his report card. The coffee had gone cold, the mug still lodged between my two hands, and I hadn't touched my eggs. It's not for me, I lied. Why I thought I owed this woman an explanation, I didn't know. She grunted, pointed at the eggs, and raised an eyebrow. Not good? She asked. Haven't tried it yet, I admitted. She grabbed the plate and gave me a tired wink. I'll heat it up for you. It tastes like plastic when it's cold. I nodded and watched her head back to the kitchen. Pushing the coffee aside, I slid the envelope to me and tapped it with a finger, trying to decide whether or not I even wanted to open it. Turn your life around. That's what the sign had promised, and the man had seemed willing enough to play another round just to keep it. Throwing caution to the wind, and thinking I didn't have much else to lose, I tore open one side of the envelope. Slowly, I tipped it over and watched in confusion as golden dust poured out and piled on the table in front of me. The light coming in from the window beside me reflected off of the grains, and I hesitantly pushed a finger through the pile, wondering if it actually was gold. The pile suddenly began to evaporate, the smoke rising as if self-combusting, and I quickly slid away from my prize. Within seconds, the pile was gone. In its place, a scorched tabletop. You're gonna have to pay for that. The waitress clicked her tongue disapprovingly and placed my eggs in front of me, with a little more force than necessary. Yes, I mumbled. Yes, of course. Sorry. Whatever. She walked away, and I lost myself for a few seconds as I stared at the burnt wood. You're a very lucky guy. I looked up just as a heavy-set man slid into the seat opposite me. He heaved a suitcase onto the table, snapped it open, and began pulling sheets of paper out, laying them out in front of me. Now, just make sure you sign where I tell you, he said. I only have one copy of each contract here, and it's going to be hell to fix any mistakes. Got me? I looked at the waitress standing a few tables away, but she was ignoring us completely. "I'm sorry," I stammered. "Who are you?" The man stopped, looked at me with a frown. "You are Kurt Barron, right?" I nodded. "You won the golden ticket at our establishment on Park Drive, correct?" I nodded again. "You opened the envelope?" "What is this?" I cut through his line of questioning, frustrated and a little annoyed. "You're the winner of the Turn Your Life Around Golden Prize," the man said. "I don't even know what that means." "No one explained this to you?" "No." "They just gave you the envelope?" "Yes." "And said nothing?" "No." The man leaned back and folded his arms over his chest. "That's odd." I sighed and shook my head, then pointed at the contracts. "How about you tell me what's going on?" "Well," the man began, "with the golden prize, we turn everything in your life around, in your favor. According to our records," he pulled another sheet out of his briefcase, "you've recently been fired from a position you've held for almost 10 years. We've altered that." "How so?" "You're rehired and have been promoted to regional manager." My eyes widened. "That's impossible. The regional manager position is full." "The guy who fired you, right?" I nodded. "Yeah. He fell out of his office window a half-hour ago. The position is now yours. You should have gotten a call." As soon as he said it, my cell phone rang. I looked at it, instantly recognizing my office number, and turned back to the man. "You gonna get that?" I shook my head, slowly. The man shrugged. "They'll call again. Anyway, we've also learned that your wife has been having an affair. That's been taken care of. She's on her way to her parents. Sure, she's missing a thumb and a few toes, but she'll stay far away. Your divorce papers are already signed." "Wait, what the hell?" "Your neighbor, a John Fortman, got hit by a car while crossing the street to his home. He's in the hospital now, but it doesn't look good. Doctors say he might be gone within a few hours." "Wait, stop." "As for your brother, who has been running your family business and excluding you from your shares, he's being sued for sexual harassment and will definitely lose his position. We've already hired someone else to do his job, and his shares in the company are now yours. The rusty Ford Civic you've been driving has been replaced with a new BMW, and upgrades to your house are currently underway. Your mortgage has been paid off, your problems with the IRS cleared, and we've finalized the patent for that PC cooling system you developed. I think IBM is interested in buying it." My jaw dropped. Our eyes connected, and we stared at each other for a few silent seconds before he pushed the contracts to me. "Just sign these, and we're all done." I tried to talk, choked and coughed, and then cleared my throat. "I didn't ask for all that." "You don't ask for it. We turn your life around. That's our job." "You've killed people," I stammered. "Ruined lives." The man shrugged. It's what we do." "I can't sign these." The man looked taken aback. "Excuse me?" "I can't sign these," I repeated, with a little more determination. I pushed the contracts back to him. "That's a first." He looked at the contracts, then at me. "Are you sure?" I only nodded. My mind was still reeling with what he had just told me. "Very well." He grabbed the contracts, shoved them back into his briefcase, closed it, and got up. "Shame." "Wait! What happens to the people you hurt?" "Nothing," he replied, looking down at me, like I was some cockroach he wanted to squish under his shoe. "What's done is done." "You can't reverse it?" The man chuckled. "A good day, Mr. Baron." He walked away, and I quickly got up to follow him. "Wait!" He stepped out of the diner, and I raced after him, only to be stopped by the waitress. Not wanting to lose the man, I quickly pulled out a few tens and tossed them at her, pushing past her and out. The man was gone. The street was empty. A shrill whistle caught my attention, and I looked across the street at battered jeans, disheveled hair, and neon sunglasses. The man from the kiosk was leaning against a wall, waving at me. When he was sure he had my attention, he shook his head as if in disappointment, then started to walk away. "Hey!" I called out. "Wait!" I dashed across the street. I never saw the bus speeding toward me. Making Friends by Bronson Carey. Few comforts surpass that of relaxing in a quiet place with an interesting book. It was about halfway through the semester, if I remember correctly, when I found myself enjoying that solemn silence with a copy of Poe's short stories. Sure, the words were complicated and the phrasing a little dated, but I still enjoyed the themes enough to keep it up. The professor canceled our chemistry lab without sending any notification, so I arrived at the university a few hours before my next class, without anything better to do. I didn't mind for the most part, but part of me wanted to sleep in instead. Now that everything's said and done, I wish I'd gotten in my car and caught a few hours extra, rather than waiting it out. I sat at a table with 2 chairs on either side, and one student from a freshly released class decided to take up the one opposite me. At first, I assumed he needed a place to finish homework or complete pre-lab, but instead he just stared at me. The guy didn't seem malicious in any way, though perhaps a little awkward. He wore an old newsboy cap that fit the crown around his buzzed head, along with dark skin and eyeglasses. I continued with my reading, for I didn't have any reason to think he'd want to talk to me. People don't just sit down and talk to you when you're obviously in the middle of something, which is why his greeting took me by surprise. "Hey, how's it going? What you reading?" he asked in quick succession. I didn't want to be rude, so I lowered my book and made contact with those eager eyes of his. "Edgar Allan Poe," I answered hesitantly. "Whoa, so you must be pretty smart, huh?" I narrowed my eyes in confusion while trying to figure out why we were having this conversation. I didn't go to high school with him, nor did I recognize him from anywhere else. Did a complete stranger just sit down and start a conversation for no good reason? The concept didn't make sense, but I continued regardless. "I guess so. I always liked classics, especially the horror ones." "Ah, horror. I never really much liked horror. My mom never let me watch it, and even if I saw it, it wasn't really that scary." He rambled on. Somehow we carried on a conversation like that, He'd ask a question that I'd answer, then he'd react to that answer and go into a 10-minute tangent about himself before loading another question. I won't subject you to all the details of our interaction. To be honest, I can hardly remember half of what we talked about, but I gathered that he had trouble making friends, and that was the best way he knew how. Apparently, I was the only person who actually carried on a conversation with him this long, so he seemed to revere me. He kept commenting on my intelligence, though I didn't even try to sound smart. As a matter of fact, I didn't think about anything I said. The best part about carrying on with a complete stranger is that you don't have to try to impress them. If I said something that he found offensive, who cared? If he got irritated and left, I could continue with my book. "You don't have a lot of friends, do you?" I commented after about an hour had passed of senseless discussion. He paused for a moment before continuing. "Actually, I have lots of friends. I was really popular in high school, but when I moved here, I didn't really know anyone, so I had to keep making new friends. But they don't really talk to me that much or answer back when I text." "Then they're probably not very good friends, are they?" "Well, I don't really have many close friends, just a lot of them," he defended. "Yeah, I don't think that's a good way to live your life. I'd rather have a few good friends than a bunch of crappy ones," I responded. Are you a good friend?" The question took me by surprise. "I barely know you. You just came up and started talking to me, remember?" "Oh, yeah." He paused for a little while, and his smile faded away. "Hey, can I see your hand?" "I'm sorry?" "Your hand. Can I see it?" A little odd, but I didn't see the harm in it. I thought that maybe he'd try to read my palm or something mysterious like that. He seemed the type that would have been into that kind of thing. Instead, he delicately grabbed my hand and began stroking my palm and wrist. The sensation sent a chill up my spine and made me more than a little uneasy. I don't know why I didn't jerk my hand away right then and leave. Maybe what he said next kept me petrified to my seat, too uncomfortable to move. "Your skin is so soft." "Thank you," I said, while slowly reclaiming my hand. I felt like I needed to wash it or boil it. Suddenly, I needed an excuse to leave. Our conversation had reached its zenith, and I felt that everything was downhill from there. "I make dolls, you know," he said abruptly. "What?" "It's a hobby of mine. I like making dolls. I think you'd like them," he said with those eyes still latched onto me like a leech. "Okay, that's very interesting, but I really need to get to my next class," I stated while gathering my things. In truth, class didn't start for another hour, but I figured it wouldn't be too hard to find another quiet place to read. "I didn't make you uncomfortable, did I?" he asked with sincerity in his tone. He made me feel very uneasy, but I didn't want to strike at his obviously fragile ego too hard, so I lied. "What? No, of course not. It's fine. Just maybe don't do that with other people in the future. Might make them uncomfortable." "Hey, wait," he pleaded just before I could make my escape. "What's up?" "This was one of the best conversations I've had in a long time. Can I get your number so we can do it again sometime?" My heart sank into my stomach at the thought of that guy being able to contact me whenever he wanted. I wanted to tell him I didn't have a phone, but he saw me pull it out earlier to check the time. Against my better judgment, I kept that foolish guise of chivalry to keep his feelings intact. Looking back, I know it wasn't the best way I could have played it, but I suppose what's done is done. I smiled weakly and wrote down a fake number on a piece of paper, something to satisfy him until we could go our separate ways. Now, I don't get much service where I live, and I don't really text much anyway. I prefer face-to-face interaction, so don't take it personally if I don't respond, I added, as an extra layer of insurance. That's such a smart thing to say, he gawked before pulling out his phone to enter the number in. I quickly waved goodbye and paced away as quickly as I could, without being obvious. I spent the next hour or so in a nice corner of the library, where I finished 2 more stories of suspense and horror before class. As I took my seat near the back, my phone rang with an unknown caller. Solicitors always called around that time of day, so I didn't think much on it. I just silenced my phone and shoved it in my pocket. As the professor went over morality, my leg vibrated continuously, with one call after the next, until I couldn't take it anymore. I angrily threw the phone in my bag, but the vibration against the hardcover books only made it worse. Finally, I remembered that silent mode existed, and that gave me some peace for the rest of class. I left the lesson with only half the material I should have absorbed, for that unknown caller pervaded my thoughts even after I quieted it. When I took out my phone, it reported nearly 20 missed calls, all from the same number. That number called again before I made it 5 paces out the door. Finally, I answered with a frustrated, "What?" "Oh, hey, yeah, it's me." My heart stopped when I registered the same voice from earlier, from that stranger. "Just making sure this was the right number. I knew it was, but it pays to be really sure. I think you accidentally put some of the wrong numbers on the one you gave me, but it's okay." How did you—" I tried to quell my shock and concern. "Find my number, then?" "Oh, that was easy. I got it from the front office." "But you shouldn't— they aren't supposed to give out personal information." He snickered, and I felt my muscles tense at the disturbing sound. "Oh, they didn't give it to me, technically, but don't worry. I have my ways. My dad works behind the counter, so it was actually pretty easy." "Yeah, well, I'm going to be late for my next class, so—" I started between bated breaths. I couldn't tell whether I felt more shocked or horrified at the situation, but I needed to get out of it as soon as possible without pissing off a potential sociopath. "No, you won't," he assured, which made my blood run cold. Excuse me? You don't have any other classes today. There was the lab, which I guess got canceled, and your chemistry class from 3:30 to 4:45. Tomorrow is your busy day with statistics and Spanish. Heh, you didn't seem the type to be interested in Spanish, but I guess you like being well-rounded." I couldn't think of anything to say. My mind drew up blank. The lunatic got my schedule. How could they let him get my schedule? I didn't care about pissing him off anymore. I hung up and blocked the number. My heart pounded hard against my chest at the realization of how much this stranger might have known about me, and I didn't even know his name. I paced to my car as fast as I could without drawing attention, when my phone rang again from another unknown caller. Although the number looked different, I didn't want to risk it. I powered down the phone and stuffed it deep into my bag to worry about later. A cold sweat started accumulating across my forehead as I tried to register how screwed I was. He could have gotten my home phone, my parents' numbers, even my address, and I'd be helpless to stop him. My anxieties flared when I glanced through my car window. A doll, maybe a foot tall, sat in the passenger seat, every detail matching that stranger, down to the little wire glasses and a newsboy cap. Even more horrifying, however, was the doll beside it, with its arms strewn over its companion. That doll matched me, from the dirty blonde hair to the leather satchel I always carried at my side. He even included a little book sewn to the right hand. I didn't want to think about how he got those into a locked car, or how long he might have spent making them, or even where he was in that moment. I only wanted to get out of that exposed parking lot. He knew which car was mine. He'd know where to look. I quickly checked the back seats before sliding into the driver's side and tossing those dolls out before shutting the door and locking it back. I'd never come so close to speeding since I was 16, but I needed to get home quickly. I moved out a few months ago and lived in a small trailer just outside the main city. In that moment, I regretted not being at home with my parents or anyone else to watch my back. I pulled in and whipped around the front door, locking it behind me with an exasperated breath. I didn't want to admit it to myself, but my pounding heart and shaking knees said it for me. I was panicking. Before I could even compile all my thoughts into something reasonable, the landline sprang to life, ringing throughout the trailer. For just a moment, anger replaced enough fear to pick up the phone and demand, "Leave me alone! I don't want to talk to you!" A short silence followed, just enough to leave me wondering if I yelled at the wrong person by mistake, until that same horrible voice replied, "A good friend wouldn't leave his friend alone. All alone in his single wide white and green trailer. Good friends have sleepovers, and they talk all night." My parents are home," I lied. They would never allow it." I knew there had to be some way to reason with his imaginary world. "No, they're not," he replied in an almost cooing voice. "You're there all alone. I think you need a friend to keep you company." I slammed the phone down and unplugged the set before retreating to my room. I twisted the lock on my bedroom door so fast it nearly cracked my fingers and sat at my computer. I contemplated calling the police, but I didn't know what I'd do if they actually came and he wasn't anywhere to be found. The most I think they'd do is let me sleep at the station and try to find him tomorrow, but I still didn't know his name. I eventually convinced myself I was somehow overreacting and distracted myself with videos and creepy stories on the internet. But the stories did little to help settle my nerves, so I ended up watching pirated movies instead. A few hours passed and I finally felt my defenses lower, at least until my computer went black, along with all the lights in my room. The setting sun just barely peered through my bedroom window, and I knew it would soon leave me in complete darkness. Panic once again crept through my veins, petrifying my muscles. I barely breathed until a slam at the front door forced a sharp inhale that turned into hyperventilation. I didn't have a weapon, but I wouldn't need one, right? He was a small, awkward college student, and I spent a few moments trying to convince myself I could take him. But fear clouded my reason. I rose from my chair and inched toward the bedroom door, attentively listening to any sign of a break-in. Footsteps, shattering, or anything else, though I didn't know what I'd do if it happened. Everything felt wrong, like none of this should have happened to me. I moved out to prove I could live on my own, and I never could have expected something like this to happen. So when push came to shove and crisis knocked at the door, I found myself woefully unprepared, physically or mentally. I had no idea how to handle an intruder, even a non-threatening one. A cold chill swept across my neck and sent a shiver down my spine. At first, I shook it off as nerves getting the better of me, but then I heard something fall over. I turned to find my window wide open, the last remnants of the sun fading behind it. My entire body began shaking in trepidation, without any breath to satisfy it. I felt myself getting lightheaded even before the sharp pain in my neck. I turned to find a silhouette against the wall, but all the shadows merged together before I could guess who it was. I woke up with a throbbing headache, the kind that hits right behind the eyes and just above the spine. I wanted to press against my temples in an attempt to relieve the pain, but my arms wouldn't move. When my eyes opened, they found nothing but a sea of darkness. So the smell hit harder once I noticed it, the heavy stench of chemicals and sewer. The lights flashed on in a blinding glare that took me a few moments to adjust to. 2 other people sat in my direct line of vision, but I couldn't turn my head to look for more. Those 2 people sat expressionless against each other, their eyes shining at nothing. A boy and a girl, no older than myself, their faces pressed tight against their skulls, and bodies that seemed to suffer from malnourishment. They were dressed up in some formal garb, a red sequined dress and a nice tux, though something red stained its shirt. I wanted to scream out for help or get up or do anything, but my entire body felt numb and stiff. I couldn't even move my jaw enough to let out anything other than a low groan. My head wouldn't even turn enough to spot the stranger skipping down some stairs, though I heard it all the same. He came into my view, and I groaned louder, though I can't say whether I was trying to plea for help or mercy. "There you are! He's finally awake, guys!" The stranger motioned to the others with a small wooden box in his hand and a crooked grin on his face. "I'm so glad you came to join us. We've been looking forward to this for a while now." He checked something to my right, which through my peripheral vision seemed like a stand of some sort. "Looks like the Botox is running smoothly. Sorry it wasn't done before you woke up. Mom wouldn't let me get near the good sedatives." I tried to moan out some response, but it wouldn't come through. "She's a plastic surgeon. Did I tell you that? She doesn't notice when a few things go missing, so I'm allowed to make friends down here. At my old school, no one ever really wanted to stay with me, except Lucy and Max over there." He motioned with glee to the cadavers. "When I had to move away, I just had to take them with me. They didn't last as long as I hoped they would, but we still have lots of fun." While he was talking, I noticed some feeling returning to my fingers. Another glance, and I noticed that whatever he'd stuck in my arm had slipped out. Pins and needles trickled all through my fingertips, but it was something, my only chance. I really love dolls, you know. They're never busy, they never have anything else to do, and they're always up for some fun. I groaned out something that I tried to make sound like a curse, but it came out as a garble of sounds. "Oh, don't worry. I'm really going to try to make you last. I kinda forgot to feed Lucy, and I'm not really sure what happened to Max, but I'll take care of you. Oh, there is one little thing." He lifted his small wooden box and opened it in front of my face. It held a collection of at least a dozen glass eyes, and I prayed for my motor control to return faster. "I know what you're thinking, but it's like Rule 1 in doll making. The eyes tie everything together, and if you do end up croaking, the eyes are like the first thing to go. They just don't preserve as well as everything else. So, I found a solution. See? I'm pretty smart, too." He picked out 2 and fondled them in his grip. "Don't worry. You won't even feel it. I think. What do you think about these?" He held up a pair of blue ones right in front of my eyes, and it took everything I had not to gag. "They look a lot prettier than real eyes. They last longer, and it makes it easier to take care of you. Don't worry, I'll be really responsible. I'll tell you what's happening when we watch movies. I'll even read you those smart books you like. It'll be great." Finally, my fingers began to curl into a fist, a weak one, but a fist nonetheless. I felt the pins and needles spanning the length of my arm like static, and bit by bit my feeling returned. Now, I don't have any fancy eye-scooping tools, so this is gonna be a bit of guesswork. He pulled a small soup spoon from a plastic bag and grinned merrily. And I already sterilized it, so it's perfectly safe. I finally managed to turn my head just enough to thoroughly examine the stand beside me, as well as the IV bag, the long tube attached to it, and the needle at the end. Huh? Oh, crap! Sorry! That thing shouldn't have slipped out. Here, let me get that for you. He grabbed the needle and lifted it to my face. You know, it makes sense I should probably numb your eyes more before I do this, huh? Ha! Silly me. 1 sec. He pressed the needle against the skin under my eye, applying pressure without yet breaking the skin. Finally, I managed enough control to reach up and grab the needle from his hand. The movement sent waves of shock throughout my stiff joints, but once my fingers closed around the needle, I knew I wouldn't let go. I leaned forward enough to fall on top of him and jam the needle deep in his eye. He let out a high-pitched wail and squirmed on the ground, swearing and holding his face while I tried to crawl away. No part of my body wanted to cooperate, but I forced them to, even if it meant crawling towards the stairs I heard him coming from. "What kind of friend are you?" the psychopath shouted in fury. He held his face while blood dripped between his fingers, and I didn't know whether I sensed anger or disappointment. Nor did I have even a moment to consider it before he turned me on my back and wrapped both hands around my throat, the blood from his swollen eye dripping across my face. "Fine, whatever. You'll be just as good a doll dead as you would have been alive. I just really hoped we could have connected more, you know," he said while pressing into my throat. My already shallow breaths became more strained, and I still didn't have the strength to push him off. I mumbled something under my breath, and the stranger leaned in a little closer. "What? Trying to apologize?" I nodded and mumbled again, causing him to lean closer. "Whoa, really?" A little closer, and I headbutted him as hard as I could, the numbness already stuck in my skull dispelling most of the pain on my end, but leaving him disoriented enough for me to escape. I slipped from his grip and shoved the stalker back. My eyes landed on the IV bag ripped from its stand when I stabbed him. Before he could return to his feet, I pushed him back down and secured a grip on the bag. He wrapped his arm around my neck from behind and used his free hand to maneuver the spoon near my eyes. "Stop struggling! This isn't fun! This is—" While he spoke, I ripped the needle off the IV and shoved the end of the tube in his mouth before squeezing the contents down his throat. He gagged and fell off of me. I could hear him struggle to breathe as the sedatives numbed everything on the way down. Enough feeling returned for me to stand, though my muscles still felt too stiff to be natural. I watched him squirm and struggle until he finally went still. Then I limped up the steps, each movement forcing a considerable amount of effort. Although I didn't immediately see anyone at the top of the stairs, I didn't want to stick around and find out if his parents, likely as insane as him, were home or not. Instead, I limped out the door and kept going until it turned into a walk, then a jog, then a run straight out of the neighborhood. I saw a street sign and found both relief and unease in the fact that my trailer was just around the corner. He didn't have to go far. I didn't stop until I managed to collapse at my front door, reassured to find it unlocked. I closed the door and fell down just inside, all the adrenaline that carried me that far finally fading away. My heart burned, my head throbbed, and all my muscles felt wrong. I had no idea what he put in my body, nor for how long, and that thought terrified me to no end. I knew I needed to call 911, whether for an ambulance, police, or both, but I didn't even know if I could make it to the phone. All my energy had been depleted, and shadows crept on the edges of my vision, threatening to take me with them. My heart pounded at the sound of the front door creaking open, but I'd already lost the concentration or will to turn around. The stench of potent chemicals and fresh blood greeted me, just before I faded away into that darkness, and I didn't even have the strength to scream.
Mirrors by Ron Ripley. There's no turning back. Charles Ellsworth brought his attention back to the conversation. I'm sorry, Charles apologized, looking haggard. This is a difficult time for me. She is my mother, after all. Griffin Marks leaned back in his chair and stared hard at the younger man. Carefully, pronouncing each word, Griffin said, Once you agree to this, there is no turning back. Do you understand? Charles nodded. Yes, I do. Listen to me, Griffin said, his tone businesslike. Tonight, at exactly 1 past midnight, I want you to leave the hospital room. Go out and get some coffee, maybe a bite to eat. Make certain you stay out of the room for at least half an hour. Charles rubbed at the back of his neck nervously, red rising to his cheeks and highlighting the pale hair of his unshaven beard. He ran a hand through his short-clipped hair and said in a hoarse voice, Am I doing the right thing? Griffin leaned back in his chair, folded his arms across his chest, and stared at Charles. He would neither argue for nor against any course of action. The decision had to rest firmly in the hands of the family. Finally, when Charles appeared to understand the burden was his alone, he lowered his head and stared at the small table between them. Yes, I'm doing the right thing. Did you bring what I asked for? Griffin asked. Charles nodded, reached down, and extracted a blue folder from a messenger bag. He also took out a small white envelope. The younger man placed them both on the table in front of Griffin. Quietly, Griffin picked up the envelope and opened it. He took out the large stack of bills and counted out $10,000 in new $100 notes. Satisfied, he put the money back in the envelope. Then he slid the envelope into the inner pocket of his suit coat. Griffin took the blue folder and flipped it open. He saw a photograph of an old woman, Helen Marks, age 87. An air tube fitted into her nostrils, and her thin, filmy white hair swept back from a pale forehead. Her eyes were closed and deeply set within their sockets. The woman's hands were on top of her blanket, an IV in the back of her left hand, and an oxygen monitor clipped to the finger on her right. Several pages of diagnostics and diagnosis, which Griffin always asked for, were included as well, but they weren't needed. Merely a little balm to help ease the minds of reluctant relatives. What room is she in? Griffin asked politely. 511A, the man replied. It's usually double occupancy, but I asked for her to be kept as a single for as long as possible. Excellent, Griffin murmured, committing the number to memory. Is it quick? Charles asked. Griffin closed the folder and smiled at the man. It is. I don't want you to ask any more questions. Too much knowledge is a terrible thing. Charles blushed and nodded. So, tonight. Tonight, Griffin agreed. He stood up, and Charles hastened to do the same. Quietly, Griffin escorted the man to the door, sensing a growing hesitation as the man's eyes darted back again and again to the table. "Go on now," Griffin said. "The world as you know it will be different in the morning." Charles hesitated, as if preparing to say something. Then he shook his head and hurried out the door. Griffin closed the door behind him, locking it swiftly. He flipped the open sign to closed and drew the blinds. The envelope of money felt wonderful in his pocket, and he had to refrain from singing out. His dead disliked music. Griffin walked back to the table, picked up the blue folder, and flipped through it again. "Alzheimer's," he thought. "Who could I take to do this?" He considered the issue as he wandered to the back stairs and climbed them slowly to his apartment. Once there, he walked down a narrow hallway to a door set at the end. He fished out the special key from his shirt, where he wore it around his neck on a fine chain. Griffin leaned forward and unlocked the deadbolt and the doorknob. When he pushed the door open, the sensor light came on and illuminated his collection. 42 mirrors hung on the walls and lined different shelves. Each mirror was hidden beneath black fabric. Some of the mirrors were full length, others had once been part of bathroom vanities. More than a few were small hand mirrors and compacts. The mirrors represented 39 years of work. He had collected them all, the first when he was 20. Within the confines of each mirror was a ghost, and none of them were pleased with their situation. 31 years worth of work, he thought with pride. Decades of hunting through antique stores and yard sales, flea markets and estate sales, all the while searching for the glint, the subtle hint of something old and dead hiding in the glass. Griffin smiled at the memories. He had struggled with some of the dead. They were never strong enough, he thought, chuckling. They can't challenge me, ever. When he entered the room, Griffin closed the door behind him, the lock clicking into place. Beneath the black fabric, he heard the dead mutter and grumble. They knew what it meant when he entered the room. They would kill for him, because killing was the only task he used them for. The sick could not defend themselves from the dead. They were far too weak. Someone always needs to die, Griffin thought. He stood in the center of the room and surveyed the covered mirrors. Some he used more than others, but each of them had been used at least once. He had his favorites, of course, but they weren't necessarily the ones for the job. Griffin stood and wondered which would be best. As he did so, a single name came to mind. Rosemary Bebris. He smiled and grinned as he turned to face the hand mirror which contained the angry, violent spirit of Rosemary Bebris. Griffin walked to Rosemary's mirror and picked it up. Making certain the black cloth didn't fall aside, Griffin carried it out of the room, locking the door behind him. He brought the mirror into his small office, flicked on the overhead light, and set the mirror down on a stand in the center of a thick ring of salt. A moment later, he removed the black cloth, and Rosemary's face appeared in the mirror's depths. She was a pretty young woman with lovely brown hair that fell in ringlets around her soft features. Her green eyes were filled with a deep, abiding hate, her brow furrowing as she glared at him. The snarl she greeted him with sent a shiver of fear along his spine, and Griffin smiled at her. "I'm quite thrilled to see you," he chuckled, sitting down. "I would ask if you have been behaving, but how can you not?" "Shut up," she growled. "What do you want?" "What I always want," Griffin replied evenly. "I have a job that needs to be done." Rosemary opened her mouth to respond, but she closed it as she peered closer at him. A malicious smile formed on her full lips, and she said gently, "You're old." Griffin managed not to wince. At 72 years, he was beginning to feel his age. "There's something else, too," she whispered, licking her lips, a dull, almost glazed look settling over her eyes. "Something exquisite." "Stop it," he said angrily, and the hatred sprang back into her eyes. "You're going to work tonight." "Am I?" she asked, her voice suddenly dripping with sweetness. "Will you be there, too?" "I will," he said bitterly. "You know the drill. Try anything stupid and I'll shatter the mirror. You aren't strong enough to take me." "No," she smirked. "I'm not. One day, though, I'll be strong enough." "We're going to the hospital tonight," Griffin said. He took out the picture of Charles's mother. "You're going to kill her." "Why bother?" Rosemary asked with a huff. "She's almost dead as it is." "I don't know," Griffin said. "I don't ask. There's no reason for me to even care, nor should you." The dead woman rolled her eyes. "Okay. When?" "Midnight," Griffin said. "I'm putting you away now. You need to be ready when it's time." She laughed harshly. "I'm always ready." Griffin nodded, then replaced the black fabric over the mirror. He stood up and carried it over to his desk, where he retrieved a silken cord. Silently and quickly, he tied the fabric into place, stood up, and carried it to his London fog overcoat. The coolness of the May nights would justify such a garment, and he didn't want to draw any more attention to himself when he made his way into the hospital. He took the envelope of money out of his pocket, set it on the desk, and removed a single $100 bill. Griffin put the bill in his wallet. If needed, he would use it to bribe his way into the facility. "They don't pay security guards nearly enough," he thought. Griffin chuckled and set about checking his email and scheduling meetings for the following week. People always wrote in to see if he truly could converse with the dead, while a few others inquired as to whether his services were true. Those 3 words served as a code. The inquirer would have spoken to one of Griffin's satisfied customers, of which he had many. "After tonight," he thought with a grin, "I'll have one more." Once, a potential customer asked why he would take such a risk, and he had merely smiled in response. There was no real risk, not for him. How many police officers would believe a ghost had murdered a sick patient? "None," Griffin thought, turning his computer off. "No, let me correct that. Most wouldn't." Some places, like New Orleans, knew what was possible and what was not. Killing via the supernatural was listed as a possibility in NOLA. The alarm on his phone chimed, and Griffin stood up. He chose his attire carefully, picking out an expensive suit and matching shirt. From his collection of watches, he chose a suitably expensive timepiece, and when he was finished showering and shaving, he looked for all the world like a doctor who was about to start his shift. Walking to his safe, he punched in the combination and retrieved an ID which stated he was a general practitioner by the name of Dr. Alan Lotke. Griffin made sure to put it and the $100 bill in the breast pocket of his shirt. Smiling casually in his hall mirror, Griffin nodded to himself, put on his London fog coat, and left his apartment. He took the back stairs to his parking space behind the building. Instead of getting into his car, he walked the 2 blocks to the nearest bus stop and waited 10 minutes for the bus's arrival. He rode it in silence to the nearest hotel, exited, and called for a cab. From the hotel, he traveled half an hour to the hospital in silence. Once at the hospital, Griffin paused, brought up his mental map of the facility's layout, and then headed for one of the side doors he knew the staff tended to leave unlocked. When he reached it, he found the door propped open with a wedge of wood. Close by, in the darkness, Griffin heard a man and woman conversing in low, unintelligible tones, accompanied by the bitter tang of cigarette smoke. Griffin eased the door open, slipped inside, and quickly made his way to a service elevator. His target was on the 5th floor, having recently been moved out of ICU after stabilizing. Griffin rode the elevator to the 6th floor, stepped out, switched to a patient elevator, and rode it down to the 5th. When the doors opened, he wore a tired, world-weary smile. It was an expression he had seen on the faces of countless doctors and nurses.
"Room 511A,
he thought, waving to a nurse at her station. The woman raised an arm in response.
"Just get on?"
he asked her as he passed. She shook her head and rolled her eyes.
"Nope. My replacement's an hour late. I'm gonna murder her when she gets here."
"Don't do that,"
Griffin said.
"Then you'll have to stay the entire shift."
The woman laughed, nodded, and went back to whatever work she had been engaged in before. Griffin saw the room up on the right and kept a slow, steady pace toward it. He felt a twinge and a sudden kick of acid reflux and mentally kicked himself for having eaten Thai food earlier in the evening.
"Indigestion is not what I need now,"
he thought angrily. He breathed slowly through his nose until he reached the room. The door was open, and he peered in, worried Charles would still be inside. It wouldn't be the first time clients had either forgotten or changed their minds at the last moment. Griffin never issued refunds, but it didn't stop the clients from trying to get their money back. Charles, Griffin saw, wasn't in the room.
"Who am I trying to kid?"
Griffin asked himself as he walked into the room and closed the door behind him.
"I love this."
He knew it was true. There was an undeniable thrill in watching the dead work. They went about their business with professionalism he rarely saw in the living. Each ghost he kept imprisoned was a competent assassin. It was a joy to watch people die. Griffin walked to the side of the sick woman, Charles's mother. According to Charles, she had nearly died the night before. Nearly wasn't enough for Charles. The man had been looking forward to burying her, but she didn't seem to want to be buried.
"Well, want or not,"
Griffin grinned,
"they'll be preparing your funeral tomorrow."
Glancing about the room, Griffin saw a recliner. Humming to himself, He walked to it, sat down, and took the mirror out of his pocket. He carefully untied the ribbon, curled it up, and placed it on his lap. The black fabric followed, which he folded and set beside the ribbon, and then he placed the mirror on the small table near the chair.
"Time to start, Rosemary,"
Griffin whispered. The room chilled noticeably, and the dead woman appeared. She was shapely and dressed in the svelte evening dress her boyfriend had shot her in 30 years earlier. The bullet wound was a small hole above her left breast, and the exit wound was a gaping monstrosity in her back. She smiled at Griffin and blew him a kiss. The gesture was new, and it made him uncomfortable. In a gruff voice that betrayed his misgivings, he said, "Come on." Her response was a low, sultry laugh and a playful wink. She turned away from him and walked to the sick woman.
What's her name?
Rosemary asked. Helen, Griffin replied. Why? What does it matter? Rosemary smiled.
Everything matters, Griffin. Don't you know that?
He ruffled at the familiarity the dead woman suddenly showed, and he snapped, "Get on with it."
I know you like to watch,
Rosemary said softly. She lifted her hands and held them over the frail old woman's chest.
You should know her name. No, you already know it. You need to remember her name.
Why? Griffin demanded, disliking the uncomfortable sensation settling over him. She's money. Nothing more, nothing less.
Oh, she's more than that,
Rosemary said, her fingers dancing delicately above Helen's chest.
She's like Scrooge's chain. Didn't you know that? Every person you've helped to kill, each is a link in the chain you drag behind you.
His mouth twitched. There's nothing after death unless your spirit won't move on. No heaven, no hell. I don't have anything to worry about.
Do you really believe that?
Rosemary asked with a raised eyebrow.
Or is it something you tell yourself so you can sleep at night?
Griffin stood up angrily, the backs of his legs striking the chair and sending it thumping into the wall. Helen twitched on the bed, and Rosemary smirked at him.
Ah, a coward there,
she whispered.
A little sensitive, Griffin?
He took a step closer and jabbed a finger at her angrily, hissing, Get on with it, or you're going to find yourself back in the room.
Will I?
Rosemary asked, her voice low and conversational.
No, I don't think I will.
She drifted toward him, her high heels less than an inch above the tile. Come on, then, he sneered at her. What are you going to do to me? Rosemary stopped between him and her mirror.
What would you like me to do?
She asked, her voice sweet, almost coquettish. Stop me, he snapped. Stop me from taking your mirror and covering the damned thing with the black fabric. You can't. You know you can't. You're too weak. It's why I have you in the first damned place. With a sneer of disgust, he leaned forward and reached for the mirror. Rosemary's cold hands pressed against his chest and shoved him backward. He stumbled, tripped, and landed hard on the floor. For a moment, he was too stunned to move. Panic raced through him and set his heart to thundering against his chest.
You're right, you know,
Rosemary said, leering at him.
I am weak. It is why you imprisoned me and everyone else in those damn mirrors. When are we strong, Griffin?
His mouth wouldn't work, nor would his throat produce the noises necessary for speech.
Cat got your tongue?
She asked, laughing easily.
Surprise, surprise. Well, I'll tell you when we're strong. When the victim is weak. It's why you bring us into hospitals. Why you take us into those places where they hide the dying away, living out the last of their days in foul little rooms, forgotten by everyone. You prey on the sick, whether old or young, because that's what we do, Griffin. We kill the sick.
His heart skipped a beat, and a pain shot down through his left arm. Fear filled him and revealed itself on his face. Rosemary chuckled.
Now you understand. You're sick, Griffin. You're dying. I could let you die on your own without any help, but where's the fun in that?
You're not strong enough to stop me,
he said through clenched teeth. He got to his feet as she watched him with a bemused smile.
No?
She asked. Griffin stepped toward the mirror, planting his feet firmly on the floor when Rosemary moved toward him. She placed her cold, dead hands on his chest, blew him another kiss, and pushed. He staggered a single step back, and she grinned, anger and triumph in her eyes.
Where will you go now?
She asked. His eyes flicked toward the door, and she smirked.
Will you make it to the door?
Rosemary asked in a soft voice. He stepped nervously toward it, hating the weakness in his left arm and the almost rhythmless way his heart beat. Then, in a whisper, she asked,
Can you?
Panic overwhelmed him, and fear took hold. Griffin twisted around and ran for the heavy hospital door, only to find the dead woman suddenly in front of him. Her smile was cold and ruthless. He had seen it often, every time before she killed someone. Griffin opened his mouth to scream, and she shook her head. The simple act caused his breath to catch in his throat.
No,
she said sweetly.
Don't do that, Griffin. I'll torture you to death. You know I can. You know I will.
He shuddered, licked his lips, and managed to ask in a hoarse voice,
What do you want?
What does any girl want?
She asked in response.
The sun, the moon, the stars, all of it, and nothing. I'm dead, Griffin. I don't want anything. Not a damned thing. What do you want?
I want to live,
he whispered.
So does she,
Rosemary said, nodding toward Helen. Griffin glanced over and stiffened. The old woman's eyes were locked onto him, a bitter understanding in them. Her hand twitched.
You want to live, don't you, Helen?
Rosemary asked. Almost imperceptibly, the old woman's head moved in assent.
See?
Rosemary said.
There's no reason for her to die, especially not because her son wants her dead.
Helen's eyes widened and rage filled them. They darted from Rosemary to Griffin, then back to the dead woman. There was an unasked question, and the ghost answered it.
Oh, yes,
Rosemary said, nodding.
Your son, Charles, wants you dead. It's why we're here, aren't we, Griffin?
He winced, tried to shy away, and froze at the murderous glare from Rosemary's dead eyes.
Yes,
he murmured.
I suppose you need to do what you were paid for,
Rosemary said, her voice low.
What?
Griffin asked, surprised.
You heard me,
Rosemary snapped.
I know I didn't stutter. Better stop her before she gets help.
Griffin switched his attention back to Helen and saw she was reaching for the remote control with the panic button on it. Horror spurred him to action, and he ran the few feet to her bedside. He heard bones in the old woman's hand break as he pulled and twisted the remote out of her grasp.
She's going to scream,
Rosemary said, offering a warning. Helen's mouth was opening, and whether or not she would have had enough oxygen to call for help, Griffin would never know. He slapped both hands onto her face. Her nose broke beneath his palm as he pressed down, covering her nostrils and mouth. She scratched at the back of his hands, gouging out long, bloody rows and leaving a broken nail between a pair of knuckles. Helen's attempts to save herself weakened, slowed, and then stopped completely. Griffin started to let up when Rosemary spoke behind him.
No,
she said helpfully.
She may only be pretending.
He felt his eyes widen at the thought of the old woman faking her death, and he pressed down even harder. Her jaw dislocated and shifted, almost sending him tumbling across her. Rosemary laughed happily.
Okay, hero, you can let up now. I think she's dead,
Rosemary said, grinning.
Feel better?
No,
Griffin said, trembling, feeling as though he wanted to vomit.
I need to leave.
You can't leave,
Rosemary said, shaking her head.
I want you to tell me how it felt to kill someone.
I don't know,
he whispered, looking down at his hands. His blood ran freely, and the old woman's was smeared across his palms. He looked at her and shuddered, turning away from the broken nose and hanging jaw.
You should look at it,
Rosemary said. All the humor was gone from her voice.
You need to know what you've done. She is only one of many, Griffin. It's nice to know she's the last.
You're right,
Griffin said roughly.
I'm never killing a person with my own hands again.
No,
Rosemary said.
I didn't mean that at all.
Griffin looked at her, confused.
What did you mean then?
No one is going to die because of you again, Griffin,
Rosemary explained.
Well, no, that's not exactly true. You're going to die, and that's definitely because of you.
You can't kill me,
he said, his voice breaking.
You're not strong enough for that.
Your heart's bad,
she said softly.
You're sick. What happens when someone's sick, Griffin?
He backed away from her, shaking his head, refusing to answer.
When someone's sick,
Rosemary whispered to him.
I'm as strong as I need to be.
Her hands reached into his chest, wrapped around his heart, and squeezed.
Monster of the Week by David Longhorn. The desk clerk was pretty, with dark hair and eyes. She looked about 25. She was smart and perky, the sort of girl who had lots of friends and admirers. Mike Traynor wondered if she was a potential ally in this episode, or maybe just a source of local gossip. He prayed she would not be a victim. The pretty ones often were. He checked in, asked a few basic questions. She seemed friendly enough and bright, maybe a little too bright. Her name badge said Debbie, which didn't sound like an antagonist, but that was often the point. The werewolf in the second episode, though at the time he hadn't realized it was an episode at all, had turned out to be a friendly librarian who looked a lot like his Aunt Miriam, who loved romantic fiction and miniature schnauzers. "Sir?" Debbie asked, and Mike realized he had let his mind wander. "Sorry, that was rude," he said. "I meant to ask about local history, stuff like that. I guess I could find information online, but is there a library?" She shook her head, looking slightly puzzled. No library in Turton. My mom told me that closed about the time they shut down the mine." Here it comes, thought Mike, regular as clockwork, a honking great clue. "You had a mine?" he said. "What did they mine?" She shrugged, glancing at the form he had filled out. "Copper, mostly. Point is, this was a mining town for, ever. And now that's gone. Well, you can see the joint's not exactly jumping, right?" "Right," agreed Mike. Driving into Turton, he had seen all the signs of small-town decay. Several business premises were boarded up, and even the ones still trading had an air of resignation about them. This was flyover country, according to some, the real America that had been real hard hit by all kinds of economic woes. Mike had headed out into the Midwest to try and get away from what he had originally thought of as some kind of curse. Now, though, he was almost sure he could never escape it. Just encounter it in different forms and try to minimize the damage to bystanders. Assuming, of course, that he was not in hell. That possibility seemed more likely with every episode. But it did raise the obvious question of why the devil would punish someone like this. But there was no point in worrying about that now. He just had to get through this latest episode. He wondered what he might find in Turton. "You're a writer?" she asked, looking up from the registration form with renewed interest. "Oh, yeah," he said. "Features, mostly. Folklore, true crime, history, all kinds of stuff." Mike had actually been the editor of several trade magazines dealing with dull and useful things like sludge pumps, lawn sprinklers, and the like. But on the side, he had dabbled in sci-fi and horror and written for fan sites, Reddit, and the like. That was probably what had triggered the whole thing, Mike often thought. But he still had no real idea why it had zeroed in on him. Why me? The eternal question. Mike had still not given up asking. Was he alone, or were there dozens, maybe thousands of others stuck in the same terrible loop as he was? In the meantime, Mike had to cope as best he could, and writer was such a vague term that it could mean almost anything. What's more, it tended to make people open up and tell him stories, which always helped the plot along. He just wanted to get each horror out of the way and move on, hopefully having done as little damage as possible to innocent bystanders, like Debbie. They chatted a little longer as she sorted out his room key card. He got the impression she might be interested in him for more than conversation, but that was always out of the question, one of the many torments of his new life. Anyone getting too close was in major peril, and there was always the risk of a major plot twist right there under the covers. The romantic interest that suddenly turned on him was one he hadn't seen coming at all. Mike had experienced just one of those storylines, and it was one too many. He shuddered at the thought of the undead creature, bloodless flesh clinging to bone, reaching out for him, cackling. He woke up lying on the motel room bed, fully clothed, apart from his shoes. He had arrived in Turton at midday after driving almost 18 hours from the scene of his last confrontation with paranormal evil. It was now getting dark, and he had a growling hunger in his belly. He got up, put his shoes back on, splashed some water on his face, and went out onto the motel forecourt. There were just 3 other cars in a parking lot that could have held 20, summing up Debbie's assessment of her town. A dying place in the middle of nowhere. Mike wondered if there was a little more dying going on than usual. He looked into the office, but there was nobody around. He saw a few tired, much-creased brochures for local attractions, plus a newspaper. Even read upside down, the latter had a lurid headline. He could tell from the question marks. For a moment, Mike wanted to get back into his dusty Toyota, fill up with gas, and just drive beyond these mountains, into the desert. But what might he find out there? Nothing good. Possibly something even worse than whatever lurked in Turton. But he had to at least try to isolate himself, stop other people dying around him. He still had enough basic human decency left to give it a try. In the meantime, he had to rest up in Turton, and that meant dealing with another menace sooner or later. Yeah, he sighed, picking up the Turton Gazette and unfolding the meager newspaper. Gotta face it. Get it done. Sooner the better. He walked out into the parking lot again, winced when a gust of wind blew reddish dust into his face. A grain got under one eyelid, and tears blurred his view of the front-page story, but the headline was plain enough. Another disappearance. How many more? Mike guessed at least 1, maybe 2. He had to build his case, find his clues, work out what might be doing it, and probably overcome resistance/obstruction from law enforcement, town hall, or whatever. The mine was so obvious, part of him wanted to discount it as a red herring. Perhaps the menace was lurking in plain sight, maybe as the friendly old pastor of the local church. But given what had happened to him every week for the last 2 months, obvious was the way to go. His vision restored, he leaned on the hood of his car and skimmed the story. Becca Johnson, aged 17, had gone out drinking, and maybe more, with a bunch of older high school students. The others claimed she had left after some kind of a fight and set out to walk home, a half-mile route she knew well. Mike went back into the motel office and got himself a map, leaving change on the counter. Then he traced Becca's route from the makeout spot to her home. Sure enough, it passed close to the abandoned mine workings. His stomach growled louder. He still had to eat. This was still real life, albeit in a weird, distorted form that often made no sense. Mike got into his car, drove down Main Street, and parked outside Ma's Diner. The place was half full, though it was just after 6. Mike walked in and got the usual half-interested looks from the usual small-town supporting cast. The plump, motherly woman behind the counter greeted him warmly enough, which was promising. "What can I get you?" Her name badge said Rita. Mike decided to sit at the counter and ask for fried eggs, bacon, baked beans, plus coffee, black. After snapping out the order to the cook in the back, Rita flicked a towel over the countertop and made conversation. The Turton Gazette was a handy prop. Sure enough, 3 youngsters had vanished over the last 6 months, all in the vicinity of the mine. The sheriff had, of course, concluded that they had run away from home. The kids had taken no clothes or cash, and there was exactly 1 bus a week to the next town. It did not run on the days of the vanishings. "Sounds kind of strange," Mike remarked, stirring his coffee. "I'm surprised your local lawman hasn't done some more digging." Rita leaned a little closer and lowered her voice. "You didn't hear this from me, but Joe Daniels only got elected 'cause his old man was a great sheriff. Everyone loved him. Whatever brains that family has sure skipped a generation." The food arrived, and Mike dug into the eggs. He paid by card, knowing that his credit would always be good. In theory, this was because he had carried on editing Sludge Pump Quarterly and the like. In practice, he had no memory of ever doing any work or speaking to any colleagues. He just never ran out of cash, because that would get in the way of the story. The story always came first. "Hey, mystery man." Debbie appeared by his side and nodded to Rita, who produced a coffee and a sandwich for the motel clerk without being asked. Mike's heart sank. Clearly the situation was being contrived to team him up with the pretty girl, which made sense. It was conventional, but he had come to hate it. "Why the long face?" Debbie asked. "Don't like our wonderful town much, huh?" "It's okay," he said carefully, aware of being overheard. "I was just planning on staying overnight, though. I've got a long way to go." "If you're in such a hurry, why drive across country?" Debbie asked. "Why not fly?" "Good question," he said. "I'm kind of nervous about flying." Debbie nodded and did not press the point, sparing Mike the necessity of making up some story about phobias, bad experiences as a kid, all that stuff. In fact, he had had no problem with flying until a poltergeist had taken control of a Boeing over Vermont and nearly crashed him and a bunch of other good people into that charming state's picturesque mountains. Since then, he had driven, always alone, minimizing human contact as much as possible. But he still needed to sleep and talk to people a little to avoid going crazy. And that was when it got to him. Every time. The monster of the week. "Here comes dumbass," Rita remarked, looking down at the counter she was wiping. Debbie giggled. The door of the diner slammed open, and a fat man in uniform walked in. He was a parody of the small-town sheriff, complete with mirror shades, a big badge, and a jowly face. Mike felt sure that if the guy turned around, he would reveal a very red neck. Joe Daniels greeted a few customers, swaggered self-importantly up to the counter, and took the stool on the other side of Mike. "Coffee and a slice of cherry pie, Rita," rumbled Daniels. "You ever thought of going on a diet, Joe?" Rita replied. The next minute or so consisted of stale repartee. Mike almost tuned out, but he knew Sheriff Daniels would have something to say to him. Sure enough, without turning around or removing his shades, the paunchy man began the usual interrogation. "Just passing through, friend?" "Yes, heading west, resting up for the night." "Uh-huh. Got business out west, I guess." "Kind of." "Not many people pass through Turton these days." Mike looked up from his coffee and saw his reflection in the redneck sunglasses. It was a nice shot, in a way. A time-pressed director would be proud of the image. "So I heard. Not since the mine closed." The sheriff took off his shades. The small, deep-set eyes revealed fit the definition of piggy to a T. His gaze was hostile, of course. Mike sighed, and before the sheriff could deliver some cliché about not liking strangers, he spoke. "I might stay a few days if I feel like it," he said bluntly. "This is America, and I'm free to go and do what I like. If you don't like it, tough. I hear you're none too bright, Joe Daniels, so maybe you need my help working out what happened to those missing kids. I'd be happy to oblige. I've got some experience in solving little mysteries like yours." For a moment, Mike thought the fat man was going to attack him right there in the diner as the jowly face turned pale. It would at least make a change, being subject to police brutality and thrown into a cell for the night. Then he could do the routine where he said something to a deputy, or maybe even Daniels himself, that convinced the guy he had more insight into what was going on here than anyone else. But after the rest of the diner's clientele had fallen silent, anticipating trouble, the sheriff burst out laughing. "Well, we really got ourselves a live one here, Rita," chuckled Daniels. "Sure, you can do what you like in this glorious free country, feller. But I don't reckon amateur detectives are what we need to find those boys and girls. So, you feel free to poke around there all you like. But if I were you, I'd steer clear of the old mine. It's simply not safe. You follow?" Mike nodded. He had been given more direct pointers to the next scene, but only by small children. He waited until the sheriff finished his pie and waddled out, then asked Debbie how to get to the old mine. "There it is, Mike. The pride of Consolidated Copper, or what's left of it." Debbie got out of Mike's Toyota and walked up to the locked gates, shook them a little. Chains rattled, and a faded "Keep Out" sign almost fell off, dangling sideways on the wire mesh. Mike got out and joined her, shading his eyes as he peered at the mine entrance. It was a dark square set into the hillside. Around it was scrubby vegetation and a rough, boulder-strewn landscape. There were a lot of potential hiding places. Not good. He could just make out some wooden boards that did not quite block off the tunnel. The gap at the top was about 6 feet wide by 2 feet deep, definitely big enough to allow something to clamber out. Maybe a whole bunch of somethings. He shuddered. He was already getting intimations of what he might be up against. He had tried to discourage Debbie from coming along, but she had insisted that he needed her to show him the way. Mike suspected that Debbie was his romantic interest for this episode, which implied she would still be alive when the unpleasantness was over. But there was also a fair chance she would be killed. Regardless of the plot, though, it was just common decency to keep her out of harm's way if possible. Otherwise, he would stop regarding people he encountered as real and lose his own humanity in the process. "Did they use the tunnels for anything else after the mine closed?" he asked. "Like, say, dumping chemical waste?" Debbie stared at him, then laughed. "Huh. Oh, you've been Googling this dump, right? But they never went ahead with that plan. They just did some test borings or whatever. Some guys from the government were here for about a week. They had those fancy hazmat suits on, truckloads of equipment." Mike looked back at the dark tunnel mouth. He felt they were being watched, and they probably were, and he was sure that if he went down into those old tunnels, he would find a head of drums of something mysterious, marked with familiar hazardous waste symbols. The drums would be leaking. Green stuff, probably. Green stuff that glowed in the dark. "Maybe they put some kind of toxic waste in there, without anybody noticing?" he suggested. "Companies have been known to break the rules." Debbie shrugged. "You want to sneak in?" she asked. "Take us a look-see?" Mike was already wondering how he would defeat this particular menace. If he had to guess, it would probably be something basic, like a few Molotov cocktails or maybe some explosives that would seal off the mine. The latter would leave room for doubt about the menace's demise, hold the door open for a sequel. "Debbie," he said carefully, looking the girl in the eye, "this is dangerous. You don't need to be involved. Go back to the motel. Watch TV. Read a book. Don't treat this like some big adventure. People have disappeared. You might be next." He could see immediately that he had taken the wrong tone. She straightened up to her full height, about 5'8", and jabbed a finger at his chest. "Now listen here, Mr. Writer from the big city. I may just be a dumb hick to you, but the days when the guy told a girl to go away and not bother her pretty little head about scary stuff are over. That whole attitude is deader than disco, Mike. Now, are we going in or not?" Smiling in spite of his apprehension, Mike looked at the gates and the fence. He was about to suggest that there was no way to get in without wire cutters, but Debbie was already following the fence along into some scrubby bushes. By the time he caught up with her, she had uncovered a hole, just big enough for a person to squeeze through. "You knew this was here?" She gave him a triumphant look. "When I was in high school, some of us used to sneak in for a dare," she explained, getting down on her belly. "You've kinda got to do the worm to get in. Take your jacket off or it'll get all messed up." Before he could argue, she had wriggled through the hole, getting her shirt and jeans dusty. He took his jacket off and followed, wondering if he had suddenly become the sidekick to a motel clerk. At least that was a slight twist to the usual story. In every week since the start of his living nightmare, he had found an ally of some kind, but they had usually just given him information or helped back him up. Debbie's adventurous nature made him a little nervous, though. They walked up the overgrown dirt road to the mine entrance. At one point, he stopped to check what might have been unusual tracks. They consisted of lots of small, circular indentations. He asked Debbie what they might be. She gave her now familiar shrug. "Birds, rooting around in the dirt?" she suggested. "Or maybe some small animal? Rats? Don't you get rats in old tunnels and stuff?" "Don't look like the kind of prints you'd get from bird claws or rat paws," Mike said dubiously. "But maybe you're right." They walked on toward the entrance, moving into the shadow cast by the low hills into which the mine had been bored. As soon as they were out of the sun, Mike felt a chill run up his spine. The sensation of being watched was even more intense than before. He should be used to it now, what with being stalked by vampires and werewolves. But that had been in the city. Here he was more isolated, with no help at hand apart from Debbie. "I can't be killed," he muttered, trying to reassure himself. "I always survive." For the first time, he was not entirely sure if that was true. "What?" said Debbie, frowning in puzzlement. "You think you're Superman or something?" Before he could concoct an evasive reply, something moved on the other side of the wooden barrier. There was a scrabbling sound, as if someone was scratching the wooden boards with a sharp implement, like a screwdriver. The sound died instantly, but both Mike and Debbie took a step back, away from the mine entrance. "Rats," she said, but without much conviction. Mike was certain now that the truth lay underground, and he would need to equip himself for a fight in the darkness. He was about to ask Debbie if there was a good hardware store in Turton when he saw something brightly colored lying on the ground. He picked it up. It was a torn piece of fabric about 4 inches square, white with a narrow blue stripe. Debbie looked at it, took it from his hand, turned it over. "I had a shirt like this," she said. "High school pep squad. Kind of lame, I guess, but one of the girls who disappeared, Natalie Gomez, she was a couple of grades below me. She was on the squad. Real good dancer, a star athlete. Oh, God." "Let's get back to the car," he said quickly. "We might not be safe here, even in daylight." As if to underline his point, there was a sudden loud scrabbling on the other side of the planks. "Rats," he said. "Probably. Let's go." Debbie proved invaluable when Mike had to get his monster hunting kit together. He thought he knew what he was up against, but he had to have a little leeway. Being what Debbie described as a candy-ass big city liberal, he had never fired a gun. But when he outlined what he thought was lurking in the mine, she said she would get a pump-action 12-gauge. "You think it's giant bugs?" she asked, for the umpteenth time as they loaded purchases into his car. "Like spiders or ants or scorpions even?" "Could be any of those," he said carefully. "The point is, whatever crap the government dumped down there made them bigger and far more dangerous than any naturally occurring predator. Those tracks we found could have been huge insects or spiders. They're probably ambushing people at night for now, following their instincts, but as they breed and get bolder, they'll come out for the entire town at some point. The sooner we burn them out, the better." Debbie looked dubiously at the bags of chemicals they were loading up. "You think you can make bombs from this stuff and a few old water bottles?" she asked. "Believe me, it can be done," he said. "I learned from the best." Mike tried not to recall the old warehouse down by the docks where he had incinerated a giant amoeba-like creature that absorbed all living tissue it touched. In that episode, he had had the help of a reformed arsonist who just happened to be around in the right place at the right time. "Okay," she said dubiously. You'll excuse me if I let you handle the bombs while I keep my daddy's shotgun?" They arranged to drive out to the mine first thing the next morning. He was convinced that the menace, whatever it was, must be nocturnal, given that all the disappearances had occurred after sundown. So the creatures might be dormant in the early morning. The word might was doing a lot of heavy lifting, of course. But so far in this series, Mike had won at the last minute every time. And every time, not a shred of evidence had been found that the monster of the week had existed. Turned to dust, burned to ashes, swept away downriver to the sea, or, as in the case of the poltergeist, never visible at all. It was very convenient. It meant he could never persuade anyone of the truth unless they had encountered the menace in person. He got takeout, which was almost inedible, and nearly finished the lot. After that, he made some simple incendiary bombs and put them in the truck of the Toyota. Then he lay awake for most of the night, occasionally drifting into uneasy dreams in which he once more was confronted by the dead, the victims, the people who would never appear in this series again. They were harder to face than the monsters, the ones he could not save, the ones who had to die so the plot could unfold. There was no sign of Debbie at reception, so he tried to call her, got voicemail, and left a message. He got a couple of candy bars from a vending machine and ate them for an energy boost, then drove up to the mine. Sure enough, Debbie's trail bike was lying half concealed by the scrubby vegetation around the fence. She had gone inside the perimeter without him. It was not a surprising plot twist. Cursing, he got out the bag of bombs, a heavy flashlight, and a baseball bat. Wriggling through the fence tore his shirt and left him dirty, sweaty, and resentful. He wished he had brought some wire cutters after all. Then he made his way up the dirt track, out of the morning sun, and into the shadow of the hillside. There was no sign of Debbie at the mine entrance. He listened for the scrabbling sound from yesterday, but heard nothing. He called out for the girl, but there was no reply. However, he noticed that one of the boards that sealed off the entrance looked loose. He pulled at it experimentally, and it came away in his hand. There was a man-sized entrance at ground level. Mike could not remember if the board had looked loose the day before. He cursed himself for possibly missing a clue, but it was too late to regroup and think again. He slung the bomb bag over his shoulder and stepped inside. The flashlight picked out a square tunnel adorned with dusty old cobwebs and some rubble. He picked his way in for a few yards, then stopped to listen. He heard a scrabbling sound that might as well have been rats or other small creatures. Dropping the bat, he took one of his bombs and a Zippo and lit the homemade fuse. He had roughly 10 seconds to throw it, a long time if you're waiting for a game to load, but not so much when explosions are in the offing. He hurled the bomb about 20 feet down the tunnel and then stepped back, shielding his eyes. There was a heavy thunk as the plastic bottle landed, then a flash and a whoom.
"What in the name of Jesus are you doing in there, fella?"
Sheriff Daniels was standing in the makeshift doorway, behind Mike, hand on his gun. Again, the fat man took off his mirror shades. Suddenly, Mike saw it all. The sheriff was the obvious candidate. He could easily waylay any youngster who'd been out drinking or fooling around, get close to them, and... Mike stepped back, bent to pick up another bomb, but Daniels, with surprising speed, already had him covered with his revolver.
"Do not move, or I will drop you right there," warned Daniels. "I don't want to, but I will if I have to."
Mike froze. He felt sick to his stomach. He had made a fundamental error. Sometimes in a series, the writers threw in a wild card. The series Mike was trapped in involved paranormal entities, but what if a serial killer was actually responsible in this case?
"Now just keep your hands where I can see 'em," Daniel said. "Step slowly away from the Molotov cocktails or whatever they are."
Down the tunnel, the fire caused by the store-bought chemicals was raging, the heat now palpable on Mike's back. Some smoke was being carried past him, too. He wondered if Daniels would be distracted by this and give him an opening, but the baseball bat was too far away. He would have to rush the fat man and hope that if Daniels fired, he would miss.
"I thought you were a bit of a strange one when I saw you at the diner," Daniels said, stepping through the hole in the wooden barrier. "Guess I was only half right. Maybe you've been around this town a little longer than you make out, huh?"
Mike did a double take. If Daniels was a serial killer, it made little sense to accuse someone else. This episode was not playing out as expected. "Listen, Sheriff, there's something you should know," he said quickly. "We're not in control of our fates here. It's all written for us. Whatever we do, we're stuck in a particular pattern, and in this case, the pattern involves some kind of creature that's been taking young people who stray near the mine." Daniel's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Then the fat man looked genuinely concerned.
"My, you're one of the crazy ones," he exclaimed. "Guess this is going to mean calling in the state police, maybe FBI. So be it. Now turn around so I can cuff you."
"No," said Mike firmly. "You won't shoot me. You can't. I'm the main character, the friggin' protagonist. The series can't survive." Mike hesitated. A very real possibility had just occurred to him. Sometimes a series was canceled. Often the ending of the final episode was ambiguous, like a ringing out, while the screen just showed the exterior of an abandoned mine. He turned and let Daniels cuff him.
"There we go," Daniels said. "Now, just walk out there ahead of me, and we'll take a little ride to the town jail. Nice and..."
A shot rang out, loud as artillery in the confined space, and the bullet ricocheted off the rock wall. Mike felt the wind of it by his cheek. He twisted round to see the sheriff standing stock still, gun smoking, mouth open in a comical expression. The gun fell from the fat man's hand. Then a dark stain appeared in the middle of the bulging belly, spreading out to darken the sweaty blue shirt. Mike reeled backward just as Daniels pitched forward, landing on the dusty floor of the tunnel like a sack of potatoes. "Hi, Mike," said Rita's face. The body underneath the head of the plump 50-something woman was not exactly a spider, but it was close enough. It was white, like most underground things, and its segmented body glistened with mucus. It had many legs, and it was withdrawing some kind of piercing, serrated organ from Daniel's back. As Mike collided with the tunnel wall, Rita chuckled and stepped forward, multiple legs picking delicately around the sheriff's corpse. "Your little friend Debbie was delicious, by the way," she said. "I like 'em young and tender, but fat old Joe here will do in a pinch." The monster emitted a sound midway between a belch and a retch, and a torrent of acrid liquid erupted from its mouth onto Daniel's corpse. Smoke rose from the fabric of his clothes, and his flesh started to dissolve. "I'll suck him up when he's nice and soft," the Rita thing purred. "Then I'll do you. Quite the little feast, huh?"
"No!"
shouted Mike, genuinely terrified now. "This is all wrong. How could a shapeshifter be created from some chemical waste?" The Rita thing shook its head. "You didn't do your research properly, Mikey boy. I'm not some goddamn invertebrate that got lucky. I was here long before the mine, long before the first humans on this continent. This is my mountain, my land, my world. I'm so old I don't even have a name. I just am." Mike shook his head in denial, but he knew that the thing had no reason to lie. This was no mutant, but something far stranger and more powerful. This was a dark god. I took me my fair share of men underground over the years, it said, advancing slowly, waving its vicious forelimbs. But then they closed the mine, and to add insult to injury, they dumped that foul crap in my home. That made me mad. I decided to go back to the old ways, hunting on the surface. I took Rita first one night and got to know this town and the human world, and now I'm going to eat and grow and eat and grow until I consume. Mike spun around and hurled himself backward onto his bag of bombs. It was a crazy ploy, but the only one he could think of. He landed heavily and heard a sharp pop as one of the plastic bottles burst. It bought him a second or two as the Rita thing hesitated, hissing and waving its limbs in alarm. Mike rolled off the bag and kicked it toward the creature, then groped for Daniel's dropped gun. He had never fired one before. He was banking on that not mattering. He fired 3 shots without seeing the target, and at first he didn't think he had hit either the Rita thing or the spreading puddle of chemicals. Then the creature squealed like a stuck pig, and he felt a blast of heat on his back and pain in his cuffed hands. He hit the wall heavily as he stumbled upright and, gasping and sobbing with pain, began to run into the mine, heading for the Y-shaped junction he had glimpsed when his first bomb had detonated. The left turn was more sharply angled. He thought he could reach it before the other bombs went off. Even in his pain and terror, he could see that this was quite the cliffhanger. He could only hope it was the season finale. New Digs by Ron Ripley. Evan Doyle stretched as he yawned, refusing to look at any of the boxes that still needed to be unpacked. Going to be a little difficult, he thought, considering I hardly unpacked anything at all. With a sigh, he lowered his arms and glanced around, knowing it was a futile effort to ignore the mess. His new apartment was small, less than 1,000 square feet, and a burn of humiliation crept up his neck and settled into his cheeks. Marcia, the newest of his ex-wives, had been far more adept at handling the court system than he had. She was at home, in the house on the Cape, weathering out the chill of November in style. And I am here, in this damned apartment, in Quincy, Massachusetts, looking and feeling like an idiot. Evan stood and walked into his small kitchen. For a moment, he stood in silence, staring at the barren room. Then, shaking his head, he went to the refrigerator. It was an ancient appliance, and he suspected it had been salvaged from a dump in the early 1960s. He opened it, wrinkled his nose at the subtle smell of old food which clung to the interior of the refrigerator, and pulled out the styrofoam container with his leftover Chinese food. Evan used his foot to nudge the door closed and carried the food back into the one large room. Sitting down in his chair again, he opened the container, took out the fork, and picked at the cold pork lo mein. Need to get a microwave at some point, he thought, chewing and grimacing at the texture of the cold noodles in his mouth. How could I be so stupid? Evan shook his head. He and Marcia had only been married for 3 years, but he had initially thought it was going to work out. She was his 4th wife, and he was her first husband. They had met when he hired her to work as his secretary. That was a little cliché, he admitted to himself, taking another bite. He chewed contemplatively. Probably should have waited, but what the hell? I was already 47. And she kept making all that damned noise about wanting kids. What 21-year-old wants kids? Evan shivered at the memory, ate one last bite, and put his food down in disgust. I need to buy a microwave tomorrow, he thought. He went to turn the television on and remembered he didn't have one. He couldn't even watch anything on his laptop because he had forgotten it in his office in Boston. I'm batting 1,000 today. This is fantastic.
How the hell am I going to keep myself entertained until tomorrow? A small part of him wanted to go out, take a look around, and try to see if there was any place worth drinking in. He doubted there would be. As he had grown older, Evan had discovered he disliked people, and that dislike grew exponentially with each year. The package stores were closed, which meant he wouldn't be able to get any alcohol, so getting drunk was out of the question. Riding the T back into the city for his computer was a thought, but he might be too tired to want to watch anything by the time he came back. "Is there anything at the movies?" he wondered, taking out his phone. He thumbed through the listings and swore with disgust when he saw there wasn't anything he wanted to watch. Closing his eyes, Evan rested his head against the back of the chair and sighed as he folded his arms over his chest. This is absurd. Completely and utterly absurd. I'm 50 years old, and I'm complaining like a bored teenager. He opened his eyes again. What the hell? Maybe I'll take a walk. Evan put on his sneakers, tugged on his sweatshirt and a coat, and headed for the door. He paused and checked for his apartment key. It wasn't in his pockets or on his keychain. Frowning, he looked around. Where the hell did I put it? He jumped as the radiator closest to him sputtered and hissed into life. With his heart thumping wildly, Evan shook his head. Right, oil heat. Going to have to get used to that again. His house, or rather Marcia's house, had electric heat, as well as heat provided by solar panels on the roof. Plus my television and surround sound, my Blu-ray collection, and my music. Guess I should have listened to Frank and gotten digital copies of it all. Not that it would help me now. Damn it. She has everything. He snorted in disgust, stomped into the kitchen, and realized he still didn't know where the key was. With a final muttered curse, he took his coat off and threw it on the counter. Without a key, he couldn't go for a walk. Leaving his door unlocked was a sure way to invite a robbery, and while he didn't have much, it was all he had. How could they believe her? It was a question he asked himself on a regular basis. Evan had expected to win the divorce case easily, but Marcia had brought in an attorney from New Hampshire, a state Evan rarely thought about. Her lawyer, a young woman named Danielle Gritting, had been phenomenal. She had presented photographic evidence and witnesses attesting to 3 years of physical and mental abuse. The memory of it caused him to grind his teeth. He hadn't ever meant to hurt Marcia. But she liked to mouth off, that's for damned sure, he thought, pulling his blankets out of the box he had packed them in. And why the hell did they believe it was a habitual thing, huh? So I had to smack her around once or twice a month. It's not like I did it every day. Evan rolled out his blankets, folded them over, and then got as comfortable as he could, using a single pillow. He swore and cursed out the floor. Then, as his body refused to acclimate to the harsh, unyielding nature of the old linoleum floor, he thought of his king-sized bed, the down comforter, and the memory foam pillows he had once enjoyed. With those memories at the forefront, he wished Marcia would choke to death. I hate her, he thought, closing his eyes and trying to relax. I can't even tell her how much I hate her. Damned protective order. Sure, I could go home and beat her all to hell, but if I don't kill her, then she'll go to the cops. If I kill her, I could end up in prison. It's a lose-lose situation. 30 years in advertising, and you'd think I would have been better prepared to sell myself to the judge. Nope. Bet he's a liberal. Probably voted for Bernie or Hillary in the last damned election. Evan twisted and went onto his side. He put his arm under his pillow and tried to adjust it so he could rest comfortably. Through the rickety windows he could hear cars passing by and occasional yelling. His stomach rumbled, and Evan's eyes snapped open. Did I remember toilet paper? He hadn't. Then, as he thought he might have to race to the bathroom, he remembered there had been some when he inspected the bathroom earlier. I've really forgotten what it's like to live on my own, he thought. When he had met Marcia, he had still been married to ex-wife number 3. The day he had finalized that divorce, he had gone and married Marcia. In fact, he realized, that's the way they all were. Marcia's the first one to break that pattern. Hell, I've been married pretty much for 25 years without a break. One wife to the next. Alimony for 4 now. Good thing I didn't have kids with any of them. Damn, what a nightmare that would be. The knowledge that he didn't have children brought a smile to his face and helped him to relax. His body, however, was attuned to the strangeness of the apartment. Every noise from one of his neighbors, every smell, the slight shift in temperature, all played havoc with him. Soon he was able to ignore the smells and to curl into a ball to defeat the ever-cooling temperature of the room. He frowned when he thought of it, unsure how it could be getting colder when the radiators continued to sputter and complain. At least there aren't any other neighbors to worry about, he thought. Then Evan's eyes snapped open. Why aren't there any other neighbors to worry about? There are 3 more units in this building. Evan sat up, feeling foolish. He clenched his hands into fists and shook his head. What the hell? Was I born last night? I should have asked why the other units are empty. He sat there, the blankets puddled around his waist and his head throbbing. Pressing the palms of his hands against his forehead, he tried to push the feeling of incompetence out of his mind. As he did so, he heard a soft tapping. Evan straightened up, dropping his hands as the tapping stopped. Mice, he thought. The tapping started again. It was low and rhythmic, coming from one corner of the room. He turned and faced it and saw he was looking at the radiator. His brow furrowed as he tried to decide if the sound was originating from the radiator or the wall. Then the noise stopped. Evan waited. He counted to 100, and when no sound returned, he shook his head and laid back down. Pulling the blankets up around him again, he glanced at the radiator. It sputtered, and he saw steam rising from the valve. Evan realized he had forgotten to turn out the room's only light, a high-wattage bulb hidden behind a glass cover laden with the corpses of insects. Whatever. He yawned and decided to pull the blankets up over his head rather than turn the light out. Despite his anger and disgust regarding his situation, sleep claimed him quickly. Soon he was immersed in a dream, one in which the sound of tapping haunted him. With a grunt, he rolled onto his side, and the blanket fell off his face, the sudden rush of light forcing him to consciousness. Grumbling, Evan tried to get comfortable again when he noticed the tapping. It came not only from the radiator in the room, but there seemed to be an echo from the kitchen. Evan ignored them, pulled the cover over his head, and tried to rest again. It was no use. The sounds were invasive, piercing the blankets and pulsing in his ears. He hunched his shoulders in an effort to press the blankets against his ears, but the effort was fruitless. I need to know what the hell is the cause of the noise, he thought, throwing off the covers. He got his shoes back on and walked over to the radiator. The tapping was loud, although not nearly as loud as he had thought it had been earlier. Steam hissed up through the control valve, and Evan kept his distance, knowing that a steam burn was supposed to be as painful and as dangerous as a regular burn. Taking a step back, Evan squatted down and tried to see if it was the leaking valve that was the source of the tapping. From what he could see, it wasn't. Then, as the volume of the tapping remained the same in front of him, Evan noticed it had increased in the kitchen. What the hell is going on? He wondered,
as he stood and left the room. When he entered the kitchen, he saw the radiator by the narrow back door was shaking. Unlike the squat, low monstrosity in the other room, the kitchen's radiator was tall and narrow, casting off enough heat to warm the room, if little else. Wary, Evan stood off a few feet from the radiator. He had read news stories of radiators exploding and killing people, and while he had scoffed at them at the time, an uneasiness rose within him. After almost a minute, the radiator settled down and returned to sporadically sputtering and hissing. Evan waited, then left the kitchen, returning to his makeshift bed. Laying down once more, he pulled the blankets up, tried to get comfortable, and swore when he saw he had left the light on again. Cursing at his own idiocy, he squeezed his eyes tight and covered his head with the blankets. "I'm not getting up again," he thought. "I don't care what happens." Time passed, and he relaxed, yawned, and found himself thinking about work. Thoughts of deadlines and new accounts drifted in and out, and soon each was framed by a rhythmic tapping sound. Beneath the blankets, Evan blinked several times. The tapping continued. "This is going to drive me crazy." The tapping stopped. Then it was followed by 3 sharp raps, as though someone was in the room with Evan and hitting the radiator with a hammer. Anger and fear coiled in his stomach, and for a split second, Evan was frozen with indecision. With a snarl, he cast aside his blankets and propelled himself to his feet. His hands were balled into fists, and he had them up in front of him, ready to strike at whoever was in the room with him. Panting and struggling to maintain control, while his eyes adjusted to the sharp light, Evan saw he was alone. There was no one by the radiator, despite the sharp rapping. As he stood and stared at it, yellowed white paint peeling off the metal, the rapping paused, then started up. It was quicker. "It's matching my heartbeat." He shook his head. "No, that's impossible." He listened, but the rhythm had changed. It was slower, and it faded in and out. Each time it faded out, the sound coming from the kitchen increased. Evan backed out of the room and into the hallway, listening to the kitchen radiator while watching the radiator in front of him. Nothing changed. The curious symphony proceeded without interruption. Finally, turning his back on the room, he went into the kitchen. As he did so, there was another sound, one that came from the hallway of the 4th floor, and not his apartment. It was a new tapping, almost as though someone was using another radiator as a snare drum, and, like the 2 radiators in his apartment, the sound from the outer hallway increased when there was a lull from his apartment. "Someone's out there, messing with me," Evan thought. "Some smartass is in the building, probably squatting in one of the empty apartments, and he thinks it's a good time to mess with someone who's actually paying rent." Anger pushed Evan's exhaustion into the far reaches of his mind. Furious, he stomped over to the door to his apartment and ripped it open, prepared to scream at whoever was harassing him. But the hallway was empty. The radiator, like those in his apartment, sputtered and coughed, all while the tapping proceeded, uninterrupted. Above him, the hall light flickered, keeping time with the noises from the radiators. The effect of the light on the pale green walls made Evan nauseous. For a moment, he stood in the doorway, trying to think of what he should do. "I should go to a hotel for the night," he thought. Then he shook his head. "I'm paying for this. There's no way I'm going to a hotel for the night. I'll call the landlord." Evan slammed the door closed and went back to the main room. He picked up his phone, dialed the landlord's number, and paced as he waited for the line to be answered. "Hello, this is Lakeside Rentals LLC answering service," a woman stated. "Yeah, my name's Evan Doyle," he grumbled. "I'm renting a 2-room apartment in your Quincy building. he told her, and then added the exact address before he continued. Anyway, I've got a problem with the radiators. All right, what's the problem? Is it a heating issue? She asked. No, it's tapping. Constantly. It won't stop, he answered. Okay, I will pass this information along to the building manager, and he'll get a tech out there first thing in the morning. What? Evan asked. What do you mean? Why won't he come out now? As long as you have heat, Mr. Doyle, they'll wait to call someone, she told him. Evan was about to argue the fact when he realized it would be pointless. I want to talk to the building manager. I'll let him know that, Mr. Doyle, she replied, her voice tight. I have your information here, and this number you called from. Is this the best number for him to reach you at? Yeah, Evan muttered. How long until he calls me back? He'll call you first thing in the morning, she told him. Evan swore at her. Mr. Doyle, there's nothing I can do about the building manager's availability. Her voice was cool and dispassionate. Is there anything else I can help you with? Evan told her what she could do with her help, and she hung up on him. Nobody hangs up on me. He went to redial the number and saw the battery icon on his screen flash. Before he could do anything, the phone went black. I have to charge it, he thought in disbelief. Did I seriously not charge the damned thing? Where is the charger? Oh, hell, it's still packed. He looked at the boxes and saw none of them were labeled. For a moment he stood with the dead phone in his hand, and then he shivered as the temperature in the room dropped. The radiator hissed, and the tapping began. Evan tried to ignore the sound. He went to the boxes and opened the first one, muttering in disbelief when he saw it was only a few of his work pants. Most of the boxes, he discovered, were filled with his clothes and shoes. The second-to-last box contained some of his watches and the charger, among other things. Snorting with triumph, he took the charger out, found an outlet, and plugged it in. When he did the same with the phone, the screen lit up for a moment and flashed that it was charging. Great. I bet it's going to take a while for the damned thing to get a full charge. The pattern of the tapping changed. The pauses were longer, picked up by the radiator in the kitchen and, Evan suspected, the one in the hallway. But there was a long enough period in which it seemed there might be a fourth radiator that had been added to the curious symphony. As Evan listened, the volume of the taps increased. Each one sounded like a man striking a sewer cover with a 10-pound sledgehammer. After the second round, Evan covered his ears with his hands, clenching his teeth together. His mind raced as he tried to think. I'm going to turn the whole system off, Evan decided, dropping his hands and nodding to himself. I'll just turn it off, pile some clothes around me, and go to sleep like that. Hell, I'd rather be a little cold than not sleep. His heartbeat slowed, and he left the room, ignoring the radiator's sounds. When he stepped out into the building's hallway, the overhead light still flickered, and the radiator added its sounds to the cacophony. He ignored both and proceeded down the narrow stairs. For the first time, Evan noticed the stink of waste and urine in the stairwell, saw the dust and cobwebs in the corners, and he wondered if he would ever be the only one foolish enough to rent an apartment in the building. Won't be too bad, he thought, reaching the third floor. Not if they can get the damned heating system under control. The light on the third floor didn't flicker. It pulsed, long and slow, while the radiator at the far end participated in the racket. Is there something wrong with the electrical, too? Evan paused and looked around. From the third-floor apartment came a rattling, rumbling sound. If there's stuff wrong here, I'll be able to break the lease. But still, this is insane. Once more, the idea of leaving and getting a hotel room for the night came to mind, and again he refused to entertain it. Not spending any more money. Marcia's going to get her cut of my money now, too. The thought that he had to pay 4 wives' alimony caused his stomach to churn. I'm not even working to enjoy life. I'm just working to pay the little bloodsuckers off. With an angry sigh, he started down the next flight of stairs. He ignored the light and radiator on the second floor, and when he reached the first, he focused on finding the door to the basement. It was tucked away in the back right corner, and it was locked. He shook his head. Nope, not going to fly today. They can bill me. Evan took a step back and kicked at the door. The impact caused the door to shudder in its frame, and a jarring pain to course up through his leg. Swearing and cursing, he limped around for a few minutes, rubbing his hip. Then he stepped forward and did it again. After 4 tries, the door broke near the knob, and he was able to pull it open. A fetid odor reminiscent of dead rodents wafted out of the basement, and Evan pulled the collar of his sweatshirt up over the lower half of his face. How did I not smell this before? He wondered, searching for and finding the light switch. He flicked it up, and a small measure of relief filled him when the lights, despite being weak, came on. Oh, wait. I was thinking about how Marcia had the cops come and take me out of my own damned house. He navigated the narrow steps, disliking the way several creaked beneath his weight. When he reached the landing, he glanced around, trying to make sense of the shapes he could see in the dim light. He saw piles of sagging cardboard boxes, old milk crates filled with spider webs, and rat traps set along the walls. There were odds and ends from a weight set, a battered bench, and what looked like an original Mac computer tucked in a corner. Looking up at the beams, Evan felt a wave of revulsion at the size of the spiders lurking in their webs. Several, he felt certain, were staring at him. Swallowing nervously, he looked around the ceiling and saw what he thought might be a heating pipe. I'll follow it to the furnace. He picked his way through the debris, passing by a bank of water heaters, each labeled with an apartment number. A stack of yellow phone books stood rotting against a wall, and there were large rat droppings near it. The thumping of the radiators echoed through the basement, growing louder as he followed the pipes. His head throbbed with each thump, his anger building. Finally, as he rounded a pile of old windows, he saw the furnace. It was a monstrosity. Pipes stretched out in all directions, giving the furnace the air of a monstrous deity seeking some sort of sacrifice. The stink of oil and carbon hung about it, and as Evan squinted, his throat became dry. I'm going to get sick just by being down here. He took several steps closer, trying to find the control valve. Instead, he saw a small switch attached to a nearby beam. On the switch plate, someone had written "Furnace" with a Sharpie. Evan went to it, reached out, and stopped. Hanging from the rafter was a length of chain, and there was a manacle attached to it. He stared at it, a sense of disbelief and horror spreading over him. That's a prank. It has to be. Why else would there be something like that in a basement? He glanced around, trying to see if there was anything else. There wasn't. His attention focused on the manacle. It was closed with a small padlock. He reached out and took hold of it. The metal was painfully cold in his fingers, and as he brought the padlock closer, he could see scratches and gouges on it, as though someone had tried to break the lock. Evan's heart raced as a thunderous banging erupted from the furnace. Shivering, he turned to the control switch and, for a fraction of a second, saw a face beside it. A sallow, wide-eyed face that vanished as the lights in the basement exploded, plunging him into darkness.
Panic took hold, and he scrambled, trying to remember how he had entered the basement. A pair of hands, cold and freakishly strong, gripped his ankles and jerked his legs back and up, sending him crashing to the floor. His breath was knocked from him as he tried to cry out for help. Something horrific crawled up his legs and settled onto his back, and as he tried to get to his hands and knees, those same cold hands wrapped around his throat and squeezed. As stars exploded around the edges of his vision, Evan fought to shake himself free. No matter what he tried, the thing on his back remained. Its weight increased, and he was forced down to the floor again. Bang, bang, clang, clang. A voice whispered in his ear, "This is what happens when you listen to me. This is what happens when you don't." Evan's fear spiraled out of control as the grip on his throat tightened, and he was slowly choked to death.
Short Horror Stories, Volumes 1 through 27. Written by Scare Street. Narrated by John Perala, May Shammy, and Tom Bowers.
Outside of Town by Ron Ripley. Don Halleck didn't enjoy New England. The people were, as far as Don was concerned, nothing more than a group of hillbillies, and those living in New Hampshire were the worst of the 6 states. Others argued with him, saying how Vermont and Maine were worse than New Hampshire, but Don stuck by his figurative guns. The town of Anger, Don decided, proved his case. It was an old town founded sometime between the end of the French and Indian War and the end of the Revolution. He felt certain their general ideas and mindset hadn't changed overly much in the previous 300 years. They're all still idiots. He took a drink of his Red Bull, placed the can back in the cup holder of his BMW, and took out the next challenge card to make sure he had exactly everything he needed before going on his adventure. He scowled as he read the directions sent to him by an unknown brother of his Delta Kappa Epsilon fraternity. Each year a new challenge was sent out to ranking brothers, and those who finished first held pride of place for the next year. Don had come in second for 3 years running, and he had no intention of losing for a 4th consecutive year. Unlike previous years' challenge cards, the current challenge was put forth on heavyweight cardstock and printed in gold leaf. In New Hampshire, find a haunted house in an emotion. It had taken his secretary days to find it, and then Don had been forced to ask permission from the senior member of his firm to go and partake in the challenge. He was fortunate that the man was also a Delta Kappa Epsilon brother, but Don hated asking anyone for anything. He preferred telling someone what to do. Don picked up his Red Bull, finished it, and got out of the car, dropping the can to the broken asphalt driveway of the rundown home he had come to search. Leaning against his BMW, he eyed the building waiting for him and decided he wasn't thrilled with the structure or with his fraternity's decision to use it. Don understood the themes of the year's challenges were Halloween and tricks rather than treats, but he still believed that whoever had done the planning of the event had gone overboard. The house was a perfect example. At one point, the building undoubtedly had been a prime example of beautiful Gothic Victorian architecture. In the present condition, Don saw, the house was little more than a massive ramshackle structure, waiting to burn down in a chance electrical storm. Glassless windows peered down onto the driveway and the cracked water fountain in front of the home. Entire sections of siding had fallen away, leaving only studs and warped inner walls to prevent anything from entering the home. One entire section of the large porch had sagged into the earth, and there was a general miasma about the place, which Don felt sickening. He gave a shudder and took the instructions out of his breast pocket. Don turned the card over to read the second hint. Beneath the stag, you will find that which you need to bring. Frowning, he glanced around and saw a hitching post near the front of the house. It was a tall, thin granite rectangle that leaned precariously to the left. The hitching ring was set in the mouth of a copper stag that had a beautiful green patina to it. How far beneath the stag? Don wondered. Tucking the card back into his pocket, he opened the trunk of the BMW and removed a pair of high-quality leather gardening gloves. Don tugged them on and flexed his fingers to make certain everything was comfortable. He had learned in the past how difficult it was to clean his hands after a search through some foul little patch of mud or grass. Don looked into the trunk, saw the trowel he carried as well on the excursions, sighed and took it out too. He closed the trunk and walked toward the stag. Several times he caught himself glancing up at the dark windows, as if expecting someone to be standing at one of them, waiting for him to notice. Or maybe they'd be surprised if I noticed. The thought came unbidden to his mind and left him in a shiver of concern. What am I even doing to myself? All I need is the next clue, and then the damned thing. I need to stop acting like I'm a little sissy. Grunting with disgust at his irrational fear, he hurried the last few feet to the stag. Squatting down, he resisted the urge to dig wildly with the trowel. Instead, he managed to scrape away a small portion each time, until he heard metal drag against metal. Don chuckled and put the trowel down. He used his fingers to dig out the metal object buried. When he pulled it up, it was a small metallic box of dull gray. As he turned it over in his hands, Don wondered, why is this so important for me to get back to the house? The question had no sooner been thought than a hidden latch popped loose, and Don cursed under his breath. The box wasn't the holder of the prize. It merely contained another clue. Don ripped it out and held it up to read. Inside the blank floor, you'll find the bathroom door. Hanging on the inner knob will be the old watchmaker's fob. Don squinted at the card and realized he couldn't make out the number of the floor he was supposed to look on. Not in the least. Some moisture had gotten through and caused a single blotch on the one piece of crucial information. Is it really that crucial? He asked himself, looking at the house. There were only 3 floors, and he doubted there was a bathroom on the 3rd. So, 2 floors to check. Can't be that hard. Did they even have bathrooms on the 2nd floor when a house like this was built? He shrugged and glanced at the card again. What the hell is a watchmaker's fob? I swear, I'm going to petition to have whoever designed this one permanently banned from participating in the event anymore. This is a little beyond ridiculous. Idiot. Leaving the clue, the box, and the trowel on the ground, Don walked directly toward the house. It loomed larger with each step he took, and he felt a vague, uncomfortable feeling arise within him. The sense he was being watched increased exponentially, and by the time he reached the porch, he was sweating profusely. Stop it, he commanded himself. Don had faced veteran state prosecutors and won cases most people believed were unwinnable. I'm not going to be afraid of a house like I was a damned toddler. Clenching his jaw, Don climbed the old stairs quickly, his boots loud on the old weather-rotted wood. He crossed the porch, wincing at the way the boards sagged beneath his weight. When he reached the front door, he tried the doorknob and felt, for the first time, a hope that the door would be locked, that he could get into his car and drive back to his high-end condo in Arlington and complain about not being able to complete the task. But the door swung open on disturbingly silent hinges. Don gagged and took a hasty step back. He could smell something rotten, like bad cheese and meat combined with fetid milk. Through the open doorway, he saw trash on either side of the hallway, old rotting stacks of newspapers and catalogs, brown paper bags which had been shredded by field mice and other animals. There were droppings everywhere, and the stench of decay hung heavy in the air. "Do I have to go in there?" He shivered with revulsion. Don didn't want to go into the house. He didn't want anything to do with it, and he took a step back. But the creak of a board reminded him of how far he had come to achieve his victory, and resolve stiffened his spine. With a conscious effort, he walked forward and crossed over the threshold. The smell was still terrible, but it was pushed to the back of his thoughts as he focused on what needed to be done. "Go big or go home," he told himself. Don walked into the center of the trash-strewn and feces-littered hall and tried to situate himself. He saw a pair of doors on the right, one on the left, and a large grand staircase that led up to the second floor. Filthy railings, once exquisitely ornate, peeled to either side and laid bare the darkness of the second floor. The hallway in front of Don swept around the stairwell and vanished behind it, leading, he hoped, to the room he needed. He leaned out a little and was able to see a large doorway behind the stairs, and he assumed it led to the kitchen. Glad that he still wore the protective gloves, he took hold of a stack of paper and used it as a doorstop, keeping the front door open and allowing a slight bit of fresh air to drift into the rancid atmosphere of the house. The doors which led off the hall were all closed, and he considered walking directly toward the back of the stairs. And what if one of the doors I pass by is the right one, and I ended up being here longer than I needed to? His stomach churned at the idea, and he shook his head. Nope. Going to do this right the first time. None of this redo stuff. With his decision made, Don strode down the hall to the first door on his right, opened it, and reeled back. The stench released was the worst that he had smelled. Gasping for air, he pulled the collar of his shirt up over his nose and inhaled his own musky scent, which was far preferable to the foul odor assailing him. Realizing he needed to check the room to see if it was a bathroom, or had a bathroom in it, Don forced himself back into the doorway. He leaned heavily against the door jamb and peered in. The room appeared to be a parlor of some sort, with rotten draperies hanging from dull brass bars set at the tops of floor-to-ceiling windows. There was no carpet on the floor, but there was a plethora of shredded paper and mountains of animal waste. Don saw a door at the far end of the room, and, swearing between breaths, he staggered through the filth to the door. He grabbed hold of the off-white porcelain doorknob and twisted, pulling back as he did so. The door opened with a complaint from the hinges, and he looked in at a tall closet, remarkably bare of any hint of animals or their byproducts. Don didn't bother trying to close the closet when he backed out of the room. Instead, he focused on making it into the hallway, where he grabbed the door and slammed it shut. He fought the desperate urge to vomit, and once more, he wondered if getting bragging rights and a place in the Brotherhood's history books was worth it. It is, he thought with a growl. Don straightened up and scratched at the back of his neck. The interior of the house had gotten cooler, despite how profusely he was sweating. He trembled, took a deep breath, and pushed on to the next door. No foul stench escaped the room, although there was an air of melancholy about it. It looked as though it had once been a library. The shelves were barren of books and of anything larger than dust. A few paintings with images that were unrecognizable hung on the walls, but there was no closet or any other door, and Don was thankful for it. Looking around the room a second time, he let out a yelp of surprise. A man sat at a desk in the far left corner, and Don was positive the person hadn't been there seconds before. As Don prepared to call out and greet the man, the stranger lowered his head and picked up a pen. The point could be heard through the room as the man worked diligently. "Hey, buddy," Don tried to keep his voice low and pleasant. The stranger shrieked, and Don stepped back, too terrified to go any further. "Leave now." The stranger's voice was pleasant, almost confidential. "It is your best bet." "I can't. I have to find something." The words tumbled out of his mouth before he could decide what to say. The man at the desk shrugged his shoulders, finished writing, and put the pen down. "I'm sorry to hear that. You seem like a decent fellow." Don was about to reply when the stranger vanished. All that remained was the pen and the paper. Don walked forward quickly and picked up the paper. "I know not who you are or why you came. Suffice it to say that we few are unable to stop it. Flee now while you still can." Don swallowed nervously as he looked at the paper and picked it up. The script was beautiful, the kind he remembered his grandmother writing in. He dropped it back to the desk, and despite the gloves he wore, he wiped his hands on his pants. "This has to be part of it," he decided a moment later. Don turned slowly around, staring at the corners and the walls. There were quite a few holes in the walls, as well as the light fixtures and broken pieces of ceiling. Plenty of places to hide a projector. "I don't know how they rigged it up, but they did a hell of a job," he thought with grudging admiration. "I'm impressed. Top-notch job." Chuckling, Don left the room, glanced up at the entrance, and felt his humor desert him. The door was closed, and the papers were scattered across the floor. From where he stood, he couldn't see anything which would have propelled the door to shut, unless there was a built-in mechanism. Don considered the hinges and how quiet they had been, but silent hardware didn't explain how the door could have been closed without him hearing it. Frowning, he took a step toward it. The walls of the hallway leaned in, and he froze in place, staring up in horror. He wasn't hallucinating, nor was he overreacting to some strange aspect of the building. Don saw the walls lean in, heard the old horsehair plaster rustle and shake, watched the dust drift down around the base of the ceiling lamp, and heard the bones of the house groan with the effort. With his heart pounding against his chest, Don took a step back, an act of impulse rather than design, and the house seemed to sigh. The walls sank into their former positions, and a quiet, peaceful rhythm settled over the wretched stench. "Maybe there's a back door," Don thought, and he turned around. A shiver of fear rippled through him, and he swayed on his feet. The 3 rooms on the first floor were missing. Where the doors had been, there were only smooth walls. There wasn't even any hint of trim or a break in the baseboard molding. When Don regained control of himself a moment later, he swallowed nervously and peered toward the back of the central stairs. Like the doors which had led to rooms off the hallway, the one behind the stairs was gone. There was only one direction allowed to him, and that was up. For the first time, Don gazed upon the steps with fear. Not that they wouldn't support his weight. In fact, he was almost positive they would bear all 245 pounds of him. He doubted his size 10 shoes would make any noise on the treads, and he was certain there wouldn't be a single note of protest from the stairs themselves. No, it wants me to go upstairs. It was a horrific thought, and there was no denying it. There was an it in the house, something that wanted him to continue down the hall, then up the stairs. He didn't think it was an elaborate prank by a brother with incredible creativity. There was an alien nature to the house, and it ate at him. Don didn't know how he was going to get out, and he considered the options of attempting a run out the front door. He still ran a solid 3 miles every morning before work, and he knew he could reach the door easily. But reaching it and getting out of it were two entirely separate acts. I won't be able to break out with just my body weight, he thought. I need a tool, anything heavy that I can break the damned thing down with. There has to be something on the second floor that I can use. Hell, even an old lamp or something. Maybe there'll be a piece of furniture. I could use a table leg as a pry bar. What about the freaky walls? He shook his head and decided it was time for action rather than waiting. Focusing on the stairs, he walked to them. As he put the sole of his boot upon the first tread, he felt the entire house sigh with pleasure. A second later, he was on the next step, and at no time did he hear anything resembling a creak. The house was waiting for him to go to the second floor. Don trembled as he climbed each step, the air growing heavier and the stench increasing. He grabbed hold of the banister and squeezed, keeping himself upright and aware of what was going on around him. With a hoarse scream, Don jerked his hand away from the banister as the wood pulsed beneath his hand. He fell back, but the stairs rose up to meet him, curving around his body, stopping his fall and then propelling him forward. He was gasping for breath as he staggered up the last few stairs and fell to his hands and knees on the second-floor landing. Beneath him, the faded hall runner seemed sickeningly alive, and he hastened to his feet. His eyes darted around, searching for a way out. Instead, all he saw was a trio of doors on either side of the hall, which was impossibly long. Don was certain the building wasn't nearly the same length as the entire structure. Despite this inconsistency in length, the entire second floor was more inviting than the first. There was no foul odor, no wretched miasma. The runner and the bare wood on either side of it were free of debris. In fact, the wood looked as though it had recently been cleaned. The wallpaper appeared to be brand new, and the brass light fixtures, along with their shades, were stunning to behold. As he stood trying to gather his thoughts, Don counted 7 doors, 3 on either side, then the 7th at the end of the hallway. The only way I'll get out, he thought, is by checking them all. I don't want to. Don shook his head, swallowed dryly, and walked to the first door. The knob was locked, and he considered trying to force it, but he doubted it would serve him any purpose. It was a strange house, and if it wanted to keep its secrets, Don would be happy to oblige it. He turned and crossed the hallway to the next door. Don shook as he stood before it, his hand hesitating inches from the doorknob. He licked his lips and tried to regulate his breath, which rushed in and out of his lungs as though he was in the process of sprinting. Behind the door was something bad, something terrible. Don glanced back at the stairwell and gulped. The stairs were gone. A flat wall, plain and unadorned, now blocked the rest of the hallway. He was trapped on the second floor, with 6 doors left to try and no way out. Holding his breath, Don grabbed hold of the knob and twisted. It, too, was locked, and a shiver of relief rippled through him. For some reason, he had felt certain the room was going to be accessible. "Still, I need a way out," he thought, stepping down to the next door. His palms felt clammy inside the gloves. Nervously, he took each hand out and wiped them on his pants legs before putting the protective layer back in place. 5 to go. The floor trembled beneath his feet as he walked to the next door, and when he neared it, the floor rolled, sending him tumbling into the door. Don screamed as the wood wrapped around him, pulling him in for a split second before it spat him back out, launching him into the opposite wall. He pressed himself against the bitterly cold wall and stared at the door, which expanded and contracted in front of him. Then, as he watched, the door shrank by inches. The molding and trim work followed suit until they and the door were gone, replaced by the wallpaper and a new wall sconce. Don tried to reach out, to touch where the door had been, but his body rejected the suggestion, flat out mutinied against his commands, leaving him shaking with little control over himself. His breath came in shallow gasps as he pushed himself off the wall and faced the other doors. Except only one door remained, the one at the end of the hallway. As Don stood there, staring at it, the walls pushed in. They groaned as they shifted, the sound reminiscent of a grand old bear rising from its slumber. In a matter of moments, the walls came to a stop, each one mere inches from his shoulders. The door remained some 30 or 40 feet away, and when Don took a nervous step back, panic rising up within him, he struck another wall. He had no choice but to go forward. Don struggled to take his first step, and then his second. Each step forward was a victory. He could no longer think as he staggered his way down the hall. Coherent thoughts fled from him, and a mad, raging desire to survive whatever lay beyond the door dominated his existence. Whatever was wrong with the house, whatever the strange apparition in the downstairs room had warned him of, it lay behind the door. It waited for him. Don saw all this clearly. He pictured a madman with a hatchet, rabid animals ready to rend his flesh from his bones, a decrepit floor that would give way when his weight was placed upon it, corpses stacked like cordwood, each of them rising to greet him as the door slammed closed behind him, and the wall crept over it, sealing him in. All these and 1,000 other deaths burned through his mind. He didn't realize he was moaning until he stood before the door. A soft, keening sound escaped his lips, and he felt his bladder let go. He hadn't wet himself since he was 6 years old, when Sister Mary Frances had scolded him for laughing at a funny face another boy had made at him. The stench of his own urine was in his nose, cloying and bitter. Through his glove, Don felt a sharp pang of pain, the cold of the doorknob stabbing into his fingers and the palm of his hand. Still he took hold of it, wailing as he turned the knob and let the door swing open. It did so on hinges that were as quiet as the front doors had been, and his wail rose an octave at the strange sight before him. He looked upon a room with 3 windows, one in front of him and 2 on either side. They lacked curtains over their ancient, warped glass panes. There was no furniture in the room, no carpet or rug on the bare wooden floor. The walls were a plain, faded plaster, and the ceiling was of the same. A terrible cold wrapped around him, took hold of his limbs, and dragged him in an inch at a time. In a moment, the door closed behind him, and Don realized that the room, despite not having any source of light, was bright and eerily quiet. There was a darkness beyond the windows. No, not darkness. Nothingness, Don thought, whimpering and twitching. The unseen cold pulled at him again, and he fought it, struggling to keep near the door. Pain exploded in his limbs as though railroad spikes were driven through his muscles and his joints. He screamed and no longer resisted. Don was dragged across the center of the floor, straight toward the window at the far side. As he reached it, the window shifted and changed in front of him. The glass separated into large, jagged teeth, and a hideous mouth was formed. The house exhaled, sending a wave of noxious sepulchral breath rolling over him. Don vomited his Red Bull at the stench, reeling back from the looming mouth. He had no strength to break free of the cold grip, no way to save himself from the strange death awaiting him. Don opened his mouth and shrieked, his fear rendering him unable to form words. The mouth and the wall reached from the floor to the ceiling. Waves of cold enveloped him and welcomed him into the house's embrace.
Overnight Stay by Sara Clancy.
Thank you for calling the front desk. This is Samantha. How can I help you?
The well-practiced words didn't need any input from her brain to topple from her mouth. Off-season at the Ridge Hotel didn't really tax anyone mentally. And the night shift was all the worse. Samantha was on her second month of the graveyard shift. By this point, she only needed to skim the conversation for keywords: towels, room service, TV remote. She was a little disappointed when the voice on the other end muttered, "towels." It wasn't the least time-consuming of all possible requests, but it was a close second. She tuned in just enough to pick up how many towels were being requested and glanced at the phone screen to get the room number. Scribbling it all down in her notepad, she offered the standard send-off.
Certainly. We'll be right with you. Have a lovely night.
Jabbing the tip of her pencil into the cradle, she hung up and started to dial housekeeping. She was one number off completing the task when she realized that she was throwing away a perfect opportunity to get out from behind the desk for a few minutes.
You can handle the front desk on your own for a few moments, right? We don't have any more expected check-ins.
Caesar perked up, looking at her with wide, hopeful eyes.
What have you got?
Room 214 wants some towels,
she said, slightly suspicious by his sudden burst of enthusiasm.
Since the room's so close, there's really no need to bother.
I'll go.
But,
Samantha said with a pout,
I took the call.
Okay, but hear me out, he said. Pressing his hands together, he rested his chin on the tips of his fingers. I'll annoy the hell out of you if you don't let me go.
That's not fair.
He hummed contemplatively as he sucked in a deep breath. But instead of an argument, he started singing What's New, Pussycat. There was a time when Samantha had liked the Tom Jones song. That was before her coworker had started using it as verbal torture. There were only so many times anyone could stand to hear the same song on repeat before they broke.
Fine, just stop, please.
Caesar dropped his hands. It irked her that he made absolutely no attempt to hide his victorious grin.
I really want to hit you,
she noted. Too bad you won't be able to reach me while I'm on the second floor, Caesar declared as he awkwardly threw himself over the high counter and started running. Samantha sighed, retrieved a few towels from the front desk's stockpile, and met him with them when he sheepishly came back. "Thank you," he mumbled. Samantha kept her grip on the towels.
Bring me back something from the vending machine.
"Sure thing, partner."
Really?
"Yeah, of course." He was halfway across the foyer before calling out, "Oh, day shift didn't get to put any of today's check-ins into the computer system yet." She glanced at the 2 piles of paperwork.
Which one have you started on?
"Neither," he declared as he bounded up the grand staircase. She opened her mouth to protest, thought better of it, and huffed. Silence returned to the hotel lobby. It was broken only by the soft sounds of the crackling fireplace and the rapid clicking of the keyboard under her fingertips. Working steadily, she managed to get through half of the first pile before Caesar trotted back down the staircase. She didn't look up from the screen, but reached out to take whatever treat he had given her. Instead, he flopped the towels onto the counter with all the limited dramatics the motion was able to create. Dropping his chin onto the pile, he stared at her until she asked,
What's going on here?
"You lied to me," he said.
What are you going on about?
214, right? He asked, continuing when she nodded. "No one answered the door. I think you inverted the numbers." Her brow furrowed, and she retrieved her notebook. While her handwriting was horrible, the numbers were clear enough.
I'm sure that's what came up when they called,
she mumbled. "Did they say it, or did you read it?" Caesar asked. Uncertainty crept in, and her frown deepened.
Hold on, let me call them.
Cradling the phone between her shoulder and her ear, she quickly tapped in the few commands to bring up the phone's history log. At times like these, she was very grateful for the hotel's recent upgrade. For once, it hadn't just been aesthetics. It didn't take more than a few seconds for the phone to begin to ring in her ear. Caesar's sulking resonated in her other. Still slumped against the towels, he absently clicked his tongue. It was annoying. She was attempting to shoo him away when the line clicked. Silence followed.
Hello?
She shook her head and refocused.
This is Samantha from the front desk.
Silence.
Is anyone there?
Samantha. Her name was said on a breath, low and soft, as if the speaker was struggling to work their mouth around the syllables.
Yes, that's right.
Slowing her speaking pace, she motioned to Caesar that the guest had most likely been drinking. Not unusual. Most people up at this hour had been having a fun night.
I'm so sorry to bother you,
she continued, keeping her professional tone as Caesar rolled his eyes.
I just needed to quickly confirm that a request was made from this room number.
Samantha. The whispered voice dragged her name out until it took almost 10 seconds to get through it all. Biting her lips, she recradled the handset against her shoulder and searched for the reservation information for room 214 on the computer. The screen filled with the normal outline, but it was completely empty.
Come on, morning shift. Did you check anyone in? Yes, she said again. Can you confirm that you requested 3 towels for room 214?
Yes. The voice hissed the word, and a chill worked its way down her spine. Room 214. Bring us towels. Hurry.
We'll be right there. Thank you and good night.
Hurriedly, she hung up the phone. "Someone was in there, huh?" Caesar asked.
Apparently.
Then, he puffed out his cheeks. "Why didn't they answer the door?"
I don't know.
The voice lingered in her head like an icy fog. Shaking herself once more, she sucked in a quick breath.
They said to hurry. Maybe they've clogged the sink or something.
"I guess I'll just head back up," Caesar said. The rather undramatic reply was coupled with a heavy sigh and a long, slow slide that almost put him on the floor.
I'll just stay here and do our jobs then,
she called after him. "You do that." She had started typing again before she remembered.
Don't forget my treat.
He waved her off with a disgruntled huff at the top of the stairs before disappearing from sight. Everything fell silent once more. She worked through a few more of the check-ins before Caesar appeared at the top of the staircase. Instead of coming down, he stood there dramatically waving his arms until his black uniform shirt drew her attention. She looked up and, unwilling to scream across the foyer at midnight, settled for a little dramatics of her own, exaggerating a confused shrug. He pointed to the towels, then back down the hallway. They still won't answer.
They've definitely been drinking then,
she muttered with some annoyance and snatched up the phone again. Before she had a chance to dial, she thought better of it. None of the surrounding guests would be all that pleased to have their neighbor's phone blaring so late at night. Once they might overlook, twice would be too much. She set the phone back and met Caesar's gaze. It was a lot harder to mime "leave it at their door" than she had expected. Between them, it took about 5 minutes for them to get on the same page. And that was only because she snatched up a notebook and wrote "Leave it" in large lettering. Once he got the message, things went rather smoothly, and he was bouncing back across the foyer.
Did you get my snack?
Samantha asked, without looking up from the computer monitor. He spun on his heel and left once more. 2 more check-ins, and a small bag of spicy potato chips smacked against her forehead. "Sorry, I was aiming for your shoulder," Caesar grinned.
Just for that, you don't get any.
She chuckled in the face of his righteous indignation as the phone rang. One hand kept typing in the guest information while the other retrieved the phone.
Thank you for calling the front desk. This is Samantha. How can I help you?
Samantha.
Ice crackled around her spine, making her snap upright. Caesar noticed the change and gave her a questioning look. It was enough for her to realize how silly she was being.
It's just a drunk guest. Get it together. Hello again. We seem to keep missing each other. We left them outside for you.
You didn't come.
I assure you, the towels are just outside your door, she said.
You didn't come.
The words crackled around the edges like spitting fire. What is it? Caesar asked. She cupped her hands over the mouthpiece.
They're saying that you never went up.
He spun around to fling his arms towards the stairs, the motion screaming, "You saw me."
I believe you,
she said. It unnerved her that the guest of room 214 was yet to reply. The other end of the line was just a deep, unbroken silence. Not even the slight shuffle of noise that came when someone hung up. Just nothing. Are they high? Caesar asked. She shot him a glare, motioning that the person in question was still on the line. If the guest heard, they didn't comment. Just hang up, Caesar said.
I can't do that,
she whispered back before returning her attention to the guest.
Hello? Have you checked outside your door?
Room 214.
Yes, that's right. That's where we left them for you.
Samantha, Caesar hissed, slumping against the counter and waving his other hand to get her attention.
Hang up.
No, she mouthed, once more disturbed by the consuming nothingness seeping from the handset.
Either they're an idiot,
Caesar continued,
or they've partied way too hard to remember any of this in the morning, so...
He let the sentence trail off in favor of miming hanging up the phone. She huffed and reluctantly nodded.
Hello?
Silence.
The towels have been delivered to room 214. Have a wonderful night.
There was no reply, and she quickly hung up. Staring at the phone for a moment, she looked up at her coworker.
If I get in trouble for that, you've got my back, right?
Yeah, sure, he dismissed, slithering his torso across the top of the counter and wiggling his eyebrows at the bag of chips.
For a price.
The phone rang again. He flopped one arm down to blindly snatch it up.
Thank you for calling the front desk. This is Caesar. How can I help you?
She opened the bag and dramatically munched on the first chip, watching with amusement as his face distorted in mock outrage. The expression didn't last long, and soon crumbled into something she couldn't quite interpret.
No, my name is Caesar. I can help you, though. What do you need?
What's going on? She whispered. He waved her off.
She's just gone on break, he told the caller. But I can help you. Is there something you need?
Samantha glanced at the phone's display screen. Room 214.
Right, I'll put you through to room service. Have a lovely evening.
Caesar leaned heavily on the counter to transfer the call.
What a weirdo,
he said as he returned the handset.
Side question, is that a dude or a dudette?
It occurred to her then that she hadn't been able to determine anything from the voice. It was utterly void of markers that would generally supply information, tone, accent, tempo, or anything of the like. She shrugged.
What did they want?
You. Dread tickled to form a pool in the pit of her stomach.
What?
They just kept saying your name. He forced a teasing smile.
Maybe they have a crush.
She rolled her eyes, which only provoked Caesar.
Oh, don't you see? They heard your melodious voice and fell helplessly in love. Smitten but shy, they sit alone in their room, staring at the only connection they have to you, the phone.
That just sounds creepy.
Yeah, it really does, doesn't it? He winced.
So you sent them room service?
He shrugged one shoulder. They said the magic word, food, which means they're not our problem anymore.
Caesar, seemingly having decided that he was either too bored or too good for doors, once again opted to scurry over the table instead of going around. What few tasks they had were put aside for the time it took to eat the bag of chips, each one teasing the other for the inability to handle the heat. Then the phone rang. They both looked to the display, releasing a long sigh when they discovered that it wasn't room 214. Samantha dreaded to hear that voice again, the way it hissed her name. Surprised by how horrified she was by the thought of room 214 reaching out again, she gladly answered this call. Hey, Seth, what's up?
Who the hell is in room 214?
Samantha cringed.
You can't bill a guest until they're in the system.
I don't know. Our paperwork's a little behind. but they're a freak," Caesar called playfully, crowding closer to share the phone. "Hey, dude, can you swing by a soda on your way up?"
"I'll be up to date soon,"
she promised, trying to shove Caesar away and collect her notebook at the same time.
"Just keep a tab and I'll apply the charges. What did they order?"
Nothing,
Seth said.
Sammy, they just kept asking for you. Do you know them or something?
Caesar pulled back just far enough to study her out of the corner of his eyes.
"No,"
she said. Caesar's eyebrow lifted a little higher.
"I know protocol. If they were a guest of mine, I'd have put it in the system."
Shrugging one shoulder in recognition, Caesar pushed back into her personal space to share the phone once again. "So they didn't order anything?" Caesar asked.
All they'd say was their room number and Samantha's name,
Seth answered. His voice carried all the unspoken anxiety Samantha felt. It didn't matter how many times she told herself she was overreacting, there was no shaking the feeling that something was very wrong. Caesar quickly caught Seth up on the whole problem with the towels, ending with a concerned look, and whispered,
"Maybe we should let security know."
"But they haven't been belligerent or inappropriate,"
Samantha replied.
"I can't just red list them because I find them creepy."
"I can,"
Seth said.
"That's one of the great things about being a manager."
Samantha chewed her bottom lip. She must have released a nervous little sigh because Seth was quick to add,
"Sammy, they asked for you. Only you. Either you've given them the best customer service of their life, or they're trying to get you alone. Their ass is on the red list. No one's going up there by themselves. Got it?"
Samantha and Caesar agreed in unison, and the conversation ended swiftly after that. Once she hung up, she started hurriedly looking through the remaining stack of paperwork, searching for room 214.
"Are you sure you don't know this person?"
Caesar asked. Samantha shook her head rapidly.
"Hey, it's okay,"
Caesar said, placing a hand on her shoulder.
"Look, I bet they just had one too many and remembered the cute girl at the front desk. Remember that guy a few months ago? The creep that ordered room service just to answer the door without pants on?"
She continued to flip through the pages, but now at a far slower pace.
"Yeah," he smirked. "You should have seen his face when Seth and I went up instead of Grace." "You've said that numerous times," she said with a small smile. "Well, I bet this person is just like that. Someone gross that's physically harmless. They'll pass out soon enough, and that'll be the end of it."
She nodded, now slowly flicking through the last of the stack. Caesar looped his arm around her shoulders and gave her a reassuring squeeze.
"Hey, if they call again, I'm answering. Got it? You've gone home for the night, replaced by Donnie, a hairy bodybuilder that believes deodorant is a trick by Big Pharma."
A giggle escaped her, and he threw his arms up in victory.
"Thanks,"
she said as he danced around in celebration.
"It's just late. I'm being paranoid." "This place can wig you out."
Unstable silence pushed in at the end of his sentence. For a moment they stood there, feeling it press down upon them. It felt different somehow, colder even as the fireplace made the room border on stifling. Dark even as the overhead lights glistened off the polished wood that surrounded them. There was something about the night that just felt wrong. They both flinched when the log on the fire gave a loud, sudden pop. Caesar chuckled nervously and rubbed the back of his neck.
"I need coffee. What about you? Creamer, no sugar, right?"
She nodded her thanks and, almost absent-mindedly, continued through the last few pages. Perhaps it was her fatigue, but she almost passed by the very sheet she was looking for. Room 214, she read. Wayne Rossi. She studied the attached sheets. Every guest was required to show identification upon check-in. Normally, it was only so they could cross-check the general information with the credit card provided. But when the guest requested the use of a parking space, the front desk kept a photocopy. She stared at the small photograph, trying to recall a moment when their paths had crossed. It wasn't any use. After a while, the constant procession of guests blended together. Wayne was neither remarkable enough nor repugnant enough to stick in her memory. Shoulder-length dark hair, slightly tanned skin, full lips, and dark eyes.
"Oh, hey, is that him?"
Caesar asked, suddenly appearing over her shoulder and making her jump.
Don't do that.
Sorry. He offered her coffee in apology.
"But is that him?" "Wayne. Nah, I don't remember him. When did he check in?"
She flicked back to the front page.
7:30 tonight.
"So, we were the ones to check him in?"
I guess so.
"How come he's not in the system, then?"
She arched an eyebrow at him.
Gee, I wonder which one of us checked him in.
Caesar quickly changed the subject.
"See, I told you, he's just a socially awkward, lonely guy. Nothing to worry about."
She took a sip of her drink to avoid replying, remembering a little too late that the coffee machine was set to scalding. Stifling a pained gasp, she leaned forward, caught somewhere between spitting the boiling mouthful out and choking it down. The sharp motion made the liquid slosh over the rim and burned her fingers.
"Hey, you okay?"
Caesar asked.
Yeah,
She hissed.
"Go put it under water. I've got this."
She thanked him and fled for the nearest bathroom while her hand throbbed with pain. It was only once she had it under the icy faucet that she realized she had unthinkingly gone up to the second floor. The public restroom situated just down the hallway from room 214.
stupid.
It was a word that she thought accurately described herself and her actions over the last few minutes. Still, she stayed until the sharp pain turned into an aching numbness. Taking a moment to fix her hair, she straightened her uniform top and opened the bathroom door.
Samantha.
The raspy voice whispered into her ear. Choking on a gasp, she spun, smacking against the doorframe. She rubbed her shoulder and looked around, trying to pinpoint where the sound had come from. The hallway was empty, the hotel quiet.
Stupid girl.
She whispered to herself as her scanning gaze settled on the door of room 214. A deep chill slithered along her spine, and she suppressed a shiver. Wrapping her arms around herself, she set off to the nearby staircase.
Samantha.
She stopped short, not just because of Wayne's whisper, but because of the metallic click that followed. She turned towards a dull rasp. The door to 214 slowly opened, inch by inch, revealing the darkness that lingered within the room. It was impossible to make out anything within the ebony. Even the hallway light couldn't creep more than an inch into the room before being cut off with a razor's edge. The long, slithering voice coiled out from the abyss, calling for her once again. Samantha sprinted for the staircase. She raced down the steps, not looking back until she was in the foyer and in clear view of the front desk. Walking backward, she stared at the top of the staircase, waiting to see Wayne following her. He didn't. The staircase remained empty. The world around her stilled. It was the quiet that caught her off guard, and she looked over to the front desk. Surely Caesar should have more than enough to tease her by this point. He wasn't there. A fizzle, a pop, and the hallway above her dimmed. She looked up just as the sound came again. Another light bulb shattered, allowing the night to encroach a little further. She flinched as the bulb died. Glass fragments scattered across the top of the staircase as darkness descended. It dropped like a curtain, thick and opaque, to cover the entire landing. It didn't matter that the remaining lights still blazed with a near-sterile glare. The wall of shadows remained, cutting the world off after the top stair. She fled, unable to turn her back on the incredible sight. Caesar still hadn't reappeared as she threw herself through the door into the front desk's back office. The self-locking door clicked into place as she pressed herself against it, determined not to be seen from the foyer. Still, she snuck a peek, relieved to see the familiar brilliance of the polished lobby. She slumped, thumped the back of her head against the door, and chastised herself for being so easily startled. The spike of panic that had propelled her to run now withered, allowing her brain to think up a flood of excuses for what she had just seen.
I need to call maintenance.
But all the bravado she'd built up proved to be a fragile thing. She couldn't bring herself to leave her makeshift hiding spot. So, instead of going to the phone, she decided her first task was to figure out where Caesar had gone. A pair of wall-mounted monitors displayed the security camera feed, 4 little black and white pictures to each screen. She glanced across them.
Not outside, not in the bar getting another coffee, not in the downstairs hallway.
Samantha's lungs froze into hard lumps. The square that should have displayed the upstairs hallway was completely black.
Well, yeah,
she told herself, just to hear a voice in the silence.
The light's out.
Her gaze flicked to the monitor displaying the foyer. The impenetrable darkness still swelled at the top of the stairs. As she watched, it bulged and bled. It moved like ooze, reluctantly giving up the figure that walked out of its depths. The silhouette of a tall, narrow man stalked slowly down the staircase, each stride purposeful but jolting. There wasn't any color to him, no definition between skin and hair and clothes, just a living shadow. It traveled down the staircase and, at last, moved beyond the reach of the camera. Samantha hurriedly shifted her gaze to the next monitor. The shadow was there, still moving in a shuffling gait, drifting ever closer to the front desk. She watched it cross the foyer, untouched and unchanged by the overhead lights and flickering fire. Silence bombarded her, the absence of footsteps thrilling her more than a heavy stride could have.
Samantha.
The haunting voice whispered from the foyer.
Come to me.
She clamped a hand over her mouth to keep her silence. The voice took on a sharper edge.
Samantha, come here.
Watching the monitor, seeing the dark shape standing before the check-in, she gripped the door with her free hand. Her muscles twitched as adrenaline flooded her veins. Cold sweat slicked her palms, but she promised herself if it was to touch the desk, she would run.
To the bar. People are still in the bar.
It seemed a million miles away.
Samantha!
The voice boomed, rattling the items scattered across her work desk. Her pen rolled from her notebook to clatter against the floor.
Room 214. Come now.
The voice cut into her like a razor. By the monitor, she watched the figure press against the counter, bleeding into it. A new wave of terror flooded over her as the hissing voice turned into a distorted purr.
I'm waiting for you, Samantha. I'll always be waiting.
The door slammed against her back, throwing her onto the thin carpet of the back office. She screamed, scrambling away, unsure where to go to hide.
Samantha?
Caesar crouched down next to her, grabbing her shoulders, his wide eyes struggling to grab her scattered gaze.
Sammy, it's me. You're okay.
She flinched as sound flooded back into her world. A stream of people moved across the foyer, the motion marked by repeating bursts of red and blue lights. Something smacked down against the counter, and she yelped.
It's okay,
Caesar rapidly assured. A few rapid blinks, and the dark figure she dreaded turned into a uniformed police officer.
They're all police officers.
What's going on?
She asked.
Where have you been?
Caesar asked.
You scared the hell out of me when I couldn't find you.
I went upstairs, the bathroom. Where were you? What's happening?
Is she okay?
The officer asked.
I think so,
Caesar said.
Ma'am, did you have an interaction with Wayne Rossi?
The officer asked.
She was here when I checked him in,
Caesar answered, while Samantha gathered her senses.
He also requested that I bring up some towels.
It's lucky that you didn't, another officer said as he approached his co-worker. The police lowered their voices to a series of whispers, leaving them time for Caesar to help Samantha to her feet.
They're here looking for Wayne,
Caesar hurriedly told her.
They came just after you left. Why didn't you go to the downstairs bathroom?
She looked at him, dumbfounded.
Why are they looking for him?
Caesar looked to the officer that was now calling them over.
Probably best that he explains.
Samantha didn't feel the steps it took to meet the man at the desk. The man asked a series of simple questions. The well-known answers didn't need any input from her brain to topple from her mouth. It left her adrift as the officer divulged carefully selected information.
Wayne Rossi is wanted in connection with a series of murders. His modus operandi is to check into hotels under a fake name. He then calls down with a request to lure someone to his room.
Samantha's brain surged into motion to fill in what the man had neglected to say.
He intended to kill me?
But he was under his real name,
Caesar said. The officer nodded. We were closing in on him. I suspect this was to be a last hurrah of sorts. Catching himself, he cleared his throat and returned to the facts. You're very lucky. We suspect he had a stroke just after calling you.
But he called again. He talked to Caesar, to Seth,
she continued, even as Caesar explained who Seth was.
He followed me down here.
Mum, first examinations estimate he's been dead for hours. Samantha rocked on her feet, only keeping upright as Caesar caught her.
I'm waiting for you. I'll always be waiting for you.
She tipped her head up to meet her friend's eyes.
I quit.
Parked Cars by Sara Clancy. Gwen flopped her head back to add a bit more dramatics to her long-suffering groan. It didn't provoke much of a reaction.
Maybe Midori's been around me for too long.
At this point, the shorter woman just rolled her eyes and heaved a sigh of her own.
You can't plant lilacs next to cucumbers, Gwen. Everyone knows that.
I don't know that.
You're not that bright,
Midori dismissed with a shrug. Gwen narrowed her eyes as they entered the elevator. It was a good glare, but Midori ignored it in favor of hitting the button for the parking lot. Then why don't you educate me?
That's a lost cause.
Gwen fought back an amused smirk to continue.
Explain to me why we can't plant them the way I want to. They cannibalize each other,
Midori replied with a defiant sniff. Gwen stared at the other woman for a long moment, waiting for Midori to make eye contact. Something she suddenly seemed desperate to avoid.
They cannibalize each other?
Gwen said slowly, accentuating each word, watching the color wash over Midori's cheeks.
Yes.
You want to stick with that argument? Midori fixed her gaze on the far side of the elevator, her grip wringing the handle of their industrial-sized shopping trolley.
Why wouldn't I? It's nature. Read a botany book.
The novelty of finally having a garden had not worn off for Gwen just yet, even if she was blindsided by just how much time and effort was needed to keep it looking anything near decent. Just picking out which saplings they wanted to plant along the gate had taken up most of their day. The home improvement center was closing around them by the time they got to the counter.
On the upside,
Gwen mused to herself,
we at least have the elevator all to ourselves for this insane conversation.
Midori's impulsiveness often had her blurting out stupid things and doing even worse. Gwen only liked to tease her about it when it was just the two of them. Leaning closer to the shorter woman, Gwen taunted in a whisper,
Plant cannibalism?
Midori huffed.
Okay, yeah, so that won't happen, but...
Wow, hold up. I need a few seconds to grapple with this startling information.
Lilacs next to cucumbers?
Midori gaped at Gwen.
Seriously? Are you kidding me?
What's wrong with that? With a sharp ping, the elevator doors slid open and they headed out to the darkened parking lot, their footsteps echoing around them.
Gwen, it will look incredibly ugly.
They're plants, Gwen protested. She groaned again when Midori held her hand up. Midori?
Shh.
Midori moved to place a finger against her lips, but soon gave up on the motion, leaving her hand hovering in the air as she scanned the parking lot.
Do you hear that?
Hear what?
Shh.
Gwen clamped her mouth shut and waited for Midori to get over her newest bout of paranoia. She was in no way prepared to actually hear something strange. But there it was. Short, raspy gasps. The strained breathing of someone that was struggling to get the air into their lungs.
What is that?
Midori asked.
More importantly,
Gwen paused as she twisted around, scanning the all but empty parking lot and the equally abandoned building.
Where is it coming from?
The gasps seemed to drift upon the barely there breeze, curling around them to whisper in their ears. Midori abruptly spun around to face her.
Wait, you hear it too?
Yeah, for once, you're right. Midori's scowl was short-lived. As the sound came again, she dropped any trace of annoyance in favor of scanning the parking lot with purpose. Shadows gathered around the rings of light cast by the gridwork of street lamps. There were only 2 cars still left, each one parked on almost opposite sides of the concrete slab. The closest was a high-set truck with an enclosed flatbed serving as its trunk. The furthermost was their own little Beetle. Gwen grunted when Midori shoved the cart at her, the handlebar digging into her gut.
What are you...
She didn't get the whole question out before Midori was cutting across the parking lot.
Midori, wait!
The cart bounced as Gwen ran to catch up, making the potted plants rattle together. For a moment, she thought the pots were going to break.
Midori!
What?
Slightly out of breath, Midori reached the enclosed rear of the truck.
You're the one that ran off and I'm getting the attitude?
It was coming from over here.
How could you possibly...
Shh!
Midori's hand shot up once again. They stood in silence for a moment, listening to the strained breathing. It was louder now, but just as fragile. The pauses between each breath lengthened. It grew so pitiful that Gwen was sure that each gasp would be the last. But the sound always returned for just one more breath.
What is that?
Gwen whispered.
It sounds like someone's having an asthma attack,
Midori said.
We need to find them.
They turned to look through the back window of the truck. Parked on the very edge of a street lamp's illumination, only a weak glow managed to push itself inside to play with the shadows within the back of the high-set vehicle. Gwen's eyes still needed a moment to adjust for her to make sense of the clutter that filled the hooded flat top. A mix of old paint cans, rollers, ladders, and a bundled, stained tarp.
I don't see anyone,
Gwen said. Midori leaned closer to the window, her eyes narrowing into a squint.
Come on, Midori. We'll check around the side of the building.
Is that tarp moving?
What? No.
Gwen clenched her teeth in frustration when Midori refused to move away from the glass. When she couldn't take it anymore, she carefully set the cart aside and shuffled to Midori's side. Once more, they fell into silence. The disembodied breathing was slower and softer now, coming in spurts and gasps. Gwen could barely hear it over the quickening rush of her own heartbeat. They stared at the tarp, waiting for it to move, only to have it remain still. The world around them fell into an unstable silence.
This is silly,
Gwen said. Midori ignored her as she searched through her purse. The sudden light of her phone's flashlight blinded Gwen for an instant before Midori trained the beam through the window.
What are we thinking is going on here?
Gwen continued.
Seriously, someone started having a medical emergency, went in search of help, got tired, and decided to pull into a home improvement store instead of carrying on to the hospital?
Or someone put them there,
Midori said.
This could be a kidnapping or a murder.
Are you kidding me?
It took every ounce of control that Gwen had not to say something unpleasant. Instead, she crossed her arms over her chest and rested one shoulder against the back of the truck.
And this kidnapper and/or killer decided to leave the body in the back of their truck? Because getting rid of it wouldn't be an urgent matter.
Midori didn't tear her eyes away from the window.
Maybe they needed a shovel.
Something shifted in the corner of Gwen's eyesight, making her jump away from the truck. By the light of Midori's phone, they watched as the tarp jerked and spasmed. The breathing returned, broken and sharp, now loud enough to be unmistakable. Gwen heard the sound of crinkling plastic before she noticed the movement. While the tarp itself remained still, the plastic sheeting that covered the floor of the truck bunched and slid, as if clutched in some unseen grip. Both women almost screamed when the tarp moved again. Midori fixed her phone light on it.
Gwen!
Reaching out blindly, she grabbed a handful of Gwen's jacket sleeve and pulled her closer.
There! Do you see it? That's blood.
It's not blood.
Yes, it is.
It's red paint.
Mounting frustration and nerves had Midori bouncing on the balls of her feet.
How can you be so sure?
Because no one casually goes into a hardware store
While there's a body in their vehicle. Or that's what he wants you to think.
Midori countered. Not knowing how to respond to that, Gwen was silent for a second too long. Midori lunged forward and worked the handle of the trunk door. With the lock engaged, it only rattled in place, the loud clatter echoing through the empty space around them. Gwen pulled Midori back by her shoulders.
What are you doing?
Helping.
The police might not see it that way.
Police!
The way Midori gasped the word gave Gwen hope that she had talked some sense into the girl.
Yes, police, who see breaking into cars. Wait, who were you calling?
The police!
Midori grunted as the phone was snatched from her fingers.
What?
Do you have any idea how much trouble you can get into for filing a false police report?
Gwen pulled her arm back to keep the mobile out of Midori's grasp.
Please, just this once, can you take a few seconds to think before you act?
Despite her attempt to make the words as gentle as possible, Gwen still found herself on the receiving end of a dark glare.
Okay, I thought it through. Can I call the cops now?
No,
Gwen said.
Fine, then you're the lookout.
Between the cart and the phone, Gwen had no chance of catching Midori before she slipped around the side of the car and out of sight. The shadows suddenly seemed darker, the glow from the street lamps starker, as Gwen nervously glanced around.
Midori, come on,
she pleaded, only to receive no answer. Chewing on the inside of her cheek, Gwen glanced over her shoulder, back to the building's entrance. As if to mock her, the internal lights began to click off. One by one, the illumination died a little more until only the main entrance was still visible within the night. The truck rattled as Midori fought with the doors. Gwen jumped when Midori suddenly reappeared, only to throw herself against the window again.
Did you see that?
Midori whispered.
See what?
She moved. I swear she moved.
Oh, it's a she now?
All the rapid energy fled Midori in a second, leaving her looking small and frail.
Because statistically, it's normally us. They normally take women. It's just as likely we could be in this girl's place.
The sincerity of Midori's tear-rimmed eyes cracked the last of Gwen's resistance. Heaving a sigh, she shoved the cart toward their car. The single push was nowhere near enough to get it to their vehicle. It ended up barely halfway across the parking lot, but it was enough in the shadows that she hoped it wouldn't be instantly noticeable.
Why did you do that?
Midori asked.
They're closing up, Midori. Sooner rather than later, this guy is going to come back out. We don't want him instantly suspicious that someone's snooping around.
Oh, smart.
One of us has to be.
Midori let the comment slide. She seemed almost giddy to have Gwen on her side finally, and even backed up a step to give the taller girl unchallenged access to the car window. With one last glance at the building's entrance, Gwen lifted the phone. Neither of them had bothered to turn off the flashlight app. The slender beam cut into the strengthened darkness, reflecting off the glass but offering them a glimpse at the innards. Seeing it for the second time, Gwen had to admit the tarp did have the shape of a human being. The curve of shoulder to hip was exaggerated in an almost artistic representation of a woman's body.
You see it now, right?
Midori whispered as she pressed against Gwen's back.
That's not red paint, and it's all stained from the inside.
She, if it is a she, couldn't have moved,
Gwen said. Midori jolted back a few inches to better glare at her.
I saw her move.
I know it looked like it before, but it's impossible. It must have been something else that caused it. Midori, look.
Gwen carefully trailed the beam over the tarp, from hip to shoulder to the loose flap beyond that.
See? I know a woman when I see one, Gwen.
Where's her head?
Midori's hair smacked against the side of Gwen's face as she whipped around. With both hands braced on the glass, she leaned closer, staring into the murky truck.
Oh my God,
Midori whispered. Gwen swallowed.
Maybe we should call the cops.
I'm sure I saw her move.
Gwen was already working the phone, bringing up the dial pad without moving the light off the tarp. In the silence around them, the sudden shift of fabric cracked like a whip, making both the girls jump back.
Ha! I told you she moved! You saw it!
Midori's moment of victory fizzled out quickly as the emergency line picked up. The operator's voice was calm but authoritative, a soothing balm for their frayed nerves. It was the first time Gwen had ever called 911, and the conversation flowed far more swiftly than she would have imagined. It only took a few moments for the expert questions to work through Gwen's simmering panic to draw out the needed details. The combination of the loudspeaker and the relative's silence allowed Midori to follow the conversation while still being a foot or so away.
Have you seen the owner of the vehicle? Do you know how many there are?
No, we just found it in the parking lot.
I want you to look around you. Does anything seem out of the ordinary?
Gwen's contained panic slithered out of her in a sudden burst.
Other than the body in the truck?
Officers are on their way, but right now I need you to be my eyes. Look around. Really study the area for me. Is there anything or anyone that stands out to you?
Sucking in a deep breath, Gwen scanned the area. There was nothing but shadows and empty space.
I can't see anything.
And no one's coming out of the store?
Both girls instantly leaned to the side, peeking around the side of the truck to check the entrance. The brightly lit opening sat there, completely empty.
We think he's in there, but that's just a guess,
Gwen said. It struck her then that they also were guessing the gender of who had done this.
We don't know anything. You have to hurry. The lights are already off in the store.
They're on their way now.
It took the operator a few times to regain Gwen's attention when Midori suddenly dropped to the ground and began scurrying under the truck. Eventually, they got the make and model out of her.
The license plate number?
Gwen reluctantly worked around the back of the truck and read out the plate. A remote ping choked the air from Gwen's lungs.
The elevator.
He's coming.
Our officers are only a few minutes out. Do not engage with the man, okay? Get back into your car and lock the doors.
All right.
The name died on her lips when the inside car light flicked on. She threw herself back around the side of the truck, catching sight of Midori just as she scrambled into the high-set vehicle.
"What are you doing?"
Gwen hissed.
"He had a magnetic hide-a-key,"
Midori whispered back, her feet slipping out of sight.
"He's coming. Get out!"
Already half squeezed between the two front seats, Midori's frightened jolt made her slip, her torso falling into the back.
"Get out!"
Gwen frantically whispered. Panicking, she lurched up into the truck and shoved Midori through the gap and into the back seat. As Midori scrambled out of the way, Gwen slammed the door shut, narrowly missing her own feet. The operator's voice came just as the building's electric doors opened. Gwen whispered the change of events as she crawled after Midori, slipping between the two front seats in search of somewhere to hide. She instantly regretted this decision. It had been a reflex, a stupid, mindless reflex that could now actually see them dead. Midori, being the smaller of the two of them, was able to fold herself into the shadows that clustered behind the driver's seat. There was an array of discarded jackets that would shield her when the overhead light flicked on. With nowhere left to hide, Gwen was forced to take a chance in the back. She kept as close to the seat back as possible as she flopped into the truck. Landing atop a few paint cans made her want to scream with pain. She stifled the sound, gripping the edge of a balled-up tarp, and huddled in the corner. Her feet had just slipped under the thick plastic and out of sight when the overhead light clicked on. In the utter silence, Gwen was able to track the man by sound alone. The soft click of the driver's side door. A metallic clatter as whatever he had brought clashed and dropped into the front passenger seat. She had almost forgotten that she had the phone to her ear, the flashlight app still on, until the man's footsteps came to a shuffled halt. Trying to scramble with the phone without moving was a nearly impossible task. Hot tears welled in her eyes as she worked her thumb blindly over the buttons, too scared to draw the phone away from her ears. The man stepped back from the door. The truck swayed as the door began to swing closed.
"Please, please, please."
She didn't know if the light was visible through the tarp. If he closed the door before she turned it off, there'd be no missing her hiding place. Not now. Not when the shift of his feet radiated his growing suspicion. She wasn't sure how. She simply knew without a doubt that it did. The door slammed shut, her thumb swiped across the phone screen, and she was plunged into darkness. Tension remained like a boa constrictor around her, crushing the air from her lungs as she was left to wait. Either the man was outside of the truck, on edge and searching for anything amiss, or he was in the truck with them, ready to take them to wherever he planned to take the corpse a few feet away from her.
"If it's a corpse, please don't let it be a corpse."
Her eyes adjusted to the dark. Gwen's insides ran cold when she discovered that she wasn't under a separate tarp. Merely inches from her foot, the tangled material that shrouded the shape that had lured in the girls parted. Forms emerged from the murky shadows, details coming a little at a time. As the trapped air heated with Gwen's panted breaths, the scent of copper grew stronger.
"Blood."
Her stomach roiled with the realization and stench. Somewhere on the edges of her conscious mind, it occurred to her that the headless body itself didn't stink.
"She hasn't been dead for long."
All trace of thought shattered when something suddenly jerked under the tarp. The motion didn't escape the man's attention. Footsteps battered the ground outside, moving swiftly to the rear of the vehicle before the trunk door was wrenched open. Light bombarded against the other side of the tarp, the plastic turning it into an array of shadows and grayish light. Gwen choked on a scream. The additional light that seeped through the tarp allowed her to see in detail. Fingertips peeked out from under a fold of fabric right next to her foot. She couldn't name why, but the vision of the woman's chipped purple nail polish lodged in Gwen's brain. It was the soft, reassuring whisper that drifted through the phone line that kept Gwen silent. As much as the operator's voice soothed her, Gwen became terrified the man had heard her. He began tearing into the items at the back of the clutter, choking up the trunk. Gwen tried to time her movements, using each jerk and thrash of the tarps to cower a little more into the corner, distorting herself to try and keep out of sight. Shifting until she was balled up on her side, the phone trapped between the cool metal floor and her ear. Still, the fingers remained on the edges of her limited sight. Gwen couldn't stop staring at the chipped nails even as the man continued to search. The hand twitched. Nails tapped against the metal bottom of the trunk. It was barely a whisper of sound, but it was enough to make the man freeze instantly. The whole world became stiflingly silent. Gwen once more held her breath, sure that the slightest gasp would give her away. The hand twitched again. It was the encasing silence that turned the gentle tap of the nails into loud cracks, like lightning snaking across a stormy sky.
No,
a man's low voice whispered.
Shelby, stop it. Just stop.
The fingers tapped again.
Stop!
The tarp crackled, and the body jerked back as if being dragged closer to the open trunk door. Nails scraped across metal as unidentifiable items spilled out into the night. Tangled within the plastic sheet, the body took the tarp with it. Fresh air struck Gwen's heated flesh. She screamed, throwing herself over the back of the chair and deeper into the truck, fleeing the startled man's shout. The heel of her foot smacked against something solid but pliable, creating a rhythmic yet erratic thud, the sound drawing her gaze even as she scrambled.
The head! I kicked her head!
The severed skull bounced out of the truck and struck the dumbfounded man. Midori reared up to grab Gwen around her shoulders and drag her over the seat. The phone slipped from Gwen's fingers as they crashed against the driver's seat. It scattered somewhere out of sight, taking the startled voice of the operator with it.
Are you all right?
Midori gasped even as Gwen pushed her through the gap between the front seats. They had both crawled their way into the front of the truck before they realized that no one was following them. Their panted breaths rang in Gwen's ears as they twisted around in search of any hint of movement. The overhead light dulled their ability to see beyond the windows. Gwen could barely make anything out beyond the street lamps and the now darkened storefront. The truck door gaped open before them as the dashboard dug into her back. Silence descended upon them once more. Midori's hair fanned out around her as she whipped her head around relentlessly, trying to see everywhere around them at once.
Where did he go?
She whispered. Gwen could only shake her head. The man so easily avoided her senses. It was easy to believe that he had never existed at all. A stray breeze rippled through the plastic, making it snap and tremble. Together, the girls pushed themselves higher, craning their necks to peer over the back of the seats. Something had snagged the end of the tarp, rooting it in place while the other end fell out of the truck. Artificial light turned the bloodstains a deeper red, almost black. Both of the girls looked to the door closest to them. Breathlessly, they waited, but the doors didn't open. They were left sitting in the artificial twilight, each weighed down with the knowledge that both a corpse and a killer waited for them outside.
Should we get to our car?
Gwen asked. Midori's eyes fixed on her, wide and unblinking.
Do you think we can make it?
Midori whispered. Gwen swallowed thickly, but forced herself to nod.
Yeah, of course. Maybe we should stay here until the cops come.
We're not safe here.
We're not safe out there.
Gwen's fingers trembled as she pushed her hand into her pocket and retrieved her car keys. The sight of them, the promise and familiar safety, chipped away at Midori's resistance. A scream made the final decision for them. It came from under the truck, close to the back. The girls threw themselves out of the truck and broke into a sprint the second their feet hit the ground. Gwen only glanced back once to find Midori. The woman was small, but she was fast, and soon overtook Gwen in their mad dash. Screams followed them, blood-curdling and savage, and driving them on even as terror threatened to freeze them in place. Midori reached the car first. She fumbled with the door handle, working it rapidly even when it became clear that it was still locked. Gwen's sweat-slicked fingers slipped over the key. She almost dropped it twice before she joined Midori at their car. Metal scraped against metal as she fought to get the key into the lock. Never before had she wished she didn't have such an old vehicle. All the while, she could feel something coming for them, getting closer. Something cold and wild and crackling with rage. The key slipped in, the lock flipped, and she threw herself into the car as she reached out to unlock the passenger side door to let Midori in. They slammed the locks back on. Then they were alone, cradled by the dark insides of their car. Across the parking lot, the truck glowed. It was too far and too dark for Gwen to make out any details of the body that lay sprawled over the concrete, half tangled in the tarp, but she didn't need details to know that its severed head lay about 3 feet away from the body.
Can you see him?
Midori panted.
No. We should go.
Midori couldn't tear her eyes from the body.
We'll drive to the nearest police station.
Right.
I don't want to be here, Gwen.
The desperation in her voice jarred Gwen from her shock. Even though she clutched it hard enough that her fingers hurt, Gwen had completely forgotten that she was the one holding the key. She was the one who could get them away from all of this. Red and blue lights flickered across the dark sky as Gwen once more struggled to maneuver the key. Sirens soon joined them. Even though they weren't beside her, the promise of the approaching police was enough to make Gwen weep with relief. 2 police cars burst into the parking lot, the light they brought with them flooding the area, fighting back the shadows as readily as the noonday sun. Midori's hand fell upon Gwen's forearm. Until the contact, she hadn't realized that she was still trying to get the key into the ignition.
Right. We have to stay.
Midori's silence put her back on edge. Gwen turned to her, then followed the woman's gaze to the beheaded corpse. The light allowed them to make out an important detail. The body was a man.
Where did she go?
Midori whispered. Frozen in place, they clutched at each other, barely aware of the police swarming the area. Beyond them, the night was cold and empty and completely undisturbed by life or movement.
Gwen, if that's him, where did she go?
Pictures on the Wall by Ron Ripley. Neil O'Leary stood in the Milford antique shop and examined the set of 3 paintings in front of him. They hung on the wall at eye level, their heavy gilt frames glowing in the soft light focused on them from the overhead spotlights. Each painting formed part of a whole, as though one large piece had been divided into 3. Neil leaned forward, his hands clasped loosely behind his back as he read the legend beneath the center painting. This trio of exquisite oil paints, circa mid-17th century, are done by an unknown artist. The signature is unrecognizable and undecipherable. While this is unfortunate, it does not take away from the excellent rendering of an early colonial manner. The stunning architecture, the figures working in the fields, and the glimpses through the windows are expertly rendered. Currently, this trio is on consignment from the estate of a collector of fine early Americana. The provenance of the piece prior to the purchase by the collector is unknown. The estate is asking a moderate $12,000 US for the trio. Neil scanned each painting in turn, admiring the brushstrokes and fine details. Finally, at the bottom right of the 3rd piece, he found a signature. Like the legend read, the signature was undecipherable. The fact that there was only one signature on 3 paintings further convinced Neil he was looking at one painting, separated into 3. Smiling, he walked to the main desk in the foyer, and within a moment a pleasant, slightly corpulent middle-aged man exited the small office behind the desk.
"Good morning,"
the man said, extending his hand.
"I am Bart. How may I assist you today?"
"Good morning, Bart. I'm Neil," he replied. "I was wondering if someone might be able to take a painting off the wall for me. I'd like to examine the back, if possible."
"Well, I think it is more than possible," Bart responded congenially. "Anthony?"
An unseen man answered from the office.
"Yes?"
"I'm assisting a patron with an item. Keep an eye on the desk for me," Bart asked.
"Of course,"
came the response.
"Excellent,"
Bart said, and walked out from behind the main desk. Neil was surprised at the grace and speed with which the man moved. He was well dressed, and his light blonde hair was neatly trimmed. Bart hummed gently as he walked, and after they exited the foyer and entered the main hall of the shop, he turned to Neil and asked,
"Which painting was it, sir?"
"Down the hall and on the left a bit," Neil replied.
"The manor house?"
Bart inquired politely. Neil chuckled and nodded. "Ha! Indeed. They truly are magnificent pieces."
"Yes,"
Bart smiled. They walked the remainder of the way in silence. When they reached the wall, Bart asked,
"Is there a particular one you would like to examine?"
"The last, if you please," Neil answered.
"Certainly,"
Bart said. He reached up and delicately removed the painting from its hanging. He turned the painting over to reveal the back of the frame. A tight brown paper covered the entirety of the piece, and there was a small gold label attached to the upper right-hand corner. Without asking to touch the painting, Neil bent forward and read the name of the shop. M. L. King, Frame Maker, Mason, New Hampshire. The name sounded vaguely familiar, and Neil straightened up. "I'd like to take these 3.
"Excellent," Bart said. "Quite excellent, sir. Allow me to get some assistance with the removal and packaging. and we will have you out and about in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail."
Neil chuckled at the man's enthusiasm and followed him back to the foyer. Within a short time, Neil had all 3 paintings securely packaged and stored in the back of his Mercedes. While his bank account was significantly lighter, it didn't bother him overmuch. The royalties from his newest self-help book continued to roll in, and his publicist was currently engaged in negotiations with several morning shows competing to have him as a guest. Life is good, Neil thought. Exceptionally so. Maybe I should do a book about the therapeutic aspects of shopping. He smiled at the idea of it, signaling to enter the gated community he lived in. The guard waved him through, and Neil turned off to the left, following the long, well-kept driveway that led to his new home. A spatter of rain struck his windshield, and his wipers made short work of them. Dark storm clouds rolled along the far western horizon and threatened to destroy the pleasantness of the evening. If I wrote a book about shopping and could sell it, I could write my own ticket anywhere, he thought, guiding the car around to the right. The sensor in the Mercedes triggered the automatic garage door, and a few moments later he was inside the garage. Stepping out of the car, he tapped his Apple Watch and said, "Lights, full, 1st and 2nd floors." He opened the trunk and carefully removed the top painting. Neil carried it to the 1st floor, set it on the long black walnut table in the center of the dining room, and went into the kitchen. He got a drink of water and said, "Coffee, please." The pot turned on with a soft click, and Neil returned to the garage to retrieve the other 2 paintings. When all 3 were on the table, he set about removing them from their packaging, carefully laying each one face up when he finished. He fetched his coffee from the kitchen, brought it back to the table, and sat down. For a short time he stared at the paintings, his mind slowly going over possibilities as he drank the hot liquid. Finally, he nodded to himself and stood up. He left the coffee in the kitchen, took a scaling knife out of the butcher's block, and returned with it to the paintings. Turning the first one over, he gently dragged the tip of the blade along the topmost portion of the backing. When he had it completely removed, he moved on the 2nd and then the 3rd. As he removed the last backing, he paused, surprised at the sight of a small envelope, perhaps the size of a note card. It was tucked into the frame between the wood and the canvas. The envelope was sealed with wax, onto which the name King had been stamped. Curious, he extracted the envelope, broke the seal, and retrieved the letter. The penmanship was exquisite, and it was dated May 6th, 1876. To whom it may concern, on this day, the 6th of May, 1876, I have had the pity and heartbreak of burying my father after he attempted to destroy the painting which you now hold in your hands. He purchased this item whole whilst on a buying trip in England. It was a prized possession, and one he was thrilled to add to our personal collection at home. The painting hung in a place of honor in my father's private study, and he daily marveled at the detail. Until the first rain, that is. On the first heavy rain of the year, February 3rd, my father was home, alone, and for that we are thankful. My younger siblings and stepmother most certainly would not have survived. Had I not been in Boston, I suspect I, too, might have fallen victim to what my father witnessed and escaped. At first, he believed it to be a sickness of his mind, and that his escape was not so much fortuitous as it was an aspect of some affliction. This changed with the next rainfall, and the next. By May, my father came to the decision that the painting needed to be destroyed. My stepmother suggested we merely put it away, sealed and forgotten, but my father feared someone might open it in the future. So armed with the belief that he had best take care of the monstrosity himself, he attempted to burn the painting. Nothing happened. This was on the 3rd day of May, and took place at his business. He reported to us that the painting was unaffected, and that he was going to return to the shop in the evening and attempt to find another avenue. Instead, he was burned to death. Everything was lost, except for the painting you now hold. I took a chance this afternoon and cut the photo into 3 sections. It has since rained, and nothing has happened. I beseech you to leave the painting as it is. Do not combine it or attempt to destroy it. Leave it be, and it shall leave you be. Sincerely, Joseph H. King. Neil set the letter down and scratched the back of his head. It was a curious letter, and the authenticity of it added a magnificent provenance to the piece. He gazed down at all 3, now freed from their separate backings, for a moment before he retrieved his coffee from the kitchen and went to his office. Sitting down, he typed in the framer's information and found it listed on an auction site. M. L. King had gone out of business in 1876 after a fire consumed the building, the stock, and the owner himself. Neil leaned back in his chair and looked at the screen for several minutes, thinking about the letter and the information on the internet. He shook his head. It was a sad piece of bad luck for the framer. It was ridiculous to think the paintings had anything to do with it. He wandered back to the dining room, depositing the empty coffee mug in the kitchen on his way, when he stood in front of the paintings again. He decided to ease them out of their frames. He carefully manipulated the small nails holding each in place. Dust fell onto the table, and by the time he finished, Neil was sweating and uncomfortable. He grinned with satisfaction at the sight of the 3 paintings bare of their frames. His theory about them, having once been a single piece of work, had been proven true. The right edge of the first painting and the left edge of the last painting continued onto the framework that the canvas had been stretched over. Additionally, both sides of the center painting did the same. Someone had taken great pains to cut a large and stunning image into 3 parts. Idiocy, Neil thought, as he carefully slid the paintings together. It was obvious that he had purchased a magnificent piece. It'll be worth the extra money to have the painting restored, he thought. Now, to find a place to hang these until then. Neil wandered around his home for a short time, finally deciding on a wall barren of decoration in his newly built library. The restored painting would hold pride of place above the broad mantelpiece. Neil dug out a hammer and some hanging tacks, roughly judged the best place for the painting, and drove in 3 of the small tacks. Humming, he went into the dining room, picked up the paintings, and carried them to his library. For several minutes he fussed with the exact placement of the 3, and when he was finished, he stepped back to admire his handiwork. Fantastic, Neil thought. Absolutely fantastic. A glance at the clock surprised him. Hours had passed, and it was nearly time for dinner. He took out his phone, made certain he hadn't forgotten about any interviews or dinner dates, and decided a drink before eating would be fine. From the reading table, he picked up a bottle of Maker's Mark, poured himself a healthy-sized glass, and retired with it to his chair. He angled his seat so he could look at the paintings as a whole, and once more felt immense satisfaction. Beautiful, he thought, as he raised the glass to the unknown painter. Thank you for such stunning work. Neil winked at the painting, chuckled, and drank some of the smooth liquor. It sent warmth rushing through him. Within a short period of time, Neil finished the drink, brought the bottle over to the chair, and sat down, prepared to spend a pleasant evening of basking in his own accomplishments. Beyond the tall, arched windows of the library, the sun began to set. With all the alcohol in his system, and little food to counteract its effects, Neil felt his eyelids grow heavy. As they did so, his gaze fell upon the painting, and he smiled. Movement on the canvas caught his attention and forced him to struggle against the urge to sleep. What in the hell was that? He wondered. Pushing himself up in the chair, he rubbed at his eyes, turned on the light beside him, and squinted at the painting. The figures were in different positions, as though someone had come along and moved them carefully. Beyond the manor house, the sky was darker, heavy clouds taking position over the horizon. I'm seeing things, Neil thought after a minute. The Maker's Mark is too strong, at least on an empty stomach. He tried to stand up, but when he did, he wavered on his feet and sat down hard as nausea threatened his equilibrium. Damn! Neil's eyes were drawn once more to the painting. The clouds he saw were undeniably moving across the painted sky. People around the manor house were hurrying about, as if trying to secure the building against an impending storm. Around him, Neil felt a cool wind blow, his hair moving on its own accord while a static charge filled the library. He felt a moment of panic, wondering if he had drunk himself into delusion. No, he thought. I'm tired. Too much alcohol, stress, nothing else. Don't get all dramatic. Stand up, go to bed, sleep this off. Get some rest. I just need rest. Without looking at the painting again, Neil pushed himself to his feet. He staggered forward several steps, then flinched as tiny, bitterly cold water droplets struck his cheeks and forehead. Confused, he glanced at the ceiling, wondering if there was a leak. Nothing greeted his eyes, and when he glanced out of the window to see how hard the rain was falling, he stopped. The sky was clear and painted a vibrant red by the setting sun. The storm clouds that had threatened earlier were gone. Water struck him again, and he heard a faint yelling mingled with the barking of dogs. Slowly, almost against his own volition, Neil looked at the painting. Almost everyone was in the house, but there were still several outside. Giant dogs ran among them as if a kennel had broken open, and the groundsmen were trying to wrangle the animals back inside. Great Danes, Neil thought, squinting. The traditional dog for guarding a manor such as this, and so many of them. As he peered closer at the painting, he saw that rain fell heavily from the churning sky, and nearby trees whipped about, driven by a fierce wind. No, Neil thought, grasping the doorknob and letting himself out of the room. Not happening. He stumbled out of the library, lost his grip on the door, and tripped over the hallway's runner. Neil struck the opposite wall and let out a groan as his left arm went numb from the shoulder down. He paused and leaned against the wall, waiting for sensation to return to his arm, and for his brain to beat back the fog of alcohol. Neither event occurred. Whimpering at his bad luck and excessive drinking, Neil staggered down the hallway to the stairs at the far end. He gripped the banister with his good hand and slowly climbed each step. When he reached the landing, Neil paused to catch his breath. His mind spun, and he had a growing sense of urgency. His stomach quivered, and before he could stop himself, he bent over and vomited all over the landing and his patent leather shoes. As he spat the bitter aftertaste of bile from his mouth, Neil heard the barking and yipping of several dogs. He straightened up too quickly, causing his vision to blur and his senses to reel. When he finally could see again, he froze in panicked horror. At the far end of the hallway, on the first floor, a dog's black head extended. Its ears were laid back against its skull, and the nostrils flared. The head was huge, the snout long, and Neil recognized the breed. "It's a Great Dane," he thought. "Where the hell did it come from? How did it get in here?" A crack of thunder rang out from the library, and Neil realized the dog's fur was wet. A moment later, 2 more dogs joined the first, all 3 of them standing in the doorway. Finally, the first dog stepped out into the hallway, its body impossibly large and lean. A single glance at the animal told Neil that he couldn't outrun it. He risked a look toward his room, which was 30 feet down the right-hand hallway. The door to his bedroom was open, and in it was his gun safe, where he kept a Sig Sauer 9mm semi-automatic pistol. Enough to stop any dog, Neil thought with confidence. But a small, cautious voice asked, "What about dogs that come out of paintings?" Neil shuddered and refused to acknowledge that fear. Instead, he focused on working his way cautiously and silently toward his room. He moved 1 foot first, then the next, his eyes always on the dogs, especially the black one. He'll get here the fastest, Neil thought, if anything happens. He inched away, feeling gradually returning to his arm. Silently, Neil worked his hand open and closed. He hesitated as he passed the edge of the landing. The dogs continued to watch him. With a whimper, Neil ran for his bedroom. From the first floor came excited barking and howling, the sound of long nails clicking and scraping on the floor, and then up the stairs. Panting, Neil lunged through the open doorway of his room and slammed the door closed behind him. He fumbled for the lock as the first of the dogs slammed into the wood. Neil crawled on all 4s to his bed, reached underneath, and scrambled to find his gun safe. A heartbeat later, his hands closed on the cold metal, and he sobbed with relief. Dragging it out into the room, Neil found the thumb pad, pressed his thumb to it, and then jerked the case open. In the dim light of the room, he kept his attention on the door as it rattled in its frame, and tried to pull the weapon out of the safe. His hands didn't find anything. Furious and frantic, Neil turned on a bed lamp and looked down into the safe's interior. The gun was gone. He shook his head, wondering where it was. Did someone get in here and steal it? How? Then a memory pierced the alcoholic fog. No one had stolen the weapon. Neil had dropped it off at a gunsmith in Milford. It was why he was in the antique shop to begin with. The gun was being engraved with his initials and the publication date of his first New York Times bestseller. "Oh, no," Neil thought. "No, no, no!" The door rattled fiercely in its frame, and one of the dogs scratched at the wood. A moment later, all three were scratching. The noise was horrific and terrifying. Wood, Neil knew, would be flying from beneath their gigantic claws. Soon the combined weight of their massive bodies would be too much for the hinges, and the door would collapse inward, possibly taking the framework with it. Neil sat mute upon the floor, staring down at the useless gun safe in front of him. As fear and panic burned through the alcohol haze, he tried to rationalize the situation. A low growl destroyed his train of thought. Without wanting to, Neil looked at the door. In the space underneath, a long, bright red tongue darted out to lick the wood. One of the dogs whined, and the entire door shook again. Neil managed to pull himself to his feet. He hobbled to the nearest window and looked out. Escape plans boiled in his mind, and he wondered how he might get out of his room. He swayed, regained his balance, and walked clumsily to the bedroom windows. As he looked out, his hopes plunged. Neil had forgotten how the backyard sloped down toward the rolling expanse of grass, which led to the community's private pond, with its extensive stock of rainbow trout and smallmouth bass. "Why am I thinking of those now?" he wondered, his inner voice rising to a shriek. "I need to get out!" Panic drowned the alcohol in his system, his mind racing as he sought alternatives. Suddenly, Neil felt the weight of his phone in his pocket, and he let out a hysterical cry of relief. The dogs bayed and slammed harder against the door. He looked for a safe place to call, somewhere the dogs couldn't reach him, and his eyes fell on the master bathroom and his walk-in closet. The closet was larger, with a pair of double doors, but those doors were louvered, and Neil doubted they would hold against the combined massive force of the Great Danes. "Bathroom," he thought, his heart throbbing dangerously. Neil raced across the room, slid partway across the Italian marble floor, and slammed the door closed. Feverishly, he locked it and dragged his heavy laundry hamper closer, jamming it beneath the doorknob. The dogs continued to howl as they beat upon the bedroom door. Neil climbed into his large two-person tub and drew the curtain closed before taking out his phone and unlocking the screen. No sooner had he done so than the bedroom door broke with a hideous crash. The dogs joined their voices together in a hellish cry of triumph, and Neil could hear them racing around the room. Within seconds, they were gathered outside of the bathroom door. They worked with the same maniacal frenzy as before, and Neil's hands shook as he dialed 911. There was no ring on the other end. Neil waited a few seconds, lowered the phone, and prepared to end the call when he saw the low battery signal flashing. "No!" he thought, staring at it with horror. "No!" Even as the thought made itself known, the screen flashed once, then went dark. For a moment, Neil clutched it, staring at his wide-eyed reflection in the black screen. Then, slowly, he lowered the dead device and set it on the bottom of the tub. The dogs barked and growled, scraped and scratched, and it sounded as though one of them was actively chewing on the wood. Neil pulled back the shower curtain and took stock of the bathroom. Despite the room's large size, there was little in it. Other than the door, a wide, frosted glass window was the only way out of the room. One of the dogs slammed against the door and snarled as if it understood what Neil was contemplating. The others joined in, beating relentlessly at the wood. Hinges creaked and the door shuddered, the hamper doing the same. "I either wait here for the dogs to get in," he thought, "or I go out of the window." One, he knew, was certain death. With the other, he only had slightly better odds. A frightened voice crept through his panic, and he wondered, "How do I know these dogs are real? I drank a lot. What if they're just part of a hallucination? What if this is just a nightmare, and I'm in my chair, in my library? But what if I'm not?" Neil tried to stand up, but his legs shook too much. Finally, after biting down hard on his lower lip, he managed to get to his feet. He tasted blood from his injured lip, and with a horrific shudder, stepped out of the bathtub. With tottering steps, he crossed the marble floor to the window. His hands trembled as he lifted them up and found the locks on the sash. It took him several tries to undo them, and when he did, he had to struggle to raise the sash. Warm air curled into the room through the fine mesh screen, and the sounds of birds down around the pond rolled up to greet him. A sense of calm filled him, and Neil felt confident as he pushed the screen up as well. He took hold of the windowsill, and the door exploded behind him. Wood flew across the room, and the hamper went spinning. The three Great Danes raced into the room, foam around their mouths as they sped toward him. Neil tried to get up and out of the window, but the dogs found his legs, locked their giant mouths around both calves and an ankle, and dragged him back into the bathroom. Neil's head struck the marble floor, stunning him long enough for the dogs to taste his flesh and discover they liked it.
Porcelain Elephants by Ron Ripley. The stink of the landfill wrapped around Lucky Trask as he wandered along the cracked and broken asphalt behind the roll-off dumpsters. Each of the 4 40-yard containers were rusted and battered from years of abuse, and Lucky smiled at them as he passed by. He patted each one with the broken-in leather gloves he wore, pausing once to adjust his baseball hat. "You're not nice, Mr. Sun." Lucky winked as he said it, just to let the sun know he was playing around. Lucky knew how much it stung to get picked on. He knew it all too well. "You don't be so bright. I'm trying to walk here." Lucky chuckled at his own silliness, then continued to the shed behind the old washers and dryers. A few turkeys stood along the edge of the road, the big birds hidden in the tall grass in the thick scrub brush. Lucky waved to them, and several of the hens seemed to nod their heads in greeting. A grand old tom, his plumage out in full force and his wattle a bright red, accepted Lucky's greeting with the auspicious reserve as befitted a king of the birds. Humming the theme of the Muppet Show to himself, Lucky reached his small shed, opened the door, and wandered inside. The air was warm and smelled of candles and car wax, perfumes and shaving creams. Anything that tickled Lucky's nose went into his home away from home and welcomed him each time he returned from his wanderings. He closed the door behind him, but he made certain to keep the cat door unlocked. From a top shelf, he took down a large coffee can and opened it. Then out of his pockets he pulled dozens of coins of various denominations, with origins from multiple countries. He dropped them in one by one, enjoying the sound of the coins striking one another. When his pockets were finally emptied, he put the can back up and then took down a bag of cat food. Lucky carried it to a small bowl by the door, added a small amount, and then put the bag away. With his chores taken care of, he took off his coat, hung it up, and then turned on the electric heater and the electric kettle. While he waited for both the room and the water to warm up, Lucky opened up the side pockets of the cargo pants he wore. With an almost reverential air, he extracted a trio of small porcelain elephants. They went everywhere with him during the day. Decades earlier, Nancy Bobachek, one of the secretaries, had given them to him. They were his favorite, and he loved them. He held them for a moment, but only for a moment. For the past few years, the miniature depictions of the massive creatures were always curiously cold in his hands,
but Lucky still smiled at them. They were strange and a little odd, just like he was.
"She let me keep you."
He patted each elephant on the head gently.
"Nancy said you were all mine, and that I have to take good care of you. I do. Yes, I always do."
Smiling at the elephants, he put them on a shelf over the small cot he slept on. Beneath the shelf there was a sign painted years ago by the same Nancy who had always taken care of him. Lucky couldn't read it, but he knew what it said. Lucky's Home Away from Home. It was a joke because Lucky didn't have a home to be away from. The landfill was where he lived, and no one said anything about it. Lucky had been there for 52 years, and soon he would be too old to stay much longer. At least, that's what the superintendent said. A lot of the guys didn't like that. Lucky listened to them argue about it in the mornings when he ate the donuts and sandwiches they brought him. They even brought him hot chocolate to drink, and he loved that. Lucky smiled at the elephants.
"The guys like me. I like them. You'll see. You'll like them too."
A scratching sound caught his attention, and Lucky turned around. He saw Blackie, the newest cat, creep in through the cat door. When it came to naming cats, Lucky kept it simple. Blackie was black, just like Orange was orange. He loved them all.
"Hey, Blackie."
Lucky waved at the cat, and it eyed him warily over its shoulder as it lowered itself down to eat.
"Aw, I ain't gonna take nothing. That's yours. You go ahead and you eat. I ain't gonna get no closer."
The cat hesitated, nodded, then turned its head back to the dish. As Lucky shifted his weight on the bed, Blackie's ears twitched, but nothing too drastic. The kettle boiled, and Lucky clapped his hands together excitedly, forgetting all about the skittish cat trying to eat. He quickly got out some hot chocolate mix, added it to a mug that proclaimed, "Virginia is for lovers." Lucky sang the Muppet song again as he fixed his hot chocolate, and his stomach growled. He frowned and looked at the calendar pinned up over the mini-fridge in the corner of the hut. It was Tuesday, and he knew that because he had crossed off Monday.
"Tuesday is cereal and milk."
Lucky told himself that information and set about getting his dinner. Ms. Susie in the office had made him the calendar. She had cut out pictures of his favorite meals, then glued them onto a calendar, so he knew exactly what to make for food.
"Everybody takes care of me, Mr. Elephant and family."
He poured his cereal, then the milk. Lucky ate noiselessly and talked as he did so.
"We got lots of friends here. Some in here in the hut, some up there with the fish, some everywhere."
Lucky giggled and snickered, and then he stirred his hot chocolate a little more. When he turned around, Blackie was eyeing Orange warily. Lucky stopped where he was and stared down both cats.
"You need to be good, okay? I ain't gonna have no fighting in my house. Nope, nothing. You all be good, or else you won't be eatin' good."
Lucky was lying. He would never take food away from them. The cats were hungry, and they were nervous, but he wouldn't take their food. Lucky remembered that from when he was a little boy.
"No, no, no. That's what my mom always said. If I didn't eat my liver, I couldn't eat my dessert."
He shook his head as he put his dishes by the door. The cats would lick the bowls clean. Then Lucky would take a walk up to the break room later on and wash the dishes. He looked at the cats, both of whom seemed pleased to avoid one another. The cat door moved, and he glanced at it. Tiptoe, the Siamese cat who lived in one of the developments nearby, peered in. The cat entered cautiously, its tail snapping as it shied away from the other two cats. When Tiptoe reached Lucky, she purred and rubbed her head against his shins. He lowered his hand and scratched the cat between her ears on the top of her head. Her rough tongue darted out and dragged across his palm. the abrasive nature of it causing him to shiver. Lucky laughed and grinned at the cat. "Oh, you're silly, Miss Tiptoe. Too silly. You go and eat if you want to. I'll get you more food." Instead of approaching the bowls, Miss Tiptoe sat down beside him. After a moment of silence, she began cleaning her paws with her tongue. Lucky smiled, stood up, and went to the narrow yoga mat which served as part of his bed. It was raised off the rough floor of the shed by an inflatable mattress. Blankets and pillows were piled high, not only to keep Lucky warm, but to make sure the cats didn't ruin the mattress. Lucky knew he had been fortunate to find it, and he wanted to keep it in good shape. It wasn't often that he had a real bed. He hummed to himself as he got undressed and washed up with the soap and water he kept nearby. Years ago, Nancy had taught him how to take care of himself, and he made sure he followed the routine every night. Like his calendar, the list he needed to follow was on the wall. It showed a picture of a bathtub next to a picture of pajamas. Finally, there was a photo of a toothbrush and toothpaste. Lucky made sure he did what Nancy wanted. She had always been like a big sister to him, always taking care of him. He smiled as he thought of her. When he finished washing, Lucky toweled himself dry, hung the towel up, and then put on his pajamas. They were new. He had found them wrapped in a plastic bag in one of the roll-off dumpsters the night before. Smiling, Lucky brushed his teeth, and then he climbed into bed. He pulled the blankets up around him and waited for the cats to find him. They took their time, but eventually he had all three of the cats sleeping on him. Blackie and Tiptoe had even curled up next to each other while Orange lay down on his chest. "Do you think the raccoon will come tonight?" He addressed the question to Orange while he rubbed the cat's belly. The only reply he received was a deep, pleased purr. Lucky smiled and closed his eyes. It was still a little light outside, but it would be dark soon. He knew that because the leaves had changed their colors. Whenever that happened, the days became shorter. "I hope the raccoon comes. It's nice, but only when you guys don't fight. I don't want you to fight. It ain't right." None of the cats responded to his statement. "No, fightin' ain't right at all." Lucky lay in silence, listening to the sounds of nature creep into the landfill as day ended and night began. Each noise was familiar and pleasing, a lullaby such as he had never had as a child. He tried to open his eyes, but he was too tired, and instead he allowed his body to drift off toward sleep. The hiss of a cat woke him up, and Lucky looked around, confused in the darkness. His eyes sought out the old alarm clock on the milk crate by his bed. The clock's luminescent hands showed it was 2 a.m. "Hell, he lives in that?" The words were spoken in a whisper, but Lucky heard them clearly. "That's what the guy said. Wants him taken care of." The second voice chilled Lucky. There was something wrong about it, a hateful tone which he remembered in his stepfather's voice. It was the same tone his stepfather had spoken in when Lucky had laughed at a joke the man hadn't enjoyed. Fear sprang up in Lucky's chest and shook beneath the heavy weight of the blankets. There was no light in his shed. There had never been a need for any. Lucky always went to bed when the sun did. The first spoke again, his voice still low. "What did he do, Jimmy?" "Dunno. Don't care," Jimmy spat. "Why'n you care, Hank?" "Don't. Just curious." Hank's voice was closer. "How are we supposed to kill him?" "Up to us. I was thinking we'd just set fire to the place. Easy as anything else, you know." Hank chuckled and agreed. Lucky knew, too. He knew how terrible fires were. His real father had died in one when Lucky was 11. His father had been the only person who cared for him. Lucky didn't want to burn. He stood up slowly and pulled his boots on. Lucky didn't worry about clothes. There would be plenty in the Salvation Army and Goodwill bins. Shaking with fear, Lucky went to the back of the small shed and pushed on a loose board. He was able to squeeze through it and hurry into the darkness. Starlight filtered down through a thin haze of clouds, offering enough light for him to see the dirt road, which led to the giant compost piles. Lucky knew he could hide there. No one would be able to see him, not even when they burned the shed down. Lucky reached the first pile and turned left, walking quickly between the massive 2-story-high gatherings of yard waste. The earthy aroma was comforting and helped to calm his ever-increasing sense of fear. Lucky was almost halfway down the first aisle before he heard a shout of anger. "He's not here!" Lucky heard the door to his shed bang several times, then the voice of Jimmy filled the air. "Bed still warm? He's gotta be here. Come on! He's supposed to be a Phoebe, so he can't get away from us." Lucky ran. Fear hammered at his chest with the same brutality as his heart. He stumbled several times, and he almost fell, but he was able to catch himself. As he reached the end of the row, he nearly screamed. From behind him, Hank let out a triumphant yell. "He's here, Jimmy! He's here!" Panic seized him, and Lucky could no longer remember which way to go, so he ran straight. He sobbed and cried as he stumbled along. His frightened shouts followed him as he struggled to find a place to hide from the men who wanted to hurt him. Lucky let out a shout as a flashlight erupted in front of his eyes, blinding him and causing him to trip over his own feet. He crashed to the ground with a painful thud, and he felt something in his left knee wrench the wrong way. Rough hands grabbed him under the arms and began to drag him back the way he had come. "Shut up!" Jimmy's voice was sharp and brutal, and Lucky did his best to shut up. He whimpered several times, though, and each time Jimmy slapped him. "Hey, don't do that!" Hank's words were tinged with disgust. Lucky couldn't see either one of them, and he didn't want to. He could smell them. They smelled like his mother and stepfather, like cigarettes and cheap beer. Lucky could smell them even over the pungent odor of rotting vegetation and leaks from the methane wells in the trash. "Please, I just want to be left alone." Lucky's request came out as a low whine, which was how he felt. "Don't worry, we're taking you home." There was a smile in Jimmy's words, but Lucky knew the man didn't mean it. He understood that the two strangers were going to burn his home down. "I can't go home. You're gonna burn it." The men stopped sharply, and Jimmy's grip tightened on Lucky. "What did you say?" Lucky repeated himself and earned a slap for his trouble. "I said knock it off." The anger in Hank's voice caused Lucky to moan, even though the rage wasn't directed against him. "Or what?" Jimmy's voice was laced with contempt. "What are you gonna do, huh? Nothing. I got you this gig, dummy. If I want to slap this idiot around, I will. He's gonna be dead soon enough anyway. You don't have to beat him up is all I'm saying. I don't have to do anything I don't want to do. What I don't want to do is send this idiot to hell without a few marks on his stupid face." Lucky screamed as a heavy hand struck him across the face. Jimmy's laughter rang out, and for a moment, Hank was quiet. "Fine, let's go." Hank's voice was angry, but as soon as Jimmy started to drag Lucky along, the other man joined in. Lucky let his head hang, not knowing what to do, not knowing if the strangers meant what they said. Within a matter of minutes, they were pulling him through the open doorway of his shed. One of them turned on a flashlight, and after a short time they found his emergency lantern and got it lit. Soft, flickering light filled the small shed, and Lucky cried again. His home looked warm and nice. He missed the cats and wished they could be with him. Lucky knew they couldn't, though. The men would hurt them. Jimmy pushed him roughly onto the bed, and Lucky fell back with a groan. For the first time, he got a look at the men who had come to harm him. Hank was taller than Jimmy by nearly 6 inches, and both men were thin. They wore dark clothes and work boots, gloves and hats, and they seemed as though they were completely prepared for what they were about to do. "Why?" Lucky's voice came out as the merest scrape of a whisper. "What did I do?" "You wouldn't leave, that's what." Jimmy laughed as he took out a cigarette, lit it, and tucked it into his mouth. He inhaled and then let out a long stream of smoke and grinned with a mouth that was full of yellowed and chipped teeth. "Your boss said you weren't supposed to stay here, and the guys won't let him push you out. So, here we are. Terrible accident you're going to have tonight. Terrible." Lucky's eyes flicked to Hank, and that man looked down at the floor. "But I don't want to die," Lucky shuddered. "Too bad, 'cause you're gonna." Jimmy chuckled and took a step forward. "See, we're gonna tie you up, then set your place on fire. That way, the rope'll burn and it won't look like we tied you up. Kinda cool, huh?" Lucky shook his head. He didn't think it was cool at all. "What do you know, you damned Phoebe?" Jimmy sighed and glanced over at Hank. "Come on, man, let's get this done. I still gotta meet up with the old lady tonight. She gets off a third shift at 5 today instead of 7. Damned broad needs a ride." Hank nodded. He smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry, buddy, but we gotta do it." Lucky shrieked, and Jimmy lunged for him. Twisting around, Lucky tried to get away, but he only succeeded in slamming his head into the wall. His sign crashed onto his head, and the shelf with the elephants fell onto him. The small porcelain figures pounced off him and onto the floor, where they landed with a thunderous sound, a noise so powerful that it caused all 3 men to freeze. Lucky stared at them, terrified. He didn't think anything so small could be so loud. "What the hell was that?" Jimmy got to his feet and nudged one of the elephants with his toe. "Don't know." Hank opened the door and looked outside. "Don't see nothing out here." He stepped back inside and the ground shook. "Go check it out." Jimmy gestured back toward the door as he spoke, and Hank glared at him. "Don't do nothing to him. Mind your business." Jimmy stared at Hank until he left the room. When he was gone, Jimmy looked down at Lucky and offered a cold and ruthless smile. "It's almost time, you know." "For what?" Lucky's throat hurt as he asked the question. "For you to die." Jimmy chuckled. "Man, if I wouldn't get in trouble, I'd take a picture of that stupid face you're making right now. You look 10 ways to stupid. Your boss said you were, but I didn't believe it. Not till I saw this." Jimmy waved his hand around the interior of the shed. The door swung open, and Hank peered in. "I'm telling you, Jimmy, there ain't nothing out here." "Okay." Jimmy went silent, and Lucky screamed as Hank was torn out of the doorway, the door slamming shut behind him. Pain-filled shrieks rang out and echoed through the landfill. Something heavy slammed into the side of the building, shaking it and sending a cascade of dust to the floor. Lucky and Jimmy coughed and tried to breathe, while Hank went silent, although the shed shook again several more times. In the stark silence that followed, the 2 men remained perfectly still, their roles of kidnapper and kidnapped forgotten in the aftermath of what had just occurred. Jimmy cleared his throat. "Hank?" No answer greeted him. "Hank!" Jimmy turned on Lucky, his face red and his eyes wide. "Who the hell is out there?" "I don't know." Lucky's voice was raw. "I want to go back to bed now. I'm tired. This is a bad dream." "This ain't no dream, good or bad." Jimmy struck Lucky on the side of the face, causing him to reel back. "You stay there. Don't move. I gotta see what the hell Hank's doing out there." Lucky could only nod. He was too afraid to run, too frightened to even move off the bed. He would wait for the man, Jimmy, to come back and say what was going on. Lucky watched Jimmy approach the door. The man opened it slightly, and rather than stepping out of the shed, he called out instead, "Hey, Hank! You okay?" The questions hung in the air, and for the first time, Lucky realized he couldn't hear any of the landfill's animals. Neither the night birds nor the night animals called out. He couldn't even hear the insects. "Where did you go?" Lucky whispered the question, but Jimmy still heard him. The man jerked around in the doorway. "Shut up! Did I tell you to talk?" Lucky shook his head. "No, you're damn right I didn't. Stay on that damned bed and keep your damned mouth closed." Lucky laid his head down and pulled his blankets up and around him. He watched, terrified, as Jimmy took a step out the door, the man's entire body tense with expectation. Lucky's heart thumped madly as Jimmy took a lurching step back, his eyes wide with terror. He staggered the rest of the way in, slammed the door closed, and looked for a lock, only to discover there wasn't one. "Hank's dead." Those two words caused Lucky's stomach to drop. He turned and vomited off the bed, narrowly missing the porcelain elephants. "He's dead." Jimmy shook his head. "Something stomped on him. He's flat. I ain't never seen nothing like that. I seen guys get run over by cars, and they didn't look that bad." Lucky listened to the man and waited to see what was going to happen. His fear didn't allow him to do anything other than wait. Jimmy seemed to realize that everything hinged on him, and he tapped his fingers on the rough molding around the door. Then, with a grin, he turned and faced Lucky. "Here's what we're gonna do, you great Phoebe. I'm gonna do what I was hired to do. I'm gonna tie you down to your bed, set you on fire, and get the hell out of here before anyone shows up. Kinda bummed out. I won't be able to mess with you a bit, but that's okay. There'll always be someone else for me to play with, right?" Lucky could only nod his head. He didn't know what else to say or do. Jimmy laughed and turned his back to the door. "Okay, here we go." Jimmy took a step toward Lucky and then froze. Something dark and malformed sprouted from the center of the man's chest. Lucky watched with growing horror as the thing twisted and pushed out. Jimmy jerked about crazily as though he was a puppet, and someone was getting ready to snip the strings. No sooner had the thought crossed Lucky's mind than Jimmy collapsed to the floor, a twitching pile of flesh that quickly ceased all movement. Squeezing his eyes closed, Lucky pulled the blankets over his head and lay there, waiting for whatever horrible thing that had killed the two men to leave. The entire shed groaned and shrieked as the thing's presence filled the room. Lucky shivered at the intense cold penetrating his blankets and desperately lay there. He heard clicking and a clinking, and his breath rushed in and out of his mouth as he listened. What he heard next nearly drove him screaming from his home. "Keep them safe, Lucky, just like you have been, and they'll keep you safe too." Say it again. "Keep them safe, Lucky. Keep them safe, Lucky, just like you have been, and they'll keep you safe too." A burst of courage ripped through him, and Lucky sat up. He threw off the blankets and stared at the shelf over his bed. The elephants were back upon it, set exactly where Nancy Bobachek had wanted them. Proof by Ron Ripley. The device was of Joel's own design. It was sleek, black, and looked as though it might be a current incarnation of some piece of Apple or Samsung technology. which was what he had intended it to look like, and why he had spent a significant amount of time and money crafting the parts necessary. He slipped it out of his pocket once he entered the Milford Antique Co-op and turned it on. For a moment, he experienced a spike of fear as the device didn't immediately come to life. A younger woman smiled at him, and he returned it, stepping aside so she could make her way to the desk. Then, as the fear began to take hold, the device powered up, and he exhaled slowly. He felt sweat bead up on the small of his back, and he swallowed nervously, worried that he was presenting himself as some sort of unwanted person. Focusing on his task once again, Joel glanced around and decided to walk straight ahead, around a highboy Chippendale dresser that was conservatively priced at $14,000. "I'm not here to buy furniture," Joel reminded himself. "I need to find an item. It is as simple as that. Find an item, purchase it, bring it home, and conduct the necessary research. That shouldn't be too difficult. Not at all." He wandered among tall floor-to-ceiling cases of dark wood and locked glass doors, peered in at the items listed for sale, and periodically checked the device. Nothing, as of yet, was throwing off enough of a signal to warrant further investigation. "The glass isn't giving too much interference, is it?" he wondered. "No, I tested it out encased in glass when I brought it to the cemetery. I mustn't be foolish. I have tested it as much as I can." Joel wandered aimlessly through the shop, listening for the telltale beep, which would, in theory, inform him that a spirit was present. He was beginning to lose hope when he reached the back of the shop, which was nothing more than a conglomeration of small, unprotected booths, often piled high with knickknacks and various sundries. As he passed by a stall filled top to bottom with books, his device chimed. Joel came to a sharp stop, the skin on his arms prickling, his pulse quickening. He turned toward the books, angling the device at them. It chimed again. Licking his lips nervously, he took a step closer and moved the device to the top left corner. It chimed once, lazily, and continued to do so as he moved it toward the floor. Then, slowly, he brought it back up toward the top in a rigid pattern, which would enable him to keep track of what he had scanned. At the top of his third pass, the chiming intensified, and it continued to do so until he came to a slim volume almost at the bottom of the pile. With his heart pounding, Joel was able to narrow the options down to 3 books. Putting his device away, he removed the 3 books from the pile and carried them gingerly to the front desk. They were chilly in his hands, and his excitement increased as he laid them down on the desk. The clerk, a short, stocky young man, smiled warmly at Joel and chatted idly about the weather and books in general as he rang up the sale and then wrapped the books expertly in brown paper. Joel said his goodbyes and tucked the package under his arm as though he had found the greatest of treasures. "Who is to say I haven't?" he asked himself, giddiness racing through him as he climbed into his Mercedes. "I know I have. I will bring these home, and I will find out which one of them is occupied." There was a fleeting moment of doubt when he believed that the device hadn't worked correctly, but he shook his head and drove those thoughts away. Focus on the positive. Even if there is only a residual energy here, it is at least a start. Joel backed out of the parking spot and exited the lot, turning right toward Wilton, New Hampshire, and his home. It took him less than 15 minutes to get to his driveway, and then another 3 minutes to navigate the twists and turns that led to his home. He was pleased, as always, to gaze upon the rambling farmhouse he had purchased years before. It was surrounded by nearly 30 acres of overgrown farmland, and his privacy was assured, something he considered a necessity when working with his equipment. He knew how keen the paranormal community was to have a device that could accurately identify a haunted object.
This is only the first step, Joel reminded himself. Soon I'll construct a device that will not only identify an item, but will also force the spirit to reveal itself completely as well.
He shivered with excitement and pulled his Mercedes into a spot by the side door. Picking up his books, he hurried to the back door and let himself in. He walked along a narrow hallway, avoided the kitchen, and went straight to the back set of stairs that led up to his research room. The draperies on the tall windows were tied back, and the sun streamed in through the warped glass. There was a warmth in the air, and Joel could hear the calming, familiar hiss of the steam radiator. He set the books down on his desk, shrugged off his coat, and hung it up on the rack by the door. Humming to himself, Joel turned on his computer and several other pieces of equipment he had designed and unwrapped the books. He examined them closer, enjoying the chill as his fingers brushed over the dimpled binding and the rough-cut edges of the pages. The words were written in what he believed was Latin, but it had been far too long since he had studied the language. Joel flipped open the first book and glanced at some of the pages. With a chuckle, he shook his head and set the book back down. He repeated the process with the other two books, and with the same lack of understanding.
Well, I didn't buy them to read them. I only need to see which of the three is currently haunted by a ghost. Nothing more.
Joel walked to a large box made from plexiglass and held together with a powerful adhesive. A pair of tubes ran into the box, one that would deliver a specialized vapor, and a second connected to a fan that would vent the vapor out into the air, allowing it to be dispersed harmlessly into the environment. Inside the box was a small pad, which was nothing more than a stripped-down heating pad, the wiring altered to ensure that only a charge passed through the copper rather than pure heat. The plug for the pad was wired through the center of the box's bottom. Attached to an adjustable platform that was bolted to the table next to the box was a GoPro camera. Joel checked the connections, powered the camera, and then went to his laptop where he was able to look at the box through the feed.
Everything is looking good so far.
He opened several different cloud storage sites. Each one would keep a raw copy of whatever was recorded, thus enabling him to ensure the safety of the film.
I'm going to get something. Even if it's a hiccup and nothing else, I will be successful. I will.
Feeling confident, Joel strode over to the three books, took the device out of his pocket, and turned it on. Each book gave out a signal, but the one on the right was the strongest. Nodding to himself, Joel put the device away, picked up the book, and walked to the box. He opened the lid and set the book down on the center of the heating pad. Joel closed the box, slid a small padlock through the latch, and locked it. He let out a nervous breath, chuckled, and went to the container of water vapor, which also contained a minuscule amount of dye, and opened the valve. As the vapor hissed into the box, it automatically triggered the ventilation system, which kicked on with a soft whir. Joel's hand shook with anticipation as he reached out and pressed the button to turn on the heating pad. Nothing happened, and Joel chewed on his lower lip nervously. Swallowing dryly, he cleared his throat and increased the flow of vapor, the ventilation system growing louder. He counted to 30, and as he reached out to attempt one final adjustment, movement in the box caught his attention and stole his breath. From the book, A face appeared. It was a young woman's, the boundaries of her face defined by the shifting, swirling vapor around the book. Joel stared at her, amazed, and then stunned as she turned her head and looked at him. Her eyes widened, then narrowed, her brow furrowing. He took a cautious step back and then forced himself to stand still. "She's a ghost, a spirit, perhaps nothing more than a memory of someone who owned the book. Despite what people say, ghosts can't hurt people. People hurt themselves and blame it on the incorporeal dead." The truth reassured him, and he felt comfortable enough to smile. He stepped forward and beamed at her. "Oh, if you could only communicate with me." She sneered at him, and there was hatred in the expression that stole away some of his certainty. He cleared his throat again. "Yes. Well, I think that, perhaps, is enough for today." His hand shook even worse as he reached out and touched the off switch for the heating pad. For a moment, the ghost's face lingered. Then she vanished, and he closed the valve to the gas. In a moment, the room was filled with the hum of the various electronics and his own shaky breathing. Joel turned off his laptop and the other pieces of equipment, and when he finished, he picked up the laptop and carried it out of the room. He closed and locked the door, then went up to his study so he could examine the footage in greater detail after he ate his dinner. As he went about his evening routine, Joel found himself recalling the sneer and hatred the dead woman had shown him. At first, he tried to shrug them off, but as the night wore on, he found himself growing more and more concerned. What if the dead can reach out and cause someone harm? Is it possible? Goodness, am I going to have to research this before I get any sort of rest tonight? With a sigh, Joel realized he would. When he returned to his study with a cup of chamomile tea, Joel sat at his desk and started to review the footage he had recorded. He watched it several times at normal speed, then he slowed it down, pausing the film and jotting down notes on the pad beside him. After he had filled several pages with his almost decipherable handwriting, he opened a new document on the laptop and transcribed his notes. It was a long and tedious process, but it assured him the best possible outcome for recording the necessary information. Joel knew of too many amateur scientists and explorers who had destroyed the integrity of their work by not being disciplined enough when it came to documenting their evidence. Once he had gone through the entire session, he went back to the beginning and began to analyze it frame by frame. He created a comprehensive timeline of what he was doing and exactly what had occurred during each moment. By the time he finished, Joel was exhausted, thrilled with his findings, but completely spent. So much to do. He sank back into his chair and drank the last dregs of his cold tea. His eyes darted to the corner time display on the laptop and was surprised to see it was almost 2 a.m. He had a difficult time keeping his eyes open as he saved and backed up his files. Yawning continuously, Joel pushed himself into a standing position, steadied himself on the desk, and then left the room. "I'll research the ghost tomorrow," he told himself, "too tired right now." He stumbled and staggered down the hallway to his bedroom, heading directly for the master bathroom once he crossed the threshold. Joel managed to brush his teeth before going to his bedside and shedding his clothing. He climbed between the cool sheets and tugged the blanket over his shoulders. Reaching out a hand, he found the light switch and turned off the lamp on the bedside table. The darkness was soothing, as was the sound of the rising wind outside his home. As he listened, Joel heard the old farmhouse creak and groan, the ancient boards and beams settling themselves in against the weather's onslaught. He smiled and thought not only of the pleasantness of his bed, but also of the great discovery he had made. Who is she? He wondered. Why did she bind herself to a book? Is there a way to communicate with her? Should I go so far as to look for a medium? No, that is far too subjective. I'll stick with my empirical evidence, thank you. He chuckled at his own foolishness. Joel yawned, and another thought crossed his mind. Would it be possible for me to communicate with this spirit without the benefit of additional equipment? A spark of curiosity caused him to consider the question for some time, before the weight of intellectual and physical exhaustion overwhelmed him. When he opened his eyes again, Joel was shivering. He had kicked off his blankets, and it seemed as though the heat hadn't kicked in. Mustn't be that cold, then, he chided himself. No need to worry. Just have to pull my blankets back up. Sitting up, Joel took hold of the blankets, pulled them up to his shoulders, and burrowed into them, curling into a fetal position as his body shook and shivered. I had no idea it was going to be this cold tonight, he thought, his teeth chattering. I suppose it's getting close enough to winter that I should start paying attention to the weather forecasts. There was a tug at his topmost blanket, and Joel blinked, all thoughts of the weather vanishing from him. He lay perfectly still, trying to decide if he had imagined it or if his blankets were sliding off the bed. The blanket slid down to his knees and was then thrown off his bed completely. Joel watched, both fascinated and terrified, as it went hurtling across the room to strike the wall, with enough force to cause the bedroom door to shake. Before he could gather his thoughts, the next blanket was torn away, and the top sheet went with it, leaving him exposed to the bitter cold of the room. In the half-light of the full moon streaming through the bare windows, Joel saw his breath form as vapor in the air in front of him, a sight which scared him far more than the stripping of the bed. It's a ghost. It has to be. Is it the woman I saw? I haven't seen any other ghosts. A small portion of Joel's ego was stroked by the realization that he was right. He had found a way to connect and roughly communicate with the dead. The majority of his conscious mind was filled with growing fear. He hadn't known it would happen so quickly. I should have done the research before bed, he chastised himself, forcing his uncooperative body to get out of bed. He walked stiffly to his dresser, took out a warm pair of sweats, and put them on. His eyes darted nervously around the room, and he noticed, after a moment, that his alarm clock was not working. There were no numbers on its digital face. He had no idea as to what time it was. Joel took several nervous steps to the light switch by the door and flicked it up and down. The overhead light in the center of the room did not react. He remained in darkness. I need to confine the ghost to the book. How do I do that? I can't remember. His mind raced, sifting through mountains of useless information in his memory. After what seemed like several minutes, it came back to him. Salt! He twisted toward the door, and the collar of his sweatshirt was yanked back. A punishing bolt of pain spasmed up his tailbone as Joel fell backward and landed on his butt. He let out a howl and fell to his left, clapping his hands over the injured body part and instantly regretting it. The pain magnified, and he let go, rolling onto his stomach and trying to get into a kneeling position. A hand wrapped itself in his hair, twisted, and then yanked his head up hard enough to cause stars to burst on the edges of his vision. When it cleared enough for him to see, Joel found himself looking into the face of a young man, not a young woman. "Who are you?" Joel gasped the question involuntarily. The stranger responded with a sneer and a statement in a language Joel could neither understand nor recognize. Joel screamed in pain as the dead man dragged him across the floor to the window. Throwing his hands up and grasping the sill, Joel shook his head as best he could. "What do you want?" The dead man slammed Joel's head against the sill, and the skin on his forehead split open. Warm blood coursed down his face, and a headache sprang to life just behind his eyes. He tried to focus, but the blood made it difficult to see. The dead man spoke again in the unknown language, and when he did, he slapped the back of Joel's head. Joel let out a cry of anguish and tried to get away. The ghost bounced Joel's forehead against the sill again, and through the pain, Joel felt the skin tear open again. Blood flowed into his eyes till he couldn't see. He sank to the floor and flailed around, trying to remember which way would take him to the door. Joel crawled several feet and struck the side of the bed. The dead man's laughter, cold and brittle, filled the room. Bitterness coated his words when he spoke again, still in that unknown language. "Just find the way to the door," he told himself, his thoughts echoing inside his head as though they were being spoken. Joel crawled forward, and then, after he had covered what he believed to be several feet, he reached out to see if he could touch a wall. The dead man kicked out the arm he used to support himself, causing Joel to crash to the floor. His teeth clacked together, and he bit through part of his tongue. He felt it against the inside of his mouth, and in horrified disgust, he spat it out of his mouth. When he tried to get to his hands and knees, a heavy foot drove him back to the floor. A whispering sound filled the room, and the pressure on his back eased, allowing him the opportunity to roll over onto his side. Joel wiped the blood from his face, and his eyes darted around the room, searching for any sign of the ghost who had been tormenting him. Joel saw the dead man standing by the doorway. The young woman he had seen in the book stood there as well. For the first time, Joel was able to see the clothing the two wore and the striking similarity between them both. Brother and sister, he thought. They were both clad in black, the brother in a black suit with a matching shirt and tie, while the sister wore a high-collared dress with full sleeves and a hem that brushed the tops of her booted feet. She glanced at her brother and spoke in the same unknown language. Her brother nodded, strode forward, and grabbed Joel by the front of his sweatshirt with both hands. Waves of cold wrapped around him and set Joel to shivering again. He coughed, and the pooled blood from his maimed tongue spluttered out over his numb lips. Grinning, the dead man lifted Joel up from the floor until only his toes grazed the carpet. The dead woman walked forward, her lips twitching in a smile that was not reflected by the cold hatred in her eyes. When she spoke, it was with a faint accent, though Joel could not tell where it was from. "You awoke us. Why?" "Didn't know it would," Joel cried as he spoke, every syllable inflicting excruciating pain on his damaged tongue. "We have been sleeping for a long time, I think. What year is it?" Joel managed to mumble the date and year, and the dead siblings let out simultaneous roars of laughter. "That long? Nearly a century." The dead woman shook her head. "It will be interesting to see what has changed. You will show us. You will help us." Help? Joel spluttered blood as he asked the question.
Yes, help.
The dead woman spoke to her sibling in their native tongue, and the dead man shook Joel viciously. Joel vomited through the ghost, an act which caused the dead man to laugh even harder.
Are you even a man?
The disdain in the dead woman's voice was palpable.
I think not.
Her brother asked a question, and the dead woman nodded.
My brother is correct, she continued. Regardless of your lack of spine, you will be able to help us. Perhaps it is best that you know nothing of courage. It might make this far more challenging, and a challenge is not what I wish to have at this time, nor does my brother.
She motioned to the dead man, and Joel was dropped to the floor. He managed to catch his balance and stagger backward. He cried out in pain as he sat down hard on his bed, but refrained from adjusting his position off his injured posterior. Joel stared at the dead siblings, his mind racing but without purpose or direction. Panic had seized him, and he fought to control it as the dead man rejoined his sister.
You will help us acquire young boys.
The statement caused his thoughts to halt. He looked at the dead siblings, fear and confusion plain on his face. She nodded.
They shot us for the way we liked to play.
The dead woman shrugged.
There were far too many boys in the world to begin with. Who was going to miss a dozen or so? We didn't think anyone would, but there we were wrong. By the time we understood the danger and began to select our playmates with greater care, well, it was already too late. The police found us, and they executed us on the spot, shot us in the back because we were attempting to flee, they said.
Her brother scoffed, and the dead woman nodded.
Yes, exactly. We would gladly have gone to prison. There would have been more people to play with. Not boys, sadly, but still, we would have been able to play. It wasn't fair that they shot us. Not fair at all. We hadn't even started to eat the last one they found us with.
Joel threw up again, blood and bile splashing onto his legs. He stared at the ghosts, rooted to the spot as the dead woman continued to speak.
We will require you to find a good place to take the boys from. Perhaps a park or a school. They always worked well for us.
Joel shook his head. She smirked.
You think you have a choice?
Joel hesitated. Then he nodded despite the pain in his head and mouth. She motioned to her brother, and the dead man was there a moment later, his cold, brutal fist smashed into the side of Joel's head and sent him crashing into the wall. Part of the old horsehair plaster gave way, and a crack rang out as a slat broke beneath it. Several more punches landed, each one directed at different parts of Joel's body. The final one hit him in the groin with enough force to cause Joel to shriek and vomit. Curling into a ball, he rocked on the bed, his mind burning with agony. Dimly over the sound of his own agony, he heard the siblings laughing and chatting. After what felt like several minutes, the dead man grabbed hold of Joel and forced him to stop. When the ghost raised his hand, Joel shrank away. From the corner of his eye, he saw the dead woman nod in satisfaction. Her brother let go and returned to her side.
You understand now that you have no choice in this matter.
Joel nodded.
You will do exactly what I tell you to.
He mumbled a bloody yes.
Good.
She spoke to her brother, who nodded and left the room. Looking back to Joel, she said,
Get your shoes on.
Joel glanced at the window as he shakily forced himself to his feet. Beyond the glass, which had a curious, lovely coating of frost on the lower panes, Joel could see the night sky and the beauty of the world. Without another thought, he ran for the window and leaped. He smashed through the glass head first, and as he plummeted toward the ground, he closed his eyes and prayed for death. Photography by Ron Ripley. Lindy Walsh adjusted the focus on her camera and then stepped back. On the large table in front of her, she had arranged the items she had purchased from various thrift stores, junk markets, yard sales, and flea markets over the past 2 months. She had 41 items, everything from a matchbox car to a tattered leather glove. Lindy had felt a presence when next to each item, and she knew, without a doubt, that at least one of them would yield a ghostly image. She smiled at the thought. Photographing the dead was what she lived for. More than once she had discovered a spirit trapped within an object, and she had helped them find peace and rest after decades of imprisonment. Her heart swelled at the thought of it. I know there are more here. I just know it. With a shiver of excitement, she walked forward and made certain each item was arranged perfectly. While she wasn't certain, Lindy suspected that placement played an important role when it came to spiritual photography. Many factors contributed to a successful picture, not the least of which was making certain the spirits would feel welcome enough to reveal themselves to the camera. Lindy's camera was an old Nokia, attached with a wide lens to ensure maximum exposure. She didn't want anyone to look at her images and question their authenticity. There were too many naysayers in her life already. Get rid of those negative thoughts. It's time to get to work. She went to her small meditation place, sat down, and closed her eyes. She purged herself of doubt and fear, allowing only light and happiness to reign within her. When she finished a short time later, she got to her feet and walked calmly to the camera. The Nokia was affixed to a tripod to ensure she had maximum stability. She even had an old cable-controlled attachment to control the shutter. The camera was loaded with real film, not an SD memory card, and Lindy only used 400 speed film. While it wasn't the lowest she could use, it was the one which yielded the best results. Standing as still as possible, she picked up the cable, settled her thumb on the metal plunger for it, and took a picture. She counted to 100 and repeated the process. She took 36 pictures before allowing herself to relax. Her hands trembled with excitement as she removed the camera from the tripod, took out the film, and reloaded another roll. When everything was set, she repeated the process. Over a period of 2 hours, she shot a total of 4 rolls of film, and she was mentally and physically exhausted by the time she finished. Leaving the objects on the table, she carried the film to her darkroom and immediately began the long process of developing them. Lindy took occasional breaks for food and water, but she was far too passionate about what might be revealed to wait any great length of time. Hours passed, and, finally, at a little past midnight, she was done. The photographs were hung from the lines, drying, and it wouldn't be until much later that she would be able to sit down and give each photograph the attention it deserved. Now, she thought with an exhausted smile, it's time to give myself the attention I deserve. Lindy closed and locked the darkroom door behind her, and then walked to her bathroom. She took a long shower, washing the smell of chemicals from her. The hot water worked the knots out of her shoulders and arms, allowing her to relax. She sighed, turned the water off, and quickly toweled dry. Without getting dressed, she slipped into a bathrobe, tied it loosely, and padded barefoot out of the bathroom. She shivered as she stepped into the hallway and paused to look at the thermostat. It read 61 degrees, and she shook her head. Shouldn't be so low. Not at all. Lindy turned the heat up to 72 and smiled when the furnace thunked loudly in the basement. She wandered into the kitchen and saw it was nearly 1:45 in the morning. She yawned, smiled, and thought, well, I might as well fix myself a cup of tea before bed. Something mild. Humming to herself, she moved around her kitchen lightly. Soon the water in the tea kettle was boiling, and the kettle itself was whistling. She poured the water over a strainer full of a finely blended herbal tea, and closed her eyes, enjoying the sweet, soothing smell which rose up. Perfect. Placing the teacup on a saucer, she carried it to her bedroom. She set the saucer down on her bedside table, picked up a book on the art of self-healing, and shed her robe before climbing into bed. The sheets were cool and comforting against her skin, and Lindy pulled the blankets up over her lap as she rested her back against the padded headboard. Sipping her tea, she opened the book and flipped through the pages until she found where she had left off. Halfway through a chapter on healing the inner child's trauma, Lindy took a sip of tea and was surprised to find it was strangely cold. She looked down into her cup and saw what looked like a thin coating of ice forming upon it. Her breath slipped out of her mouth as curling vapor, and the table lamp flickered and spasmed. Lindy hastily set her tea down and closed her book. She knew what was happening. She cleared her throat, tried to contain her excitement, and said, "Hello?" No one answered her. The temperature in the room seemed to sink several more degrees. "My name is Lindy," she said. "What's your name?" The flickering increased. Then the room was plunged into darkness. "Calm," she told herself. "Be calm. Whoever this is, they're just as confused and off-balanced as I am." Lindy waited to see if the entity would speak, and when they didn't, she tried again. "Like I said, my name is Lindy," she said. "If I can help, please let me know." I sound like a clingy girlfriend, she thought, repressing the urge to laugh nervously. Her excitement bordered on maniacal. Then the light flickered back into life, and the cold vanished from the room. Her shoulders sagged as she felt let down, but she shook her head. "I'll see who it is in the morning. I hope. Maybe they won't be nervous then. Maybe I won't be nervous then." She laughed at her foolishness and tried to pick up her book. It shook too much in her hands, and she gave up the effort. She took several deep breaths, attempted to focus her thoughts, and discovered that they were too scattered to bring into any sort of order. "Am I even going to be able to sleep?" she wondered. "Probably not. I'm way too keyed up. I have to try, though, especially if I'm going to be able to interpret the photos properly. It was the last thought that convinced her to try to sleep. Lindy turned off the light, rolled onto her right side, and closed her eyes. She practiced her deep breathing, and soon she felt sleep pulling at her. Smiling, she settled in, waiting for unconsciousness to claim her. The shattering of glass snapped her out of sleep, and she sat up, her heart slamming against her chest as she listened fearfully. None of her burglar alarms were going off, which meant all of the windows and doors were still secure. But the breaking of glass meant any one of a number of framed photographs could have fallen. Or been knocked off the wall, she thought. Lindy glanced at her clock and was surprised to see it was almost 4 a.m. I didn't think I'd slept at all. For several minutes she lay in bed, waiting for her heart to return to a somewhat normal rhythm. When it finally did, she closed her eyes and found herself imagining what it was the spirit could have destroyed. What if it's an angry spirit? The question caused her eyes to open again. It wasn't a question she heard often. Usually she would dismiss it as silly or unrealistic. The dead, Lindy was certain, merely wanted to move on and not be trapped in the physical world. Angry spirits, she often argued, were spirits who were unsure of where to go and how to get there. Usually, Lindy won these arguments handily. Other times, she found herself in a no-win scenario, either due to the questioner's innate disbelief in ghosts or because the questioner had suffered at the hands of some miserable spirit. What if this is an angry spirit? She asked herself. You know they're out there. It doesn't mean they're in here. She felt better after thinking that. Still, she yawned and sat up in bed, turning the light on. Lindy froze as she stared at the entryway. Multiple picture frames were broken and piled up in the doorway. The images were gone, but she suspected they were somewhere else in the house. So many places to hide. All plans concerning sleep were gone, driven away by the fear which accompanied the broken frames. Lindy climbed out of bed and quickly dressed. She walked carefully to the pile of shattered glass and snapped wood and wondered what type of depressed, saddened spirit would do such a thing to her belongings. I bet they hurt, she thought with a sigh. They need me. They need me to help them feel better. Then I'll be able to help them get on with the next part of their cosmic experience. Lindy smiled at the idea of it and gingerly stepped over the carnage of frames. The air in the hallway was cool, though not nearly as cold as it had been in her room a short time before. She hurried to the dining room where the items were still laid out. Flicking on the light, she stepped closer, trying to see if there was anything that stood out. She closed her eyes, reaching out with her inner self, trying to understand the pain and sadness which would lead a spirit to cause such damage. The image of a toy flickered past her. It was the memory of the Matchbox car. The car was a metallic green Jeep Rubicon, the wheels overly large and the entire vehicle battered and worn from years of play. A child, Lindy thought. Of course, I should have known. Tired and frightened, unable to understand death and why they're trapped. Why wouldn't the child break the pictures? She opened her eyes and picked up the toy. It felt cold in her hands, far colder than it should have been. Cupping her hands around it, She thought of a safe place to speak with the dead child. The kitchen, she decided suddenly. Everyone has fond memories of their kitchen, especially when they were kids. Mom cooking or Grandma making cookies. Her own memories of childhood fed this decision, and Lindy happily carried the toy to the kitchen table. She placed it in the center, considered the situation, and when her stomach rumbled a moment later, she decided to eat some toast and have another cup of herbal tea. She hummed cheerfully as she danced around the kitchen, preparing her small snack and constantly glancing at the toy. Part of her wanted to see it move. Silly, Lindy thought. I'm just being silly now. The toast popped up, and she spread a light coating of butter on it. A moment later, the kettle whistled, and she prepared her tea. Smiling, she turned to walk to the table, and froze. A boy, no more than 11 or 12, stood on the opposite side of the kitchen table. His light brown hair was wet, clinging to his head. Swim goggles were resting on his brow, and his blue lips were pursed with a mixture of confusion and disdain. He stepped around the table, water dripping from his bare upper body and the bright orange swim trunks he wore. His feet were bare, the toenails the same disturbing blue as his lips. "Who are you?" he asked, his words sounding strange, as if he were speaking through water to her. "My name's Lindy," she said, her voice quivering with excitement. "What's yours?" "Dustin," the ghost replied. "Where am I?" "You're in my house. I found your toy, the Matchbox Jeep." "Huh? Oh, yeah." He looked around the kitchen and took a step forward, his foot slapping loudly on the tile. "Why did you buy my toy?" "It felt right," Lindy replied, smiling. "I mean, I just want to help. I don't get to very often." "Help?" Dustin asked. She nodded. "Yes, I love to help people move on." "You wanted to help me?" he interrupted. "Yes, of course," Lindy said. "No," Dustin said, shaking his head. "I don't need help with anything." "Don't you want to move on?" she asked him. "What are you even talking about?" he screamed, forcing her to take a nervous step back, her lower back smacking into the hard edge of the countertop. She bit her lip to keep the pain under control. "I don't need help with anything. Not a single thing. I'm happy the way things are. If you want to help, go find someone on welfare or something. Leave me alone." A fine mixture of rage and madness danced across the boy's almost cherubic features. His lips twisted up to the left, and spit speckled them. "You shouldn't have bought my car," he snarled in a low voice. "I was happy where I was." "Do you know where you were?" Lindy asked him. "Not here." As he shrieked the words at her, the hairs on her arms and the nape of her neck stood up. The curtains on the kitchen windows ruffled from the psychic force of the scream, and Lindy's eyes darted to the back door and the doorway out of the room. "No!" the boy spat, and the kitchen table hurtled across the room, smashing into the doorway and blocking her exit. "You can't leave. You stole me away. I didn't want to be bought." "I didn't do it to be mean," Lindy whispered, her legs shaking. She licked her lips nervously and tried a small, cautious step toward the back door. "You did," he hissed. "You bought my Jeep to be mean to me. You know, I didn't give it to you.
I know you didn't, she said. I bought it at a yard sale. It was in a box full of other toys. Your Jeep. It felt right, like you needed help.
Dustin screamed, and she clamped her hands over her ears as she sank to her knees. Glass cracked loudly in the windows and the back door. When he finished, the boy was panting, despite not needing to breathe. Lindy's head spun, and she groped her way to the back door. The toaster flew off of the shelf and smashed into the wood of the door, narrowly missing her knee. She let out a small cry of fear and leaped backward as the appliance bounced loudly off of the kitchen floor.
You can't go anywhere, Darren snarled. Not until I say so. And I haven't said so. Why? Lindy asked, her voice trembling. Why won't you let me leave the room?
I don't want to, he growled. Nobody wants you to.
What are you talking about?
She asked in a horrified whisper.
It's just the two of us here.
Really? The dead boy snickered. Do you think so? From another room in the house came the sound of an object smashing to the floor.
That was you,
Lindy said. Nope, Dustin said. He reached up and pulled his goggles down over his eyes. As she watched, water slowly filled up the goggles until his eyes were strangely distorted. Do you know why I was with my Jeep? Lindy could only shake her head, trying to think about how she might escape the kitchen.
The basement. Maybe I can get into the basement.
With that idea came the disturbing thought of being trapped below the earth with the dead boy. She tried to calm down, her mind racing, trying to discover some way to protect herself from any attack he might launch.
Salt. I can protect myself with salt.
A small scream escaped from her lips as someone roared from the second floor. Dustin grinned wickedly at her. Come on, guess, Dustin said.
Guess what?
Lindy asked. Why I was with my Jeep, he said, his voice low, the gurgling sound of his words more pronounced.
I don't know. It was important to you?
She said. It was, Dustin said, nodding. Water spilled out of his mouth. I had it in my pocket. My dad had given it to me. Then my mom, she was mad at him. She was always mad at him. She brought me to the beach up in Maine, York Beach. It was so nice, the nicest place I've ever been to. She held my hand, and I should have known something was wrong. My mom, she never held my hand. Not ever. So she held my hand, and we walked into the water, and we were laughing and playing. I had my Jeep, so everything was really good. But we kept walking. Dustin glared at her, and water streamed from his nostrils. We kept walking, deeper and deeper, until it was over my head, and she started to carry me. She picked me up, she carried me, and all of a sudden the waves were so high, and they pulled us under.
Your mom killed you?
Lindy asked, horrified. Yep, Dustin said, and he smiled. Water rushed from his mouth down his chest and into his swim trunks. Lindy squealed with fear as a door slammed open. "You bought a lot of us," Dustin said. "Nobody's happy about it. You're nosy." "I just want to help you," Lindy said softly. "Nobody asked you to!" he shrieked. Lindy flinched and drew back, trying to avoid the dead boy's wrath. A shape appeared in the doorway out of the kitchen, and when Lindy looked, darkness swarmed around her. There, standing in the table as though it wasn't there, was a tall, thin man. He was extremely gaunt and hunched over. His clothes were ragged, and his eyes gleamed as he looked at her. He held his arms crossed over his chest, and long fingers danced along his narrow biceps. The man asked her a question in a language she didn't understand. Neither did Dustin. "No one knows what you're saying," the dead boy spat. The dead man sneered and flicked a hand at the child. A spice jar launched itself from the counter and hurtled through the boy to smash against the wall. The dead man muttered something which sounded vaguely unpleasant, and a moment later another crash sounded above Lindy. "How many are there?" she thought, terror growing within her. Dustin understood the expression on her face. "5. The last time I counted," the dead boy said. "Me, Tommy here, and 3 more. A lady and 2 more kids. Everybody's pretty angry, except for Tommy. He doesn't seem to know anything." The dead man sneered at Dustin and then offered Lindy a leer that sent a chill racing through her. "We don't want to be here," Dustin said softly. "We're all pretty upset about it." "I'll take you back," Lindy said hastily. She heard her bathroom mirror shatter and winced at the sound. "I remember where you all came from." "Nope," Dustin said. "We're all pretty upset with you. You're stupid. You're nosy. Nosy and stupid. Pretty bad." "Listen," Lindy said, licking her lips and looking to the basement door. "I just want to leave. Then I'll come back, and I can take you all home, wherever you want to go. It doesn't even have to be home. I don't care." "We don't want to go anywhere now," Dustin said. "They're breaking your stuff upstairs, and Tommy and me, we don't want you leaving the kitchen. We'll figure out what to do as soon as they're done upstairs, you know?" Instead of answering, Lindy sprinted for the basement door. She cleared the kitchen center with 2 long steps, stretched her hand out and grasped the brass doorknob a second later. As her fingers closed around it, Tommy slammed into her and sent her sprawling across the floor. Lindy skidded and finally came to a halt against the far wall. Her back ached, and she felt as though a full layer of skin had been sandpapered off her side. Quivering with fear and exhaustion, she got to her hands and knees. She shook her head, tried to gather her thoughts, and screamed as Dustin kicked her solidly in the ribs. The blow was cold and brutal, causing her to vomit and dry heave onto the floor. She tried to push herself back and away from the vomit, but she moved too slowly. A moment later it oozed against her fingers. Lindy struggled to get up, but before she could regain her feet, Tommy was beside her. A large, disturbingly long-fingered hand grasped her by the front of her shirt and lifted her up easily. The dead man twisted her to the left and then to the right as if eyeing her worth. "I just want to go," Lindy whispered. "Please, let me go." "Nope," Dustin said. Then he tilted his head listened, and rolled his eyes before he grumbled, "Fine." The dead boy vanished a moment later, leaving Lindy suspended above the floor by Tommy. "Please," she started to say. Tommy snorted derisively and shook her violently. Lindy cried out in shock and pain. Then she clamped a hand over her mouth to silence herself. Tommy chuckled and stopped shaking her. Within a few minutes, Dustin was back, grinning at her. "I have good news," he said. "They don't want to see you." "That's good news?" she asked hopefully. "Oh, yeah, really good news," Dustin said, chuckling. "But, there's bad news, too." "There can't be any bad news," Lindy said, whispering. "I just want to go. I want to forget everything. You can find your way home. I won't bother you anymore."
"No, you definitely won't,"
Dustin agreed. He looked at the sink. He walked over, found the rubber stopper for the drain, fitted it into place, and turned the faucet on.
"What are you doing?"
Lindy asked. A second after the question escaped her mouth, the dirty dishes were thrown out of the sink. They flew across the room to different points, shattering and casting shards out over the kitchen. Several struck Lindy's face, and she could feel warm trickles of blood run in small rivulets down her cold cheeks.
"We're taking care of the problem," Dustin said. "That's what Molly told me to do. She's the oldest one. Anyway, yeah, I'm going to take care of it. Take care of business. TCOB. That's what my dad always said to me. So, we're going to drown you."
Lindy screamed and kicked, trying to free herself from Tommy's unyielding grasp. The dead man asked Dustin a question.
"I don't know what you're saying," Dustin screamed. "Come here! Do this!"
The boy pantomimed a person's head being dunked underwater and held there. Tommy chuckled and carried Lindy easily to the sink. She screamed and begged, trying to understand what was happening. Opening her mouth, she tried to ask for an explanation, but a split second later, Tommy thrust her head into the sink. Bits of food floated around her, and she saw several pieces of flatware on the bottom of the sink. Lindy struggled to get herself free, but nothing worked. There was no way to break the dead man's hold on her. She tried to keep her mouth closed as the gradually warming water splashed over her face, but Dustin reached over to pry her mouth open and pinch her nose shut. Lindy's pleas for mercy were lost in the rush of water filling her lungs. Respect Your Elders by Anna St. John. Avery glanced at her phone one last time to make sure the address was correct before she climbed out of her car and shoved her phone in her jacket pocket. After locking the doors, she carefully made her way up the semi-frozen walkway to the front door. Then she took a moment to tug her jacket down and smooth her hair before she rang the bell. A bright smile sprang automatically to her lips as the door opened to reveal a middle-aged man. "Hello, Mr. Diggory?" she greeted, almost on a chirp. At the subtle positive change in his expression, she went on. "I'm Avery Lawson. You told my parents you and your wife needed a house-sitter. Here I am." Mr. Diggory's polite smile broadened as he pushed open the screen door and held out his hand to shake hers. "Yes, of course, Avery. We were expecting you. How are your parents?" Avery shrugged. "They're fine.
can't complain." She suddenly laughed. "Well, I mean, they can, and they do, but they're good." Mr. Diggory chuckled and stood back, gesturing for her to come inside.
"I thought you'd be a little older," he commented, and closed the door behind her as she passed him.
Avery had always looked younger than her age. Although 19 years old, she was shorter and still had a childlike countenance, not helped by her sunny demeanor. It was the bane of her dating existence. Most guys treated her like a kid because she reminded them of a little sister, and those who didn't, those who loved the fact that she looked so young, she kept her distance from them. "It happens all the time," Avery explained with a shrug and a roll of her eyes, though she continued to smile. "I swear I'm not old enough to drink, but I am old enough to die for my country."
"And will you?"
he asked. "Die for my country?" She shrugged. "I'd rather not. I'm not much of a fighter, or a drinker, for that matter, so your liquor cabinet is safe." He raised a skeptical eyebrow.
"Almost legal, and you don't drink?"
"When I was a kid, my dad would barbecue and always have wine," she explained. "I thought it looked like grape juice, so I asked if I could try some. It was the grossest. It was so nasty. Another time, my parents were both having a beer with dinner, so I asked my dad again if I could try some of his." She shook her head emphatically. "Nope. Hated it. So I don't drink." He laughed again, this time more heartily.
"Well, if I had a liquor cabinet, I'm glad I wouldn't have to worry about it. As it is, we're all out of alcohol right now. But if I had known your tendencies, I would have stocked the fridge with grape juice."
Avery chuckled, and Mr. Diggory called out for his wife.
"Hun, Avery the house-sitter is here. Are you almost ready?"
Mrs. Diggory came hurrying in, fixing her earring into place. The woman's happy smile became something more polite as she looked the girl over. "Hello, Avery," she greeted, her voice carefully controlled. I thought you'd be a little older." Avery fought back a sigh and held her sunny expression firmly in place. She was about to explain again when Mr. Diggory broke in.
"She has assured me that she's old enough to die for her country, but not to drink. However, she does like grape juice."
He ignored the puzzled expression on his wife's face and continued.
"I have some things I still need to pack. Can you give her the tour, hon?"
Mrs. Diggory smiled and nodded, then proceeded to show Avery around the house and how to work the appliances in the kitchen. All of the Diggory's travel information, hotels, cell phone numbers, flight details, etc., was on a sheet of paper on the countertop. Avery gave it a cursory glance before folding it and putting it in her back pocket. "Mr. Fluff is here somewhere," Mrs. Diggory told her, while looking futilely around the living room at the end of the tour. Avery raised a questioning eyebrow, but before she could ask, the woman went on. "He's our cat. Big, fluffy, Persian. Looks like a sooty marshmallow with a squished face. He must be napping somewhere, but he'll make himself known when he wants something. Cats always do. He may hesitate because he's never seen you before, but just shake the snack can. He'll get the idea and eventually come running to butter you up for more treats. Now there's just a matter of the sitting room." She led the way to the back of the house to a closed door they had passed by earlier in the tour. She stopped, her hand resting lightly on the doorknob as she turned to Avery, an embarrassed smile on her face. "This was my mother's favorite room," she explained. "She passed away a few years back, but we like to keep it the way it was in memory of her." Avery nodded her understanding, waiting patiently for the older woman to open the door and gesture her inside. "It looks comfortable," Avery commented, thinking she should say something polite. In actuality, it was an average old-fashioned room. An old box TV sat on one side of the room, while a faded floral sofa stretched along the opposite wall. Full-length windows graced the wall across from them, their off-white gauzy curtains obscuring the view of the neighbor's house without blocking too much of the sunshine. An old recliner was set in front of the windows, its seat angled toward the TV. A worn end table was at its side, the TV's remote control, a cup of coffee, and a piece of paper resting on its surface.
"My mother was very particular," Mrs. Diggory murmured as she gazed at their surroundings. "She liked having everything just so, and hated anyone messing with her things."
The sense that she was in a place she shouldn't be washed over Avery. Hesitantly, she asked,
"Do you want me to leave this room alone? Or maybe you want me to take care in keeping it clean while you're gone, in memory of your mother and all?"
The older woman seemed to snap out of her reverie at that. A laugh was surprised out of her.
"Oh, no, nothing like that. She liked things clean and tidy while she was alive, but nothing special. I'm sure our being gone a week won't leave time for much dust accumulation. No, don't bother cleaning here. What I wanted to tell you is going to be—"
Mrs. Diggory paused, seeming unsure how to proceed. Mr. Diggory came up behind Avery. His wife looked at him for support, and he continued for her. "It's going to sound strange, but it's a habit we've gotten into, in memory of Marie. She always loved her coffee, and had it at least 3 times a day, every day."
"Who doesn't like coffee, right?"
Avery offered, keeping her smile polite and trying not to show her confusion. "Of course," Mr. Diggory agreed, then cleared his throat in an embarrassed way. "Well, toward the end, she wasn't entirely herself. She developed dementia, and it just got worse with time. We wanted to keep her as happy as possible, so we resorted to giving her coffee. And, well, we got so used to making it all through the day for her when she was alive that it just felt right to continue. You know, in honor of her, to show we haven't forgotten." Avery nodded, awaiting the odd demand that had to be coming.
"We want you to continue making the coffee while we're gone," Mrs. Diggory blurted out. "Okay," Avery was quick to assure them. "I can do that. No problem."
The wife grabbed the paper from the table next to the old recliner. She forced a bright smile as she hurried on, looking almost in pain from embarrassment.
"You need to make it 3 times a day. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Fill that mug," she pointed at the cup on the table, "and place it right there. Make sure you have enough coffee already prepared so that you can replace what's in the mug when it gets cold. My mother never liked lukewarm coffee. She always wanted it hot. I told you before that our coffee maker is set to a high temperature, so you shouldn't have any problems keeping it warm enough for her. Do that for about an hour, and then you can stop and wash the mug."
Red-faced, she thrust the paper she was holding out to Avery.
"Warm enough for her," she thought,
but kept it to herself. Bemused, but keeping her expression respectful, Avery took the paper and nodded her understanding of the task. Mr. Diggory gestured to the sheet, continuing for his flustered wife. "The instructions are all written right there. We've marked specific times when you'll need to make and serve the coffee. It's best if you don't come in here except for this task." His wife hastily interjected,
"We wouldn't mind, of course, if you did, but it's better to keep the door closed to keep Mr. Fluff out. He tends to go where there are people, and we wouldn't want him thinking Mom's recliner or sofa were scratching posts."
"Marie never liked animals in the house," the husband explained with a shrug. "She didn't grow up with pets, but it was agreed that if he didn't come in here, then she wouldn't complain about him being inside."
"I totally understand,"
Avery assured them, feeling like a bobblehead as she continued to nod. Mrs. Diggory exhaled sharply.
"Okay, well, now that that's taken care of."
She let her sentence trail off, and they all turned and headed out the door. As you saw, Mr. Diggory continued to Avery as his wife led the way through the house, we've already given Marie her coffee for the morning along with some refills. In about 10 minutes or so, you'll go in and empty the mug, clean it out, then you won't need to worry about it till lunch. And there are directions on the paper for how strong to make it. Sound good?
Of course. You guys have nothing to worry about. I've totally got this. No parties, no guests, and I love cats. Your house and Mr. Fluff are in safe hands."
The Diggorys smiled in evident relief and thanked her again before they bustled out the door. Avery stood on the porch, the screen door closed behind her to keep the cat safely inside, and waited, smiling and waving, for the couple to leave. When their car had disappeared down the street, she let her sunny smile disappear and folded the coffee instructions paper to stick in her back pocket, along with the other information they had given her.
What the hell was that all about?
She silently asked herself as she went to her car to collect her things.
They make coffee 3 times a day just to remember a woman who died years ago? Man, what a waste.
She fought the urge to sing out "weirdos" just in case there were neighbors who might overhear her and tattle. Inside, with the door safely closed and everything quiet, she murmured,
"Grief makes people do crazy things."
Then she shook her head and mentally reminded herself not to judge. She got her 2 bags into the guest room on the 2nd floor and checked her phone, noticing it was almost time to retrieve the mug from the sitting room.
Or should I call it Marie's room? That's essentially what it is, isn't it?
She started energetically down the stairs, but slowed as the sound of the TV reached her ears. Frowning in confusion, she followed the noise to the back of the house till she reached Marie's room. Avery stared at the closed door, the sound clearly coming from behind it. She chewed her lip in slight hesitation, but turned the doorknob and slowly opened the door, half expecting the sound to instantly shut off. It didn't. She peeked around the door and saw the TV was playing. Pushing the door open wider, she stepped inside to get a clearer view. There was no sign of anyone or anything living.
No people and no roaming cats to step on the remote, she murmured to herself.
Avery stepped over to the recliner and felt the temperature drop. She shivered, wondering where the draft was coming from, and picked up the remote, clicking the TV off. An idea occurred to her, and she paused. What if it was on automatic schedule?
They would have told me, right? If it's important.
She chewed on her lip as she considered the idea, then shrugged and exchanged the remote for the cooling mug.
Probably a loose wire or something. It's an old TV.
She had just left the room and closed the door when she heard the TV come back on. Frowning, she went back in. A commercial for springtime dryer sheets was playing. She grabbed the remote and hit the power button again, this time waiting a handful of heartbeats before returning the remote to the table. Giving another cursory glance at the near-empty room, she slowly made her way back to the hall. The moment the door was closed, the TV came back on, causing Avery to jump back in surprise. Pulse quickening and uneasiness filling her belly, she stared at the door.
"Loose wires,"
her mind repeated. It didn't dispel the queasy feeling in the pit of her stomach, though, and she hurried down the hall. A gray fluff ball was licking his back in the middle of the tiled floor when she reached the kitchen. He scampered a few feet away, then turned and stared back at her.
"You must be Mr. Fluff," Avery said in a gentle, cooing voice. "What are your owners like, huh?"
At the sound of her mellow tones, he meowed and waited till she had put the coffee down and paid homage to him by giving him treats. She knelt beside the cat and reached out to scratch his back just above his tail. His hindquarters immediately rose into the air, and she chuckled.
"There's the sweet spot, huh?"
she cooed. Then another idea struck her.
What if it's a practical joke?
Avery stared at the cat, absently scratching as she considered it. When he was done eating, he immediately began to twine around her, alternately purring and meowing as it begged for more food.
"Do your owners like playing tricks on people, Kitty?"
she murmured.
How far do you think they'd go to make me believe this place is haunted?
A memory struck her of Mr. Diggory saying that they had already given Marie her morning coffee. Her hands stilled as she considered that. After a few seconds of inattention, the cat meowed again and pushed his head against her fingers.
You're right,
she told him, shaking her head and scratching his neck under his jaw.
I'm being silly.
She stood and, after referring to the information paper she had been given, sent out a quick text to Mrs. Diggory. She set her phone on the counter and washed the mug so it would be ready for the midday coffee break. About 10 minutes later, her phone dinged to let her know she had an incoming text.
Sorry, forgot to tell you. TV always does that. Just ignore.
Frowning, Avery typed back, Do you want me to unplug it? She kept her phone on as she stared at the screen. Less than a minute later, the reply popped up.
No, it's fine. We're used to it. It doesn't use a lot of power.
Avery shrugged and put the phone back in her pocket. She carefully picked up the cat, cooing and scratching his neck as she carried him up the stairs to her room. After putting the cat down on her bed, she got out her laptop and turned on her music, successfully masking the faint sounds of the TV. The rest of the day went by without a hitch. At noon, she started the Diggory's essential coffee routine, and Mr. Fluff followed her around, yowling for his food. At 5 in the evening, she repeated the process. However, around 8 that night, as she was lying in bed reading a book, the cat beside her, the sound of faint, garbled conversation floated up to her. Frowning, she lowered her book and concentrated, listening.
Is it the TV again? Or maybe the neighbors, she thought, disturbing her feline companion as she scooted off of the bed. He meowed at her and repositioned himself on her pillow. She followed the noise down the stairs and to the back of the house. When she neared the door to Marie's room, it was clear the sound was coming from behind the closed door. From some kind of perverse curiosity, she once more reached out and opened the door to peek into the room. A newer version of an old game show was playing. Avery stepped inside, watching the screen as 2 opposing families were finished being introduced by the host. At the host's invitation, 2 of the contestants left their families to stand opposite each other, their hands hovering over their buzzers, waiting for the host to ask his question. The light to the room was on now, though she had never turned it on. Chills crept across her exposed skin, and she shivered. What the hell? It's freezing. Part of her knew the TV would keep turning back on no matter what she tried, so she purposefully ignored it, clicked off the light, and closed the door. Avery didn't stick around to see if the light came back on. She didn't want to know. Back in her room, she changed into her pajamas and wondered that it was so much warmer there than in Marie's room. She found a vent in her room and hovered her foot over it, enjoying the way the bottom of her foot tingled with the blowing heat. No problem with the heater. Maybe it's the vent. Could be broken. It was an unsettling feeling, having the TV playing with no one there to control it. Avery got her laptop out, snuggled into bed, and connected to the Wi-Fi to watch a movie. The sound drowned out the faint noise from the downstairs TV, and she eventually forgot it was on. Her phone alarm went off at its usual time the next morning, and she fumbled to turn it off. Yawning, she went about her morning routine before heading downstairs in her PJs. From the kitchen, she heard meowing. Mr. Fluff was waiting for her, sitting primely by his food bowl, his tail curled around his legs. When he saw her, he hurried over to tangle himself around her legs, demanding love and attention, and purring deeply as she petted him. "I'll bet you want some breakfast," she said, and stood. Mr. Fluff meowed as if in answer. She had to be careful not to trip over him as she walked to his food bowl. He continued to meow and then bumped against her arms as she scooped some food into his bowl. Pushing her hands aside, he dived into his meal. Avery grinned and shook her head, then went to wash her hands before she made the first pot of coffee for the day. Less than 10 minutes later, it was done, and Avery poured the drink into Marie's mug.
tendrils of steam rising as the inviting scent of fresh coffee wafted up to her nose. "What a waste," she murmured. She lifted the mug to her face and inhaled. The heat radiated off of the ceramic edge, but it was still comfortable. Ah, well. The mug's temperature grew hotter as she made her way through the kitchen to the back of the house. By the time she reached Marie's room, she was only able to grasp the handle. The rest was too hot to touch. Avery carefully opened the door and set the mug on the designated table. She straightened, waiting for a few seconds and listening to the silence. The difference finally hit her. The TV was off, as was the light. She reminded herself to ignore it, but there was something about the whole situation that was starting to creep her out. She tried to push down the feeling and was almost to the door when there was a loud meow. Mr. Fluff was perched on the arm of the recliner, his fluffy tail swishing back and forth. "Come on, kitty," Avery called in her best lovey-dovey pet voice, but the cat ignored her and began to meticulously clean one paw. She tried adopting a firm tone. "Mr. Fluff, your owners don't want you in here. Come on, let's go." The temperature dropped noticeably, and she shivered and rubbed at her arms. Avery glanced at the curtains hanging in front of the windows, trying to spot some sign of a draft, but the gauzy drapes were still. Sighing, she walked back over to the recliner, keeping her tone light-hearted for the disobedient feline. "Come on, Mr. Fluff. Let's get your floofy rear out of here so I can close the door. You're not allowed in here." Suddenly, he started growling. His plentiful fur rose straight up on his arching back. Avery hesitated, not wanting to get near the claws and fangs of an angry cat. What on earth? What bit his butt? Before she could say anything to calm him down, Mr. Fluff hissed and spit, skittering over the table and knocking the coffee mug down onto the floor. Coffee went splashing across the carpet and wall as the cup fell. Avery gasped and lunged for it, but it was too late. Forgetting herself, she snarled, "God damn it, you rotten cat! What the hell is wrong with you?" She turned to see the end of Mr. Fluff's dark gray tail whisk out of sight through the doorway and down the hall. She looked back at the spilled coffee soaking into the brown carpet and muttered a few expletives before realizing just how cold it had gotten. The skin on her arms was covered in bumps, the fine hair standing up straight. A strong shiver racked her, and she realized she could see her breath. She exhaled slowly, watching her breath come out as a small cloud of vapor. The TV suddenly came to life. Avery jumped and made a strangled noise of surprise. She glanced at the controller, which had also gotten knocked off of the table, then back at the TV, now showing a morning news show. Without thinking, she reached for the controller, switched it off, and waited, shivering in her pajamas. Silence. Then the TV popped back on. She flipped to another channel. A heartbeat later, it returned to the news. Completely freaked out, but trying to tell herself it was just a faulty television, Avery put the remote back on the table. She was just about to push herself to her feet when a voice at her side asked, "Friend or foe?" She startled, shrieking, and jerked her head to stare at the recliner. Her throat closed up the next moment, and her heart skipped a beat when she saw someone sitting there. An old woman, her short, thinning hair white and curled, was peering down at her through large spectacles. She didn't seem entirely solid and was faded with a kind of blur around her edges. The woman's semi-gnarled hands had thick pink fingernails that tapered off to an almost claw-like point. Displeasure rolled from her and over Avery in thick waves. Avery stared in mute silence. "Well?" the woman demanded. "Are you friend or foe?" Avery shrank back as the woman's rising anger washed over her, but she didn't dare scoot away. She struggled to draw a breath and stammered out through her terror and the cold, "Friend!" The old woman narrowed her eyes, and Avery tried to squeeze out an explanation.
I'm Avery. Mr. and Mrs. Diggory hired me to take care of their house while they're gone. You're Marie?" The old woman sniffed and curled her lip. "So, they left me here, did they? I'm sure they told you the rules, though. I didn't raise my daughter to be disrespectful to her elders. You're here to take care for me while they're gone? Then why do you keep changing my shows and turning off the TV? These are my things. Don't touch anything. I have everything set to the way I like it, and I won't have you changing anything." "I'm sorry," Avery gasped out. Unmollified, Marie then demanded, "Why did you let the cat in? Animals don't belong in the house, and my daughter knows that. Do you want fleas in here?" Avery's mind spun in circles, but she couldn't voice her excuses. She couldn't grasp any word long enough to utter it. The old woman waited for a moment, then made a disgusted noise and shook her head. "And I suppose they told you to make sure I had my coffee," she snapped, impatient. Avery could only bob her head in a frantic nod. "Then where is it?" Marie hissed. Avery's breath left her as fright closed her throat. Her eyes widened, and she stared at the overturned mug on the carpet, at the spilled liquid that was still soaking into the fibers and dripping down the wall from where it had splashed. Marie's gaze traveled to the spot before whipping back to Avery. "You spilled it!" she hissed. "You spilled coffee on my carpet!" She jumped up from the recliner, towering overhead. Avery winced, trembling as she scrambled back a few feet. It wasn't me," she gasped, ducking her head as tears sprang to her eyes. "The cat." "No excuses. Coffee stains, you slovenly brat. How dare you make such a mess in my room and not clean it up?" But the carpet's brown," she pleaded, "and I will clean it up. I swear it'll be like it never happened." "And this coffee is cold," Marie continued to snarl, enraged. "How do you expect me to drink cold coffee?" "I'll get more," Avery promised, as the TV and lights began to flicker on and off, creating a crazy strobe light effect. She cringed and crept back toward the door, sliding on her knees. The woman shrieked at her, promising to take the belt to her to teach her a lesson about respecting one's elders. Avery bumped into something hard and realized it was the door. "I'll get you more coffee," she promised again, as she pulled on the handle to stand. "Right now." Avery lunged into the hallway, slamming the door closed behind her. Silence descended. Panting from fear and adrenaline, Avery stared and waited for a few agonizing moments, fully expecting the door to burst open again. When nothing happened, she dashed through the house and up the stairs, her limbs trembling so much that they could barely hold her weight. Hysterical sobs threatened to break free, but she fought them back as she ran through the guest room, gathering up her things. The existence of Mr. Fluff flitted through her mind, and she hesitated. Was the cat worth the risk? It wasn't the cat's fault the coffee got spilled. He was just being a cat. She shook her head at her indecision. She couldn't leave him, that much was certain. But how was she going to get them both out safely? A headache began to pound behind her eyes as her panic grew stronger. She couldn't concentrate. Her thoughts were scattered and flitted in circles just out of her reach. Then it came to her. The coffee. As far as Avery knew, the Diggorys didn't have a problem with Marie. If they had, they wouldn't have left her alone there, subject to the whims of a demented spirit. They had said the coffee was important. They gave Marie coffee during her life to keep her happy, and now they did it during her afterlife, probably for the same reason. "Just get the coffee. Make her happy," Avery breathed, her panic subsiding a little now that she had a plan. "Hot coffee, then the cat." She took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "Right, I can do this."
Avery crept downstairs, eyes darting around for a sign of Marie. Heart thumping harder and harder with each quiet passing second, she carefully set her bags down by the front door. She glanced here and there, but couldn't see the cat and didn't dare call out for him. A glance down the hall showed nothing moving around Marie's room either. Avery was about to head to the kitchen when she noticed a change. She took a step toward the hall, then another until she could see clearly. The door to Marie's room was open. Avery's heart raced, and her stomach threatened to rebel. She covered her mouth to stifle her scream as terror welled up in her throat, and she forced herself to retrace her steps, tiptoeing softly. "Get her coffee, make her happy," she silently repeated. The plan a mantra in her mind. It didn't do much to calm her, but it was enough to hold her hysteria at bay. She turned to the kitchen and squeaked in fright as Marie loomed in front of her, her cup in one hand and a wide, webbed belt gripped in the other. "You forgot my mug!" She snarled and slammed the ceramic cup against the girl's head. Avery fell to the floor, stars exploding in her vision. She felt something wet ooze down the side of her forehead. "I'll teach you to respect your elders, you impudent brat!" Marie hissed, and began beating the double-layered belt against Avery's back. The ghost's words were nearly drowned out by the girl's screams and sobs. "You will respect your elders," she ordered, a blow accompanying each word. When the old woman was done, Avery was sobbing on the floor, begging for the ghost's forgiveness. "From now on, you will not touch my shows," Marie declared coldly. "I never want to see that cat in my room again, and you'll be punctual with my coffee." She lifted the wide belt. "I'll be hanging this up in the closet here. If you disobey me again, you'll be the one to fetch it and bring it to me for your punishment. Do you understand?" Avery whimpered. "Do you understand?" Marie yelled. "Yes, I understand," Avery cried out. Marie nodded, and true to her word, she hung up the belt in the nearby closet and closed the door. "Good. Now get me my coffee." The ghost disappeared down the hall and into her room. Before the door closed, she called out, "And make sure not to spill it this time." Avery swallowed her sobs and wiped her face on the front of her shirt. The material came away with a streak of red, but she ignored it. Marie's mug lay on the floor nearby, intact. How it had managed not to break, she didn't know, nor did she think about. She fumbled for its handle, then forced herself to stand. Her vision swam a little, and her back screamed with every movement. But the only sticky feeling came from her head where she had been hit, so she was relatively sure she'd be okay. The wall helped to steady her, and she slowly made her way to the kitchen. Avery sniffed and gasped through her tears as her mind repeated its mantra. "Get her coffee. Make her happy." Ricky's Toys by Ron Ripley. Donald Heinz stood in his small antique shop and stared out at the warm sun shining down on the town of Ellingsworth. The winter snows were finally gone, and the trees were green with fresh leaves and the promise of a warm summer. A smile crossed Donald's face, and he basked in the beauty and peace of the town. Different from Maryland, he thought, rubbing at the stubble on his chin. Definitely worth it, though. No doubt about it. Donald walked to the front door, flipped the closed sign over to read open, and then propped the door open. A pleasant breeze carrying the scent of bagels from the coffee shop next door swept into the store, and Donald chuckled as his stomach rumbled. Need to get some food soon, he thought. He made no attempt to walk out of his shop, though. Instead, he continued enjoying the fine weather and the bright sunlight. As he did so, he saw a large black SUV turn onto Main Street and swing around to back into one of the slanted parking spots in front of the coffee shop. Donald recognized the vehicle immediately. The owner of it, a young woman, had already purchased several items from his shop, and he felt certain she would buy more. While he stood watching and hopeful, he saw both the driver's side door and the passenger side door open. The woman stepped out of the vehicle carefully, limping toward the front of the SUV. From the passenger side came a small boy, perhaps no more than 10. He was thin and pale, his white hair bright in the sunlight. "Is he an albino?" Donald thought. The boy turned to the shop, and Donald saw the child's eyes. They were a deep blue, instantly ruling out the albino theory. The woman spoke, and the boy nodded, turning away from his store. Donald watched them both walk into the coffee shop. "She'll be here shortly," he told himself. Donald whistled and walked back to his desk, trying to remember what it was the woman had purchased from him. Books. Definitely some books. Hebrew, Arabic, Gaelic. Really, all over the place with the languages. Then Donald straightened up. Toys. She bought some of Ricky's toys. His heart quickened for a moment at the memory of his brother, but Ricky was decades in the past. No need to get sentimental, he thought. I've never been before when it came to him. Still, Donald's mind walked back through the toys. Several Lego minifigures, the old spacemen with their faded moon symbols and their broken helmets. She hadn't balked at Donald's price, a sure sign she was a collector. Well, I was certainly mistaken there, he chuckled. Evidently, she was buying for the boy. Solid money says she will again, too. Donald went to the shelf where the Lego pieces were stored, selected several pre-packed bags and put them on the desk where they'd be easily seen. Then, whistling louder, he strolled over to the bookcases and peered at the various books in foreign languages. He found several in Dutch, one in Sanskrit, and a third in what he assumed was either Greek or Russian. Where did I even get these? He asked, chuckling and shaking his head. I really don't know how I've come to own half this stuff. Donald carried the books to the desk, placed them beside the toys, and nodded happily. Now I relax, wait for them to come in, and then make my sale. No pressure, though. Nothing over the top. Smooth and easy. She'll probably buy them all. A single good sale meant he didn't have to worry about covering the bills for the day. Donald had everything worked out perfectly. $100 for the week, and Donald was in great shape. Good morning, a voice said. Donald looked up and was surprised to see the boy standing there. Good morning to you, Donald replied pleasantly. Is your mom coming in as well? My mom? The boy asked, confused. Then he smiled. Oh, you mean Joyce. No, she's getting some food, then she'll meet me in the car. Donald felt his hope for a good sale sinking, but he kept the smile on his face. Very nice. Oh, hey, the boy said, stepping further into the shop. Are those more Lego bricks? They are, Donald confirmed. And books, too. The excitement in the boy's voice was unmistakable. Here's hoping Joyce sent him in with some money, Donald thought, or that he can at least go out and get some. The boy fairly trotted down the center aisle to the desk, and Donald stepped back in order to allow him an unhindered view of the items. Donald watched as the boy picked up the first book, his eyes darting back and forth over the letters. Then the child flipped page after page, his blue eyes wide and moving impossibly fast. In a moment, the boy put the book down and picked up the second, repeating the process. Finally, he did the same with the third. When he finished, he grinned at Donald.
How much for these 3 books? The child asked.
$30, Donald answered easily.
Cool.
The boy took a roll of money out of his front pocket and counted out 3 tens, laying them on the counter where they curled up slightly. Then the boy turned his attention to the toys. Carefully, as if he was handling breakable china, the boy turned them over in his hands, peering intently at the various pieces. Looking up at Donald, he asked, "Are these all the Lego bricks you have?" Donald thought about it. Then he shook his head. "No," Donald admitted. "I think I have another box under a table in the back. Do you want to look at them too?"
"Yes, please," the boy said, smiling. "I want to buy these here, and if I have enough money left over, I want to buy some more."
"I saw your money roll, son," Donald thought with a grin. "You have plenty of money." "I think it's an excellent idea," Donald smiled. "Now, if you would like to wait, I'll just duck in the back and return in a minute."
"Cool,"
the boy said, shifting his weight from one foot to the other and smiling broadly. Donald chuckled and left the desk. He went into his small back room and dug around, looking for the ancient, battered suitcase Ricky had always carried his Legos in. Why didn't he ever call them Legos like everyone else? Donald thought, his smile fading. He was always so annoying, especially when it came to his Lego bricks. Well, no need to think about him. Maybe this boy will buy the rest of Ricky's toys, and I won't have to think about him anymore. Donald sighed, located the suitcase, and pulled it out. He struggled with the brass catches for a moment. Then they popped open loudly. Lifting the top, Donald smiled down at the scattered bricks and pieces. I could easily get this boy to pay another $50 for this. Maybe I will, too. Donald took a deep breath and cleared his mind. He needed to be able to see the subtle body language of a customer. Satisfied with his state of mind, Donald closed the suitcase, locked it, and carried it out to the desk. The boy smiled at him, and Donald grinned. Did it get darker out? Donald wondered, turning on the desk lamp as he put the suitcase up. He kept his attention focused on the boy, not wanting to look out the windows to check the status of the weather. I've had these around for a while, Donald declared confidently. He opened the suitcase and added, I haven't quite found the right person to sell them to. The Lego bricks, well, they're special. I know, the boy said, nodding solemnly. He even has the same expression Ricky would get when playing with his toys or explaining what he had built and why, Donald thought with disgust. But he continued smiling. He stood by silently while the boy reached in and picked up individual pieces. The child would nod to himself, seem to whisper as he turned the brick around in his hand, and then pick up another. The Lego whisperer, Donald thought, and had to fake a sneeze to prevent himself from laughing. The boy didn't seem to notice. Several minutes passed by, and if Donald hadn't been certain the boy was going to buy more than the books, he would have removed the suitcase. As it was, nothing about the boy's actions indicated he was trying to play with the pieces. It was as though he was legitimately seeking out the history of each Lego by touching it. Finally, the boy nodded and said, I'll take them all, Donald. Fantastic, Donald started. Then he stopped and looked at the boy. Did Joyce tell you my name? The boy shook his head, a grim expression on his features. It was then that Donald saw the scars on the boy's forehead, the crooked bend of his nose and the chips in his teeth. There was nothing childlike about the child. He was physically young, but there was an age to his blue eyes and a darkness lurking about the corners of his mouth. How do you know my name, then? Donald asked. He felt uncomfortable as the boy stared at him. The child loaded the bags of Lego pieces into the suitcase. Then he did the same with the books. Silently, he closed and locked the suitcase, setting it down on the floor. Then, from his pocket, The boy extracted another $70, counting the money out for Donald's benefit. "How do you know my name?" Donald snapped. Fear and anger spiked within him. The boy was disturbing.
"You want to know how I know your name, Donald?" the boy whispered.
Before Donald could respond, the child reached into a pocket and pulled out one of the Lego spacemen Donald had sold to Joyce, one of Ricky's spacemen. "What?" Donald demanded. "Did the spaceman tell you my name?" The boy shook his head.
"Ricky did."
Donald's breath caught in his throat and he trembled. He dry swallowed several times before he managed to croak out, "What did you say?"
"Your brother, Ricky," the boy continued. "He told me your name."
"Get out," Donald hissed. "I don't know where you got your information from, but I don't have a brother named Ricky. Take your stuff and go."
"You had a brother named Ricky." The child glared at Donald. "He loved his Lego spacemen. He loved his toys. But Ricky didn't love you. He didn't even like you. Ricky didn't like your dad, and he didn't like your mom, didn't like your sisters or your other brother, Martin. Ricky did like his Lego spacemen. And your grandfather, he loved to buy all of you presents, and he loved the way Ricky built. All the time, your grandfather told Ricky he would be a great engineer. You didn't like that, Donald."
Donald trembled where he stood. Goosebumps stood out all over his body, and there was a dry, unpleasant sensation in the back of his throat. His head throbbed with a headache that worsened by the second. "Get out," Donald whispered. "Leave me alone."
"Ricky doesn't want me to leave you alone," the boy said.
"Who are you?" Donald yelled. The child grinned.
"My name is Alex. I'm here to punish you."
Donald reached for his cordless phone, picked it up, and stopped. The battery was torn out of it. Furious, he snatched his cell phone from the desk, only to find the battery was dead. When he angrily looked up at Alex, Donald saw the blinds were drawn on the windows, and the front door was closed. The open sign had been flipped around. Donald was separated from the rest of the town. He shook his head and looked at the boy. "Listen to me," Donald's voice quivered as he spoke. "I am going to physically pick you up and throw you out of my store." Alex tilted his head to the left, nodded, then grinned.
"Ricky said that sounds like you. Picking on little kids. You used to pick on him all the time. Constantly. Your dad would tell him to grow a pair and punch you back. Your mom, she said he needed to stop being a little baby, even when you broke his arm."
Donald stepped back, his throat closing while shudders tore through him. Gathering his courage and self-respect, Donald stalked around the desk and reached for the boy. "No!" Alex spat, and Donald was thrown backward. Donald struck the empty black walnut case of a grandfather clock. While the piece shook on its base, Donald fell to the floor, catching himself with his hands and knees, crying out as sharp pains exploded in his knees and the heels of his hands.
"You can't do anything to me,"
Alex said. He sat down on the floor, cross-legged. The blood rushed in Donald's ears, and he was afraid to look at the boy, but drawn to stare at him.
"Do you remember?"
Alex asked. "Remember what?" Donald demanded.
"What Ricky looked like."
Alex waited for an answer, and when Donald didn't give one, the boy barked, "Speak!" Donald cringed and whispered, "No."
"No!"
Alex chuckled. Then, as if to someone else, Alex added,
"I know you told me he would say that. Of course, he's your brother."
Donald looked up, eyes darting around. "You're not telling me my brother's here?"
He is. Alex eyed Donald with disgust. Lies, Donald whispered. Nothing but lies. Sure. Alex smiled at Donald, and there was a bitter brutality to it that sank claws of fear deep into Donald's stomach. The boy glanced over to the left and nodded. Yeah, I think I can do it. I mean, I haven't tried before, but it should be easy enough. What? Donald asked. Alex ignored him. Instead, the strange, malignant child focused on the wall beyond Donald, and a moment later the room became almost unbearably frigid. A shape took form beside Alex, and Donald saw it was another child. As the form became defined, Donald shrieked. Ricky stood to the left of Alex. Donald's brother wore a white t-shirt and jeans, tennis shoes, and his old army watch. On Ricky's right temple was a small red lump, the only mark the Louisville Slugger wooden baseball bat had left on his brother's head. The sight of his brother and the incriminating mark dragged Donald screaming into memories. Ricky on the baseline at the ball field near the stadium. Donald heard Ricky complaining, saying he didn't want to play baseball. He didn't like it. All he wanted to do was go home and play with his Lego bricks, maybe read a book. Donald remembered making fun of him, their brother Martin doing the same. What did he do then, when we were picking on him? Donald asked himself. Don't lie to yourself. You remember. We started to push him, back and forth until he finally decided to run, like he always did. He was going to go home and hide with his toys. We didn't want him to. I didn't want him to, Donald thought. He remembered the feel of the bat in his hands, the way the smooth wood touched his palms, the sensation of twisting the handle, Ricky turning his head to yell at Martin, and the swing. The bat always sounded beautiful when it cut through the air, especially when Donald had a good swing. There was a crack as the tip of the bat connected with Ricky's temple. It wasn't the same sound of leather and wood colliding for a solid base hit. Instead, it sounded exactly like a piece of wood smashing into a watermelon. The crack was disturbing, dragging both Donald and Martin fully into the moment. Together they watched Ricky collapse to the ground, as if someone had turned the switch off on a child's toy. Donnie, Ricky whispered, and the sound of his childhood name shook Donald more than anything else about the situation. Go away. You're dead, Donald moaned. Yeah, Ricky said, nodding. I know. I don't like it. You know, Mom locked all my toys away. She didn't want to sell them. Kind of felt bad afterward. Did you know that? Donald shook his head. Huh. Funny. Ricky grinned. Thought you would have figured it out. Dad decided you and Martin killed me by accident. Didn't say anything about it to you, though. Wish he had. Donald shuddered at the thought. Their father's hands had been large, and punishment received from them was always painful. You and Martin, you were always his favorites, though, Ricky continued. His grin faded, leaving a scowl behind. Now, when I've been dead for so long, you decide you want to sell my toys. My toys, Donnie. Why not your own? Donald cleared his throat. I'm saving them. They're worth quite a bit. I want to, well, make sure I have them for a rainy day. Huh, Ricky muttered. He glanced at Alex. Can I? Sure, Alex nodded. I'm okay with it. I can do it for you, too, if you change your mind. Ricky gave Alex a thankful smile. Do what? Donald asked, glancing from the living boy to the dead one. Do what? Kill you, Alex said.
Ricky glanced around, frowned, and asked, "Do you have a bat in here?"
What? Donald shrieked. Why?
"You killed me when you hit my head," Ricky said over his shoulder as he vanished amongst the shelves. "I want to kill you the same way. Fair is fair, right?" Donald got shakily to his feet.
No!
"Sit down," Alex said.
No!
Donald stated emphatically.
I will not! You can't make me stay here!
"I can," Alex snarled, and Donald flew back again as a rush of power erupted from the boy. "I can do whatever I want, and what I want right now is for you to get what you deserve." "Hey, Alex," Ricky called from the back. "I found something." Donald's head thumped loudly, his vision blurred, and pain blossomed in his back. "I need to leave," he thought, his mind hazy. He leaned against the wall and used it for support as he struggled to walk. Behind him, Donald heard his dead brother talking to Alex, but Donald couldn't understand what was being said. His brain wouldn't comprehend the words. "I think I'm really hurt." He paused as a wave of darkness swept over his eyes. When it passed, he walked drunkenly toward the back door. "Outside! Get outside! Get help!" His thoughts were disjointed, and again blackness smothered him. Donald's vision cleared, and he realized a split second too late that he was falling. He barely had time to throw his hands up to help cushion his collapse. For an indeterminate amount of time, Donald lay on the floor, staring off to the right. "Hey," Ricky said, crouching down. "How you doing?"
You're dead,
Donald replied, his words slurred. Ricky grinned. "Yep. You killed me."
Accident.
Donald licked his lips, tried to say more but failed. "Maybe," Ricky agreed. "Doesn't matter. You still need to be punished. Eye for an eye, all that stuff. It's only fair."
No, Donald muttered. No, not fair. You deserved it.
Alex's voice came from behind him, but Donald didn't know what was said. His dead brother nodded at whatever it was. "Alex is right," Ricky stated, his voice cold. "I didn't deserve anything. Never did." The dead boy's hands moved, and Donald saw Ricky held something vaguely familiar. It took his brain a moment to recognize it and come up with a name. "Bowling pin," Donald murmured. "Yeah," Ricky nodded. He held it up for Donald to see. It was a long, thin-necked pin made of dark wood. Most of the white paint was gone from it, leaving only streaks behind. "It's hard to hold this, just so you know. I have to concentrate. Did you know Alex taught me how?" Donald tried to shake his head, but it hurt too much. He settled for a whispered, "No." "Yeah," Ricky smiled. "He told me to use his anger. His friend Timmy taught him that. You wouldn't like Timmy. He's a bad man who likes being bad. I guess that's the worst, huh?"
Sure, Donald whispered. I need to go home. I don't feel good.
A second pair of shoes appeared, and then the boy Alex squatted beside Ricky. Alex squinted, nodded, and then grinned. "You look bad," Alex stated. "Really bad. I think you broke something in the back when you hit the wall the second time. You might have a concussion, too."
It's time for me to go,
Donald sighed, closing his eyes. He screamed a second later as something pinched his eyelid and pulled it back. The pain was intense, driving some of the haze from his thoughts. The skin stretched a little further before it snapped into place. He covered the injured eye with his hand and opened his other eye, horrified, trying to see who had hurt him. Alex glared at him.
You don't get to sleep. Not yet. Not until it's forever.
Donald's eye darted from Alex to Ricky. Their expressions were nearly identical in their disgust and hatred. With a tremendous amount of effort, Donald looked away from them and focused on the door to the back room, where there was a smaller exit. He reached out with both hands and pulled himself a few inches toward the room. Both boys stood up, and the living one stepped off to one side. Alex's voice was clear and proud when he spoke.
Do you remember everywhere he hit you? Alex asked.
Yes, Ricky answered, his voice seething with rage. Hands grasped Donald's arm, and he yelled as he was flipped onto his back. Alex stood on one side and Ricky on the other. It was then that Donald focused fully upon the antique bowling pin. His dead brother gripped it tightly, and Donald knew what was going to happen.
Don't,
Donald begged, hating the high-pitched fear infecting the word.
Leave me alone.
There was no smile on Ricky's face, no grim grin of satisfaction. Instead, the dead boy wore a serious expression, one of intense focus.
Do you remember,
Ricky whispered,
how much you liked to give me a Charlie horse, Donnie?
That was Martin, Donald denied. Not me.
No, Ricky shook his head. Martin liked to give me Indian burns on my wrists. You loved Charlie horses. You'd walk up and yell, "Who won the race? Charlie's horse!"
Not me,
Donald repeated. Ricky slammed the bowling pin into Donald's right thigh with terrible force. Donald screamed as he felt the femur break. He clutched at his leg as Ricky asked,
And do you remember that time I was on my bike? You know, the one that used to be yours, even though you had a new one. You were angry I got your old one. So I rode by and you hit my knee with the handle of the rake. Do you remember that?
Donald did. He remembered it clearly, but he shook his head violently from side to side.
Liar,
Ricky whispered, and he smashed the bowling pin into Donald's left knee. Like the femur on the right, the knee broke, collapsing beneath the force of the blow. Donald's voice became raw from the screaming. He writhed and rolled across the floor, pain blinding him, his agony deafening him. Donald didn't know how long he was ignorant of the world, but when he could think clearly again, his brother was still there.
Alex went to get something to eat, Ricky confided, but he'll be back soon. When he does, it'll be time for me to go, Donnie. Does that make you sad?
No,
Donnie hissed through clenched teeth.
I hate you.
There's my big brother, Ricky nodded. I remember that, Donnie. He's the one who made my life hell. That, Donnie, is the one who killed me on purpose.
Where are you going to go now?
Donnie growled through clenched teeth.
Huh? You going to hang out with that boy? A dead boy stuck playing with his toys forever?
Yeah,
Ricky said, chuckling.
I guess so. It's good, though. There are lots of other ghosts where Alex lives. He's the king of them all. He goes out and looks for ghosts, brings them home. If something bad happens, he makes sure the bad people get punished. Or, if he can, he lets the ghosts hurt the bad people.
Ricky leaned forward, hatred dancing in his eyes.
Do you remember what you gave me for my 6th birthday, Donnie?
I didn't give you anything,
Donald snarled.
Sure you did,
Ricky disagreed. You broke my nose and gave me 2 black eyes. Before Donald could argue, the bowling pin crashed into his nose, flattening it across his face. He felt both orbital sockets break as well. You knocked out my 2 teeth on my 7th birthday. Ricky's voice was barely audible above Donald's pain. A second later, the pin shattered Donald's front teeth, driving shards of enamel into his tongue and gums. The bell on the front door rang, and for a split second, hope blossomed in Donald's mind, hope that crashed and burned as he heard Alex say, "It's time, Ricky." Well, Ricky sighed. I'm happy I got to see you. Now I'm happy to say goodbye. Ricky lifted the bowling pin over his head with both hands. The dead boy's smile was one of pure malignancy. Terror raced through Donald as he tried to lift his hands to block the killing blow, but he was too slow. The bowling pin, it seemed, was just as effective as a Louisville slugger. Riding the Bus by Ron Ripley. Brandon Rail ran to the bus stop, holding his hood tight against the sleet falling fast and heavy from the dark gray winter sky. The world was quiet around him, and he took it to be a bad sign. Even in previous bad storms, he had been able to hear the noise of the city around him. Reaching the relative sanctuary of the bus stop, he stood beneath the aluminum and plexiglass roof and huddled near the back. Beyond the scratched and faded faux glass, he could see Broad Street stretch out in either direction. The houses were difficult to see in the darkness, and it took him a moment to understand why. The power had gone out. There had been a loud bang accompanied by a flash of light earlier, and Brandon realized it had probably been a transformer blowing up. From where he stood, the world looked wrong to him, and Brandon hoped his home would still have power. Neither of his parents dealt well when there was an outage. Taking his cell phone out of his pocket, he started to dial the landline at home, and then stopped. If either his mother or his father answered, they would want to know where he was and how long it would take him to get home. It was already after 6, and if he told them he was at a bus stop on Broad, they would be upset with him. Brandon was supposed to be studying at the public library, not on Broad Street visiting Mary Nault, whom his parents didn't want him to date. They'd probably offer to pick me up, he groaned. They wouldn't want me to walk to the bus station for the ride home. His shoulders slumped, and he sat down on the hard, uncomfortable metal bench. He knew the bus would arrive around 6:30, and then he could ride it to the transfer station behind City Hall. From there, he could catch another bus out to South Main Street and home. I just can't let them know what's going on. If they call, I'll have to ignore it. He shook his head. His parents wouldn't like that either. They were, as far as Brandon could figure, too controlling. They didn't let him do anything. Whatever. I'll be home soon enough. Maybe I'll give them a call when I'm headed home from the transfer station. He brightened at the idea and nodded to himself. A cold wind cut into the bus stop and set his teeth to chattering. He tried to ignore it, but the wind only increased in speed, the temperature dropping rapidly. I wouldn't be in this mess if they'd just let me use the car, he thought, ducking his head against the cold. I'm 17. You'd think they'd let me drive once in a while. He pulled his arms in through the sleeves and stuffed his hands under his arms, trying to warm the fingers. Brandon shook as he waited. Then, off to the right, a pair of almost painfully bright headlights pierced the gloom. He heard the hiss and whine of the bus brakes, and a moment later it came to a stop directly across from him. Sighing with relief, Brandon stood up, put his hands back through the sleeves, and hurried forward as the door opened. He dug out his wallet and removed a single dollar as he climbed the stairs. "Hey!" Brandon dropped the bill into the fare collector and collapsed onto the nearest seat. He realized a moment later that he was almost on top of one of the heaters, and he smiled. The warmth was exactly what he needed. Closing his eyes, Brandon yawned. His shaking and shivering subsided slowly. Beneath him, the bus rumbled and shook, striking potholes and coming to quick stops as traffic lights changed and the traffic patterns shifted. Brandon was too tired to open his eyes and observe all of it firsthand. He had seen it all before. As his body gradually warmed up, he listened for conversations of other passengers and the chatter of the driver's two-way radio. After several minutes, Brandon opened his eyes, wondering why he hadn't heard anything, not even a single text alert. He peered around at the other seats and saw they were empty. Empty and wrong. The seats weren't blue and gray vinyl and cloth. Instead, they were a uniform dull green. Even the bus interior wasn't right. There was too much chrome, too few lights. The windows were wrong, shaped almost like oblongs rather than large rounded squares. Frowning, Brandon looked at the driver and shook his head. The driver wore a hat that reminded him of a police officer's and a blue jacket with matching pants. His shoes were polished to a high black sheen. The driver glanced over his shoulder at Brandon and smiled. He was a thin man with pale skin, his eyes almost too large for his face. His nose was pressed close, and his nostrils were wide. "Hell of a night, huh, kid?" The man's voice was thick and gravelly, as though he'd spent most of his days smoking cigarettes and drinking whiskey. Yeah, it's pretty bad out there." Brandon didn't know what else to say. The driver returned his focus to the road. "Yep, wouldn't want to be stuck outside without a place to go tonight. You headed home?" "Yes." "Good." Brandon hoped that it was the end of the conversation and looked out of the window at the world traveling by. He couldn't see anything. There were no lights or houses, no street, no trees. Dimly he caught sight of shapes in the darkness beyond the glass, but even those were too vague for him to identify. Feeling off-balanced, as though something unexplainable was wrong, Brandon looked out through the windshield. The bus headlights splashed across an old and cracked road that looked as though it hadn't been paved in decades. On the edges of the lights, shapes moved, pushing and pulling at one another, entities that were darker than the world around them. "Where are we going?" The words were out of his mouth before Brandon could stop himself. The driver chuckled. "Home. It's where you want to get to, right, kid?" "Yes." The word was difficult for him to say. "I want to go home." "Yep. That's where we're going." "My home, where I live with my parents." The driver let out a guffaw, and the bus swerved a fraction to the left. The shadows leaped out of the way, and sharp howls pierced the bus. Brandon noticed that it was no longer sleeting outside. "Where you live. That's a good one, kid." The driver shook his head. "My name's Mac, by the way. What's yours?" "Brandon." "Well, Brandon, you ain't going home to your parents. Not tonight. Not ever." Mac shook his head and snickered. "Home." The driver signaled left and then stepped on the brake and downshifted as he turned the corner. A moment later, whistling, Mac shifted back into a higher gear as he accelerated. "What home is it you're going to?" Brandon tried to keep a tight rein on his fear, but he felt it escape him. Mac didn't seem to notice, and if he did, he didn't react to it. The home we all go to, in the end. We're going to Woodlawn. The name was familiar to Brandon, and for several tedious minutes he racked his brain, trying to remember why he knew it. Finally, he gave up. What's Woodlawn? It's the cemetery. The big one between West Hollis and Kinsley Streets. Know the one I'm talking about? Numbly, Brandon shook his head. Well, see, it's huge. I mean, big. You've got Armenians and some Greeks buried up front, then it's mostly English through the rest of it. Got a few French Canadians, of course, but they're mostly buried in their own Catholic cemeteries around town. Up in the back of Woodlawn, there's a section called Greek Hill. After the 30s, well, they bought a chunk of land up there. Lots of pauper graves and stuff. But hey, even the dead segregate themselves. Mac chuckled again and shifted as he stepped on the brake. A mass of writhing black shapes surged across the road, and Brandon was certain he saw teeth and eyes and mouths far too big for any natural creature. I don't want to go there. Don't know too many people who do. As soon as the last shape was gone, Mac took off again. But you get used to it, sure enough. Dead people go into cemeteries. They get buried. Brandon shook his head. I'm not dead. Mac glanced back at him, squinted, then he shrugged. Maybe not. Happens once in a blue moon. I ain't but picked up one person who wasn't dead. I would have sworn 7 ways to Sunday that he was, though. I mean, Brandon, this guy, he looked dead. No hair, scars all over his head, missing teeth. Hell, someone even took a part of his ear. Saw him standing there, smoking a Lucky Strike and talking to a lady I knew was dead. I mean, hell, I was the one who brought her to Woodlawn in the first place. I pulled the bus over, they both got on, and off we went. Well, wouldn't you know, the lady, she told me I couldn't bring him all the way. He wasn't dead. What did you do? Brandon whispered. I was going to bring him anyway, but, well, he convinced me not to. How did he do that? Mac hesitated a moment before he answered. Said he was going to rip me and the bus apart if I didn't. I didn't believe him, not until he tore a chunk out of the seat he was in. I've been driving a long time, and I brought a lot of angry people to Woodlawn. But none of them, and I mean none of them, were strong enough to do that. So, just before we reached the cemetery, I let him off. Why don't you just let me off? Brandon smiled at Mac as he looked over his shoulder at him. I'm not dead. You will be, soon enough. No need to let you off. Think of it as early retirement. I'm 17 years old. And you will be. Forever. Lots of folks would kill for that. Mac laughed. Course, they're dead already. So, I guess that's not saying much, is it? I have a girlfriend. I had a wife, Mac countered.
3 kids, too. I ended up bringing my wife to Woodlawn. My youngest boy, too. He was 25, though. Car accident. Looked terrible. Top half of his head was missing. That's the other thing, Brandon. You look good. Some of the folk I bring, well, they look like they did when they died. None of them were too pretty to begin with. And death, it dealt them a bad hand.
You need to let me go. Brandon's voice quivered. Please, just let me go.
No can do, kid. Besides, we're here.
The bus pulled to the side and Mac twisted in his seat to face Brandon.
Now, listen up. I'm going to open this door, and all you have to do is get out and cross into the cemetery. Once you do that, you'll see the office. It's the little white building beyond the greenhouse. You go in the office, and Doris'll get you all situated and help you figure out where you're supposed to be. Understood?
I'm not dead.
It's a shock. I understand. Always is. You just go on in like a good man, and, well, I'm sure I'll see you around.
Mac smiled, winked, and ratcheted the door open. Confused, Brandon stood up and walked stiff-legged to the steps. He hesitated, then left the bus. Behind him the door closed, and the bus pulled away. 10 feet in front of him, Brandon saw the open iron gates of Woodlawn Cemetery. They were attached to large granite pillars, and through a thick fog he glimpsed the white building and greenhouse Mac had spoken of.
I'm not dead,
Brandon thought, taking a reluctant step toward the entrance.
Nothing happened to kill me. Nothing.
He stepped closer. His heart thundered in his chest.
I would know if I'm dead.
The entrance seemed to move toward him without his feet lifting from the ground.
Everyone would have been crying, and all that stupid stuff. There would have been a funeral. I wouldn't have been picked up by a bus on the side of the road.
The granite pillars were less than an arm's length away. Inside the cemetery, the door to the office opened, a rectangle of brilliant white light bursting into existence. A figure stepped into it a moment later.
Are you coming in?
It was a woman's voice, one that reminded him of his grandmother.
I'd say you'd catch your death from cold, but that doesn't really apply anymore, now, does it?
Brandon stopped in the entrance and croaked.
I'm not dead.
The woman sighed as though she had heard that same statement 1,000 times before.
Sweetheart, you're not the only one who has walked through those gates and said the same thing to me. I know it's a shock. It's hard. You're probably wondering how and why and when, all those things they used to teach journalists to ask.
She stepped out of the building, and he was able to discern a middle-aged woman.
Come on in. I'll fix you a cup of coffee and explain what's going on. Sound like a fair deal?
Brandon nodded and staggered forward. Every step was a challenge, as though if he didn't place his feet precisely right, he would fall. When he reached the office, he followed Doris into the building. She closed the door gently behind him, but she didn't lock it. The woman motioned for him to sit in a chair across from a small, well-organized desk, and Brandon did so. He listened as she bustled about the office, his eyes fixed on a small, intricately carved lighthouse standing on the desk. When she finally sat down, he could smell coffee brewing. Blinking, Brandon looked up into a pair of light blue eyes. Doris's face was slightly round, her nose sharp, and her lips thin. Her dark brown hair was piled high atop her head, in a hairstyle he was certain had gone out of fashion after World War II. "I'm Doris." For the second time that day, Brandon introduced himself. "So, Mac brought you in, picked you up at the bus stop." Brandon nodded. "I don't belong here." "You were at the bus stop. It means you belong here." "What if he stopped at the wrong bus stop?" Brandon cracked his knuckles nervously. "Sweetheart, there's only one bus stop, and if you were in it, then you were meant to be on the bus." Brandon shook his head. But he told me he picked up a person who wasn't dead once." "And he told you that the person he picked up was talking to a woman Mac knew was dead, right?" Brandon nodded his head. Doris sighed and smiled at him. "Brandon, have you ever seen a ghost in your lifetime?" "No." "Did you ever hear ghosts speaking to you or around you?" "Of course not." "Did you ever have an imaginary friend as a child that you swore was real? Like a little boy or a little girl, someone no one else could see but you. Maybe even a dog or a cat." "No." Brandon stared at her. "What's the purpose of asking questions like that anyway?" "To prove a point." She stood up, went to a coffee maker he hadn't seen before, and poured the dark liquid into 2 mugs. Doris brought them both to the desk, handing one to him before she sat down. "Thank you," he said, cupping his hands around the warm porcelain. "You're welcome. Now, the reason I asked is, like I said, to prove a point. That man who Mac picked up was talking to a ghost. That man, whose name is Shane Ryan, by the way, can see and speak with ghosts. Comes here on a pretty regular basis to chat with some of the veterans we have buried here. Now, unless you have a history of seeing ghosts, speaking with ghosts, or at least seeing the ghosts of animals, well, you aren't here by mistake." She sipped her coffee. "I hate to be the one to break it to you, sweetheart, because you seem like a really good kid. But you are, in fact, dead." Brandon blinked at her, the world tilting precariously to one side as he tried to comprehend what the woman was saying to him. He laughed after a moment and shook his head. "This is someone's idea of a joke." She raised an eyebrow as he took a drink of the coffee. "Really, it's a good joke. Coffee's great, by the way. Thank you again." "You're welcome again. Brandon, what's your birthday, sweetheart?" "December 18th, 2001. Why?" She smiled, took out a large ledger from a desk drawer, and placed it in front of her. Doris opened it and flipped through several pages, nodding to herself. When she stopped, she placed her fingers on a line and read aloud. "Brandon Rail slipped and fell on the sidewalk, Broad Street, Nashua, New Hampshire, at 6 in the evening. He was returning home from his girlfriend's house when he hit his head. This dislodged a small, unknown blood clot, which then caused an aneurysm. Death was instantaneous.
He was buried on December the 12th, 6 days prior to his 18th birthday.
Doris closed the ledger gently, but with an unmistakable finality that sent a bolt of fear through Brandon.
I can't be dead.
He looked down at his hands and flexed them several times.
I mean, look at me. I'm young. I wrestle and play football. I just got my license. What about my parents? How are they going to react? What are they going to do?
They'll deal with it, sweetheart. Everyone does.
Doris smiled.
I understand how hard this is. I really do. Just about everyone in here does. Now, it says that your grave won't be ready for a few hours, so why don't you just stay in here with me until it's safe?
He nodded, then looked at her confused.
What do you mean, until it's safe? Is there something bad out there?
Of course there is, she laughed. Why do you think there's an iron gate around the cemetery? Not only does it keep everyone here in, but it keeps other stuff out. For the most part. Every once in a while, something gets through. It's bound to happen.
Brandon glanced over his shoulder at the closed door. When he looked at Doris again, he asked,
What's out there?
She shook her head.
We don't need to name it. Let's leave it at they're bad, okay?
Sure.
Listen, I've got a little paperwork to do in the next room, so if you could be a dear and just sit and relax as best you can, I'll be back shortly.
Okay.
Doris gave him a wink as she stood, picked up the ledger and left the room through a narrow door in the right corner behind her desk. She quickly closed the door before he could see anything beyond it. He stared down at his hands, touching his fingers together and wondering how he could still sense them.
Maybe I'm not dead, he thought, pushing at his palms. Maybe I'm only a little dead, but there's still time for me to be saved. Have they found my body yet? What if I can get back to it? Can I jump right back in and get home before they figure out I've left? What if I do? Does it mean they can still come and take me, or do they have to leave me alone?
Brandon got out of his chair and went to a small window set to the left of the front door. He peered out at the cemetery, and at the edges of his vision, he saw people moving about. All seemed to give the entrance to Woodlawn a wide berth.
I'm not dead,
Brandon thought, shaking off his mental stupor.
I can't be dead. Someone has made a serious mistake, and I will not be the one to suffer for it.
Reaching out, Brandon grasped the doorknob, twisted it, and pulled the door open. A blast of cold air slammed into him and caused him to stagger back as he raised a hand to shield his eyes from the force of the wind. Gasping for breath, he stepped forward and grabbed either side of the doorframe with his hands. He ducked his head against the wind and forced himself to take another step. Behind him, Brandon heard Doris call his name, worry and annoyance mingling freely in her tone. He was about to glance back at her to reassure her that he wasn't dead, when the creature lunged at him. Brandon didn't know what it was or where it had come from, since there had been nothing in front of him a second before. The sight of it caused him to freeze, fear gripping him so tightly that he was unable to move a single muscle to even flee from the beast. It towered above him, and he couldn't count the number of eyes and mouths pockmarking the creature's giant body. A fetid stench rolled over Brandon and caused him to retch. the convulsions of his stomach strong enough to loosen his hold on the doorframe. The beast glided forward, and in his terror, Brandon let go, falling back into the room. Long, dark arms equipped with elongated fingers and too many thumbs latched onto his ankles. Brandon felt needle-like nails pierce his flesh, the searing pain enough to smash aside the fear within him. With a desperate cry, Brandon reached out and took hold of the door as the creature attempted to drag him out of the safety of the office. A roar sounded from behind him, and as the sound registered, Brandon saw a chunk of the creature's upper portion vanish. The thing's mouths screamed and howled in protest, the sound penetrating Brandon's mind and causing him to shake violently. Another roar removed a second section of the beast's form, and Brandon was jerked toward the door. Part of the doorframe burst apart near the floor, and he shrieked in pain as he felt flesh peel back from his legs. The strength of the creature sent slivers of wood from the door into his hands. Brandon tried to twist away, and as he did so, he looked into one of the creature's open mouths and nearly let go of the door in shock. Between the jagged yellow teeth, he saw a face peering back at him. It was a young girl, her skin mottled gray and her eyes a putrescent green. Her lips were cracked and bleeding, her forked tongue visible through her open mouth. For a third time, a roar sounded behind him, and the creature let go, howling with fury as it sped away. Brandon felt a hand grip his clothes, and he was dragged backward. He was left on the floor as Doris walked past him, cradling a shotgun. She shut the door, locked it, and turned to face him.
"That's the reason you don't go out if you don't have a grave, Brandon. Do you understand?"
He cleared his throat.
"Yeah, I understand." "Good."
She looked at him and shook her head.
"I need to finish that work. Can I trust you to sit down and drink your coffee, or do I need to take you with me?" "You can trust me."
His voice was painfully thin. He got to his feet and limped to the seat he had so recently vacated.
"Good."
She started to walk back toward the door behind her desk, and Brandon felt the need to ask her one last question.
"Doris, did I see a face in one of those mouths?"
She nodded.
"If you had looked close enough, you would have seen a face in every one of those mouths. Do you know why?"
He shook his head, fearing the answer.
"Because when that thing manages to eat a ghost, that ghost is trapped in there, waiting to help gather more of the dead. So, do me a favor, sweetheart, and stay away from the damned door."
Brandon nodded, put his head in his hands, and stayed away from the damned door. Scouting by Ron Ripley. Reggie Luck loved scouting. It was, and had been since he was 8 years old, his life. At 32, he volunteered as a scoutmaster, leading his troop with the same diligence and dedication his father had led his. While Reggie didn't have any children of his own, it didn't stop him from being active in the life of Troop 367 out of Anger, New Hampshire. "Reggie!" He looked up and saw Colin McGraw, his assistant, striding across the campsite. "What's up?" "Boy should be up here soon." Colin squatted down beside him. "Camp looks squared away?" Reggie nodded. "Surprisingly. Some of the troops from Nashua were up here this past weekend. Usually they leave the place a mess." Even though it was Colin's first year as an assistant, he nodded in agreement. Reggie liked the 26-year-old. The younger man had thrown himself into getting the work of getting a troop of 13 scouts ready for a 3-day camping trip. No mean feat, considering the fact that some of the boys had helicopter parents. "You know, I wouldn't be surprised if we find the Daniels' mom camping about 100 yards away." Colin's statement was spoken with the air of a scout veteran, and it brought a grin to Reggie's face. "Yeah, I expect you're right about that." He stood up, and Colin followed suit. "You going to head down to the drop-off?" Colin nodded. "In a minute. I wanted to make sure you didn't need me to do anything else." Reggie chuckled and patted the other man on the shoulder. "No, we're good. I'm going to take one last look around the camp for any fresh scat, and then we'll let the boys get things underway when they're here." "Okay, sounds good. Oh, I've got one hell of a ghost story for the kids tonight." With a wink, Colin gave him a wave and left the camp at a steady walk, vanishing along the path a moment later. Reggie walked around the perimeter of the camp, looking for signs of any animals. He doubted he would find any, but he had learned to be cautious. 3 years earlier, one of the scouts had surprised a skunk, and the entire troop had spent an entirely unpleasant evening trying to disinfect their comrade. "Here's hoping we don't have anything like that this time," Reggie thought. As he walked along the edge of the camp, he noticed a distinct lack of bird song. He couldn't even hear any squirrels. What little scat he saw was old, and there wasn't any sort of fresh sign. It was as though the entire area around the camp had been abandoned by the forest's inhabitants. That knowledge didn't set well with him. A rapid shift in the dynamics of the ecosystem meant there was a new predator, and a new predator meant danger for his scouts. Reggie decided to move out a little farther, expanding his search radius. "Nothing," he thought, returning to camp. "Not a single thing. Why? What's going on?" Before he could worry about the problem any further, he heard Colin and the troop approaching. Within a matter of minutes, he had 13 boys, ranging in age from 10 to 12, chattering and dumping their gear as quickly as they could. Reggie gave the boys about 5 minutes to burn off most of their excitement about being in camp, and then he and Colin got them moving. For almost an hour, the boys worked hard at getting their tents up and putting their equipment away. Each boy knew that over the next 3 days, they would be working on merit badges and supplying most of their own food through fishing in the nearby pond. While the weather promised to be good, Reggie made sure the boys got in a fair amount of firewood on the off chance that the temperatures sank lower than predicted. By 6 in the evening, the boys were ravenous, and they ate the only full meal that wouldn't be supplemented by their own fishing skills. A fire was started, and the boys gathered around it, eating and laughing, their eyes glowing in the firelight. Above them, the stars came out, glimpsed through the canopy of leaves, and the night sounds of the forest accented the scouts' conversations. Reggie made his way from scout to scout, checking on the boys to make sure they were doing well. While many of them had been away from their parents before, it was always good to keep track of their emotions. They were, after all, still boys, and Reggie needed to remember that. It was one of the conversations he routinely had with Colin, who expected the boys to be far more self-sufficient than they were. Reggie and the scouts practiced a strict carry-in, carry-out philosophy, and when dinner was finished, all the trash was gathered up and packed away. He gave the boys another half hour of nonsense time before he called them all to order. "How are you all feeling?" His question was instantly answered by all 13 boys, and each of them sang out with variations on the theme of great. Reggie smiled. "Good. Now, I know this is going to be difficult, but in a little bit, we're going to turn in, We'll be getting up with the sun, and we'll have to make our breakfast before we go out and start working on those merit badges. Right?" The boys cheered, and Colin clapped. "Remember," Reggie looked them over, "we practice the buddy system here. No one goes to the latrine alone. No one. At least 2 people every time. If 3 of you go together, then 3 of you walk back. Am I understood?" The scouts nodded. Now, as you know, Scoutmaster Colin likes to collect ghost stories to tell when we're doing our camping trips. Do you think all of you are ready to hear his newest one? The cheer from the boys was nearly deafening. Colin laughed and got to his feet. "Okay, Scouts. I learned this one last week when I was with some friends. One of them just got back from Asia. He was working with some elephants, and one of the trainers told him a story about a ghost tiger. Do you think you can handle that?" There were nods and whispers as the boys edged in closer. Colin grinned. "Okay, guys, here we go." Reggie sat down and watched as Colin told the ghost story. He half listened to the assistant scoutmaster weave a tale of a ghostly tiger which could sneak into a tent and snatch a camper right out between his friends and drag him off into the woods without anyone being the wiser. By the time Colin finished, all the boys were perfectly silent, the stillness disturbed only by the popping of wood in the fire pit. The scouts spoke in soft whispers when Reggie called their attention back to him. "Everyone listening? Good." He and Colin would split the night between them, 4 hours on and 4 hours off. Boys were still boys. "So, since it's almost time to hit the sack, Scoutmaster Colin will get the emergency supplies he brought with him." Colin nodded and disappeared into the tent he and Reggie would share. He returned a moment later with several shopping bags of graham crackers, chocolate, and marshmallows. The boys let out a deafening roar and descended upon Colin. Reggie chuckled and joined in the fray, helping to dispense the necessary ingredients for the staple of every camping trip, the almighty s'mores. The boys ate and talked, and they ate and talked. Reggie and Colin walked among them, helping to affix marshmallows onto the ends of pine branches stripped of bark, or scraping the charred marshmallows onto graham crackers. Singed fingers were common, but no one complained. The boys were too happy, and Reggie shared their sentiment. Camping trips were some of the finest parts of being a scout. By the time 10 o'clock arrived, the boys were all in their tents, and Reggie and Colin sat at the fire. They banked it and broke apart some of the stubborn pieces, the embers bright and the warmth pleasant. From the tents came the sounds of the boys giggling and laughing, whispering rude jokes and passing gas. Reggie knew from experience that it would take the boys an hour at least to fall asleep. Some might not sleep at all, falling prey to worry and fear as their friends went to sleep. "How are you holding up?" The question took Reggie by surprise. "What do you mean?" "You look tired." Colin poked a large ember with a stick, sending a flurry of small sparks into the air. "I guess I am," Reggie yawned. "I still want to take the first watch, though." Colin grinned. "Figured you would. You'll wake me up." "I'm not a saint, Colin. I like my sleep, too." The younger man chuckled as he got to his feet. "Sounds good, boss. I'll see you at 2. Reggie waved goodbye and settled into the camp chair he had brought. While he was tired, he knew he wouldn't fall asleep, not with so many scouts counting on him. He listened to a barn owl call out in the distance, and then a little farther to the west, he heard a screech owl. The noise silenced some of the boys for a few minutes, but then their banter began again. Time passed slowly by, and Reggie occupied himself by jotting notes down in his small black moleskin notebook. He made certain to keep track of his ideas for the various articles he would write for the local papers. Journalism was his profession, a job he took seriously, and one that gave him ample time to work with the scouts. By 11:30, he heard snoring from several of the tents, including the one he shared with Colin. At 12, he heard the whisper of a tent flap and looked up to see two of the boys walking out, Lance and Vince Holt, a pair of brothers. Reggie smiled and nodded, but his smile faded when he saw the look of fear on the younger boy's face. He put his notebook down and gestured for the boys to come closer. The brothers did so. At first, Reggie thought Lance had suffered from a bad dream, but there was no mocking or exasperated look on Vince's face. Instead, the older boy looked as disturbed as his younger sibling did. "What is it?" Reggie beckoned the boys closer.
My brother heard something.
Vince shuddered as he spoke. Reggie focused his attention on Lance. "What did you hear?"
There's a tiger coming. The ghost tiger Scoutmaster Colin told us about.
The deadly earnestness with which the boy spoke took Reggie by surprise. He regained his composure and forced a smile. "Were you two telling each other that ghost story?" The brothers shook their heads. Reggie raised an eyebrow in exaggerated disbelief, but the expressions on the boys' faces didn't change. He was about to accuse them of making up stories when he reviewed his memories of the brothers. Reggie had never caught them in a lie. It didn't mean the boys didn't or wouldn't. It was just that they hadn't lied to him. Neither of them was in the habit of making up stories. Taking a deep breath, Reggie considered the best way to respond. After a moment, he decided. He smiled at them both and relaxed his shoulders. "Okay, Lance. Tell me how you know the ghost tiger Scoutmaster Colin was talking about is coming." The boy looked to his older brother, and Vince nodded. Lance's voice was small, and it shook as he spoke.
I heard it purring when I was asleep.
"How do you know it's the tiger and not just a dream because of the scary story?"
It told me.
Lance scuffed his feet on the ground.
It whispered to me that it was coming and that I should be careful.
"Why you?" Lance shrugged, and Vince tapped his brother on the shoulder. Lance winced, twisted his hands together, and then continued.
Because I was nice to the tigers in the zoo. They were happy with me.
"So, a ghost tiger told you to watch out? On the night that you heard a ghost story about a ghost tiger?" Reggie kept his voice calm, not wanting to spook the child, who was so visibly distraught. Lance nodded. "Why? What's going to happen?" Lance tried to talk, but he didn't look as though he could bring himself to do it. His brother stepped in.
"The tiger is coming to take someone tonight. They're not nice. They're bad. When he finds him, the tiger will take him into the darkest part of the forest and eat his soul."
Reggie shivered at the idea of it, wondering how the boys had come up with such an intricate storyline by themselves. He put on a serious expression as he posed his next question to the brothers. "Well, how are we supposed to stop it?"
"I don't think we can."
Lance's voice was little more than a hushed whisper. "Would we be safe if we all slept closer together?" Vince shook his head.
"No, the tiger's a ghost. He'll be able to get whoever he wants, just like Scoutmaster Colin said."
"Then what should we do?"
"Stay awake. We can't sleep anymore."
Lance's words rushed out of his mouth.
"We need to be ready to go. We won't be able to stop the tiger. Not here."
The fear in the child's voice was unmistakable, and it pulled at Reggie, urged him to do what the boy said. but he couldn't. "I can't pull everyone out here and wake them up because you think the ghost tiger is going to come for us." Reggie said it as gently as he could. "But if you and your brother want to stay out here with me, that's fine. You can pull your bags out and set them right up in front of me so I can see you." The brothers appeared crestfallen, yet neither of them argued with him. Instead, they both nodded and returned to their tent, whispering to one another. They reappeared a few minutes later, each of them lugging their sleeping bags. Silently, they set the bedding up in front of him, Vince making certain his little brother was between himself and Reggie. Reggie smiled reassuringly at the boys, and they offered weak smiles in return. They closed their eyes and huddled together, and Reggie was certain they would be asleep sooner rather than later. But they weren't. For nearly half an hour, the boys fidgeted. They didn't speak. They didn't try to get him to change his mind. Reggie saw them look at one another several times, but that was all. Their attention was fixed on the other tents. After 45 minutes had passed, several other boys came out of their tents, all with their partners. When they saw Lance and Vince, the boys, all of whom appeared shaken, brought their sleeping bags out. Like the brothers, the children were silent. The only sounds to be heard were Colin's snores and the crackling of the few large sticks left in the fire. Reggie felt uncomfortable, as though a heavy weight pressed down on his shoulders. He caught himself counting the children over repeatedly. There were 13 at every count, a fact which should have set him at ease, but didn't. He stood up and felt all 13 pairs of eyes on him as he added a few logs to the fire. "Might as well make sure everyone's warm, since no one's sleeping in their tents." He settled back down in his chair and glanced at his tent. Colin's snores were as loud as ever, and for a moment he considered waking his assistant. Let him sleep. He'll have a hard enough time when it's his turn. I'll have to make sure he understands they shouldn't be made to go back to the tents. Although I should wake him up for scaring the absolute hell out of the scouts. None of the boys fell back asleep. Instead, they began to sit up, their eyes wide with fear. For the first time, Reggie noticed that the forest was silent. Not quiet, but completely silent. There were no more cries from owls, and the ever-present insects were mute. The world was not as it should be. Colin continued snoring. From the distance came a strange noise, one familiar but slightly off. "It's purring." Reggie started and turned to look at Lance. The little boy's eyes were wide, unblinking. His face was pale to the point of translucence. In the firelight, the child's blue veins stood out, the skin beneath his eyes nearly black. The color had drained from his lips. Around him, the other children nodded their agreement. Reggie wanted to believe they were all playing a joke on him. He needed them to be pranking him. All he wanted was to go into work on Monday and tell the guys at the office how badly he had been punked by his scouts and his assistant scoutmaster. And Colin slept on. From the darkness around the camp, where the light of the campfire failed to reach, came the sound of heavy footsteps. The corresponding cracking of branches and crunching of leaves were noticeably absent. As the unseen creature moved, Reggie felt the earth shudder as though every step was taken by an abomination. "It is," he thought. "Whatever is out there isn't natural." He cleared his throat, opened his mouth, and felt a small hand on his knee. Reggie clamped a hand over his mouth to keep himself from shrieking. Gasping for breath, he looked down into Lance's brown eyes, and he saw the warning there. A glance around the gathered scouts showed each one with a finger pressed against their lips. Everyone was quiet. Everyone except for Colin. The footsteps stopped, as did the unseen cat's purrs. Silence followed. Colin snuffled, sighed, and turned over in his sleeping bag. The footsteps started again, moving away from the camp. As the steps faded, the fire seemed brighter. The air became warmer. Then a screech owl cried out almost overhead, and it was answered by another a short distance away. Crickets sang to one another, and Reggie let out the breath he hadn't realized he had been holding. The boys looked at one another, not with the shame adults shared after they had been frightened, but with the pure relief and joy that only a child could exude. Shuddering with relief, Reggie patted Lance on the head and stood up. He picked his way through the scouts, who still remained together, and went to his tent. Sweeping aside the flap, Reggie leaned in and stopped. Colin was gone. The entire back section of the tent was cut away, crumpled on the ground, and the assistant scoutmaster was nowhere to be seen. Reggie entered the tent, his heart thumping in his chest. He knelt down, put his hand on Colin's sleeping bag, and felt the fading warmth in the fabric. There was no blood, nothing to indicate he had been taken by an animal. Reggie's hands trembled as he picked up one of the heavy-duty lanterns. He turned it on, the light blinding for an instant. When he could see again, he left the tent and walked toward the scouts. His mind raced, considering what needed to be done. The boys couldn't be left alone. That was set in stone. I can't take them into the woods at night, not when an animal must have taken him. Reggie stopped near the fire, all the boys watching him, waiting for him to lead them. Here's what's going to happen, Scouts. I'm going to try and get a hold of a couple of parents and the authorities. Scoutmaster Colin has left his tent and seems to be lost. We are not, and let me repeat that we are not going out there looking for him. Reggie looked each boy in the eyes, and what he saw was fearful obedience. Good. I want the fire built up more, and I want all the lanterns here. With us, no one goes anywhere alone, not even into a tent. If you have to go to the bathroom, well, you're going to have everybody looking at you. None of the boys snickered or made a joke, a sure sign of the seriousness of the situation. Okay, let's get our lanterns. Reggie stood and supervised them, all while keeping a lookout for any sign of the unknown creature. The night sounds continued unabated, and he had a nagging feeling that, should the beast return, the forest would go silent again. When all the boys had returned and the fire was burning brightly, he took his phone out. His signal strength was weak, but still there. Reggie called the one person he knew would be nearby. It rang once before Mrs. Daniels picked up. Reggie? Are Nicky and Alex okay? Yes, Karen. They're both fine. Reggie kept his voice as smooth and even as possible. I need you to do me a favor. You know where we're camped? Yes. Mike says we're about a half-mile from you right now. We're at the Holiday Inn off Exit 4. Her words rushed out, and Reggie knew she didn't believe his assurances that the boys were okay. Great. I need you and Mike to come to our camp. All of the boys are fine. Colin has managed to wander off. And I'd like you to call the police on your way here. He heard her breathing pick up, and he wanted to reassure her, but she spoke before he could. Okay, we can do that. Mike is calling them right now. We'll be there soon. She ended the call before Reggie could say any more. Forcing a smile, he put the phone away and addressed the boys. Mr. and Mrs. Daniels are on their way. They'll be bringing the police with them.
Once they're here, I'll look for Scoutmaster Colin. Okay? All the scouts except Lance nodded their agreement. Reggie's eyes met the boys, and the child gave a small, mournful shake of his head. The gesture sent a chill racing through Reggie, and it tied his stomach into a single, massive knot. Colin can't be dead. That can't be what the kid means. No way. But Reggie knew it could be. He sat down in his chair and stared at the fire. The boys pressed close to one another and to his chair. Together they listened and they waited. In less than half an hour, Mr. and Mrs. Daniels came crashing up the path. They wore headlamps and carried massive flashlights that lit up the entire forest around them. Seeing the two pudgy parents careening into the circle of firelight was one of the finest sights Reggie could remember. "The police are on their way," Mike Daniels informed him. "Great. I need you to stay with the kids." Reggie picked up one of the lanterns and made sure his phone was in his pocket. "What?" Karen's expression was one of shock. "Karen, I need to find Colin. Something's wrong. He never would have left." Reggie nodded toward the scouts. "They need you and Mike. When the police arrive, send them after me. I think the trail will be easy enough to follow." Before the Daniels could mount an argument, Reggie smiled at the scouts. "Behave! Listen to Mr. and Mrs. Daniels. I'll be back as soon as I can." Without a word, the scouts watched him go. Reggie started at the back of the tent and looked at the broken vegetation that led away into the forest. Holding the lantern high, he followed the path as best he could. It moved in a straightforward direction, veering around trees and large rocks. At some places, in the powerful beam of his light, he spotted a swath of blood high upon the pale bark of a white birch, near where Colin might have caught an elbow or scraped a hand. It wasn't as though he was being dragged away. The path went down a small hill, curled back up another, and then came to a sharp stop beneath a large pine tree. Reggie walked around the base of the tree, searching for any additional clues, and then he stopped. Colin's clothing, from his boots to his t-shirt, were piled haphazardly among the pine tree's exposed roots. From the forest came a yell. "Reggie Locke!" The voice boomed through the night, and Reggie hastily answered, "Here!" He stepped out from beneath the boughs and swung the lantern high. Flashlights danced through the trees, and in a matter of minutes, a trio of officers was with him. 2 young men and an older woman. All were grim-faced, their radios chattering. The female officer took the lead. "What's going on?" "My assistant is missing, but I just found his clothes." All 3 of the officers managed to not appear surprised. "Okay. Where?" "This way." Reggie led them around the tree and showed them the cast-off clothing. The officers shined their flashlights on the tree and then up into the branches. Reggie followed the beams and then froze as the female officer swore. 10 or so feet up, draped over a thick branch, was Colin. He was naked, his body marred only by a few scrapes. As Reggie stared, the 2 male officers put down their flashlights and hastily climbed the tree. Together they managed to maneuver Colin off the branch, calling down that the man was alive. They tried to get him to respond to their questions, but there was nothing. The female officer called for an ambulance and for additional assistance. When the 2 officers reached the ground with Colin, Reggie stood by helplessly as they covered his friend with his clothes. Colin's eyes were open and vacant, his pupils dilated, his skin pale, and his lips blue. The younger man's face was expressionless, as though he was a latex dummy rather than a breathing person.
Reggie realized the female officer was asking him questions. "What? I'm sorry. Reggie, does Colin have any history of drug abuse or seizures or anything we should know about?" Her voice was firm, demanding a response. "No, nothing like that." Reggie glanced down at him. "He was in perfect health. What happened to him?" "I don't know," she answered, and turned away. As Reggie stared down at his friend, he noticed how the forest had gone silent again. Terror spilled over him, rooting Reggie to the ground. He wanted to cry out, to warn the others that the beast which had stolen Colin away and left him mute and comatose in a tree was near them. Reggie couldn't speak. Fear gripped his throat and kept him silent as a soft purring drifted down through the branches of the pine tree. As the officers worked on Colin, the beast descended from above, placed its massive paws upon Reggie's back, and he found his voice as the creature bit deep into his head. He was still screaming when the paramedics arrived, desperately searching for wounds they would never see. Secrets in the House by Ron Ripley. He pressed himself deeper into the closet. The old fur coats were musty, the bristles stabbing his exposed skin. Dane Man, exceptionally small for a 9-year-old, squeezed down, burrowing into a pile of rotten clothes. He left only one small space for his eye to peer from. And with the cyclopean gaze fixed on the slim line of light between the bottom of the door and the carpeting, he waited. Dane watched and listened. His inhalations were silent, his exhalations nearly so. The creak of weight upon the stair sent shivers of fear racing through him. Each heavy footstep caused him to form into a tighter ball. Then the all-too-familiar squeal of the board at the landing rang out, and Dane repressed a moan. "Where are you?" His mother's words were slurred, the hatred in her voice unmistakable. "I know you're up here." Fear wrapped its fingers around his neck and squeezed. Dane felt his throat close, and breathing was nearly impossible. "You think you can hide from me?" He heard her step into the doorway. "Dane, get out here, or it'll be worse." He remained where he was, knowing his mother was lying. Whether he went out willingly or he was dragged out from his hiding space, the beating's severity would be the same. Dane heard his mother wheeze and turn around. She would need to smoke and eat soon. If she was drunk enough, he knew she would pass out, which would be a chance to rest without fear, for at least a short period of time. He listened to the quaking of the floor, the audible trail she left behind as she continued her hunt for him. Shivering, he tried to burrow further into the clothes, finally pressing himself into the corner. His small fingers found the smooth baseboard and quested along the cool length. He stopped as his fingers traced the raised edge of a knothole, and as he probed its circumference, there was a soft click and a rush of cold air as a wide, short door opened in the wall. A dry cinnamon scent washed over him, and his fingers lost touch with the baseboard. From somewhere on the second floor, his mother howled with mad glee. "I hear you!" Thunderous steps accompanied the declaration. "Oh, I hear you!" Fear propelled Dane forward. Breathing hard, he crawled through the clothes and tumbled onto a rough wooden floor. A dull light flickered from an ancient bulb, illuminating a slim hallway. Scrambling to his feet, he raced past open studs and cloth wiring. At the end of the hall, he found a narrow door. Behind him, he heard his mother crash into the room, screaming obscenities. Dane took hold of the cracked brown doorknob, twisted it, and jerked the door open. A flight of shallow, thin stairs climbed steeply to the attic. Dane clambered up the stairs, the door remaining open behind him. The stairs ended at a small landing and another door, nearly identical to the first. When he opened it, he saw a part of the attic he had never seen before. His eyes flickered over the room, seeking a place to hide while cataloging everything he saw. He noted an old bassinet and a short dresser, a small bed, and an open worn armoire. His eyes took in the tattered oval rug on the floor, the colors faded from years of neglect. He stepped forward, and the door eased closed behind him, clicking shut and locking of its own accord. Dane's breath rushed out in clouds of white as he shivered at the biting cold in the room. Gritting his teeth, Dane barreled into the armoire and hid in the shadows, leaving the furniture's doors ajar. A terrible chill settled in him, and he clenched his jaw to keep his teeth from chattering. He stood still, fear raking his body. The doorknob rattled, and his mother shrieked as she pounded on the door. He heard the wood crack and the hinges groaned, straining with the pressure of his mother's rage. Her fury won, and the door exploded inward. Splinters reached as far as the armoire, peppering it lightly. Dane listened for his mother's voice, which penetrated the cold air and the thin wood of his hiding place.
"What the hell?"
His mother's voice was thick with incredulity.
"Where did this room come from?"
He listened as she took several steps in, and then he caught sight of her as she walked to the near wall. She pulled her ragged, untidy black hair out of her face and peered through a crack in the wall.
"Well, I'll be damned. That's the attic."
She shook her head and stepped back. Her pale skin, stretched taut over high cheekbones, was flushed, both from her exertions and her drunkenness. Her brown eyes were glazed over, her thin lips parted and speckled with saliva. From where he hid, Dane could smell the alcohol and the reek of stale cigarettes. She swayed on her feet, the scuffed white sneakers seemingly fixed to the floor. Both her faded jeans and the checkered red and white flannel shirt she wore were too large for her. Despite the shirt's size, it could not hide her distended midsection. As she stood close to the wall, his mother removed a pack of Virginia Slim cigarettes from her breast pocket. She fished out a cigarette and lit it, exhaling the smoke through her nose as she clumsily put the pack away.
"Now, if I was a miserable little brat, where would I hide?"
She grinned as she smoked, and Dane squeezed his eyes shut for a moment. It was a game his mother loved to play when she knew he was cornered, when there was nowhere for him to escape to, where any movement would give him away. She knew she had him in the room, and she wanted him to suffer for it accordingly.
"Where is that little brat? The apple of his mother's eye. The one his mother can't get enough of."
Her voice took on a purring rhythm, and he opened his eyes. She glanced lazily about the room, seeming to see nothing. But he knew from experience that she had a fair idea as to where he had hidden himself. The light above her head flickered, and the soft smile on her face changed to a frown. She looked up. It flickered again, and she reached up to tighten the bulb. She staggered backward, a look of surprise on her face. The cigarette leaped out of her mouth as though it had been struck.
"What the hell?"
She jerked around, as though trying to find someone. When no one appeared, she kicked aside a piece of wood and dropped to her knees to peer under the bed, and she let out a crow of triumph. She flopped down, reaching under, and pulled out an object.
"Got you! I got you!"
She didn't have him, and Dane stared in mute horror at what she did have. In her hands was a mummy, or what looked like a mummy. After a moment, he realized it was actually a body in a nightgown, soft red hair spilling out from the mummified head. When his mother understood what it was she had retrieved, she pushed herself back, violently wiping her hands on her jeans. She got clumsily to her feet and stared at the body.
Why the hell is this in here?
His mother's voice was soft, as if she didn't realize she was speaking out loud. In her horror and shock, she had forgotten about Dane. He had not forgotten about her. As surprising as the presence of a mummy was, he was focused solely on his mother and the rage she might release at any moment when she remembered he existed. She didn't seem to. Her attention was only on the body. His mother leaned over the mummy, smoke drifting up from the forgotten cigarette. She reached out a hand and poked the body. It moved stiffly, and his mother chuckled.
I know you.
The words came out low and vicious.
Oh, I know you. I remember you, Ingrid. Your name was Ingrid. You were terrible to me. Whatever I wanted, you said no. No, Miranda, you didn't eat. No, Miranda, you need to clean your mess first. You're dead. Did my dad do that to you? I bet he did. Stupid Ingrid. Oh, I hated you so much. I always thought you ran away.
His mother sat down and poked the body again. She laughed and smacked it.
You're dead. How old were you, huh? 19? 20? What did you do? Tell my dad no? He didn't like being told no. When Mom did, he slapped her around silly. I never knew where you stayed. Didn't think you had a room here. If I did, I would have killed you, poisoned you, stabbed you, done something to you.
His mother glanced over at her cigarette, shrugged, and got herself a fresh one.
How does it feel to be dead? Huh? Bet it's terrible. Hope it is.
She lit her cigarette, exhaled the smoke towards the corpse, and grinned.
I thought for sure my kid was up here, hiding in here. I must be losing my mind. He never would have come in here. It'd scare the hell out of him. Little sissy boy is what he is. Had Daddy hung around, maybe he would have made a man of him. Listen, I enjoyed all our little chat and all, Ingrid, but I gotta find that kid. Give him a couple of good smacks before I lose my buzz. Hurts my hand if I'm anywhere close to sober. Don't you worry, though. I'll be back with a knife. Think I'm gonna cut on you for a bit. You can teach me. I'll work on your fingers. Once I get it down, maybe I'll take some of the boy's fingers off at the first knuckle. Make him think twice about running from me.
Dane nearly whimpered at the thought of his mother with a knife. She had threatened him with them before, but he knew she was afraid of social services investigating her. Most of the bruises he had could be explained. Just a clumsy kid, she told people. Falls down all the damned time. He shuddered and kept his attention fixed on her. Dane knew what she was capable of. He knew there was a good chance she was pretending, that everything she said was meant for him to hear. His mother was the most frightening monster he had ever dreamt of. She got to her feet, tapping the ashes of her cigarette onto the chest of the corpse. Be back soon, Ingrid.
Don't go anywhere." His mother laughed at her own joke, shook her head, and left the room. Dane remained where he was, listening to his mother descend the stairs, then travel the length of the short hall. Soon, through the strange acoustics of the house, he heard her rattling silverware and swearing in the kitchen, the noise traveling up through the walls. Nervously, he crept out of the armoire and moved to the mummy. A wave of sadness washed over him at the sight of the body, and he reached out, brushing the cigarette ashes from her chest. "She's mean," Dane whispered to the body, brushing the hair out of Ingrid's face. "She's always mean. I don't think she's ever been nice to anyone." He sat down on the floor next to Ingrid. "I hope you don't mind me hiding in here. I don't want to be beat up today. Don't worry. I'll only stay until she falls asleep or passes out. When that happens, I'll make it down to my room. It'll be better if I'm there. She'll think she just didn't see me. That happens a lot. I don't know what to do to help you, though. I think she's really going to cut you up." Dane smiled at the body, yawned, and stretched. He glanced at the remnants of the door hanging in the frame and listened to his mother's noises. Part of him wanted to risk sneaking into his room. He was exhausted, and his eyes struggled to stay open. After a moment, an idea came to him, and he looked at Ingrid. "Do you mind if I sleep here with you for a bit?" He looked down into the wrinkled skin of the dead woman's face. "I promise I'll only be here for a little while. I won't sleep in your bed. Just under it, where you were, if that's okay." She didn't answer him, and that was all right. He hadn't expected her to. But Dane had the feeling it was fine, that she wouldn't mind at all. He smiled at her. "Thank you." He crawled around Ingrid and squeezed under the low bed. Pushing his way through dust, he reached the back corner and turned around, so his back was against the wall, and he was able to see the bottom of the doorway. Part of his view was blocked by Ingrid, but he didn't mind. "It's her room," he thought, and yawned again. He watched the doorway and listened, but as he did so, his eyelids grew heavy, and finally he gave in and closed his eyes. His body remained tense as his mother screamed obscenities from the kitchen, and at one point his eyes snapped open when he heard the sound of glass breaking. The sound of feet on stairs told him he had fallen asleep, and he realized he was trapped under the bed, with only a desiccated corpse between himself and his mother's fury. Dane's heart thundered against his chest, and he tried to make himself as small as possible, hoping his mother wouldn't look beneath the bed. She stumbled into the room as she tripped over the threshold, kicking scraps of wood out of her way and snarling as she did so. There was a clattering sound, and a moment later a dishcloth dropped to the floor. Carving knives tumbled out, and his mother nudged them aside with her foot before she sat down, her right side facing the bed. She set a bottle of Captain Morgan rum beside her and sighed. Dane heard the rolling click of the lighter, and then the sudden inhalation as she took a long drag off her cigarette. "Here I am, Ingrid." The hate in his mother's voice shook him. Never had he heard such scorn addressed at anyone other than himself. The knowledge that she could hate the corpse so passionately sent a shiver through him, and Dane found himself holding his breath. "I brought up some toys. Do you remember how much I liked it when I got to play?" His mother's laugh was cold and brutal. "Sure you do. I bet if I looked hard enough, I'd find those scars on your arm. They were deep. You shouldn't have tried to take my razors away. Well, I don't have any razors anymore. Daddy broke them after I cut you. But I have these knives. Lots and lots of knives. I've learned things, too. They'll be easy to do on you since you're dead and all. I can joint and bone you like a chicken. And that's what I'm going to do. One finger at a time. It'll give me something to do. Can't figure out where the brat's hiding. Gotta give him credit. He's learned to wait me out if he can find a safe place.
Dane let his breath out slowly as his mother chuckled.
I'll find him soon enough, I suppose. Or I won't.
His mother reached out and patted Ingrid.
Till I do, though. I got you to keep me company. Pretty good, huh?
His mother hummed and opened the rum. He listened as she drank deeply from the bottle, belching as she returned it to the floor.
So, Ingrid, here's how we're going to work this. I'm going to get a little operating area set up, and you're going to wait patiently for me, just like you did when I was a kid. Then, when I'm all set, we're going to start with your left hand, the ring finger. You know, the one that never actually got a ring.
Dane's mother let out a braying laugh that caused him to cringe. She crawled around on the floor, arranging the knives in a semi-straight line near the armoire. Then she sat back on her heels, took another drink, and whistled. Finally, she addressed the corpse again.
I was thinking, when I was in the kitchen, about how much fun this will be. Then I realized something, Ingrid. You're going to be good practice. One of these days, I'm going to end up beating that boy to death. It won't be pretty, and I'll have to do a hell of a lot of cleaning. The biggest worry, though, is his body. I mean, the kid ain't nothing but skin and bones as it is, but still, how do you hide a body?
Dane felt his skin go cold as he listened to his mother elaborate on her thoughts.
See, I'll need to dump it. Someone's always watching, too. Can't do anything about that. People don't mind their own damned business. Anyway, as I was saying, I'll need to get rid of his rotten little corpse. I can't hide it up here, because once I report him as a runaway and he's not found, they'll search the house to make sure he's not hiding here, or that I killed him. I always thought cops were stupid. So did Daddy. But I guess we all learned that was wrong, huh?
His mother took hold of Ingrid's body and dragged it out into the center of the room, the corpse's spindly legs sticking out dejectedly from beneath the nightgown.
With the practice I get from getting rid of you, why, it'll make it that much easier to get rid of him. Pretty good thinking, huh? Yeah, I thought so too. Daddy would be proud if he had figured out how to get rid of Mama's body quicker. They wouldn't have caught him. I mean, I suppose it didn't help that I called the police on him, but I really didn't think they'd catch Daddy. I was just mad. And you know why, don't you, Ingrid? Of course you do. You're the whole reason for it.
His mother's voice had sunk so low that Dane had to struggle to hear it, even in the silence of the hidden room.
You know what you did, what you should never have done. I just wish I knew how you died, Ingrid. Really do. Maybe I can find out when I chop you up. Maybe I can even kill Dane the same way. What a stupid name, Dane. What the hell was Daddy thinking? His mother shoved the bassinet aside and leaned over Ingrid's corpse, far enough for Dane to see her face. The cheeks were bright red, her lips swollen and flushed, her eyes were wide, and there was a bit of spittle in the corner of her mouth. The sight of that small bit of saliva was enough to cause Dane's heart to skip a beat. He knew what it meant. He knew the rage in his mother was preparing to boil over. Dane watched as his mother reached out blindly, snatching up the handle of the first knife which touched her fingers. The blade dragged across the floor for a moment, and the sound set his teeth on edge. He waited, terrified, as his mother lifted the corpse's left hand and then stopped. "Now," his mother's voice was soft, "you have too many clothes on, Ingrid. I remember how modest you always were. This is going to be intimate, so I don't think you should have anything on. Do you?" His mother set the corpse's hand back on the floor, placed the knife next to it, and turned her attention to the buttons at the top of the nightgown. Anger drove the terror from him, and Dane crawled forward an inch at a time while his mother struggled with the first button. She muttered and swore under her breath, focused on the task at hand. Dane slipped out from beneath the bed and got silently to his feet. His head pounded with the rhythm of his heart, and he clenched his hands into fists. "Stop it!" His mother jerked her head up, letting out a scream of surprise. Dane didn't move as she twisted around to look at him. Her eyes, which had been wide with shock, narrowed, a cruel smile curling up the ends of her mouth. "Oh, you decided to come out and stop hiding." His mother turned on her hands and knees, facing him with the deadliness of a caged animal. "Have you met Ingrid? She's a wonderful girl, and thankfully dead. I hate her. I've always hated her." Dane didn't respond. Black was creeping around the edges of his vision, narrowing the world and leaving his mother and Ingrid in focus. "Daddy liked her so much, Dane." His mother sat back on her heels and ran her fingers through her hair. She wiped the spit off her mouth with the back of her hand. Her eyes flicked from him to the bassinet, and she laughed. "You see that? That was your first bed, Dane. Your very first. Daddy should have kept you up here. Probably would have if he hadn't killed your real mama." Dane's heart seemed to skip a beat again. "Oh, yes. Ingrid is your real mother. A good mother, too. She never hit you. Not once. Should have. It would have made my life easier. You know, you might as well call me Miranda since I'm your sister, and not your damned mother." His sister leered at him. "Do you like that, knowing our daddy killed your mama? Don't get all mopey about it, boy. He killed mine, too." Dane's heart thundered, and he swore at Miranda. Her hand lashed out, caught him in the mouth, and sent him spinning backward. The all-too-familiar taste of blood exploded across his mouth as he struck the armoire and slid down the front of it to the floor. His vision swam as his sister picked up the knife near his true mother's hand. "You've got 10 fingers and 10 toes," she spat on the floor. "You can lose 1 or 2. Miranda got to her feet, took a step toward him, and then fell as Ingrid's right hand closed around her ankle. Despite the ringing in his head,
Dane managed to roll away from his sister as she struck the armoire with her head. A long gash opened up on her forehead, and blood spilled from it freely as she rolled onto her back. Without thinking, Dane snatched the knife out of his sister's hand and got to his feet, holding it awkwardly. "Give me the damned knife, Dane!" Miranda's face was a mask of blood, her eyes blazing with hatred. A raspy voice spoke behind him, and Dane was thrilled to see fear on his sister's face. "Give her the knife, my boy. Low and in the belly." Dane remembered every beating he had received, and how Miranda had wanted to cut his mother, a mother who had never hit him. "Dane!" his sister began. He leaped forward and drove the knife into her stomach, feeling the blade grind against bone before plunging it into the floor. "Hit the handle like it was a nail." Dane listened to his dead mother and did as he was told. Miranda shrieked and tried to slap him, but Dane dodged the blow. "Get another knife." He did, picking up a long, thin knife. Without looking away from his screaming sister, he asked, "What now? No!" Miranda grabbed at the knife in her belly, tried to extract it, and fainted from the effort. He stood there, silent, the new blade in his hand, and he watched his sister bleed. After a moment, he repeated the question. "Oh, Dane." His dead mother's voice was sweet and loving, a tone he had never heard from Miranda. He could feel the love radiating from the withered corpse behind him. She sighed. "The ring finger, my son. We will start there." Dane lowered himself to the floor, lifted the ring finger on Miranda's left hand, and listened to where his mother said to cut. Shadow Creature by Anna St. John. As a child, Trin had been prone to sleepwalking. It seemed as if her mom regaled the family with stories of her nighttime wanderings at least once a year when they gathered for Christmas or Easter, laughing about how creepy her daughter could be. How frightening it was to wake up in the middle of the night to have someone standing over her, staring at her. She jokingly said she always expected Trin to reenact scenes from The Exorcist. As an adult, she still experienced episodes, but they were different. There were times when she was aware of her surroundings, but didn't know she was dreaming. One time she got out of bed and headed to the bathroom, but halfway there forgot what she was doing. When she looked back, there was an enormous pile of silvery, wet fish covering the bed. As she watched, it grew till it almost reached the ceiling. She had lunged for the fish, thinking to rescue her sleeping husband from under the smelly pile, but when she touched them, they had disappeared. Under her hands were blankets, dry and soft, and not smelling of fish. The next morning she had told her husband what had happened. He had laughed and said she shouldn't have worried for him. He would have been in heaven having that much fish to eat. Thankfully, those episodes didn't occur all that often. While seeing an imaginary pile of fish on a bed might be funny to some, it wasn't to her. Intense confusion always accompanied her nighttime ramblings, and it only got worse when she woke up, not knowing where she was or what had happened, not knowing what was real and what wasn't. For her, who experienced the full force of the emotions and was unable to calm the panic that pulled at her mind every time, it was a terrifying experience. One night, Trin woke up, as she always did. It was a normal occurrence for her. She always woke up at least a few times during the night. She became aware of her husband, quietly snoring beside her. Mentally sighing, she rolled over, away from him. The outside streetlight shone through the curtained window, bright against her closed lids. Mildly annoyed, she moved onto her back, but it didn't help. Trin blinked her eyes open and froze. Standing beside her was a shadowy figure. Though it was densely black and had no features, she could see it clearly. It stood in front of the window curtains next to the side of her bed, inches from her body, and it was staring at her, watching her. Though she had spent most of her life watching and reading every bit of horror she could find, terror welled up inside her, paralyzed her. Eyes wide, body trembling, she lay there, unable to do more than stare back at the man-like figure beside her. An overwhelming sense of evil poured from it, drowning her in its strength. "David?" Her mind shot out, the name like a beacon of hope in the midst of her fear. Her husband was right there. He would help her. He would protect her. "Come on, Trin. You have to move. Wake him up. It's easy. Just hit him. He's right there. Move!" Trin's body exploded with the release. She flew over and grabbed her husband's arm, jostling him as she hissed in a whisper, "David, wake up! There's something here! Wake up!" David's eyes sprang open, instantly alert, though sleep-addled. "What? What's wrong?" Trin's eyes had left the figure for only a second to wake her husband, but when she looked back, the shadow was gone. She sat up, staring in confusion, adrenaline pumping through her body. "There was something was here," she stumbled, waving vaguely where the figure had been. The streetlight's illumination shone through their thin curtains well enough to see the room by. Nothing was by her bed, or anywhere else either. David sat up, rubbing Trin's back in a comforting manner. "Hey, go back to sleep," he murmured. "It's okay. It was just a bad dream." Confusion filled her mind as she searched in vain for the figure. "No, it wasn't a dream," she insisted. "I saw it. Something was here." "It's okay," David continued to murmur as he gave her shoulder a gentle squeeze before lying back down. "Just a dream, hon. You're okay. Go back to sleep." Within moments, he was snoring again. Trin stared at him in disbelief. Did he even wake up? Sighing, her fear replaced with confusion, Trin took one last look around the room before she lied back down as well. It took her quite a bit longer than her husband to fall asleep, but she eventually did, and didn't wake again till morning when her alarm went off. That night, when both she and her husband were home from work, Trin had had sufficient time to think about the previous night's episode. She recounted what she had seen, along with his reaction, and then immediate snoring. "Were you even awake?" she asked at the end. He nodded and assured her, "I was awake. You weren't making much sense. I thought you were having a nightmare." "I wasn't asleep," she insisted. "I woke up and saw something standing next to the bed. It was some kind of shadow, and it was—" She searched for the right word, but only one came to mind. She sighed, knowing how ridiculous she was going to sound. "It was evil. God, that sounds so melodramatic, but it was. That's the only word I can think of for it. It felt evil, malignant." David watched her, a serious expression on his face as he processed her words. She was almost certain he wouldn't dismiss her fears. They had talked about ghosts and demons before. He was a believer. "I didn't imagine it," she pressed quietly, tears growing in her voice, desperate for him to believe her. "It was there, and it was watching me. I was so scared, and I tried to wake you up, but you started snoring again almost immediately. I thought maybe you were still asleep." David got up and came around their small table to wrap her in his arms. Still seated, she leaned her head against his belly and hugged him as he rubbed her back. "I'm Sorry, Trin, he murmured. If you ever see it again, wake me up. I'm here for you. Trin nodded, feeling lighter knowing that he wasn't going to call her crazy. A week of peaceful nights passed. Though she woke up a number of times every night, she didn't see the shadowy figure again. She stopped thinking about it, assuming it must have been one of her sleepwalking dreams. Then, one night, she woke for the millionth time. Sighing, she automatically got out of bed and blindly made her way to the bathroom, by feel and habit. She had just passed through the doorway before she forgot what she was doing. What's going on? She wondered. Her mind was groggy, confused. Why did I get out of bed? She looked at the window in front of her, then at the wall further to her right. Where was I going? Trin put a hand to her head, her brow furrowing in growing confusion. Her heart rate began to pick up as a dull panic set in. I needed to find something. No, I was going somewhere, wasn't I? Trin turned to stare at the room, hoping it would give her a clue. She eyed her surroundings but didn't recognize anything. Frowning, she reached a tentative hand out and touched the wall where the bathroom door should have been. Darkness engulfed her limb as it met no resistance. Gasping, she snatched her hand back and turned around slowly. The TV rested in the corner where it always did. The couch and table were familiar. When she looked again, the open doorway of the bathroom waited behind her. Confusion battered her mind, followed by frustration and anxiety. What's going on? She gripped the sides of her head, attempting to fight the irrational panic that was clawing at her. There's no reason to be scared, she told herself. I was sleepwalking and woke up. That's all. The bathroom's there. I'm still in my apartment. Absolutely no reason to freak out. Calm down, Trin. Don't be stupid. Don't be stupid, she repeated aloud in a whisper. Her breath caught in her throat as she spied movement near the TV across the room from her. She fought past her mounting fear and forced herself to look. The shadowy figure was back, fuzzy around the edges, but just as solid and black as before. The feeling of malicious intentions oozed from it to choke her senses. Trin tried to breathe, but couldn't. She tried to move, to call out, but her body refused to respond. The shadow drifted closer. She didn't see it move, just watched it grow steadily nearer to her. A few steps, half the room. Move, damn it! She silently screamed, but her body merely stood there, trembling. A part of her was surprised her knees hadn't buckled. It's a dream. This isn't real. I'm still sleepwalking. Just a dream. Trin couldn't look away, couldn't blink as the creature glided closer to her. The fine hairs on her arms stood on edge as goosebumps erupted over her body. She drew an involuntary, shaky breath through her nose. Adrenaline coursed through her, lighting her nerves on fire and sparking a flare of pain in the tips of her toes. Move! Suddenly free from her paralysis, she gasped and sprinted the few steps to the bedroom. Slamming the door behind her, she leaped into bed and sent the headboard crashing into the wall behind it. David shouted out obscenities as he jumped up, wildly twisting and turning to see what was going on. It's here! It's back! Trin sobbed as she cowered against the headboard. What? What are you talking about? David demanded. The shadow! She gestured wildly at the closed door. They stared at the door, waiting, but nothing happened. Slowly, David got to his feet and inched forward. He flipped on the bedroom light and paused with his hand on the knob, as if working up the courage to open it. When he finally did, there was nothing extraordinary to see. A moment later, he peeked around the corner toward the living room, his body still half in their bedroom, as if ready to spring back to its safety. Trin saw his body relax. He let go of the doorknob and turned back to her, shaking his head. There's nothing there.
No, it was there, Trin insisted. I saw it.
David fidgeted uncomfortably. Are you sure you weren't sleepwalking? He suggested timidly. You swore there were fish on the bed, too. Trin huffed in exasperation.
Well, obviously I was sleepwalking then. A mountain of fish that can appear and disappear out of thin air doesn't make any sense. But I was awake this time. I know I was.
She began to run out of steam as she thought back to why she had gotten up to begin with.
I had to go to the bathroom, but then I got confused, and there was a wall there, and then it wasn't.
David sighed, his body drooping as he came back to the bed. Trin's body relaxed, and she slid off of her pillow and away from the headboard. He hugged her, rubbing her back to soothe her. It's okay, he said. It was just a bad dream.
Yeah,
she whispered, sighing. Probably just stress or something, he suggested. Too much horror.
I like horror,
she protested. You don't like this? Maybe cut back on it for a while. Think about something else. She snorted and rolled her eyes.
Since marrying you, I barely watch any horror movies. That's probably what it is. I'm suffering from withdrawal. I need to watch and read more horror in order to get it all out of my subconscious.
No more romantic comedies? He asked, referring to their favorite movies to watch together. Trin balked and pulled away to show him her horrified expression.
Let's not be extreme.
David chuckled and let her go so they could remake the bed. He waited till she was in bed before turning off the lights and climbing in next to her. Good dreams, he said as he pulled her in close to him and kissed her cheek.
Good dreams,
she agreed. She didn't think she'd be able to sleep again that night, but less than half an hour later, she felt herself start to drift off. The next day was Saturday. David was gone to work when she got up, but it didn't matter. Still, a little wary, Trin cautiously searched the small apartment, but didn't find signs of anything unusual. Sighing, she began to fix breakfast, and then Googled shadow creatures while she ate.
Jinn, watchers, demons, sleep paralysis, she murmured to herself, then paused. Hat Man? What the hell? What is he? Like Slender Man or something? Nope. Sorry. No Hat Man here. She scrolled through a few sites, looking for how to dispel the shadow people, just in case she hadn't been fully dreaming. There's no harm in looking, right? She thought. I mean, just in case. People should be prepared for every eventuality. Isn't that what we're told? Here we go, she murmured as she came to what she wanted. To get rid of said baddie, cleanse your house of negativity. Trin frowned. She and her husband watched romantic comedies on a near daily basis. Where was the negativity in that? Are they talking about stress or something? But if that's the case, why doesn't everyone see them? Trin read on, talking to herself as she went. Don't give them attention. Well, that doesn't really work for me, does it? Find out what they want. Clean your house. What? Why would the paranormal care if my apartment was messy? Whatever. Give it rules like you would any roommate. How about an eviction notice? Be happy. Ask that they leave. Get a medium. Pray. Blah, blah, blah. Trin trailed off, losing interest. Let's do the be happy option. After a short search, she found a good horror movie and settled in to enjoy her solitary morning.
2 days later, Trin sighed as she woke up for the 4th time that night. Resisting the urge to grumble and wake herself up further, she rolled over and concentrated on the rhythmic sounds of David's snoring. Time passed, but she remained awake. She checked her phone to see if it was 2 in the morning. Frustration won the war against patience. This time she did give in to her grumbles, as she got up with a huff. She shuffled out of the bedroom, intending to get a drink of water and maybe get on the internet. Scrolling through Facebook never failed to deaden her brain so long as she didn't read the comments. Not wanting to disturb her husband, she quietly closed the bedroom door. She refrained from turning on the lights as she made her way to the kitchen, instead preferring to use her phone's flashlight to guide her around any obstacles. And still, she managed to hit the edge of the table with her hip. Cursing softly, she rubbed the throbbing patch of skin, predicting the bruise that would emerge before the sun rose later that day. As she berated herself for the klutz that she was, she looked up and caught sight of a shadowy person standing across the room, between her and the kitchen. But I'm not asleep, she thought. There was no mistaking the figure ahead of her, though. The bright light from her phone was trained fully on it. Trin's breath caught in her throat as her body once more froze. I'm awake. I'm not confused. I'm always confused when I sleepwalk. But I can't be awake. This thing can't be real. The familiar sensation of malevolence poured over her. Fear spread through her body, growing stronger for every second she stood in the thing's presence. Though she couldn't see its eyes, she knew it stared at her. She could feel it, like a weight pressing down on her, or fire burning her skin. Goosebumps broke out over her arms and legs again, as adrenaline once more began shooting through her veins. Her senses tingled unpleasantly, their awareness heightened as she waited for the creature to do something. What else did I read? Watcher, it said. Watching what? Trin felt the blood drain from her face. The world tilted in her vision as her head momentarily swam from the sudden loss of oxygen. For souls to take. The creature began to glide forward, not seeming to move, but still coming closer to her. Trin couldn't stop the trembling in her body. Her heart pulsated wildly with her terror as her hand gripped her phone as if it was a lifeline. Her mind raced, trying to think of something to do. Okay, think. It also feeds off fear. Yes, don't be scared. Be brave. Brave! Oh, God. Her phone light danced wildly around, her shaking hand unable to keep it steady. Trin whimpered as the shadow drifted closer. An arm detached from the rest of the figure, reaching for her. Trin's knees buckled, letting her sink to the floor. Her own arm dropped, the light suddenly pointing at the floor and throwing the room into a thick blackness. Gasping and squealing, she jerked her phone back up, only to find the creature was now a mere 2 feet away and leaning closer. Shrieking, she curled into the fetal position with her arms covering her head. "Go away!" she screeched. "Get out! You're not welcome here! Go away!" How long she lay, curled on the floor, screaming before responding to David's shaking her, she didn't know. But eventually, his voice was able to break through her terror. She quieted and peeked out from under her arms. David had turned on the lights, allowing her to clearly see everything in the room. The shadow person wasn't there. Taking a deep breath, she slowly sat up. David pried the phone from her hand to turn the flashlight off. "Did you see it?" she asked, looking at her husband, though she already knew what his answer would be. "Was it the shadow creature again?" he asked. At her nod, he slowly shook his head. He looked as if he was choosing his words carefully before he spoke again. "You're sure?" Trin cut him off, her voice steady and confident this time.
"I wasn't asleep, David. Not this time. I'm always confused when I'm sleepwalking. I don't know what's going on, or where I am, or what I'm even seeing. But I knew this time. I woke up and couldn't sleep again, so I got up to get some water and get on the internet. That's when I saw it. It came at me. I told it to go away."
David nodded, a half smile playing on his lips. "Yeah, I heard that part. I think the entire apartment complex heard it."
"But then you came out and you didn't see anything."
"Nothing," David agreed. Tren thought for a moment about it. She was still shaky and was now starting to feel queasy from the fear and adrenaline that had spiked through her system, but her mind felt strangely calm.
"I was looking up information on shadow people earlier," she confessed.
She gave a half-hearted shrug.
"Just in case, you know. Nobody could really agree on what they are, but lots of people have seen them. Some say all you need to do is tell the creature to go away."
David opened his mouth in a silent "ah" of understanding. "And that's why you were screaming?" Trin shrugged again and mumbled,
"Gut reflex, I guess."
"Do you think it worked?"
"Maybe,"
she said, almost making it a question in her uncertainty.
"Some say it feeds off of fear, and that it doesn't like happiness."
"So I should be allowed to watch more war movies," he concluded.
"What?"
Trin asked with a frown, momentarily diverted. "War movies make me happy, and it doesn't like happiness, so I should watch more war movies." Trin let out a shaky laugh as she stood.
"Oh, my God. You're nuts. Do what I do with horror, you weirdo. Watch them on your own time."
David turned to go back to bed, then stopped and twisted toward her. "Are you coming to bed?" She snorted a laugh, though it didn't have much amusement in it.
"After something like that? I'll be lucky if I can sleep sometime this week."
She looked around her at the empty living room, frowning slightly.
"Though, I'd rather not be alone either."
Trin followed him into the bedroom, turning the lights off as she did. The room was plunged into darkness when she flipped the switch, and she took a slow breath as she fought against the strong urge to jump into bed.
"There are no monsters hiding under the bed," she told herself firmly. "No shadow people either."
But her feet still tingled as she stood next to the black space between the bed and the floor.
"Nothing there, nothing there, nothing there,"
she silently chanted as she forced herself to slowly climb onto the mattress and under the covers. If her feet could scream hatred at her, she felt sure they would. Within minutes, David was snoring again. Trin wasn't surprised, but she still had to fight the urge to jab him awake with her elbow. "I wish I was a man," she thought. Perhaps then she would pass out the moment her head touched the pillow, too. Long minutes passed as she tried in vain to sleep. The illumination from the streetlight outside bugged her to no end, and she found herself planning for the umpteenth time to get black sheets or something to drape over the curtains. Eventually, her eyelids grew heavy. She checked the time. Almost 4. As her body relaxed and her mind wandered down the path to unconsciousness, she felt something scratch at her senses. Something wrong. Her body tensed as sleep fled from her. For a while, she didn't dare open her eyes, though her body was awake and waiting. Waiting for what, she didn't know. For something to happen. At the same time, she dreaded it, and the longer she waited, the worse it got. Panic rose, drowning her as the seconds ticked by. Her nerves screamed at her to open her eyes, but she lacked the courage. Shame and fear battled within her. Shame won. She was not a coward. Trin held her breath as she cracked her eyelids open the barest fraction. The shadow creature stood next to her bed, where it had the first night. Her throat closed as terror sang through her mind. She couldn't gasp, couldn't breathe. The dark shape reached out for her, its black arm extending closer and closer to her face. A kind of switch flipped inside her, and she drew breath to scream, but it was too late. The shadowy limb hovered over her face, inches from her mouth. She felt something being pulled from within. It sucked out the breath she had just taken. She managed a tiny squeak as the pulling sensation deepened into her chest. There was a momentary pain before everything stilled. A kind of gleaming wisp slid from her mouth to momentarily brighten the shadow creature's hand. It absorbed her light until her world went black.
The Rain Runner by Rowan Rook.
Rocked in the cradle of the deep.
The song echoed in Trevor's mind as he sunk. With skin already numbed by the icy water, it felt like falling through the air. He had no better chance at swimming than flying. All his life he'd tried his best. He got good grades, listened to his parents, liked studying new topics. The only thing he'd never been able to learn was how to swim. He knew he should try, but his body was as frozen on the inside as on the outside. All he could do was reach one small hand toward the last of the surface's light as the ocean's black swallowed him up.
I lay me down in peace to sleep.
The song grew louder in his head, surging into the silence inside his drowned ears. Rocked in the Cradle of the Deep by Emma Hart Willard, as clear as if his mother was there to sing it while they swayed in her rocking chair. He'd been far too young then to tell her it scared rather than soothed him. Sometimes he blamed the lullaby for the nightmares, and sometimes he blamed the nightmares for not learning to swim. Maybe this was just a nightmare too. Maybe he hadn't fallen off the dock. After all, he was a good boy. He wouldn't have been reckless enough to run along the water, would he? He couldn't remember anymore. His thoughts blurred and sagged as if the water was flooding even the inside of his mind.
Secure I rest upon the wave.
Pain swelled in his chest, his lungs screaming for air, and his freeze instinct turned to fight. His limbs flailed as if it was electricity washing over him instead of water. Bubbles, barely visible in the filtered specks of sunlight, left him behind as they fled for the surface. His heart hammered against his burning chest. Soon there would be no more light, not ever. The black would swallow him whole. He'd never start 5th grade, never get to play the next Pokemon game, never get to grow up. He'd float dead to the bottom of the sea. Fish would nibble at his toes and fingers and eyes. Finally, the muck and seaweed would bury his bones, consumed, lost, forgotten. He screamed, the last of his air turning to bubbles and abandoning him.
For thou, O Lord, hast power to save.
Save me,
he pleaded with everything as his vision turned as dark as the ocean. The last thing he saw was a distant splash from far above, sending down shivers of light like splinters of glass.
Save me!
Shrink by Sharon M. White. So, Miranda, why are you here today, exactly? What is your chief complaint?
The overweight, white-haired doctor leaned forward in his chair and put his elbows on his knees. To Miranda, this seemed to be no small feat because of his shortness and his large belly. She thought about asking him what void he was trying to fill in his life by overeating, and decided that wasn't the best way to start the first visit to the shrink her regular doctor had insisted on.
Insomnia. I've dealt with it since I was 15, but I finally asked my regular doctor to give me something to help me sleep. When all his meds didn't work, he insisted that I see you. I think it's unnecessary. Maybe I'm just a short sleeper. A really short sleeper.
Miranda never broke eye contact with the little fat doctor. She didn't like him, but she pitied him. There was something in him that caused that emotion to burst forth out of her like a waterfall. Still, the feeling of dislike was on top and kept the pity at bay. Miranda knew what was coming next. It would be the inevitable, "How does that make you feel?" She would walk out and not come back as soon as that question was in the air. Instead, he surprised her. He sat up straight and leaned on the desk to write something in her file, which had been empty until now. His labored breathing was the only other sound in the room besides the scratching of the ink pen over the paper. He stopped writing and tapped the paper with the non-business end of the pen. He looked over the rim of his glasses at his new patient and didn't say anything. She held his gaze. After a few moments of him seeming to size up Miranda and a few more seconds of staring at each other, he finally spoke and didn't seem pleased to be the one breaking the silence.
Don't talk much, eh?
He reached up, hooked his glasses by the nosepiece with one chubby, pale finger, and laid them right on top of Miranda's open file.
Should I?
Miranda was not being sassy, just plain and blunt. What her mother had always called tactless.
Not very social either.
He let a quick little smirk touch his face, and then it vanished with a lift of the eyebrows.
Should I be? I don't know what you want me to say. I have a problem with insomnia. It's been a problem since I was 15. That's why I'm here. I have no problem with being social or talking. Can you help me with the insomnia, Dr. Sams?
Miranda tried to smile, but failed. She clasped her hands together tightly in her lap and gazed at the man, waiting for an answer.
Well, now, that all depends. Do you want to be helped?
If I didn't want help with my insomnia, I would have refused to see you. If my regular doctor can't help me, what can you do? That's my theory. He can prescribe any meds you can, so I figure we're going to sit here and discuss me and my life until you find a reason to prescribe something my regular doctor doesn't have. Therapy. Am I right?
Her tone was more clipped and agitated than she intended.
I see you're a bit high-strung and pessimistic. Am I right?
He didn't wait for an answer and went on with his litany.
You're right. I am going to ask that you come to therapy for a while, twice a week for a month or so, and then twice a month. How does that sound to you?
He smiled and sat hunched over the desk, looking at the open file instead of Miranda.
I think it's unnecessary. How is coming in here, talking to a stranger for 45 minutes twice a week going to cure my insomnia? If talking could help it, I wouldn't have it.
I think something very bad happened to you in childhood, and it's now affecting your adult life. That's why I want you in therapy. Old wounds hurt worst. Don't you think so?
He turned to look at Miranda, his glasses finding their way back to his face via that same chubby, pale hand.
Something very bad has happened to everybody on planet Earth, in case you haven't noticed.
Miranda's voice was low and even.
Miss Wyatt, I don't take kindly to a patient trying to mock me or my profession, so if you will...
I wasn't mocking anything.
She took a deep breath to calm herself and be a little more polite.
I'm sorry. It sounded condescending, and I get upset when people are condescending to me. I'm really tired. I just need some sleep.
She rubbed her forehead and clamped her mouth shut.
I'm not being condescending. I'm only trying to get to know you and get at the root of the insomnia.
The doctor thought for a moment before moving on.
I don't know if I can help you or not. That's the honest truth. But I can try. For starters, I can give you something to stabilize your mood and relax you a little. Do you have nightmares when you do sleep?
He was already hunched over the desk, scrawling on paper and readying his prescription pad.
Yes, I've always had nightmares, though they don't bother me. I write stories, so they're just fodder for the fire, in my opinion. Some people can make lucrative livings by writing about their nightmares and fears. Alice in Wonderland by Lewis Carroll was just his everyday life. He lived with hallucinatory migraines. Now his book is in almost every home.
Are you bothered by headaches or fatigue?
He didn't even spare her a glance as he scribbled ardently in the file.
I have migraines, but I already have medicine for that. I was just making a point about the nightmares.
Oh, I see. I'll give you a mood stabilizer and a drug that is used with schizophrenics.
He looked up quickly and added,
I'm certain you don't have schizophrenia, but it will help with the nightmares. Maybe they bother you and you just don't realize it.
A grin flashed across his face, but never met his eyes.
Why do I need the mood stabilizer? You think I might be bipolar? I'm not. This is just the way I am. It's who I am, and I don't want to change who I am. I just want to get a little bit of sleep and not be up all night.
Just try it for 2 months and come back and see me. If you don't like it, we'll take you off it. The mood swings can cause you to get all stressed inside, and that can play a big part in insomnia. It seems like you're pretty high-strung, and these meds will loosen you up so you can relax. Deal?
He ripped the script sheet off and held it out to Miranda. She felt like she was reaching to take a viper from him instead of a sheet of harmless paper. Her hand moved slowly, as if through gelatin, until she had the paper in her hand. She looked at it for a moment, and then at him. Miranda put the paper in her purse and sat quietly while Dr. Sams scribbled in her file.
Why do I feel like I just sold my soul to the devil?
Miranda watched as the doctor turned slowly to face her. His jaw was slack, cheeks red, eyes like burning beads in the mountains of flesh.
I don't know why you would feel that way.
His tone implied something very dangerous was going on behind his beady eyes. Miranda stood up and laughed, suddenly uncomfortable and more than ready to leave.
Well, if that's all, I guess I'll go, even though, according to your wall clock, we still have 7 minutes left.
Dr. Sams stood and handed her another piece of paper to give to the receptionist. It had her next appointment on it.
Just give this to Polly. She'll give you an appointment card. Call if you have any problems with the new meds. Otherwise, I'll see you in 2 months. You'll come in and speak with our therapist in a couple of days. I want you to see her at least until you come back to our appointment, okay?
He had the doorknob in his fist, but didn't turn it. He waited for an answer.
Sure, okay. I'll give it a whirl.
Miranda looked at the doorknob and raised her eyebrows. He turned the knob. She walked past him and felt a sort of unpleasant electric buzz coming from him. She thought she could almost read his thoughts in his eyes, and none of them were pleasant. Miranda walked to the receptionist's window and saw the doctor close the door to his office as he stepped back inside. The momentary electric feeling passed, and she wondered if it had ever been there at all. Polly smiled, a little too much and a little too nicely, as she handed Miranda her appointment card. Miranda took it and opened her purse.
It's, $75 this trip, Miss Wyatt.
Polly continued to smile too nicely. Miranda handed her the money, got her receipt, and hurried to her car. As she waited to pull out into the midday traffic on Main Street, she glanced back at the nondescript brick building and saw Dr. Sams peering through a window at her with a stern look on his face. Miranda looked away quickly, disturbed. At the end of 2 months, Miranda kept her appointment with Dr. Sams. Her first reaction to seeing him was revulsion. She still didn't like him, and her feelings of pity for him had vanished. He seemed to have lost some weight, but it had not improved his creepy looks. It had pulled the skin of his face until he appeared almost like an old caricature of the devil. His eyebrows arched sharply above the rim of his glasses. His lips reminded her of fat, stretched night-crawlers. And as he spoke, she was sure she caught glimpses of unnaturally pointed teeth behind those unhealthy-looking lips. She shuddered involuntarily and tried to concentrate on what he was saying. Something under his buttoned white doctor's coat moved. No, it writhed. She gasped and moved back in her seat. The chair made a squealing noise as it scooted back. "Miranda!" He snapped his fingers. She tore her attention from his coat and made eye contact, belatedly realizing she hadn't caught a word he had said. Her eyes were too wide, and her mouth was hanging open. Forcibly correcting her expression, she cleared her throat.
Yes? I'm sorry,
She looked at his coat again. It didn't move. It was only his belly protruding, pushing against the material. But she knew it had moved before, and that it had not been a natural movement. "Just what, Miranda?" He looked down at his coat and back to her, shrugging. His eyes had gone dark as he stared at her.
Nothing. I just thought I saw something move.
She fought to keep from looking at his belly. His brows drew together. "Have you been having these hallucinations long? I don't see any mention of them in the therapist's notes." He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Shaking her head, she found it hard to breathe.
No, wasn't a figment of my imagination, Dr. Sams. I know what's real and what's not.
She glared at him. He grinned, showing a full set of pointed, bright white teeth. Miranda's breath stopped in her chest. She was glad, otherwise she would have screamed. Letting the smile fade away, his face became serious. Do you now? Do you really? A tiny flicker of red lit behind his pupils, as if a candle flame was being reflected in them.
Yes,
she stammered, completely unsure of the validity of her statement. Looking at her watch, she noticed her hands were shaking.
If you don't mind, I have another appointment on the other side of town. I really need to cut this one short.
She laughed nervously, avoiding eye contact with him as she put the strap of her purse over her shoulder and started to stand. Wait just a minute, Miranda. She didn't want to turn and look at him, but she couldn't stop herself from doing so. He was pushing the open file folder across the desk toward her. I need you to sign this. His nails were as pointed as the teeth she had seen, which had disappeared along with the flickering light in his eyes. Thinking she had truly gone mad, she reached for the pen he was offering her. The nail of his index finger nicked the back of her middle finger hard enough to draw blood, and she dropped the pen. Holding her injured finger, she looked at him in confusion. His nails were normal again. Are you okay? He gave her such a sincere expression of concern that she almost believed he was really worried. She nodded, still holding her finger.
You just scratched me.
She bent to pick up the pen, wanting to sign the paper and be out of the office, away from him. Oh, I'm sorry. Darn hangnails. He smiled and took his pen when she was finished signing. All right, then. Here's the paper for Polly. Keep up the appointments, and I'll see you in a couple of weeks. He eyed her signature and flipped the folder closed.
Why so soon?
She had the doorknob in her hand. Oh, just to keep an eye on you. I wrote for you to up your dose of medication at night. If the visual hallucinations get any worse, call immediately. But I bet they disappear in a week or so with extra medication. He nodded and spun in his chair, placing her file in a lateral filing cabinet. She was certain something under the back of his scalp bulged. Jerking the door open, she nearly ran into Polly's window, paid, and left. That night, she took the extra pill, doubling her dose as directed. She had been paranoid all day, checking and rechecking the locks on the windows and doors. Exactly what she was worried would get in the house, she didn't know. If the extra pill did its job, she would fall asleep and forget the horrors she had seen at the psychiatrist's office. Turning off the light, she closed her eyes and waited for sleep. Her mind insisted on dredging up the images of Dr. Sam's bulging skull, belly, and his devilish face. Finally, she buried her face in her pillow and dozed off. When she awoke, the room was dark. Searching the darkness, she was certain she was not alone. There was a presence in the room that had not been there when she had fallen asleep. It made her skin crawl and the fine hairs on her arms prickle. The odor of Old Spice enveloped her, stifling, pungent, and masking a deeper, more sinister odor. Her grandfather had worn Old Spice. She had hated that man. When she had been a child, he had terrorized her in a cruel way that only he could ever have been gleeful about. Easing her hand toward the bedside lamp, Miranda drew in a shaky breath, hoping there was no one there with her when the light came on. From the other side of the room, a man's deep, throaty voice uttered, Miranda." Screaming, she flung herself out of bed, hit the carpeted floor, and scrambled to her feet, sure the intruder was directly behind her, knife at her back. Turning to see, she tripped and hit the closet door with a thud that took the breath right out of her. She managed to spin toward the bed as she fell. She saw nothing, no one. She was alone in the darkness. Crawling back to the lamp, trembling all over, she succeeded in turning it on. Dr. Sams sat in the cushioned chair by the window.
"What are you doing here?"
She looked for anything she could use as a weapon and picked up a snow globe.
"I've come to season your soul, Miranda. Do put that away before you hurt yourself. This is just a dream, and it'll all be over soon."
He turned to face her. It was the devil face she had seen at his office. Her hallucinations had solidified into full-body night terrors, it seemed. He couldn't be sitting in her house in the middle of the night. Doctors didn't turn into devils, and they definitely didn't visit patients in their homes at midnight. She held on to the snow globe anyway. It was always better to be safe.
"This feels too real to be a dream."
She edged away from the closet door, wondering if it might be the medicine causing her to see Dr. Sams in his devil form. He had mentioned that it might cause her visual hallucinations to get worse.
"I think I need to call you in the morning. This is way worse than what I saw at the office today."
Thinking she was speaking to a figment of her imagination, she walked out of the room and toward the kitchen where her purse was. In the hallway, she reached for the light switch. Just as her finger touched the oblong plastic of the switch, she found herself standing by her bedroom window with Dr. Sams in the chair to her left. Startled, she raised her hand, only to find her makeshift weapon was gone. Dr. Sams chuckled, showing those pointed teeth again.
"Told you it was a dream."
His voice trailed out and seemed to crawl around the room. He stood, backing her into the corner. Towering over her, he was muscular under the ill-fitting doctor's coat. His chest was broad and grew broader with each step toward her. His legs split the fabric of his pants. The buttons popped off of the jacket, ricocheting off the wall and window pane. Miranda screamed and covered her face as the coat flew open. Large, hot hands grasped her wrists and pulled her hands from her eyes.
"Don't you want to see what was under my coat, Miranda?"
Squeezing her eyes shut, she shook her head vehemently.
"This is a dream. This is a dream. This is a dream."
"Then open your eyes. If it's only a dream, you'll be safe."
He chuckled. Again, the sound seemed to crawl into the corners and the darkest spots of the room, hiding, waiting, watching. Knowing there was logic to his words, she pressed her back against the wall to brace her body and slowly opened her eyes to tiny slits. There was no devil in front of her, only Dr. Sams. No monster with sharp teeth. His clothes had not been shredded by his sudden growth. And she was no longer in her bedroom. Gasping, she opened her eyes wider. She was in a sterile white room lit overhead by rows of long fluorescent bulbs. She felt a pinch on her left arm and recoiled. He had given her an injection.
There, you're okay. It was just a night terror again. Don't you worry, you'll be right as rain before you know it.
Dr. Sams patted her arm and guided her to a bed that was no more than a thin mattress on a concrete pedestal. Confused, she grabbed for his arm when he turned to leave.
Wait! Where am I, Dr. Sams? I was just in my bedroom.
The shot was making her woozy, and his image began to blur around the edges.
Somewhere safe, Miranda.
Who else is here?
Her voice sounded thin and far away.
Just us. Why?
He sounded bemused.
What's under your coat? You never showed me.
Her eyelids were so heavy that she let one shut and forced the other one to remain open by propping it with her finger.
Do you think seeing under my coat would somehow speed your progress?
He chuckled, and it was the creepy, tinny-sounding laugh he had had when she first met him. Annoying, but not fear-inducing.
Uh-huh.
She was going to sleep.
Well, it's a bit unorthodox, but if you think it'll help dispel these nightmares and irrational fears of me you have been displaying lately, I'll give it a try.
He unbuttoned his coat and grinned at her.
Are you sure?
Forcing her body to remain upright, she bounced her legs in an effort to stay awake.
Yes.
Something bulged in the side of his head, but his expression never changed. She nearly gagged from seeing it.
All righty then.
His teeth turned pointy, small, and threatening as he smiled. Pulling the coat wide, he took a deep breath, letting his fat belly hang out proudly. He ran one hand over it in a circular motion, and things began moving under his touch. Miranda moaned and tried to scream in fear as a face pressed against the skin of his belly from the inside. She could see the outline perfectly. Then small hands appeared, and the fingers pushed against the flesh. More faces appeared. It looked like people pressed against latex, trying to scream, fighting to escape the confines of his torso, and finding no exit. Finally, the scream tore loose from her throat and echoed in the room. She screamed so hard that her throat felt shredded and bloody. Dr. Sams tossed the coat aside, laughing as his appearance became that of the devil caricature again.
Now, that's more like it. Give your mind over to madness. I need a new soul to invigorate me again. These,
he thumped his protruding belly, and the faces disappeared,
are getting old and worn out. I need a fresh, vital soul, Miranda.
He moved closer, and she drew her legs to her chest, whimpering in terror, shaking her head.
Yes.
He held up a black-taloned hand.
Just a little more terror, and you'll be perfectly seasoned.
He made a slurping noise and used one of his shiny, talon-like nails to unzip his torso from sternum to navel. The scream she heard was no longer hers. It belonged to another woman in another world.
The devil's guts spilled to the floor, splattering sickeningly. The intestines writhed in the black blood as if alive. She looked on in horror and revulsion. Feeling as insignificant as smoke, she was unable to resist when he reached out and took hold of her. He pulled her into the gaping hole, the bloody pit where his insides should have been. She turned in time to see her body slump to the side on the bed, and then the writhing guts were piling back into the hole, blocking her view. In the damp, smelly, oily darkness, things moved and touched her. They slithered past her and wrapped around her, pulled life from her. The darkness was full of screams, hundreds of them, piercing her like needles. And still there was no sleep for Miranda.
Sleepless Sister by Rowan Rook. The first good dream came almost a month after August died. I'd had plenty of awful ones by then. Bad memories coming out of their cages to torment the captive audience of my sleeping mind. I saw her slip off of the edge of the old dock so many times, replayed in slow motion. Her eyes going wide as the world fell out from under her. Her summer dress flaring behind her. Her mouth opening in a silent, almost scream when she realized she was bound for the water. It was no secret that my little sister had been special, gifted, the pride of her parents' life. There was nothing she couldn't do, except swim. When it happened, she sunk like a stone tossed from the shore, the strands of her brown curls clinging to the surface for only a breath before she disappeared under the ripples. When I jumped in after her, the bottom of the lake may as well have been a black abyss. I didn't find her. It was the police who pulled her body out after I ran back home and made the emergency call. In the nightmares, I see August looking back up at me when I reach the end of the dock, her face distorted by ripples. She screams about how I promised our parents I'd watch her when we went outside to play, how my inability to save her is just another of my many failures, how maybe I wanted her to disappear so I wouldn't have to live in my perfect little sister's shadow, how she doesn't forgive me. Sometimes I wake up then, like I'm running away. Sometimes I still dive in after her. The surface of the water shatters like glass, and I'm falling instead of swimming. She falls faster. Her hand stretches up toward me, pleading, but I can't reach her. Then I realize it's my face looking up at me, bloated and drowned. You couldn't save her, my blue lips say as they let out the last bubbles of air. You don't deserve to save yourself. The first good dream wasn't like that. At first, I wasn't sure I was dreaming at all. I opened my eyes in bed to find the world suspended in too bright moonlight. The glow itself seemed to have a scent like August's favourite lilies. When I walked to the window to see what was wrong with the sky, I heard the music coming from the woods behind the house where my sister and I used to play, where the trees hid the lake that took her away. The sight of those swaying branches usually stirred dread, but this time, I couldn't pull my eyes away from them. It took me a while to understand what I was hearing. August was skilled at almost everything she tried, but her music teacher called her a prodigy on the violin. In the last year, she'd even begun to write her own songs. I envied her. I've always loved music, but as usual, my little sister was the one with natural talent. She'd planned to play her first original piece in her next school concerto, but she died before she could finish the song she'd named Sunset in White. It was that song coming from the woods, winding through the trees like the wisps of mist that always spilled from the lake in late autumn. When it passed the segments August had finished composing, it still kept playing. Its lilting notes drew shivers on my skin. I'd never heard these verses before, and they were too perfect, too much like her to have come from my sleeping mind. They were indeed the work of a prodigy. August was there. She had to be. She'd finished her song. I slipped out through my window and into the woods. The song seemed to go on and on, its notes rising and falling in time with the floral breeze. I found my sister standing on the edge of the dock. The fog trembled around her like ripples cast by her music rather than ripples in water. Her back faced me as she played, her bow striking across her violin with its usual passion and perfection. "August!" She stopped, silence choking her song. A part of me expected to see anger at the interruption on her face when she turned, and maybe anger at so much more. But when she looked back at me, she smiled. I slept well that night, spending several hours with my sister before my alarm went off. We talked and laughed, and of course we cried. For a while, in my sleep, she was still as good as alive. There were tears on my cheeks when I woke, but I smiled too. Now, neither of us are smiling. "Don't go," August pleads, her hand wrapping around my wrist. Her touch is usually warm, but now it's damp, cold. I try not to shudder when I meet her sad eyes. I've had this dream every night since the first time her song drew me into the woods. At first, I was happy for it, a reprieve from the reality of my sister's death. But then I started sleeping too late, too often. She started asking me to stay. I look away from her, at the woods behind me. My alarm's blaring screams are out of place amongst the natural rustle of branches and leaves, even if so many of those leaves have fallen to the dirt in the last few nights. The mist seems stronger tonight, blotting out all but the faintest flickers of that once bright moon. Still, my alarm calls for me, a beacon of home, just like her song was a beacon toward her. "I have to go," I tell her. It's not like I have a choice. My wrist stings when her nails dig in tighter. "Of course you do," she says. Irritation flickers and I pull back. Her grip holds steady. She's stronger than she should be. "You have a choice. Just like you chose not to jump in after me until it was too late." My surprised jolt trips my hand free. I wake up staring at my ceiling, my body drenched in sweat. My alarm keeps screaming. "You can't keep doing this, June," Mum says. I can't bring myself to look at her. My eyes trace droplets of rain as they work their way down the windshield. The steady vibration of the car calms my nerves, helps keep my anger inside, but doesn't dull the ache in my chest. "This is your senior year. It matters. If you don't get into a good college, you're setting yourself up for failure before you even begin your adulthood. Your grades were barely enough as it was, but now—" "Don't say it," I want to order her, but can't. My tongue's gone dry in my mouth. "After August," she swallows, and I catch the way her eyes fall, just for a moment, away from the road and into her lap. "You don't even get to class on time. It's like you threw away your future too." I shouldn't have asked her to drive me. I missed the bus thanks to my late awakening, but I could have walked. The rain would have been better than this, a long, slow drive trapped with my mother's disappointed eyes and strained voice. "August, Mum swallows. "She'd want to see you succeed. Wouldn't that be a good way to honour her? By taking your schooling as seriously as she did?" My fingernails dig into the hem of my skirt. When she was alive, it had been my responsibility as the big sister to watch over her. Now that she's gone, I'm supposed to replace her. I'll always be stuck in my little sister's shadow. Words form on my tongue, hot like embers. I can't help but spit them out. "You never cared about my future before. You only want a new perfect daughter to brag about." Mum says nothing, her eyes flickering back to the floor. The windshield wipers scrape across the windows in rhythmic waves. I bet Mum and Dad would give up everything, even me, if they could visit August in their sleep as I do. That I'm not sure I want to see her tonight tightens the guilty knots already tangled in my stomach. "Don't go," August had said, as if she's still my responsibility. My eyes settle on August's ankles and the way the water ripples around them as she sits on the edge of the dock. I keep my own feet tucked under me. Even though I've had this dream for almost 2 weeks now, I don't understand why my little sister seems so drawn to the lake. I don't like being near it, either awake or asleep, after seeing the way it had swallowed her up. "We should leave soon, sis," she says, lazily swinging her legs and kicking up water. I wince when it lands on my legs, cold. "There are so many things I want to show you." I manage to swallow. "Leave?" I hope she doesn't mean she wants to go back home. That would be impossible, and I don't know how I'd explain that to her. I pull my gaze away from that grim lake and glance around the trees. It's hard to imagine the world beyond the woods. Each night seems foggier than the last. I can't see the sky anymore. There's nothing left of that glowing moon. I know it's only a dream, but that doesn't stop claustrophobia from squeezing my chest. I wish I knew how to wake myself up on cue. "Where would we go?" I force myself to ask. "There's only one way out," August says, her eyes shifting down to the water, to the waves her legs cast through it. A shudder draws my eyes to that same dark surface. There's no moonlight to show me my reflection, and for that I'm glad. But the lake may as well be a liquid pit, bottomless. I want to wake up. The first screech of my alarm blares through the woods as if answering my plea, shattering the hush like a lightning strike. Nothing happens. Like yesterday, the sound no longer wakes me up on its own. The dreams turn strangely sticky over the last few nights, clinging to my skin like the fog. All I can think to do is walk in the direction of home, where my body waits in bed. I get to my feet. Right now, the place I have to go is school. August's hand reaches out for mine. Those cold fingers curl, wanting to sink into my wrist and hold on tight like they did yesterday. This time, I expect it. I step back before she can snatch my arm. "I can't stay with you all the time." My sister's eyes narrow. "It's not fair. It's not fair that you still get to go to school." Those small hands form fists. "You promised Mum that you'd always watch over me. You should stay. It's your responsibility." "I'm sorry," I say, and I am. I can't. Her gaze isn't right. Grey films over her blue irises, making them blend in with the fog. "Of course you can." Those eyes look back to the lake. "You can stay with me forever." I step back. She gets to her feet. I dash off of the dock, its planks creaking under the weight of not only my footsteps, but hers. The grass, wetter than I remember, squelches under my bare toes when I touch solid ground again. I make for the trees. They're only silhouettes in the mist, but I know they're there. I know the route home. I've walked it so many times that I could follow it, quite literally, in my sleep. My sister's lighter steps splash behind mine. My heart pounds almost as fast as my stride. I'm afraid of her. Afraid of my own damn sister. These dreams aren't good anymore. I want to wake up. My alarm keeps shouting like a foghorn through the haze. I duck under the dark shapes of branches as I move. Twigs scrape at my hair and clothes. The pain feels real enough. I don't let it stop me. Even as I keep moving, my alarm doesn't seem to get any closer. I may as well be adrift. A ship lost at sea. "You know I'm faster than you, sis." My gaze whirls over my shoulder. She's too close. A root catches my ankle and sends me to the mud. I hate the sound of my shout. The wet earth tastes rancid in my gaping mouth. "What makes you think you can escape when I've always been better than you at everything? I'll help you at least be a good big sister." My shaking arms slip in the dirt when they try to push me up. August's frigid hand clamps around my leg. "Let's go now," she says. Together. She's too strong. Stronger than any little girl could be. She drags me backward toward the lake. No. My hands scramble at the ground, searching for purchase, trying to dig in deep. Hold on to something. My fingers only leave trails in the muck. No! My eyes fly open. Mum and Dad stare down at me. Sweat glistens on their faces, caught in the sunlight cutting through my closed blinds. "June?" My mum's hands are still on my shoulders, hot and clammy. Are you all right, June? You were screaming in your sleep. A sob comes out when I try to breathe. The raindrops blur as they paint wet trails and strange paths on the windshield, as if dragged down by invisible hands. A shudder jerks through me, and for an instant, I close my eyes. The haze of slumber rushes in like an old friend waiting for an embrace. It would be so easy to collapse into its arms and sleep. But if I did, it might not ever let me go. Or rather, she might not. My eyes jawed back open. The bright streetlights sting the back of my aching skull. Did you get any sleep last night? Mum asks. Tell if her nonchalant voice is sarcastic. I hope my struggles aren't visible. But they must be. An hour or two? I lie. I haven't slept in almost 6 days. I'm afraid to. I don't want to dream again. Don't want to feel her cold hands on my ankle again. Don't want to taste the wet dirt. Don't want her to pull me into the dark. Your school better not call and tell me to pick you up early again. My teeth clench together. Of course, it's her own inconvenience that matters to Mum. If you're that worried about it, you should just let me stay home. Mum lets out an exaggerated sigh, as if I make her life so damn hard. You've already hidden away enough. For a while, there's silence. Her eyes stay on the road. Then she licks her dry lips and spares a glance at me. I know it's hard for you. It's hard for all of us, what happened to August. I don't want to hear about her again. I don't want to hear about the perfect sister who died on my watch, who seems to want me dead too. I want to help you, but I can't do that if you don't talk to me. No one blames you for what happened. Children, there... Her throat bobs. I know firsthand how hard it is to protect someone as headstrong as she was. Liar. She and Dad both indict me with their eyes, their voices. I sense it in the way they look at me so hesitantly, when before they rarely thought to look at me at all. You need to pull yourself together. Please, for the sake of your father and I, you're just a burden. I stiffen in my seat. Goosebumps erupting on my skin. That voice. August. That can't be. I'm still awake. August's eyes catch mine in the rearview mirror. They're filmy, blank. Bloated grey skin distorts her shape. Water drips from her bangs, her dress, her mouth, soaking her usual spot on the back seat. I'm hallucinating. I have to be. It's because I haven't been sleeping. She's not really here. August smiles, showing off the bits of moss stuck in her teeth. The stench of rot fogs up the windows as her puckered fingers clench the back of my seat. Mum and Dad would have rather buried you. My scream shakes the car. Tires screech as we veer off of the road. I'm going nowhere. The woods aren't the way they used to be. No matter where I run, there's no way out. The trees repeat in endless corridors of branches and roots that bend toward me as I pass, their twigs curled like her fingers. I can't see more than a foot ahead of me in the mist that tastes like tears and lilies. Still, I can hear her behind me. At first, I thought her jagged sounds were laughs, but they're sobs. Guilt throbs in my gut with every step. Don't run anymore, she cries. You're supposed to take care of me. I let myself scream. I hope that my screeching pierces through my sleep like before, but this time, either no one's trying to wake me, or no one can. I must have been knocked unconscious in the car. Maybe I'm injured. Hell, maybe I'm dead. Maybe this is my new forever. Maybe I should let my sister take me wherever it is she wants to go. When the surface of the lake appears through the fog, I barely have enough time to stumble to a stop at the shore. I keep finding myself back here, moving in what must be circles. I wonder if the lake is all that will soon be left of the woods. The still surface holds my gaze. I should turn and keep running, but I'm tired. There's no escape. I stand at the shore, staring into that liquid abyss. August's sobs become louder as she nears. My tears tap the surface of the lake and cast out ripples. My sister's soggy fingers wrap around mine. "If you let the lake take you too, then it will be fair," she says. "I'll forgive you. We can play music. You can watch over me again." She steps past me, her curls bobbing in the fog. The water parts around her ankles with a splash. A tug from her strong grip drags me after her. The icy lake swallows my feet. The silt sucks at my toes like a hungry maw. Its chill worms up through the rest of me. I want my big sister. Forever. Why has what I wanted never mattered? I wanted to write my own songs. I wanted to be more than my sister's shadow. I wanted to grow up. The cold floods my chest, gnawing, trying to douse what fire I have left there. I want to live. August's fingers sink into my skin when I try to pull away, but this time, my own burst of strength lets me break free. Her nails leave marks when my arm flies backward. The adrenaline almost sends me toppling back to the shore. "Sis?" Flickers of hurt pierce through the emptiness in August's eyes. I stumble back to solid ground and shake my head. I swallow to try to get the words through my tight throat. "I'm sorry I couldn't save you." I'll always be sorry. But there's more I want to do before I join you. Her nostrils flare like black pits. "That's not fair. There was more I wanted too." Her tears leave lake water trails on her cheeks. I wanted the school to hear my song." My tears sting my eyes, working with the mist to blur my sister's shaking figure. "You're right," I manage. "It's not fair. But what you're doing isn't fair either." She stomps closer, each angry step sending out geysers of water. It's like ice when it hits my face, but I stop myself from flinching. "But it's your fault. I'm this because of you." Guilt became my gravity. It pulled me back here each night, but maybe loved it too. I try to smile. I tried my best to help you, I really did. I stepped back, moving away from that accursed lake. No matter what, I'll always love you. I'll always love my little sister, not whatever or whoever this thing actually is. But I'm more than your big sister. Rage distorts her face. Her mouth stretches as wide and black as the lake when she howls. She leaps toward me, her fingers curved like claws. "I want to wake up," I proclaim, and this time, it's true. My eyes ache as they open. Sterile white light stings my vision and blurs the grey ceiling. Tight sheets hold me down when I try to move. This isn't... "Where am I?" comes out in a whimper. "June?" Mum's voice, high and hopeful, reaches me before she does. She kneels beside my bed, taking one of my hands in both of hers. "Oh, thank heavens!" I can only stare at her, my throat too tight to speak. "You've been asleep in intensive care for almost a week after the crash." Mum's grip is tight, warm, clammy. "I almost thought..." Tears drip from her chin and stain my sheets. "I don't know what I would have done if I'd lost you too." I close my eyes to hide my tears. The violin is starting to feel familiar in my grip. Still, the novelty of the notes my movements summon when I touch the bow to the strings hasn't faded. I don't know if it ever will. I'd originally returned to the violin for the sake of learning August's song. I'd wanted to play it in a school concerto in her place. A better way to say goodbye. That was several months ago, and I thought I'd put the instrument away when the performance was over. Instead, I found my songs calling to me. I'm still learning to make my own music, the way I'm still learning to compose my own identity, outside of being a big sister, outside of what happened to August, outside of my parents' expectations. I may not be a great student, but I'm willing to practice for as long as it takes. As I play the first notes of my new song, my back to the window overlooking the woods, a breeze comes through and pulls at my hair. I swear it smells faintly of lilies. The dreams haven't stopped. Not really. Sometimes, in the middle of the night and after a false awakening, I hear her music floating through the trees. Such a beautiful, terrible sound. I linger and listen for a while. I don't know what would happen if I followed my sister's siren song. I don't know if it means she's not resting in peace. All I know is that I can't save her, can't stay with her, or let myself drown with her. In those dreams, I promise myself I'll never go back inside those woods, either awake or asleep. Then I close the window. The breeze comes again, the stronger floral scent sending shivers up my spine. I fight the urge to look out at the woods and instead lose myself in my song. I don't know if a day will come when I'll sleep well, but the chance to survive, to make my own music, is worth the nightmares.
Swamp Hunt by Ron Ripley. Julia Bowman sat with the other mothers outside the school while their children, ranging in age from 4 to 8 years, raced through the parking lot, around the decrepit playground, and down into the small swamp near the school. Worthington Elementary had gotten out 15 minutes before, and 7 mothers, all members of the PTO, were the only adults still there. All 7 were firm believers in free-range parenting, which allowed the children a tremendous amount of freedom to explore the natural world. Each mother agreed that the children were significantly more advanced, both intellectually and emotionally, when compared with their peers. "Did you see Diane this morning?" Julia looked up from her phone to Maggie Stoltz. "No. What happened?" "You know her son, Colt." Julia nodded. "Well, Colt was trying desperately to get onto the bus to welcome my Adam to school this morning, and Diane wouldn't let him." Maggie's pale, freckled face wore a mask of amazement that Julia felt certain her own expression mimicked. "Are you serious?" Maggie nodded, adjusting the Boston Red Sox baseball cap she was wearing. "Ridiculous, isn't it?" "Beyond ridiculous," Julia sighed and shook her head. "How is that poor child ever going to be able to learn if she doesn't stop being a helicopter mom?" "I don't know. I swear it's like he's tethered to her." Maggie's phone chimed, and she took it out of her back pocket. "Oh, damn. I forgot Adam has to go to the batting cages. He needs to get some time in before spring. Michaela has piano lessons in a little while." Julie shifted her daughter's knapsack from one shoulder to the other. "She's extremely feisty about going. I have to keep promising her that after her recital, we'll get her the new bike she wants." Maggie laughed. "You know, we had to promise Adam the same thing." Julia waited while Maggie called for Adam, and then, a moment later, the other mothers were doing the same. As the children came streaming out of the swamp area, Julia lent her voice to the cacophony, calling Michaela to her. A few children, as always, argued from the swamp's edge, refusing until their mothers bribed them with promises of extra screen time and candy when they got home. Soon, only Julia and Maggie stood in the playground. Both Adam and Michaela could be heard, screeching with delight in the swamp. The 2 mothers called for their children again, and Adam came trotting out a few seconds later. "Adam!" The sharp tone of Maggie's voice was in direct response to the swamp mud, which reached up to the first grader's knees. His khaki pants were black with the stinking mud, and the boy wore a grin that showed he knew perfectly well what he looked like. "It's just the cages, Ma." Adam's voice was sweet, with a leavening of smugness. "Wasn't Michaela with you?" Julia asked. "Yep. She's right behind that bush. She doesn't want to come out." Adam gestured toward one of the many bushes and then turned and walked towards his mother's BMW. "See you tomorrow, Julia." Maggie waved, and Julia did the same. Turning her attention back to the swamp, Julia took a step closer, peering in at the bush and catching sight of her daughter's bright red hair. "Come on, sweetheart. It's time to go home and get ready for your piano lesson." "No!" The bush rattled, and the girl disappeared into the thick cattails and sumacs growing along the swamp's edge. Branches cracked, and entire trees shook with the child's passage. Julia frowned. "Come on, Michaela." "No!" The girl's voice came from the right, and Julia took a step toward it. "We can't miss this appointment. You know we get charged regardless of whether you're there." "I don't care." "Michaela!" Her daughter didn't respond. Julia took her phone out and saw that they had less than an hour to get to the lesson. "If she looks anything like Adam, she'll probably need a shower before she goes." Rolling her eyes, Julia put the phone away and walked toward the edge of the swamp. "Michaela!" Still the girl didn't answer, and Julia peered into the swamp. What the swamp lacked in size, it made up for in vegetation. It was difficult to see past the tightly packed plants, and while there were small paths created by rabbits among the tall grass and low bushes, they were hardly large enough to accommodate the children who raced along them. The wind shifted as Julia stood at the edge, her nose wrinkling at the powerful scent of skunk cabbage and the earthy scent of mud. A few shopping bags and soda cans littered the perimeter of the swamp, and Julia wondered what sort of refuse had made it into the swamp proper. "Michaela! Do not make me come in there after you." Julia looked down at the pale blue Crocs she wore. The idea of stepping into the mud and possibly the water sent a shiver of revulsion along her spine. Then she had a perfectly clear mental image of insects using the holes in the shoes to get at her feet, and she shuddered. "Michaela, it is time to go." "I don't want to go to piano." The girl's voice came from in front of Julia, but a fair distance away. Did she go around the swamp? Oh, no. Did she go through it? Julia groaned at the thought of it, of her daughter covered in filth. "Do I have any blankets or towels in the trunk? I can't have her sitting on the leather like that. I'll have to take my sweater off and let her sit on it if I don't have anything in the car." "Michaela, this is your last warning." Her daughter let out a mocking laugh, and Julia felt her cheeks burn with embarrassment. The child knew, as much as Julia did, that there wouldn't be any real repercussions. Maybe a threat not to allow her to play after school. There might even be an attempt to enforce it for a day or two. After that, it would fall apart. Extended punishments, as far as Julia was concerned, merely crushed a child's spirit and sense of independence. She didn't want to damage either with her own hang-ups about the requirements of time and consequences for not adhering to unimportant timelines. "Fine, I'm coming in." Julia lowered Michaela's knapsack to the ground and stepped into the tall grass. A cold wind struck her in the face and caused the growth around her to twitch and shake. Her teeth chattered, and she moved further into the grass. She kept her head down as she tried to navigate a path no wider than 6 inches. Branches slapped at her face and arms, and her feet stumbled over unseen items. Off to the right, she heard a skittering, which brought her up short, her heart thundering in her chest. It's just a cat or something, Julia thought, but she paused to call out to Michaela again. Her daughter didn't respond. Frowning with frustration, Julia took a step forward when she heard Michaela's voice come from the left. It was faint, as though the girl was whispering. "They found him here years ago. Did you know that, Mommy?" The tone of the child's voice caused Julia's flesh to erupt with goosebumps. There was something wrong with it. "Found who, sweetheart?" "His name was David Macabre. They weren't nice to him." Her daughter's voice took on a sing-song quality. "When they found him, they chased him up a tree. He tried to run, but they wouldn't let him. They wanted to bring him to jail because the little boy died. He told them it was an accident. He didn't want the boy to die. He loved him." "Sweetheart, who are you talking about?" The disappointment in Michaela's voice was plain. "I told you, Mommy. I'm talking about David. He died a long time ago. He tried to get away from them by jumping from the tree into the swamp. But it was shallow. That's what he said. Shallow. He broke his neck and died. But David said that's okay. They would have hanged him anyway." Julia's voice trembled when she spoke again. "Sweetheart, you're scaring Mommy. Please come here." "No, I want to play with David. He doesn't get to play with anyone. He wanted to play with Adam, but Adam said no." A male voice joined her daughter's, and while Julia couldn't understand it, it caused her stomach to tighten with fear. "Michaela, I want you to come out of there. Come out right now." "He said you wouldn't understand." There was sadness in her daughter's voice. "I'll be out soon, Mommy. He's just lonely. He wouldn't be lonely if Adam had played. But I'll play. I like David. He's funny. He has such nice stories." Julia heard the man's voice again, and it was followed by Michaela's high-pitched laughter. "Come out here, Michaela!" Her daughter was silent, as was the unknown David. "It came from the left," Julia thought, pushing forward, following the path. "When I get to the water, I'll go that way. I'll find her. I swear I will destroy that man, whoever he is." She tumbled and fell, striking her right knee on a half-hidden rock. Julia let out a sharp cry of pain, but she pushed herself to her feet. She glanced down at her knee and saw a jagged tear in her jeans and a bleeding scrape. "Worry about that later. Not now. I have to get to Michaela." Limping and biting her lip to try and stifle the pain, Julia gasped with relief when she reached the water. It was far larger than she had believed it to be, and she realized it was half the size of a football field. "It's so big," she thought. At the far end, several trees leaned precariously out over the center of the swamp, their limbs moving gracefully in a gentle wind, a wind which was warm on her face, while another, sharper breeze attacked her back. "What the hell is going on here?" Julia turned to the left. "I have to find her." "Michaela!" She screamed her daughter's name, peering down at mud and crushed plants. Occasionally, Julia was able to make out the prints of her daughter's small Nikes. She reached a large rotting tree, most of the trunk lying in the water, and paused. Whispering reached her ear, and Julia strained to understand what was being said. She doesn't understand. They never do. That's got to be this David, she thought, panicking. Then a moment of clarity struck her. I'll call for help. I'll call the police. They'll know. They always do. Julia jerked the phone out of her pocket and screamed as it slipped out of her hand. It arced up and out and vanished with a soft splash beneath the dark surface of the water. Bugs scattered, skating across the surface, and a small turtle retreated into the water. The mingled laughter of Michaela and David filled the air. Michaela! Get over here right now! Julia's throat felt as though it might burst from the effort she put into the demand, but like each of the previous attempts to command her daughter, it failed. I'm not done playing. Not yet. Anger crept into Michaela's voice. You need to let me have fun. David doesn't get to play with people anymore. I'm not asking. I'm telling you. Get back now. No, you're mean. I'm staying here until I'm ready. Julia swore and staggered toward her daughter's voice again. She could hear the child, the words unintelligible but entirely friendly. Julia heard David's voice as well. It was a low, sinister sound, one which seemed full of promises and violence. Her stomach churned as the man's murmuring voice reached her ears, and she plunged through the swamp and water, attempting to locate her daughter. Get away from her! Julia's voice felt as though it was going to break. Leave my daughter alone, damn you! The only response Julia received was in the form of Michaela's high-pitched giggle. As she prepared to yell at the girl for the first time in recent memory, Julia heard the deep, pleased laugh of David. No! Refusing to acknowledge the pain in her knee, Julia pushed herself faster. Staggering half in and half out of the foul water, she made a horrific racket as she moved. Despite the speed at which she went and the sweat dripping down her neck and back, Julia felt cold. When she paused a moment to catch her breath and to try and situate herself, she glanced down and saw ice crystals forming on the edge of the water where it brushed up against the reeds and grass. It's almost 70 degrees outside. How can this be happening? She risked a look out at the center of the swamp and felt a small measure of relief when she saw the swamp wasn't icing over farther away. Then that sense of relief vanished. What if the ice is because some weird chemical that was dumped here? Are there chemicals that can do that? While the terror of David loomed large, a new fear joined him. Julia imagined Michaela exposed to some carcinogenic, one that would debilitate her child even after she managed to rescue the girl from the clutches of David. Michaela's laugh rang out and caught Julia's ear, spurring her back into motion. For several more minutes, she scrambled along the edge of the swamp, and as she started to give up hope, to think that she would have to leave the swamp and get help from someone else, a path opened in front of her. It was well trampled, with grass and cattails crushed into the mud. Julia had no doubt that Michaela and David were at the end of it. She stumbled onto the path, losing one of her Crocs to the mud of the swamp. Julia didn't bother trying to retrieve it. She could buy new shoes. There was only one Michaela. Her breathing was ragged as she limped along the trail, her knee stiff and throbbing. It felt strange, as though it was out of place, and for a second she risked a glance down at it. The knee was swollen, pressing against the damp, bloody fabric of the jeans. Did I break it? Is it possible to break your knee?
Wait, would I be able to walk on it if I did?
Julia's mind raced, then rejected the questions. None of them served the purpose of finding Michaela and saving her.
I'll run on the damned thing if I have to.
She thrust herself forward, grinding her teeth with each step. The sumac and the brush grew taller and thicker around the path, which was nearly a foot wide in some places. Far ahead of her, as if they were keeping just out of reach, she heard first David's rough laugh, and then Michaela's sweet one. A sob broke from Julia's lips, and she plunged on. Ahead of her, she saw the path widen slightly, then a little more, and then finally there was a small hillock protruding from a moat of swamp water. The entirety of it was surrounded by the ever-present sumac and cattails, large-leafed skunk cabbage, and overgrown grass. From the center of this mass of vegetation, a tall tree grew. She didn't know what type it was, only that it was large and leaning precariously out over the center of the swamp. As she stared at it, Julia heard Michaela laugh and froze.
She's in the tree.
Julia limped closer to the tree and tried to peer past the lower branches. She sought out Michaela's small shoes or the light blue romper she had worn. Julia desperately searched for a glimpse of her daughter's hair or her fair skin.
Nothing.
Then she saw something at the foot of the tree, half hidden in the grass. It was a small shoe, one of her baby's shoes. She lurched crazily into the water, reached the hillock, and scrambled up its steep bank. Digging her fingernails into the soil, Julia pulled herself up, collapsed from the effort, and found herself staring at Michaela's sneaker. Julia snatched it up and held it in her hand. She inspected it, terrified that she was going to find her daughter's foot in the laced-up shoe. But there was nothing there. Nothing more than a worn-out insert. No blood stained it or joined the thick layer of drying mud.
Michaela!
Julia looked up into the tree.
Get down here! Right now!
I told you she was smart. Her daughter's petulant response nearly caused Julia to shriek with frustration. Of course she's smart. David's voice sent a chill racing through Julia. She's why you're so smart. Don't you forget that, Button.
Okay, I won't.
With her mind reeling, Julia pulled herself into a sitting position. She stared at the tree, trying to will it to send her daughter down to her. It took her several minutes for her to understand. Nothing was going to happen. At least nothing if she let it remain the way it was.
I need to do something. I don't have time to go and get help.
She scooted herself toward the tree, and using it as a handhold, Julia pulled herself into a standing position. Panting, she sought some way to climb the tree, trying to find a low-hanging branch that would allow her to go up the tree. Finally, halfway around the trunk, she found it. There were scrape marks on the bark, showing how small feet had dug into it and helped provide traction for them.
I can do this.
Julia took hold of the smooth bark and pulled up. Her arms shook, and she tried to take off the pressure by searching for a foothold. She misjudged where it was and swung from the branch, slamming her knee into the tree and shrieking with pain. David's voice, low and unintelligible, reached her ears. A moment later, Michaela spoke.
Go back, Mommy. I'm not done playing yet. David will bring me out when we're done.
I'm sure he will, Julia thought, panting while pulling herself onto the limb. For a few seconds, she lay on it, her forehead resting on the bark.
Up. I need to go up.
With her blood pounding in her ears, she pushed herself into a sitting position. Then, gripping the tree trunk, she stood up. Her breath raced in and out through her open mouth, and then she swallowed once, realizing how thirsty she was. Seconds later, her stomach informed her of her hunger, and her right side cramped so badly that she nearly fell out of her tenuous perch on the low limb. "Up! Go up!" Clenching her teeth together, Julia reached up, found another, lower branch, and managed to get up it. Her arms trembled, and her legs shook as she moved up to a third, then to a fourth branch. She wept as she climbed, coming to a stop on the sixth branch, one which was noticeably thinner than the others which she had scaled. Lying face down on her stomach, she was able to look down, and she saw that she was partly over the water. Above her, her daughter and an unknown stranger were hidden in the branches, their laughter and giggling both heartening and hateful to her ears. The sun vanished behind a bank of dark gray clouds, and a day which had promised to be bright and lovely turned dark and foul. As she attempted to recover her strength, rain began to fall. Large, thick drops splashed down into the swamp, each strike sending up a spray of smaller drops. Suddenly, Michaela's sweet voice sang out. "It's raining, it's pouring, the old man is snoring." David, both unknown and horrific, let out an exaggerated sneeze that sent Michaela into gales of laughter. Breathing hoarsely, Julia got up again, slipped, and managed to stop herself from falling by throwing her arms around the tree trunk. She tried to adjust her grip, and her footing slipped. The fingernails on both hands dug into the bark, but her right hand faltered, and she screamed as the nails on the first 3 fingers were torn out. The pain was unlike anything she had experienced outside of childbirth, and for a split second, the injury was nearly as bad. "Go down, Mommy! You're ruining all my fun!"
Yeah, Mommy, David laughed. "We're just trying to have some fun. And you're too big to come up any higher. It's dangerous for you. Not for us, though. Nothing is dangerous for Michaela. She's a big, strong girl. Aren't you, Michaela?"
Michaela yipped and yapped, her playful way of confirming a statement. David laughed even louder, and Julia's fear and rage propelled her upward again. She managed to get up the next branch, but it was noticeably thinner than the previous branches, and it swayed and bent beneath her weight. "How the hell did a grown man get up here with my daughter?" Then she heard David's voice.
"It's okay. I promise. I'm your friend, Michaela, and I would never tell you to do something that wasn't okay."
His words were smooth and gentle, friendly and convincing.
"Listen, I know your mommy will think it's funny. She'll pretend not to, but I know she'll have a big smile on her face when she tells you not to."
"Okay." Michaela's voice was unsure at first. Then, when she spoke again, it was stronger. "Sure, David, I'll do it. It will be funny." There was a small cracking sound, and as Julia tilted her head up, fearful that her daughter's branch was breaking, a short branch struck her in the face. A jagged edge scraped across her forehead, and she felt blood well up. "Michaela!" David and her daughter laughed, a sound followed by another crack. More and more branches followed, some of them hitting her, others missing. Julia moved closer to the tree, hugging the trunk. Yet heavier, stronger branches were able to crash into her, and Julia was forced to lower herself into a sitting position. When another branch struck her on top of her head, she whimpered and pushed herself away from the trunk. "I have to reach her," she thought desperately. "How?" Julia glanced at the far end of the branch and saw that nearly halfway to the thin termination of it, a second, thinner limb hung down, easily within reach. "I can pull myself up that way." With the decision made, she shimmied out toward the edge, moving backward and glancing over her shoulder. Her stomach churned as the branch she was on sank lower with every inch farther that she moved. Finally, breathing heavily, she reached up and grasped the next branch. She wrapped her hands around it, ignoring the pain in her fingers and the blood that seeped from the damaged tips. A sob of joy escaped her lips, and then the branch beneath her cracked and fell away, leaving her hanging at least 30 feet above the fetid water of the swamp. The branch she clung to trembled, and Julia tore her eyes away from the swamp beneath her, furiously trying to ignore the demands of gravity. She watched as Michaela settled into a perch on the branch, one hand resting confidently on the trunk, while the other pushed a strand of hair out of her eyes. The child's hair was a mess, her face filthy with mud and dirt. She grinned at Julia, her eyes sparkling.
"She wants you to, because she likes to play."
David's voice came from the branch above Michaela, and Julia focused on it, searching him out, wanting to see the man who had snatched her daughter away from her. She didn't see anyone. "Mommy, can you see him?" The concern in Michaela's voice was strange. "Do you see David?"
"No, she can't see me," David sighed. "She isn't special that way. Not like you. You can see me and hear me. Your mommy, she can only hear me."
Michaela looked up at the branch and frowned. "Is there a way she can see you?"
"Of course."
After a moment of silence, the unseen man chuckled.
"If you want her to see a ghost, Michaela, she just has to wash her eyes with the swamp water."
Oh, how can she do that?
The innocence in Michaela's voice tore at Julia.
Sweetheart, please, don't listen to him.
Julia's hands were moist with rain and blood and fear-induced sweat.
She needs to go into the swamp, just like you did.
The mild, calm manner in which David spoke horrified Julia as she watched her daughter's eyes widen with understanding.
Yes, yes.
Michaela clapped her hands and sat down on the bench.
It's easy, Mommy. You just wash your face in the swamp water. It's so easy. We all did it. Now you can too. No, please, you don't understand, sweetheart.
The branch trembled as Michaela scooted out towards her, the limb bending further.
I'm a big girl. I understand. Right, David?
The ghost laughed from the branch above them.
Oh, yes, you certainly do. I haven't met very many girls who are as smart as you, and no little boys.
Michaela beamed at her mother.
See, Mommy? David knows how smart I am. He knows so much.
Her daughter grinned, then shot a puzzled glance up.
David, how can she get down? She kind of looks stuck.
With those words, Julia was reminded of her position, of the pain throbbing in her biceps and the pressure on her joints.
Help me up, Michaela. Please.
She needs to let go,
David chimed in from the branch.
If she lets go, she'll drop right down into the water, and she'll be able to see.
Oh, yeah.
Michaela peered down.
Wow. You're so smart, David.
Thanks.
Julia felt as though she was going mad.
No! I can't let go. I can't swim, sweetheart. Mommy never learned how. It's so far. It's too far for me. Don't be silly, Mommy. David wouldn't tell me something that wasn't true.
No, I never would. Now, Michaela, your mommy needs help. She can't really let go. Maybe you could help her.
Help me up!
Julia's throat was raw.
What do I do, David?
Help her with her fingers.
David's voice sank into almost a purr.
One at a time, Michaela. Start with her little finger. Just reach out and pull it away from the branch. Be careful. You already can see me. You don't need to go into the water again.
No, it's yucky water.
Michaela smiled at her.
But it's only yucky for a minute, Mommy. Michaela, I'm telling you to help me.
Julia put as much force as she could into the words, but her command was ineffectual.
Silly Mommy, I am helping you.
Julia shrieked as her daughter's small, nimble fingers reached out, took hold of her pinky, and pried it up and away from the tree limb. A moment later, Julia was falling and screaming as branches struck her, the swamp rushing up to embrace her.